Good morning everyone and welcome to Cadwell Park for day 2 of our British Racing and Sports Car Club Trackit Summer Race Day. As you can see behind me, the cars are heading out onto the circuit for our first race of what is a bumper blockbuster package for today. We've got the Fiesta 150s that have just finished their qualifying session. We've got lots of Mazda action. The Darlington and District Motor Club have got their Northern Saloons and Sports Car Championship out for the first race of the day. All sorts of other action to come, but to take you through the first race and through the grid is John Ratcliffe, and I will join him alongside in the commentary box.
Thank you so much, Rob. Yes, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to a nice and sunny and very warm Cadwell Park. You join us here for the second day of 2 here for the Trackit BRSEC Cadwell Park Summer Race Weekend. Now, we already had 8 races yesterday. If you missed that live stream, make sure you go and watch it back after this. We had some bumper racing action here from Cadwell Park, and well, we've got 14 more to do here on the Sunday. Lots of racing to pack in. Make sure you stick with ours throughout today's live stream. As Rob mentioned, our first race to kick off today's action is the DDMC Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. Now, I was chatting with Rob yesterday on the live stream about how the fact of I'm so used to in karting that we will do a race distance and then you will add a lap on at the end. Whereas in car racing, usually you go to time, and if the time has hit 0, you know that's the final lap. Well, we're going back to karting here with DDMC because it is. When that timer hits 0, they'll then see the last lap board and they will get 1 extra lap. So that's kind of made the schedule a little bit skew-whiff for today, but we'll run you through it as best we can. Let's have a look at the grid then for our first race of the day. Now, these drivers weren't out yesterday. Both of their races are here on the Sunday. So let's have a look at the grid then. Mike Cutt will take pole position in this one in his BMW M3. You can see him there in the 144 there, just at the front of the shot. Mike Williamson in his Mitsubishi Evo 4 joins him on the front row. So it's an all-Mike front row for this first race of the day. Alex Prentice and Damien McKay are there on row number 2, with Scott Hubel and Stevie McNabb on row number 3. Michael Boak and Steve Towers are on row 4, with Dave Todd and Chris Reese rounding out the top 10 on row number 5. Row 6 has Gary Bowers and Phil Jordan. Then it's Stuart Middleton and Stephen Rice on row number 7. Row 8 is Saikong Liu and Stephen Reed, and then it's John Armstrong who rounds out the grid. So many different cars on the grid for this one. Should make for an interesting race, and around here at Cadwell Park could make for some interesting overtaking. We've already seen that overtakes can come as a premium round this circuit, but with these very different cars out there for this first race this morning, could produce some great action. I'm looking forward to it.
The speed differential will be a part of this race, that's for sure, but Mike Cutt on pole position. I'll be honest, I wasn't surprised at that. He's an absolute class act in that BMW M3. Has been racing it for years, in particular with the NSSCC. He's raced all sorts of series over the years, but one thing's for sure, he is a quality driver. There is one car that's missing on the grid that I noticed. You would have seen the gap on the roadway there, and it's from the second row. Unfortunately, it does look like we've lost the VW Golf of Alan Prentice, so meant to line up in 3rd position, so possibly a car issue there, either that or he's forgot to get out of bed early enough this morning. These guys qualified yesterday, so they've had a long wait between drinks as such to get everything sorted out ready for race 1. And there's one Golf you could see on the screen. That's the Boak car, Michael Boak, I think that is. And it's quite rare that you see a Mark III Golf in British motorsport these days, so it's good to see that car out. But I think that's running a 1.8 turbo engine, so it'd be good to see that out. The diversity of cars on this grid almost reminds you of a Thunder Saloon grid in days of old. But one car I'm looking forward to seeing go well is that beautiful Peugeot 205 T16. It's not a genuine T16, I was told the last time I interviewed him on the live stream, but the engineering that's gone into that car, and it just looks beautiful. I'm a sucker for a retro car. I don't know about you, but there's going to be at least one car you're going to fall in love with on this stream this weekend from this series. It's one of those kind of grids.
You've been eyeing up that Peugeot all weekend, haven't you?
I have. There's a few times I've given it a cursory glance in the paddock. I didn't want to get too close to it, didn't want to upset it or anything. But
you check if the keys are in it?
Tempting. Tempting, but it's a beautifully prepared car. And a very, very nice driver in Scott Hubel as well. When I spoke to him at Donington, I think it was, the last time we saw these on the BRSCC live stream as well. But the diversity continues. We've got a Super Impreza in there, BMW 1 Series. Look at that Clio, a Mark 1 Clio. I had one for my first car. But this one's running the Maxi kit on it that you would normally see on the tarmac rally stages, and it sounds pretty mean. I'm pretty sure that's on throttle bodies as well, so we're looking forward to seeing how that goes. You've got your typical Honda Civic Type Rs as well, with Phil Jordan, Stuart Middleton as well. They're sort of your Civic Cup cars, Type R trophy cars that have been modified for a series such as this. And that Mitsubishi. Again, we go back to the retro machine. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they go here. 15 minutes plus 1 lap, and they're just lining up, getting ready for a start. What a beautiful day it is.
It's delightful. Of course, we enjoyed the sun yesterday. I mean, for the interviews for today, we're going to split it up where I take the morning shade and you take the afternoon sun, which is better for my pasty white skin. Looking as well, of course, we had loads of Caterhams here racing this weekend. We've got 2 Westfields in this one. Obviously, similar but different in Westfields and Caterhams, aren't they? But again, very, very useful cars for this kind of circuit. So they could do quite well here.
They're going to be very nimble over the curbs, and it'll be great to see what they could do. The power-to-weight ratio will be similar to your 205s, to your M3s, and to your Evos. Not a lot of weight in them. They've got a little bit of juice in the engines. You can hear it as they're going around the circuit, and it'll be interesting to see how they get on.
Indeed, so you're right. We have lost one driver then off the second row. That is indeed Alex Prentice. So a shame. First race of the day, not able to join the grid. Luckily for him, they do have 2 races on the bill for today, so hopefully we do see him back a little bit later on. Right then, it's an all-Mike front row for this first race of the day. We have Cut there in the red BMW M3 and Williamson in the grey Mitsubishi Evo 4. They watch for those lights. 5-second board is up, and we're getting ready to go racing again here at Cadwell Park.
The red lights are on and away they go now, and it is a stonking start from Mike Williamson. That is the 4-wheel drive power getting himself into the lead, and a great start as well from Scott Hubel in the 205. Mike Cutt's gone from first to third as the field gets himself away. They're a little bit more staggered than usual as they make their way through Coppice up into Charlie's for the first time. The Westfields trying to make their way through the saloon cars as well. But out front in the lead is Mike Williamson, that's not as nimble in the corners as you would expect him to be. And Mike Cutt already putting pressure on the 205 through the first couple of corners. They make their way up Park Straight as well. That's the Todd Subaru just trying to make a move down the inside of one of the Westfields. And Mike Cutt already gets down the inside of the Hubel 205 and dispatches him. So, albeit he's had a little bit of a bad start there, maybe a bit of wheel spin or just didn't get the traction or clutch bite he wanted to, he's made up for it and gone back from third into second, and he's going to chase down our leader. Can he catch Williamson? Let's
see what he can do then. Of course, last time out for these guys was back at Knock Hill. It was Andrew Morrison who took both wins in that one. He's not with us today, sadly, but the podium was then filled with Williamson and Cutt. In one race, it was Cutt ahead of Williamson. The other one, it was Williamson ahead of Cutt. So let's see who gets the spoils in this first race of the day. Then up into the mountain section for the first time. And these 3 straight back together again. You can see the slightly more nimbleness of the BMW. He's looking one way then the other, but he can't find a way through just yet. Mitsubishi continues to lead into that tight and twisty section, but the Peugeot right on the scene as well, which I think the man to the left of me is very excited about. In the leading pack then, these 3, as they head towards lap number 2.
You could not get 3 more different cars fighting for the lead of this race, and Scott Hubel through the more twistier sections, and Mike Cutt in fact, were being bumped a bit by Mike Williamson, but down the straight, the legs on that Mitsubishi Evo, look at it go, and he sets the fastest lap of a 1:44.431. It's not really the fastest pace you're going to see from these cars. They've had to do a standing start, don't forget. They make their way up into Coppice and through Charlie's, and I tell you what, Mike Cutt was that much quicker from Williamson. He takes the lead, so a great move from Mike Cutt, and hopefully he can get himself some track to get a lead on and get away from Williamson. But Williamson certainly has the grunt down the straights, but Mike Cutt looking a lot more nimble through the twistier sections of the track. And what can Scott Hubel do here, because he's all over the back of Williamson, around the back, through Park, through Chris Curve and heading towards the gooseneck. I think Williamson's got more of a worry from the 205 and straight down the inside into the gooseneck. What a move from Scott Hubel, and he pulls a gap on him. Have we got a problem? Because Williamson, the gap that Hubel pulled there from Williamson, I think Williamson could be struggling on tyres or just overall grip. On the straights, he's managed to pull the gap back into the likes of Hubel and Mike Cutt, but on the twisty stuff, he hasn't got an answer for it, which is surprising. That's a 4-wheel drive Evo.
Indeed, yeah, he just doesn't. I mean, we saw there heading into Coppice there onto lap number 2. It was a good 5 car lengths or so that he had out front. By the time they got up into Charlie's, already gone through, had Cut. That just showed how much he closed in there through that first braking zone and was just able to carry the speed so much better. As you say, Williamson very much having the legs down the straights, but into these tight and twisty sections, which are really epitomise the circuit here at Cadwell Park. It's less than ideal, so now a slip back into third and slipped, as you can see on your screens, well away now from our top two. So as we head on to lap number 3 then, it is Cut who now officially takes the lead on the timing with a 1:35.4. So last lap a 35.4 for Cut, a 36.8 for Hubel, and a 40.7 for Williamson. So quick out of the blocks for Williamson, but as the cars have settled into the race here, the drivers have settled into the race, a few seconds off of that leading pace. Cut out into fresh air though. Let's see if he can scamper off.
And 5 seconds clear of the man that took the lead at the start. I think Williamson must be struggling with the handling. The car you can see on screen is a beautiful blue Subaru Impreza of Dave Todd, and we've also got the Boak VW Golf, and that looks like, well, it's Stevie McNabb in the Honda Civic Type R, the number 1, dictating that a winner in the series last year. But we have lost a couple of cars already. The Phil Jordan Honda Civic was lost, and we've lost one of the Westfields as well, which is a shame. The Fireblade powered Westfield of Mackay is now out of the race as well. So a couple of the strong runners have gone early on, but at the moment Mike Cutt has managed to get his head down, get into the lead, and he's starting to develop a gap from Scott Hubel. Let's see what Hubel can do in response to that. And Williamson already 4.6 seconds away. That's a huge gap to lose. So I'm wondering if he is struggling with some elements of that car.
Yeah, nowhere near on the pace at the moment, are they? But to be fair, looking down the order, he's sort of where he should be in terms of on track comparatively to the pace of the cars around. Yeah, indeed. So the Fireblade powered Westfield is out, but the Mega Blade Westfield is still in. Towers there in 7th place, and as you mentioned, Todd there 4th in the Subaru Impreza. He's, I think, our biggest mover so far in this race. 5 positions gained for Todd so far, flying off of that race start from P9 on the grid, and already now up into the top 4, exactly where he was last time out at Knockhill. Onto the new lap we go. Here is Todd there in the 3.12, onto a new lap. Not too far back, I must say, to McNabb in his Honda Civic Type R. I say that now, sorry, it's the Golf who's ahead now of Boak. So Boak there in the Golf, chasing down. Was he quicker on the last lap looking at it? No, we're still a few tenths off of Todd. But if you can get in the slipstream, this potentially could close that gap once more as they head through onto a new lap of the race. Now 5 seconds between Cut and Hubel at the front of the order, after it was another fastest lap of the race for Cut, a 1:33.7. That last lap, he was 3.3 seconds quicker than Hubel. I have a sneaking suspicion that gap is going to continue to increase.
I'll tell you what, a battle that's about to emerge here between Davey Todd and the Boak Mark III Golf. I was astonished. Could you see him hustling that car through Coppice on the just recently? The images just watching the back of the car twitching and working its way through. He is hustling that car, the 1.8 turbo powered Mark III Golf, and I tell you what, he's starting to catch the Davey Todd Subaru Impreza, albeit he was a second off last time out. I'm looking forward to seeing if there's a battle between these two machines. You could not get any different. A beautiful four-wheel drive Subaru Impreza being powered by Dave Todd there. They make their way through the twisty stuff, and I tell you what, the gap seems to be closing. The Mark III Golf has a bit more of an advantage through the twistier bits than the Subaru, and you'll watch the Subaru then stretch its legs over the straights. You can see in the background there the Honda Civic of Stevie McNabb, the number 1 car there. I also want to know the difference between a Fireblade and a Mega Blade. Surely there's got to be some sort of difference, apart from the name.
Well, one's Mega and one's quite fiery.
Very good, very good. Next time out over the line, and Mike Cutt, he is out on his own. The gap now between Mike Cutt and Scott Hubel in second, 7.9 seconds, effectively 8 seconds up the road, and his last lap was a 1:34.007, a nice consistent lap time, but he is absolutely driving the wheels off that BMW M3, and he is clear out front and in the lead. Scott Hubel out on his own as well, with Williamson in third, 14 seconds away from the leader. And the man on screen there, Davey Todd, he's 4th place at the moment, being chased down by Michael Boak, and the gap has closed even more, so we might just see these two start to duke it out as we head into the latter stages of the race.
Yeah, now that Boak's into the slipstream, he's making it work well, but as we said plenty of times yesterday, closing up to the back of another driver is very different to actually finding a way through here around Cadwell Park. So Boak will do what he can, but it'll be easier said than done. There was a brief flash of the Peugeot there in 2nd place there for Hubel. Cadwell still, 8 seconds as you mentioned, behind now. Yeah, Cut's pace has just been amazing, hasn't it? There he is, heading through into the final corner now, through Barn and out onto another lap he goes and gets past the Porsche 924 of Armstrong in 14th place. So onto lap number 6 goes our race leader, and it's a new fastest lap, 1:33.7. He's not hanging about, is he?
That is blistering pace around Cadwell Park, but that is a guy that knows this circuit like the back of his hand. He's raced and won here so many times. Scott Hubel has now set his personal best of the race, and that's a 1:36.807. These drivers are not mucking around at the front of the race, that's for sure. Williamson, though, his personal best is a 1:38.176, and he's lapping within a second down from that. So I think he's just got himself into a groove. He's winning his class. He's doing what he needs to do. He's winning his class. He's third overall. He's got that podium position guaranteed, and maybe because of the warmer conditions, it's a turbo car. I think he's just trying to nurse the car until the end. There's no point trying to chase after Scott Hubel if there's a micro chance you might catch and pass him for second place. You aren't going to get more class points. I look back towards the rear of the pack there, I say it, the more production-based cars, I will say. So again, showing the uniqueness of the series, we've got a Renault Clio and a Mazda MX-5. The Mazdas, of course, we'll see later in the race. Actually, that's our third race of the day today, so we'll see them about 10:30. But that's more or less a production Clio spec car with a Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. And I tell you what, they're getting themselves into a little dice as well. So that's for 12th and 13th, which is Lou and Reed. Not the singer Lou Reed, that's two separate drivers. So we've got Lou in the Renault Clio and Reed in the Mazda MX-5 as they make their way through Charlie's. You just see a little dab of the brakes as they turn the car in. So you can't quite take Charlie's flat. And we've got that's a Honda Civic with problems.
Middleton, is it not? I think it is the 101 of Middleton. Yeah, that's a shame. Slowing down, and these two scampering straight on by. So it looks as though race over here with 5 minutes to go.
And I could see smoke and maybe a little bit of fluid coming from the rear of the car. But I tell you what that has done, that's allowed the Clio to close up on the Mazda MX-5. So we've got another battle brewing there.
I think you might be right, to be fair. Yeah, looking at that car as it goes around slowly, it's definitely kicking out something from the back, isn't it there? Let's not talk about fluid after what we had yesterday. Hey, Rob?
Oh, definitely.
There's a little bit of a shake of the fist there from your race leader of Cud as he went through. I'm not sure if that was trying to tell something to the slowing Civic Type R, or whether that was frustration. I couldn't quite tell there, but either way, leader goes on by, and if there is fluid down, he's made his way past, so thank goodness.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Mike Cutt potentially started to get a little bit crossed up on whatever fluid was being put down by the Civic, and that made him a bit cross. But I tell you, he's got a bit of a battle on now to get past these slower cars in the traffic. Headlights on, and the Clio runs wide. Cutt just! That was close. And he puts his hand up. I think he was actually acknowledging, giving him a thank you for coming off the racing line and letting him pass there. So ever the sporting gesture from Mike Cutt as he makes his way through the traffic. His lap times are tumbling due to the traffic, so his fastest lap's a 1:33. He did a 1:36 the last time now, but again, he doesn't need to push. He's leading this race by a country mile, 12 seconds in fact, with Hubel in second, and he's got another 10 seconds on Williamson, so he could just afford to sit back, relax, and let the race come to him.
Exactly, and we've seen him overtaking a few more cars now, haven't we? So that might explain just the slightly slower laps. But yeah, as you say, you'd rather get past without any contact and lose a couple of seconds when you've got a lead like this, rather than causing yourself issues. So yeah, I think you're right there. Hand out the window was just thanking the drivers for being kind and allowing him through. But I think that was the perfect showing as. Oh, that's quite the smell, isn't it? We've just got in the comms box, wherever that's coming from. But as drivers continue on rounds, yeah, the 144 managing to avoid the Middleton Civic Type R. We're trying to spot if that did make its way back to the pits or whether it carried on round. Is that what we can smell?
It smells like hot engine. So our commentary box is right next to Parc Ferme area. So we actually think that the smells emanating from the Honda Civic.
I'm glad they pulled in. It smells like that.
Yeah, definitely. So Scott Hubel on the screen in that beautiful. I cannot get over how lovely that 205 looks. I'm a retro car nut. Look at how stunning it is, and it looks so right for the curves of Cadwell Park. Makes its way over the gooseneck. Engine in the back, don't forget it being a T16 layout. Makes its way over the curbs, and it almost looks effortless from the car as well. It's so well poised and planted. And whoa, I'll tell you what's not very poised and planted there. That was a bit of an off there for Lou, but nevertheless carries on going.
Yeah, they've got the novice cross on the back, They're learning. And again, I think that was perfectly shown there by the leaders coming through of how aggressively Lou moved over. Almost ended up causing a collision because of how much they tried to get out of the way, and that lost them so much time to the Mazda ahead that they were chasing again. So just shows novice class on their back. You're still learning as you get through more races. Yeah, you'll start to learn a bit more and understand. And yeah, there is the Civic. It is behind us, and it is smoking quite a bit. So that is the stench that we can smell in the commentary box, and that car is not a very happy one.
So Scott Hubel over the line in his last lap time was a 1:37, so the time starting to come down a little bit, although saying that, Mike Cutt, his last lap, a 1:33.827, that was only a tenth off his fastest lap, so now he's got a bit of clear track. He is on it, to quote it. So the rest of the top 10 is this. We've got Cutt, Hubel and Williamson. That's our top three that we've been looking at. Davey Todd and Michael Boat, they're still dicing it out for fourth place, only within 2 seconds of each other. And the Westfield Mega Blade in 6th place, that's the Towers car. The number 1 Honda Civic Type R, he's leading Class C, he's 7th overall. And then the BMW 135 of Reese, he's 8th. Bowers in the Clio, I think that's the Mark 1 Clio, the Maxi Clio, that's in 9th, he's 2nd in Class C. And then we've got the M-Class Mazda MX-5, so it is a specific class for Mazdas, and that is currently being led by Stephen Reese. He's 10th overall, and he's leading that class. And then we've got Lou, Reed and Armstrong rounding out the grid. Not as many cars out for this one as we normally expect from the SSCC, Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship, but I tell you what, the cars they bring to this grid every weekend are absolute barnstormers. We see the 205 going back to its rally routes right over the jump and getting air. That's one of the unique properties of Cadwell Park, getting a car over that mountain and hustling as Mike Cutt makes his way through the traffic once more and dives down the inside of the Maxi Clio, so it was well seen by the Clio driver. So that would, from my calculations, Mike Cutt has lapped up to 8th place now. So it's an impressive drive from Mike Cutt off into the distance. His lead to Scott Hubel, 19 seconds now.
He's absolutely flying, isn't he? He's not letting off at all. But to be fair, it's often the best way of doing things. When you're out in the lead by so far, it is when you start to let your mind wander and you start to sort of dial back a little bit is when you make a mistake and end up having an off. So you're much better to keep it on sort of 98, 99%, keep pushing hard. That's the way to keep the car going. That's the way to keep yourself going all the way through to the checkered flag. And indeed, as you point out, timer has hit 0, but that does not mean it's the final lap. We will go round once more after this one, won't we? So Mike has 1 and a little bit more laps to do, but like we say, 20 seconds the gap, and then a further 20 seconds back to Mike Williamson in 3rd place. Then some more squabbles up and down the order, and Todd and Boak still very close together, aren't they? In 4th and 5th, they got about a lap and a half to sort things out. 1.8 seconds between those two as they've headed on through. There is the Peugeot of Hubel now heading into the mountain section himself. So looking forward to chatting with these drivers after this race. Not to commentators curse them, they've still got a lap and a bit to go. But as you said, Cutt, he is flying. He's absolutely on it. Like you said, on it like a car bonnet. I mean, we saw a car lose their car bonnet yesterday, so let's not tempt fate. But onto the final lap goes Cutt. Then there's your 3rd place of Williamson as well, finding his way past a couple of the back markers. Also, Williamson, after really stretching those legs in the early stages, just hasn't quite been able to keep pace with those two ahead. But as you look down the sort of fastest laps from the race, they're kind of in order in terms of position as well as they would be on pace as well. So it's all sort of sorted itself out. Onto the final lap we go.
It has sorted itself out, and Mike Cutt obviously leading overall. He's going to win his class, obviously. There's no more cars to beat in there. Scott Hubel is actually going to win his class as well, the A2 class. And then you've got Williamson currently leading Class B. Davey Todd's going to take 2nd in that. Mike Williamson over the line. And he's actually just set a personal best lap, which is good. And that's a 1:37.237. So the car almost coming back to him in the later stages. But that is your leader on the screen. Mike Cutt is... he has been sublime all race, and his last lap time out, 1:35.2, so it's another 2 seconds he's gained on Scott Hubel, but I don't think he's overly pushing as much. He's just got the car set up that well for the circuit. He knows what to do. He makes his way serenely through Hall Bends, just covering the brake pedal, getting the rear end to rotate, keeping everything settled. There's your 2nd place man, the 205 of Hubel on the screen, but as the leader heads towards the last few corners, this should be the checker flag this time out for Mike Cutt as Scott Hubel makes his way through the traffic, and there is your man there. Our winner of the first race of the day is Mike Cutt. He takes the overall honours for the DDMC Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship, and Scott Hubel is now going to make his way through Hall Bends down towards the hairpin and down to Barn. He is going to take second, all being well. One corner to go. He makes his way through Barn for the last corner. He's going to take second place overall, and then it's just a wait to see where Mike Williamson is. I think it was a further 21 seconds back to Mike Williamson. And I think, there he is, makes his way through Hall Bends. The car not as happy handling through the twistier sections as the likes of Cutt and Hubel. So Williamson is going to take third. So you hear the turbo whistles and the wastegate chirping away. Goes through Barn. He is going to take third place overall and going to win Class B. And then we wait for the likes of Todd, Boak, Towers and McNabb. So the checker flag out and waving for the field to go. I think you've got some interviews to do out on the Parc Ferme area when they get there. Try to stay away from that Honda Civic. The stench is still coming into the commentary box here, so whatever's happened, it's been quite spectacular, that's for sure. Boak takes fifth, Todd takes fourth, Towers screams across the line in sixth place. So we just wait for the rest of the field to get themselves over the finish line, and we'll be able to give you a full results rundown. So there's our leader just making his way up towards Parc Ferme. An outstanding race from Mike Cutt. He was sublime. Lost the lead early on, dropped down to third, but after that made his way through, got his head down, got the job done. A great race from Mike Cutt there, and hopefully we should have some results for you. Mike Cutt takes the overall victory and wins Class A1 in the BMW M3. Second place is Scott Hubel in the Peugeot 205 T16. He also wins Class A2. Mike Williamson takes third overall and wins Class B, with Dave Todd in fourth place taking second. Michael Boak in fifth in the Mark III VW Golf. And we've got Towers in the Westfield Mega Blade. McNabb took seventh, with Reese in the BMW 135M took eighth place, with Bowers in the Renault Clio Maxi taking ninth overall. Stephen Reese won the Mazda MX-5 class and took 10th overall, with Lou in the Renault Clio, the production style Renault Clio, third in Class C, 11th overall, with Reed and Armstrong rounding out our finishers in 12th and 13th place. And in that we lost Middleton, Mackay and Jordan. Now, hopefully down into the pit lane, try not to get too burnt, is our intrepid pit reporter John Ratcliffe.
Hello everyone, welcome then to Parc Ferme. What a first race of the day that was. Your winner just getting out of the car, getting himself sorted. I think I might get the cameraman to turn around first though. Let's go and have a little chat with Mr. Middleton over here while we have a second. Mr. Middleton, I know you weren't expecting me to come over, but you came into Parc Ferme and stunk out our commentary box. Can you tell us more about it?
It just started getting really hard to go into gear, got a bit noisy, and then I thought I'd better retire it, and then when I came in it was putting out quite a lot of smoke. So I've got quite a lot of gearbox oil on my exhaust, on the splitter. So I've got 1 week to fix it before Croft, so we'll see.
That's it, out for the day then, is it?
Out for the day, but probably get it fixed next week. And then back out for Croft and Anglesey, finish the year off. So
I'm gutted for you, mate, but yeah, hopefully see you out the next two.
Joys of motorsport.
Exactly, cheers mate. Have a nice day, thank you. Well, not out on the track, but have a nice day watching. Cheers mate. Right, let's go down then. Let's go and try and find your top three who are over here. We'll go and have a quick chat with Mike first. Mike, hello, sir.
Hello.
You were very impressive out there on circuit, mate. I think it was 25 seconds by the checkered flag that you got out in the lead. It was very impressive.
I tried not to go away too much, but...
That's not what the timing screen said. You were purple.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I put some really good laps in. We have a little bit of a change from yesterday, a little bit of tyre pressure, and the temperature's just a little bit less. So the cars came to me this morning. Later might be a different story if it warms back up again, but the circuit's a little bit greasy here and there, but I really enjoyed it. They gave me a good race to start with, which I was happy about, but I just got the thing into the window, and it was good today. I enjoyed that. I really did enjoy it.
You were flying, mate. Yeah. Really impressive, and yeah, good luck with the race too.
Thank you very much.
Good, Thank you. Right, let's head on round. Sorry, cameraman, making you walk backwards. Let's head on down to Scott. If Scott hasn't run away too far, is the question. Scott, are you back here? Hello, Scott. Should have spotted you. Those are very luminescent. I like those.
So you can see me.
Well, my co-commentator is a big fan of your machine, and you did a very good performance in it, I must say.
Yeah, I don't do too bad, especially after yesterday. In quali, back wheel snapped off. So I had quite a bit to do today, but turned out in the right way.
They all still look round to me, so it's looking good. Better than qualifying.
Yeah, we've still got 4 wheels on, so we're all right.
Better luck for race 2 later.
Yeah, I need to do something later on for race 2 because I'm 14th, I think, on grid. So I've got a long way to make up. But
That's
we'll
gonna be
see.
great.
It'll be a challenge.
Look forward to it.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
See you in a bit.
Right, and we'll head over to another Mike Williamson over here. Hello, Mike. Quickly grab you. You were flying at the start there, especially off that race start. I thought you were off in a different postcode at one point.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, just wind it up and let it go, and it really does hook up well. A little bit of wheel spinning, you think that's saving the diff and the drive shafts, and off we go, yeah. And then just get your gear changes right, and then it's off, yeah. And I seem to be able to drive it around relatively cold tyres as well, so I get that little bit with the 2 guys chasing me on the slick, so they've got to warm up where I'm driving. My treaded's probably quicker than I could be, so it gives me a little bit of advantage, but always going to come back at you. Mike is extremely fast. Scott have been chasing all year, or likewise, we've had a few switches, but great. No, I love that, enjoyed it, really good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This car, stretching the legs, was amazing, but it seemed through that tight and twisty section just a bit more difficult to wrangle this thing through.
Yeah, you've got to be careful. It's got a bit too much power if you want to use it, and it will start to understeer and push on. You've just got to be smooth, and you're coaching yourself in the car. Better, less welly.
We need to get a microphone in there for you then.
Oh, there's plenty going on. There's coaching session all the way around. It's like, that was better. Earlier next lap, turn in quicker next lap. Yeah, it was, it's a full coaching session all the way around.
We're having lots of fun, certainly.
I absolutely loved it. The car was fantastic. Absolutely loved it. So it was great fun. I love Cadwell, love the people, love the fans, love the crowd, the organisation. Absolutely fantastic.
It's been brilliant. Thanks for chatting with me, Mike, and best of luck in race 2.
Nice, thank you.
Cheers, Mike. Thanks very much. Right then, all the cars down here in Parc Fermé then, but I think we're about ready for more racing action. Like I said, I think we've got 14 here at Cadwell today. Stick with us. I'll hand back over to the commentary box.
Thanks, John. See you shortly. And we've got more action out on the circuit from the Bavarian Motorworks world. So we have got our second race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship. The cars out on their green flag warm-up lap. And the BMW Super Cup with 2 classes in. We've got the 1 Series turbo cars towards the front, where we saw a very popular first-time win for Darren Rickaby yesterday. That was great to see. He was very happy, and an intrepid drive from Simon Waterfall to try and catch him. The conditions are a little bit cooler today. And in the Compact Cup class, we saw a very, very big win for Paul Mousel as well in the beautifully prepared Compact Cup there as well. But we'll get ready to take you through a full grid if we can. We're just waiting for the graphics to load up on screen before we take you through the grid. What I can tell you is that they will be as a result of the results of race 1 yesterday. So in pole position, we do have Darren Rickaby on pole position alongside Simon Waterfall. Second row is Thorben Aston, who had a bit of an off yesterday before recovering to take third, alongside Molly Pugh, who was on the front row yesterday. She'll be looking to improve. Chris Stretton and David Meadows on the third row, with Martin Tolley and Aidan Hassan. Now, Aidan Hassan, he had all sorts of problems in qualifying and in race 1 yesterday, and the BPC Motorsport team were trying to get that car sorted out. In the Compact Cup class, we have Paul Mousel on pole position from Ethan Woods, and then we have Xavier Ross and Aaron Tippler. And rounding out the grid and the Compact Cup class is Daniel Mountford. So we also had the news earlier this week that the BMW 116 Trophy and the Coupe Cup will be joining the BRSCC package next year, and I am told that some of those cars, so the 116 Trophy will be standalone, but I believe the 120 Coupe Cup class will become part of the BMW Super Cup, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out. But our intrepid BMWs making their way out onto circuit, and can Darren Rickaby make it 2 out of 2, John?
Well, if anyone can do it, it's him. So let's watch and wait and see. Have we seen as well Aidan Hassan? Is he back on the grid for this one? I hadn't quite spotted him. I just parked myself back down. There he is. So let's see if Aidan could find a bit more pace today. Of course, it wasn't with him yesterday, was it? And as a proven race winner on multiple occasions this season, it wasn't what we were expecting from him. Clearly, he was nursing some serious issues. From what it looked like to us, it might have been a turbo issue. He was struggling a lot with power, wasn't he? Really low on power. So hopefully, whatever it was, they've got it sorted out overnight. And he's back on the grid, ready to race today then. Right, drivers pulling up to the grid, and we're about ready to go then for the second race of the weekend here for our Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship, with that 10-second delay between our 2 classes. Looks as though all the 1 Series are almost there and ready to go, and soon enough they'll see that 5-second board.
I can't see Martin Tolley on the grid, so I'm wondering if he's either going to try pit lane start again or he has stood down from this round here. So the 5-second board goes up and is shown to the pack. The sirens in the background. The red lights will soon to come on. The red flags do go on. They pace themselves. It's a good start and a brilliant start from Darren Rickaby there alongside Simon Waterfall. Aidan Hassan has made a lot better start than he did yesterday. The 1 Series make themselves down towards Coppice for the first time and just about try and organise themselves single file. A bit of dust is kicked up there, and Aidan Hassan, by the looks of it, has already made up 1 position as we go through. But Darren Rickaby soaking up a bit of pressure from Thorben Aston, who's got a mega start from 3rd. He's up to 2nd, so it's Darren Rickaby, Thorben Aston, and it looks like they're being chased down by a Bromley Motorsport. 1, 2, 3, and then Hassan bringing up the rear in the BPC Motorsport car down to park. It looks like Thorben Aston's really looking a bit racy this time around. Let's see if he can get the job done later on in the lap.
Oh dear, has that something gone wrong, or was that just a bit of a lock-up? Well, the smoke has stopped, has it, on corner exit? No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. So I think potentially issues early on here as Molly Pugh's looking to try and find a way back past. I'm not sure if the driver quite knows the smoke billowing out the back there of the number 24 is that Simon Waterfall. No, it was the driver behind, wasn't it? Very similarly liveried. Yes, sorry, the 83 of Chris Stretton. It was billowing a bit of smoke, but it doesn't seem like it's hampering his pace at the moment as he stays there in P4. Yeah, that position gain from Hassan there early on was courtesy of quite a poor start from David Meadows. He didn't quite pull away from the line there, and Hassan, it was an easy position to gain, but now he's stuck in this train here behind Molly Pugh. That 83 still with some smoke billowing out the back there. Looks to be coming out of the exhaust, so maybe an issue that's being nursed that might go pop and bang in a few moments. Let's wait and watch. For the moment, Carl staying there in 4th place.
Darren Rickaby's managed to get himself a juicy little gap there, hasn't he? And Thorben Aston is looking like he's holding up the Bromley Motorsport cars. I'm surprised that Simon Waterfall has allowed him to take the place in 2nd, because if there's one driver that's a little bit racy these days, it's Simon Waterfall. He doesn't take any prisoners, that's for sure. Cars over the line for the first time, and it's a 151.234 for Darren Rickaby. Let's see if he can continue with that pace. Of course, the temperature's going up. More smoke going from the back of Chris Stretton's car. And I'm trying to work out, it's got to be dumping oil somewhere. It's oil or a fluid or a substance, but it only seems to be in the braking zones of a corner. Is it a catch can? Also, actually saying that there's a lot more smoke on the straight now. So whatever problem there is with that car, it seems to be developing as he has a look down the inside of his teammate Simon Waterfall there. And again, the smoke and or steam billowing out from that car. Surely there must be something on the gauges telling him that something's wrong with that car. If not,
like we say, it's not hampering his pace, is he? He's still looking up the inside of his teammate there, trying to get into the podium position. So for the moment, it doesn't seem to be affecting things too much. But whether, like we say, at the drop of a hat, it suddenly all goes wrong, we shall wait and see. I think that was more of a lock-up there than anything, as he looked up the inside of his teammate. And again, covering off on the exit there is Simon Waterfall. Gets a good enough exit, though, should hold it into the mountain section. But Aidan Hassan now looking to get stuck in, and he is. Up the inside goes Aidan Hassan there on Stretton, and he gets it done. Nice move there. And now he finds himself right onto the rear bumper of Simon Waterfall. Aston has used this opportunity to build a gap of a car length or two, and Molly Pugh dropping back behind Hassan a few corners earlier. So this group shuffling around now, mostly due to the movements from Aidan Hassan. He's now all over the back of Simon Waterfall.
Well, Darren Rickaby improves the pace there on in, and Aidan Hassan has now managed to get himself past Chris Stretton as well. Hassan is looking a bit racy here, and he gets a lick on. He's looking at Simon Waterfall, so they make their way over the line. The timings, so Waterfall in 3rd. Hassan's managed to get past Chris Stretton. I'm wondering if those smoky problems have perhaps starting to hamper him. So Waterfall's now got his mirrors full of the BPC Motorsport machine. Can Hassan get himself into 3rd place? Meanwhile, there's your leader Darren Rickaby with a 2.9 second gap to Thorben Aston in 2nd place. So Aston seemingly out on his own as well. A 1:44.3. That's impressive pace from Darren Rickaby. Let's see what everyone else can do. And meanwhile, in the compact cup ranks, Mousehole is doing exactly what he did yesterday. He is seconds ahead already. And by my calculations, I think that's So that's a 5-second lead. Already more action on the 1 Series, and it looks like Chris Stretton maybe lost the back end there. I'm wondering if he's getting fluid on his tyres now.
Yeah, potentially. Molly Pugh slips on by. Down that barn at the end of the previous lap, of course, Hassan had already got past Stretton a few corners earlier into the mountain section. It was Stretton who was looking back up the inside. So again, I don't think his car issues seem to be hampering him too much. He's looking very feisty, but he has lost a couple of positions now as he slips back behind Molly Pugh. I think, again, that was in his resurgence of trying to get past Hassan, but ends up losing a place because of it. Well, Hassan has dropped off of the back of Waterfall once again. A few car lengths between those two, and Hassan looking for that podium for the first time this weekend. He's chasing it. He's got 10 minutes to try and find some time. And again, that is Stretton getting a little bit wobbly, as, oh dear, we do have one of the compact cups in, do we? Can't quite spot the number there on that shot, but either way, that driver not going on any further.
I think that's potentially the Tippler BMW Compacts, or it could be the Ross car actually. We'll wait and see. We'll certainly have the information come up on our timing stream next time out. The one thing I've noticed with the Chris Stretton car is that the back end is being a lot more twitchy. I think he's being affected by his own mechanical problems. Meanwhile, Simon Waterfall's actually managed to not only set fastest lap of the race with a 1:44.222, he's managed to gap Aiden Hassan a little bit. So Hassan not having everything his own way, and Waterfall just seeing off the threat next time around. But Darren Rickaby, an impressive 2.1 seconds ahead. He's controlling the lead of this race so far, touchwood. 9 minutes left, and the car on screen, Chris Stretton, is he going to make it to the end of this race? Because whatever problems he's got, these cars only carry a finite amount of coolant and oil, so if he's going to keep dropping it around the circuit, he really needs it in the car. There's a bit of action there that's the Meadows 1 Series. That's I think that's a rallycross line we saw there.
Yeah, well, car ahead of him is kicking up fluid. He's kicking up some dust, so it's all going up into the atmosphere here at Cadwell Park. Wow. Here indeed, Hassan not quite able to keep the pace with Waterfall, but I mean, comparatively to his pace yesterday, best lap yesterday was a 2:08.2, and he's now in the 1:45. So it's going a lot better here today for Aiden. He's doing his best to chase down Waterfall. Just frustratingly for him, the driver ahead is the fastest on circuit at the moment, as he tries to chase down Aston in second place. That gap between himself and Rickaby still around 2 seconds here on lap number 4, but Waterfall closing in, as we say, with that fastest lap. It was only about 0.4 seconds on the last lap, but I think key information is the fact the second, third and fourth were all quicker than your race leader on the last lap.
Yeah, Chris Stretton dropping back behind Molly Pugh now. At what point do potentially the stewards get involved and ask the clerks to pull that car in and put the meatball flag out? If it's dropping fluids, it's clear that the car is unsettled in place. And tell you what looked unsettled in places was Thorben Aston. The back end wild on that car as they made their way through Coppice, and it's allowed Simon Waterfall to close right up, and Simon Waterfall's got the pace anyway. He's set the fastest lap of the race and has done so again, and he is the first driver in this race to get into the 1:43s, a 1:43.5. That's astounding pace from Simon Waterfall, and he's now all over the back of Thorben Aston, so the battle for second place is just starting to hot up.
Yeah, Waterfall is still flying, but yet again, second, third and fourth, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, much quicker than the race leader of Dan Rickaby on the last lap. A good half a second for each of them. For Waterfall, it was 1.2 seconds that he was faster. But again, to catch your race leader first, he needs to get past Aston. And that's the battle you're watching on your screens at the moment. Aiden Hassan trying to reel himself in as well to try and get in touching distance of this leading battle here into the final stages of this race. But surely Rickaby's now looking in his rearview mirror thinking, oh, these other BMWs are getting a bit closer. This is less than ideal. There's still a good amount of time here for drivers to make moves. He's got to hope that Waterfall catches him in the next couple of laps before Aston gets onto the back of himself. And then he'll hope that they have a bit of a scuffle, lose each other a bit of time, and allow Sir Rickaby to open that gap once again, and there you go. The inevitable, surely, and indeed the 83 is out then. That is Stretton parked up by the side. I did see as he came out of Charlie's that last time, there was a ridiculous amount of smoke, so maybe finally something let go.
Yeah, I think the oil that's meant to be in the engine has dispersed itself into other areas. I'll put it that way, and it's potentially just thrown a rod. Not enough oil pressure in these cars. They don't like it. And with it being a turbo power car as well, it really won't like it. So it's a shame to see Chris Stretton drop out. I must say, I think he was dropping a bit of fluid around the circuit since lap 1. So unfortunately, the pace dropping off. I tell you what isn't dropping off is this battle for second place. And Simon Waterfall is all over the back of Thorben Aston. They make their way down to Park Straight. Can they make it count into Park? Thorben Aston's going to have to take the defensive line. And the good thing for Darren Rickaby, as you say, as long as these two bang their castanets together, he can just let the gap pull away. He's still 1.7 seconds to the good from Thorben Aston, but Simon Waterfall is looking racy, and he's got 5 minutes to get second place and then hopefully get onto the back of Darren Rickaby and perhaps change something that way. Although saying that, have they got a third race? Yes, they have. They've got a third race later on today in the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup. So he has got one race to improve his championship points to Simon Waterfall. Although, if you are playing the long game, do you just sit there and think, do you know what? Actually, I'll keep my head down. I'll accept second or third place. You go ahead and take the points, Darren Rickaby. I've got enough in the bank.
No.
No, you're a racing driver, you're right.
Especially with Aidan Hassan hot on his heels as well. That gap has closed monstrously over this last lap. It's been a great lap from Aidan. He's found personal best on every single lap. But yeah, that last time around, only a couple of tenths off the ultimate pace of the race. So now Waterfall and Hassan are your fastest drivers out there. They need to find a way past Aston. I think that gap has increased, if anything, over this lap between Rickaby and Aston. They'll head through under the gantry and past our timing beam, and we will find out if that information is correct. It was 1.7 seconds. It is now 2.5 seconds. So indeed it has. 3/4 of a second found as Aidan Hassan is trying to find the inside line. It ain't going to happen this time into Coppice. And for now, Waterfall holds on. But that just shows how the pendulum swings in these races. Waterfall and Hassan have been the fastest drivers out there. But now they're squabbling over third place, letting Rickaby and Aston drive away once again.
I think Aidan Hassan is going to be on Thorben Aston's Christmas card list because he's managed to pull Simon Waterfall back into a battle now for third place and just give Thorben Aston a little bit of breathing room to hopefully go after Darren Rickaby. But looking at the lap times last time out, Darren Rickaby is on the pace. His gap now from first to second is 2.556 seconds over the timing line last time out. Thorben Aston needs to get a lick on here, improve his lap times and maybe get after the leader. But after getting his first win in the BMW Super Cup yesterday, Darren Rickaby, it does look, touch wood, it does look like he's going to improve on that and get a second win today. And I tell you what, I couldn't be happier for him if he does get the job done. That's our leader on screen. But Thorben Aston starting to close down there. And Simon Waterfall and Aidan Hassan. Let's see what happens through the twistier areas of the circuit. Because I tell you one thing, Aidan Hassan, he's like a dog with a bone. He is absolutely going for this. Simon Waterfall, you can hear the tyres screeching under brakes. So almost locking up the brakes there. They make their way over the mountain. Hassan's going to have a look through Hall Bends. Probably not the best place to overtake, but I tell you what, the psychological tricks that are being played now on Simon Waterfall, they're going for the hairpin. Let's see if anything happens there. Rickaby makes his way through. Then Thorben Aston, Simon Waterfall making a defensive line coming out of the hairpin. They now make their way through Barn and onto the start-finish straight. And I tell you what, if you can get the draft here, it's going to work wonders for Aidan Hassan. But Simon Waterfall actually got a better exit there out of Barn. I think there was a bit of understeer there for Aidan Hassan. Although I think he's probably best placed to make an attack later on around the circuit. He'll almost set the car up through Coppice into Charlie's. If he can get the exit right onto the Park Straight, he can utilise the toe and potentially make a move into Park.
He can indeed. Let's see if he can get a good enough exit here. But of course, Waterfall will also be using a little bit of slipstream there from Aston in second place. So down to Park we go once again with 2 minutes to go. Yeah, this is a godsend for Rickaby, isn't it? These three all dropping off the back of him once again as they all focus on each other. And yeah, Simon Waterfall and Hassan. The thought is maybe if they worked together a bit more over the last couple of laps, maybe they could have been a shot for at least second place, if not even the win. But no, they've got focused on each other here. I'm not sure how quite so easy it is to bump draft in these cars. But either way, they've decided to battle. And Waterfall's keeping Hassan behind for the moment, but a bit of a wobble there through the gooseneck as someone's gone wide ahead. Hassan sending it up the inside, but he goes too late, too deep on the brakes, almost off onto the grass. Does a good job of avoiding the not-so-green stuff, but Waterfall's back through. They're going to run side-by-side down into the mountain section. Just sadly for Hassan, he's on the outside line. Waterfall will retake third place, and he does. Lovely daring move there from Hassan. It didn't quite work.
Didn't quite work because what you don't see on the cameras, it's such a, you're going downhill into into the left-hander, you've got to hit the brakes. Try not to lock up your brakes while going downhill. These are heavy, heavy cars, the BMW 1 Series, so it's so easy to lock up a brake, certainly an inside wheel if you get it wrong, into the hairpin. And Simon Waterfall is putting his car on the right bits of tarmac, but he has got an Hassan wedge in his back bumper at the moment. I'll tell you what, it's looking a bit spicy as they make their way down the start-finish straight now. They're weaving left and right, trying to break the toe, but Simon Waterfall, the uber defensive drive there, he's got to be a bit careful he doesn't weave too much. I think it's one move you're allowed to make, if I'm right, to make a defensive move, otherwise it's considered blocking. So Hassan just pulls back a bit of a gap, and this could be where he makes the move this time around. I think I put the scupper on it last time by saying the move could be made into park. I still maintain that with 25 seconds to go, this is going to be the last lap of the race. And what about that man out front, Darren Rickaby? So far he has driven a consummate race from Thorben Aston, but what about these two squabbling pair? The fight for third place certainly isn't done. There's a bit of dust kicked up if there's someone gone off in the background, and it's Thorben Aston! Thorben Aston has chucked off second place potentially on the last lap. Round Chris Curve, he's gone wide. He did a bit of rally crossing just as he did yesterday, and I'll tell you what, Simon Waterfall, what do you think this he does? He's on the grass. Thorben Aston's got to be so careful there, and now Hassan on the inside. There's nearly going to be contact into Mansfield. He takes off a mirror, and there's more contact. Thorben Aston's off. Hassan, come on, boys, you're better than that, and there's steering damage. Hassan's race is over. I think he's going to try and get that over the line if he doesn't try and pull it off, but what is going on the last lap of the race there? That is a DNF for Hassan. That's such a shame, and that all stemmed from Thorben Aston going off on the exit of park. He lost it on the outside, everyone closed together, and then mayhem down through the gooseneck and into Mansfield.
Indeed. Wow, what a way to end the race then. But Darren Rickaby, well, first ever race win yesterday in this series. He's made it 2 from 2 here at Cadwell Park. There was one point in the race where it looked as though the three behind were catching him, but no, he remained calm, didn't he, out of the sharp end, and he takes the race win. Simon Waterfall will take second place. Thorben Aston then finishes in third, but Aidan Hassan is going to be a DNF from race number 2. That's a real shame for him. I saw the thinking for sure, and Aidan Hassan, I know him very well. I work with him, and he is the type of bloke to send a move like that,
oh, yes,
exactly as he did, but that gap was going to close 3 wide into that left. He's never going to work, and it didn't. A shame there for Aidan, just that contact was a little bit too heavy, as you say, broke the steering, and race was over. But I get to show everyone at work that clip, so that's a positive.
Well, there's a positive to everything, but a big shout out as well for our Compact Cup runners as they make their way towards the finish. And Paul Mousel has been absolutely sublime all race. The gap that he's got from Woods in second place, Ethan Woods, he qualified his car really well. He was a pole position starter initially yesterday, but taking Compact Cup honours, it's going to be Paul Mousel. He makes it 2 from 2 as well, and he takes a Compact Cup class from Woods, and then Ross takes third place in the Compact Cup. That's Xavier Ross. We've lost Hassan in that race, Chris Stretton, and the Tipler Compact Cup car as well. So we'll just take you through the results of our Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship race after the retirement for that man on screen, Aidan Hassan. It all kicked off on the final lap down into Mansfield, unfortunately, and a little bit of contact. He doesn't look too happy, unfortunately. I'm wondering if he's got some work. Yeah, shrug of the shoulders there. He's not too happy, but I must say, perhaps the gap was always closing. That'll be for the clerks to decide. But the results of our BMW Super Cup race at our Trackit Cadwell Park Summer Race Weekend. Darren Rickaby takes a second win of the weekend, and a great win for Darren Rickaby. Controlled it from the front, and Simon Waterfall fastest lap and second place overall. Thorben Aston, it finishes third after his rally crossing activities on the final lap there, with Molly Pugh taking fourth. She also takes the rookie win as well. We had Meadows in fifth place for the BMW 1 Series Super Cup, David Meadows that is, and we had Paul Mousel, Woods and Ross rounding out our finishes. Unfortunately, because of the non-finishers, we only had 8 cars finish in the end. So Woods and Ross round out our finishers, and then we had retired Hassan, Stretton and Tipler from the other finishers. So that was our Nankang Tyres BMW Super Cup Championship race. I think, as John Ratcliffe has head out into the Parc Fermé
Hello
area.
everyone, welcome back to Parc Fermé then. What a race that was, my goodness. Quite the final lap there for our 1 Series drivers. Well, of course, Darren Rickaby didn't have to worry about that, did he? Park's in the number one for the second time this weekend. He had his first race win in the series yesterday, and as a wasp chased me around Park Ferme, I'm going to go and try and talk to him. Leave me alone, wasp, please. Right, Darren, I'm shooting through. Sorry, cameraman. Before he can go and say hello and well done to his family, Darren, get your kit off. Let's not get that quite close just yet. What a race from you. There was one point, a couple of laps where they seemed to be catching you, but then they all got caught up on their own, and you drove home to another victory. Well done.
Yeah, over the moon again. You know, it's been a fantastic weekend so far. Yeah, I seen them coming, but I could see them just scrapping it out a little bit, so I was just making sure that I didn't make any mistakes, really. You know, that was key, managing the tyres. But yeah, it was a good race from me, but I'll take it. I'll definitely take it.
Beautifully well, mate, and of course so much positivity to continue on to the next one.
Yeah, I think, you know, we've had a rough start of the season, so I think the turning point was Alton, and I think this weekend proves it. But massive thanks to all the sponsors who have got on board. Without them, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah. Mate, you smashed it. Well done. Another race win.
Brilliant.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Right, let's head on round find second place. Simon. Is it Simon?
Yeah.
Hello, Simon. Well, that was quite an interesting final lap, wasn't it?
It was a little bit, yeah, a bit fast and furious. I'm sure we're going to have to go and see the clerk about it. I mean, just spoke to Thorben about it. Pedal went long into Park. That got me underneath him on Chris Curve. He decided rather than trying to get back on and taking both me and Aidan out, he cut then the top of the gooseneck. Probably still wanted to defend his position. And then Aidan come down the inside of both of us. So I think we're all just going to have to look. It was so fast that no one's really going to be able to gauge what's right, what's wrong, who was in the right, who was in the wrong. But I'll take another second after the problems we had at the start of the weekend, for sure.
It all happened pretty quickly, didn't it? It was all a bit frenetic and chaotic on the final lap. We saw as you were coming round, Aidan was seemingly just gesturing at you a tad, thinking maybe feeling it was your fault for the issue. But from my side anyway, it seemed a racing 3 into 1 at that corner just didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he tried to go to the inside when I was trying to go to the inside for Thorben, because he was obviously trying to back me into Aidan for the rest of the race, basically. But it was a great race, absolutely fantastic. It's great, great to, advertise what this new Super Cup car can do. So,
It was
yeah.
great. Well, you enjoyed it nonetheless.
Oh, absolutely.
Well done, second place. Congratulations, thank you. We did have Thorben Aston over here a second ago. I'm not sure if he's rushed off. He's over there. He's over there. Let's go find him. Let's go and see if we can find him. Is it Thorben? Torben, yeah. Oh, Torben. Sorry, Torben. Right. I'll get your name right next time, mate, I promise. No, we've already spoken to him. Give us your thoughts on that final lap.
Oh, my brake pedal went long going up the hill. Went off, rejoined, saw them all on the outside of me. Couldn't back off anywhere, so I had to cut the gooseneck. Cut the gooseneck, was on the inside. Braked nice and early, because I knew I didn't have any brake pedal. Saw Simon coming around the outside, thought I need to give him room. Moved over to give him a little bit of room. And yeah, just had a bit of a touch on the inside, I think, but nothing too bad on our side, and don't think on Simon's side either, so hopefully we'll be all right for next race.
Is that a more serious issue, that brake going long, or is that something you can pretty easily fix?
Yeah, I think it just overboiled. Yeah, we put new pads in the rear, first time all year, so maybe using them a bit too much, so yeah, just put some new fluid in probably, be all right.
Still another podium, happy with that?
Yeah, it's okay. Want to be a little bit further forward, but we'll try again later.
Best of luck in the next one. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Right, there you go then. That's it for our BMW Super Cup, at least from that race. We'll see them back out again a little bit later on. More racing action to come this morning, though. Stick with us. I'll hand it back to Rob in the commentary box.
Okay, thank you, John. And we are ready for our next race of the day, which was quite fun yesterday, I must admit, and that is the Mazda MX-5 Championship, the ADMTR Mazda MX-5 Championship, and we've got a full grid of cars there for you. And the question I've got for today is, can Steve Foden carry on his championship form? And what can Adam Sparrow... Well, more importantly, actually, has Adam Sparrow found his bonnet? That's the thing I want to find out. If we can get the cameras out there into the Parc Ferme area, they've got a bit of cleaning up to do after the BMW Super Cup race. So I have a feeling that if our Adam Sparrow does appear, it's either going to be with a borrowed bonnet or he's managed to secure his old one again. This is Bonnetgate, John.
Do you think they went into the track walk after the racing yesterday to go and try and find it?
Well, they would have had to, because the scrutineers would have, well, they certainly would have let it race without a bonnet, that's for sure. So
you can't take it back now. You've set the bonnet free. It's found a new bonnet wife out in the woods here at Cadwell Park. You can't then take it back and put it on the car, the poor thing. Let it free, let it go. But it does look like they have either put it back on or found a new one, like you say, kind of necessary for the regulations.
Yes, definitely. The scrutineers will not let you race without a bonnet, that's for sure. But the cars have made their way out onto the grid, and we just get ready to get our grid up. So on pole position is yesterday's winner, Steve Foden, alongside his championship rival, Adam Sparrow. Paul Simard, third on the grid after a great race for him yesterday, after benefiting from the few last lap skirmishes with Neil Chisnell alongside him. Michael Taylor and Matthew McCluckey, who returns after having some more clubman action yesterday as well. We'll just take you through the rest of the grid. So the next grid, and that is row 5, is Harry Storer and Richard Whitton. Row 6 is Chris Thelwell and Adam Craig, and then we've got Tim Storer and Bo Parry. Dev Singal and Bradley McLagan, they start on row 8, and row 9 is Simon Privet and Peter Williams. Andrew Gilligan then starts on the final row with Joshua Pato rounding out the grid. So 20 cars, by my reckoning, starting this race. It was all action yesterday in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. What's your thoughts, John? What do you think is going to happen this time? It's Steve Foden versus Adam Sparrow, our championship protagonists on the front row. Well, I say it's all about them.
Certainly not all about them, but very much a focus for this race, for sure. Yeah, your two championship leaders battling it out on circuit. Let's see if they scamper off all on their own or whether they drag a few other MX-5s along for the party as well. My one to watch definitely from the back of the grid is Ali Bray, of course, rocking that number 1, your 2025 champion. Of course, he DNF'd from yesterday's race after being in a relatively comfortable top 3 position, battling hard with the drivers around, but car gave up the ghost and didn't want to go any further about midway through that race, had to park it up down at the bottom of the hill at Mansfield. Hopefully the car makes it through to the checkered flag this time, and let's see where Ali gets to through the pack in this race. Off onto the green flag lap we go then, and as you say, our two championship leaders, Foden and Sparrow, on that front row, lead us through this green flag lap. The 20 MX-5s taken to Cadwell Park, as we saw yesterday, makes for some very exciting racing, and with this track being so tight and very slithery in particular sections as well, it almost invites contact, doesn't it, particularly on that first lap up through Park. I'm not sure if there was a single MX-5 race where we didn't see at least one car off at Park on the first lap, so expect more of that throughout today's proceedings.
I'll tell you what, we are going to see more spectacular moves around the outside into Park. It was the Mazda MX-5s that did it well yesterday for our AD Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship. But you could see the front 4 cars just practicing their starts as they got away on the green flag lap. So they've obviously got it in their mind. The start is key here for a championship that's so tight as the Mazda MX-5s. And let's see what Ali Bray can do from the back. I did ask a question, actually, whether he was affected by the flying bonnet of Adam Sparrow yesterday. He wasn't. It was a separate mechanical issue. But the one thing he did say was it was very funny. And he has got the footage. Because, in his words, he just watched this bonnet flying over the head thinking, what on earth is going on? So we look forward to seeing what Ali Bray can do from the back. Of course, we saw the Pucker Pies car come into a bit of strife yesterday as well. Hopefully they've got some pies for us in the commentary box, right? No? Yes?
I've not spoken to them. I don't know about you.
No, neither have I. No. Okay, I think we've struck out. But hopefully they have a bit more of a pucker race this time around. So the cars make their way round onto the green flag lap. You saw what I did there, John, right?
I did.
There we go.
Very
so
good.
the cars make their way round onto the green flag lap, and they're going to get some temperature into the tyres. But the start is going to be the two championship protagonists at the front. Adam Sparrow versus Steve Foden. And Neil Chisnell and Paul Simard, don't count them out as well. And do you know what? Matt McCluckey as well, because he drove his socks off yesterday in the Mazda races that were carried out yesterday. And I'll tell you what, don't count him out of this as well. But Steve Foden, he built up a lead yesterday and just got dragged back into the pack towards the end of this race. Are we going to see more of the same today?
I think we might. Yeah, as you say, that race start is so crucial here at Cadwell Park. You drop back into the pack, even dropping sort of 2 or 3 positions on that race start. It's going to take you a number of laps to find those places back. And by that time, the driver that you were battling with the sharp end has gapped the field by 3 or 4 seconds. Getting back into that tow, once again, very challenging to do. But it looks as though we've got all of our MX-5s lined up and ready to go then. Soon enough, the 5-second board will be shown there on the gantry. The red lights will go on, and as soon soon as they go out, clutches will be dumped and off we go for racing action here at Cadwell Park once again. Then our Ad Modular Mazda X5 Championship. Watch those red lights and they go out now. We're racing here at Cadwell Park once again. Lovely start from both of the front row, but even better from Steve Foden. He gaps Sparrow then, and Sparrow under a bit of pressure now from Paul Simard. Simard's drawing alongside, but Chisnell is giving Sparrow the push. Up the hill we go, and Chisnell will look to take that inside line back. A little dab of the brakes there just to keep it on the inside there of Paul Simard, and they'll continue to run side by side out of Charlie's. Actually, through goes Neil Chisnell. So up into third he goes. Sparrow holds firm in second place. There is side-by-side contact there between the Pucker Pies car and the driver on the outside there, Harry Storer, and I think that must be Bo Parry that he's getting stuck in with as well. But Steve Foden, your pole sitter, beautiful start, as lovely as you like, and already trying to gap the field. Big move back up the inside there as Harry Storer getting shoved out wide as Tim Storer, it is slightly further behind, making a move himself. Up the inside he goes as a spinning Mazda there on the infield. I think got it stopped before he rejoined the picture. Thank goodness he did.
That was so lucky there. It's almost as if they lost it on the exit of Park and just crossed to the inside of the circuit, but managed to get it stopped before any rejoin shenanigans. There's more dust being kicked up as the field make their way through the gooseneck and down towards Mansfield. We've lost another bollard. We had more of the same yesterday, so we'll see how many more bollards we lose with the Mazda MX-5 races. But at the front, it's the same as it was yesterday, with Steve Foden getting a bit of a gap, just building that lead in the first lap or so here. And Adam Sparrow's managed to slot himself into second place, and he's been sort of sucked back into the pack. And what a start from Neil Chisnell as well. Managed to get past Paul Simard and into the overall top three, but we've still got 18 minutes of racing left. The cars make their way through Hall Bends. That was a little bit wiggly, wasn't it? So the leaders make their way through Barn and head down the start-finish straight for the first time. We'll start to see the representative pace and see what kind of gaps have opened up. So far it's 0.6 seconds from Foden to Sparrow.
Indeed, side by side up into the first corner we go, then up through Coppice. Back to third place goes Paul Simard. Used that slipstream very nicely. Pulls alongside to the inside line, but Chisnell didn't exactly fight that too hard. Allows for Simard to go. And maybe these two thinking if we work together here, we might be able to hang on to the coattails of the top two, your championship leaders. I think that was the point forward there from Simard that we just saw. There was definitely some gesticulation in the car. I think that was a point forward. Work with me here. Give me a bit of a push. Let's go. Let's catch these two. Sparrow trying to close back up to the back of Foden. Then they head into the park, for the second time in this race. There is the number 2 in the 111 going a little bit wide there over the exit curb. That being Michael Taylor there going a little bit, getting a little bit dusty there on the edge of the circuit, but he does wrangle the car back on, stays there in 6th place, chasing down McCluckey ahead. So those two have been up near the sharp end throughout this weekend as well. Let's see if they can work together to try and chase back up to these four. Well, Chisnell and Simard not working together well, not battling. As you saw the point forward from Simard heading down the park straight on the previous time. And yeah, it's working well. They've closed back up to Sparrow. Sparrow himself is also closing back up to Foden. Well, over the first lap, you thought that Foden might have enough here to scamper off, but yet again, round here at Cadwell Park, these Mazdas using the slipstream beautifully well, and closing back up our leading group of 4. Saying that, could even be a leading group of 6 in not too long.
It's Mazda MX-5 racing. Of course it's going to be a leading group of 6. I don't expect anything less. Now that gap has really closed up between our top 2 now, and Paul Simard is in there for the chase as well. But you're right, anyone from the top 5 here is going for the lead of this race. Don't count out Matt McCluckey. He was sublime yesterday in the races. And Mike Taylor's there in the background as well after his success in the Clubman Championships yesterday as well. As for the fastest lap, it's gone to our third place man in Paul Simard, but it was Foden, Sparrow, and then Simard managed to get the fastest lap. And it's a 1:44.462 for Paul Simard that time around. So great pace from the young lad. A little bit of a gap to Adam Sparrow. This leading group make their way down Park Straight for the third time of asking. And can we see a famous Sparrow move on Foden somewhere around the lap? He hasn't quite got the gap, the close enough gap to utilise that yet. They make their way through Park, through Chris Curve, and make their way towards the gooseneck, the more twistier parts of the circuit. There's still a little bit more dust being kicked up of these cars really hang themselves on the outside of Chris Kerr before whipping the car into the gooseneck. And I tell you what, Adam Sparrow has closed right up on Steve Foden through that. We might see a move coming up in the next lap or so from Adam Sparrow, who's certainly looking racy enough, or is Steve Foden trying to just control the pace up front? He knows what the car's capable of. He knows where he needs to place the car defensively just to keep Sparrow at bay. There's a little bit of self-preservation going on here as well. It's a hot day here at Cadwell, and albeit they're not turbocharged or anything like that, they're just a 130 horsepower typical Mazda MX-5 engine. You still got to have a bit of mechanical sympathy for these cars as well.
Indeed. Well, I was back on bollard watch there through the mountain. All of the bollards on the inside left of the mountain are gone, which means that they're all using so much of that inside curve, because of course the further left you can get on the initial part of the corner, the more speed you can carry up through the right, over the crest and all the way through into the Hall Bend. So all the drivers are breaking that a little bit earlier now for the left with the bollards gone, cutting all the way over pretty much onto the grass to use that slingshot and up the hill over the mountain and through that back section of the circuit. That just shows again how much a racing driver is always thinking, monitoring the circuit around, and they can find a bit more time, they will take it. You give a racing driver an inch and they will take a mile. All of the top four using that bit of line to find a bit more speed, but for the moment still Foden the fastest despite the slipstream being used, as oh dear, one of the Pucker Pies cars is off. I think that's Tim's store, isn't it, going a little bit wide there over the dustiness, and now under pressure from drivers behind as we head down into the braking zone of Park once again. Driver ahead was the one on the dust this time, as that's a big send up the inside. Oh, how that didn't end up in contact, I do not know. They do manage to continue on. My goodness, that was close. I think I've told a lie. No, it is Harry Storer on the 17th. So this is the battle for, 8th place now, as Bray has found his way through. So from 19th to 7th at the moment for Bray. Pretty decent performance with 13 and a half minutes to go.
We saw it yesterday from McCluckey and Jordan Pimley in the Clubman race. Going from the back to the front, they are probably the drivers to do it. And let's be honest, Ali Bray is just a class act, isn't he? He's last year's champion. He won all of the races. We know what Ali Bray is capable of in an MX-5. He's just absolute class, and it's joyous to see him making his way through the field. And I tell you what, he is going to be amongst that lead pack before this race is done. There's still 13 minutes to go in this 20-minute AG Modular Mazda MX-5 race. Now the lead gap, as we see it, as they complete their fourth lap of asking, we'll see the leaders as they make their way through. So Foden over the line, and it's 1 second from Adam Sparrow and 1.4 from Paul Simard. So Paul Simard is actually giving Adam Sparrow a bit more pressure this time around, and Foden's managed to build a bit more of a gap as we see more of our runners further back in the field. But Paul Simard still with that fastest lap in third place as the Pucker Pies machine makes his way through. You just see the brake lights as they tap the brakes just to get the car settled and then get it turned in from the left to the right. Through Coppice, a little tap of the brakes, a little cursory tap, and then go for the right-hander. A little bit of smoke there in the background, but here's a battle for second place. So that's Adam Sparrow and Paul Simard. And Paul Simard all over the back of Adam Sparrow. Adam will not be wanting this to happen. He needs to get to Steve Foden to see if he can take that first place. He's coming from 3 wins at Croft. Steve Foden is on a roll. His form guide is good. Adam Sparrow, coming into this meeting, was the leader of the championship, and he needs to bag those points. So getting into a battle is with Paul Simard. And Paul Simard's in the battle for the championship as well. He's third, so he wants more points. He wants to take them off of Adam Sparrow.
Very true. Yes, Simard's been flying, hasn't he? Fastest lap of the race so far for himself. And now all over the back of Adam Sparrow. Sparrow, a little lock up there into the mountain section, just showing he's feeling the pressure here from the 52 and almost being pushed by the 52 as they head up and over the mountain. Back into Hall Bends once again. Battle kicking off just behind as well with Chisnell and McCluckey. Those two have sort of got reeled in with each other now as they look to squabble for P4, but second and third getting very close. Not quite a move this time.
I could see you getting a bit nervous with that solo bollard through Hall Bends.
Yeah.
I could just see you wincing a little bit. You're worried about it, aren't you?
I feel for them.
Definitely. Steve Foden crosses the line then for another lap, and that's a 1:45.074, 2/10 quicker than Adam Sparrow. So Foden building that gap once again while Sparrow gets involved with Paul Simard. This is falling the way of Steve Foden so far, but we're only just halfway through this race just about, so there is lots of racing yet to come. Neil Chisnell still sat pretty in fourth place with Matt McCluckey for company. Mike Taylor a distant sixth, and we've got more dust being kicked up by Adam Sparrow, so he lost a bit of grip there on the exit, and it's mistakes like that that are going to play into the hands of both Steve Foden and Paul Simard. lots of smoke being kicked up in the background. So there's a few cars just going to the edge of adhesion and losing the gap there. But look at the gap that's produced for Steve Foden, and that's pulled Adam Sparrow even further back into the clutches of Paul Simard. It's all going well so far for the leader of the race. And what can Ali Bray do? He's in 7th. He's heading towards Mike Taylor in 6th place.
Indeed, yeah. Sparrow got a little bit lucky there out of Charlie's, and the fact that Simard was following so closely that Simard ended up doing pretty much the same line, and they both went off onto the dust there. Both lost a bit of traction, and Simard couldn't set up a move down into park, at least this time. So into the mountain section we go yet again, and those little couple of mistakes from Sparrow and Simard is allowing for Chisnell and McCluskey to close back up yet again. And as you say, we've still got just under half race distance to go. Still plenty of time for things to change here in this leading battle. 1.2 seconds was the gap between Foden and Sparrow on the previous time around. It increased by just less than a quarter of a second. I think it might be something quite similar on this lap here on lap number 6. Down into Barn we go once again then. The battle's going on up and down the order. There is the number 17 Harry Storer still chasing down. Is that Walden and Bray potentially ahead, or maybe he's lost the position now to Parry as well in that squabble from about 8th place backwards. On to lap number 7 we will go then. Our leaders heading onto it, and yeah, up to 1.9 seconds, almost 2 seconds now between Foden and Sparrow, so a little bit more actually found on that lap. And you can see as well the gap back to Chisnell definitely decreasing as well. The issue for these four, they might end up getting so caught up with each other that Foden goes, "Thanks guys," and drives off into the sunset.
Certainly looks that way, but Paul Simard all over the back of Adam Sparrow. I got my names mixed up then, and that's still playing into the hands of Steve Foden. And 1.9 seconds in Mazda MX-5 racing, that is a country mile. So Steve Foden so far, the race is coming to him. With Adam Sparrow second, Paul Simard third in their little battle pack. Chisnell and McCluskey, they're going 2 by 2. They've got a little battle pack going, and then it's 8 seconds back to Taylor and 11 back to Ali Bray. So Ali Bray being caught up in other battles as well. He's currently 7th with Ollie Walden, Bo Parry and Wootton rounding out the top 10. We've got the Pucker Pies, so that's Harry Storer just following Wootton, as you can see on screen. They make their way through Chris Kerr over the gooseneck. I love the way these cars fly over the gooseneck, almost up on 2 wheels. It's like something that you would see from Knock Hill almost, the way the corners cambered and the curbs are. We've sadly lost another bollard on the outside of that corner. Try not to get too upset, John.
I'm gutted, mate. We'll go off and have a little cry in a minute.
Yeah, we'll see how they get on into the mountain section. Another bollard on the grass there. We'll have to set up a justice campaign for these bollards. Indeed. I think they're being terrified by Mazda MX-5s. Let's check into Hall Bends.
Ooh, there's slippery surface flag going out into Hall Bends.
I hate to say it, that's probably for the bollards.
Oh, yeah, you're right, aren't you? You are right. Oh, those poor bollards.
Steve Foden crosses the line then to complete 7 laps of this race, and the gap has increased to 2.5 seconds. So Paul Simard has actually managed to get ahead of Adam Sparrow, so we've missed the change for second place. And not only that, he's still kept his fastest lap of the race so far, but Paul Simard has passed Adam Sparrow for second in this race, and that puts a gap between Foden and Adam Sparrow, and that plays into the championship battle quite well. Paul Simard also gets the extra points for second place. Can he catch and get after Steve Foden, or is Adam Sparrow now going to do the opposite and cause more problems there for Simard? Simard runs wide. Adam Sparrow's got the perfect opportunity now, so he's trying to force a mistake. You've got Neil Chisnell and Matt McCluskey in the background as well. They're still fighting 2 by 2 and taking a bit of the rallycross line, but this is the battle of the race so far. It's that battle for second place. They make their way over the gooseneck down into Mansfield, and Paul Simard has got that car so slidey and rotating. I'm wondering if the pressures are just a little bit too high on that MX-5 and it's allowing a bit too much movement.
He was a bit wobbly there, wasn't he? Both up at the exit of Park and then down out of the gooseneck. Just a little bit of wobbly on the rear end, and again a little lock up heading into the mountain section. So Simon's made the move into second place, but as you say, still very much feeling the pressure here from Adam Sparrow. Chisnell and McCluskey still as they were, still closing up to the back of these two, but not close enough to think about a move. And there goes another bollard. I think that was one that was already down. It just got chucked up into the atmosphere as the MX-5s blasted their way on past yet again. On to lap number 9 we will go then. As you mentioned, there's still Simard with that fastest lap of the race, and on the previous time around was very close to the pace of Foden. Let's see this time around whether Simard's that little bit faster, or those few mistakes have dropped them a bit more time as well. Now 3 seconds back between Foden and Simard, and yes again, Foden, your fastest out of the leading group. Actually Chisnell, the next quickest, so he's dragging along McCluckey into that little party at the sharp end of the order. But Simard and Sparrow still nose to tail. Here are a few drivers slightly further back. Well, we're green flag on the main straight, which would lead me to believe that there's a yellow flag slightly further back in the sort of barn and hairpin section, the last couple of corners of the circuit. So maybe some issues down there. That group of 5, though, press onto another lap of the race. So that was Parry in P9. With Harry Storer, Wootton then in P11, and then Craig as well in that group of 4. We look back to our second place gaggle, though. 3 seconds still it is between our top 2. So Sparrow still hunting to get back into this second place. But Simard, despite those few occasional little lock-ups like we've just seen there down into Mansfield once again, still not giving another opportunity here for Sparrow to get back past. And Chisnell and McCluckey still right there, looming in the rear view mirror of Adam Sparrow.
And it almost seems like now, Paul Simard, the way the car's moving about and it perhaps not handling as happy as it was when he was the chaser. It's always easier to be the chaser than the one being chased in these cars, you'll find. But more manoeuvres going on into the mountain. Blimey, guys, and that's Taylor having a good old battle with Ollie Walden and Ali Bray in the background there for company as well. So that's our reigning champion, Ali Bray, chasing Mike Taylor and the Ollie Walden car. They're having a bit of fun into the mountain. Probably not where I would want to do it, mind you. But the battling pair in second place with Simard is almost holding up Adam Sparrow, and that's actually allowed Neil Chisnell and Matt McCluckey to get into the battle here. So McCluckey just holding back for a watching brief, but they make their way through Coppice up into Charlie's.
Well, that last lap was the first time that Simard was quicker than Foden, and Sparrow did a very similar lap to Foden, but there's only less than 4 minutes left to go, so it might be too little too late, sadly, for Paul Simard.
I'm wondering if Foden is just keeping a watching brief in his mirrors. He can drive his own race now, just keep it as smooth as he can. Don't make any mistakes. Don't throw the car off, as we've seen. We've seen cars going into the final laps here, and particularly at Park. They're running wide at Park. They're making silly little mistakes, and it's changing the complexity of the race. Steve Foden for the championship. He wants to win all 3 races this weekend. He needs those points. He's in a battle with Adam Sparrow, and he could probably see that the problems that Adam Sparrow happened yesterday with the bonnet coming off, the weekend is not coming to Adam as much as it is to Steve Foden. So he's just got to capitalise on that. He's got to capitalise on those extra points and hope that Paul Simard and hopefully Neil Chisnell can get involved in here as well and drop Adam down a further place. But it's an enthralling championship battle we have here, and it's done, the one thing I will say, it is done with the greatest of respect. The first thing I saw when these drivers got out of the car yesterday, Steve Foden, Adam Sparrow, a massive hug between them. I don't think I've ever seen championship rivals with such a undying respect for each other. It's great to see in British motorsport in a championship as tight as this.
It's exactly what you want to see, isn't it? Yeah, lovely to have the 2 drivers having a little embrace after yesterday's race. Of course, we're battling very closely throughout that one. This time, though, Simard getting himself in the middle there in P2. Just over 2 minutes left to go then in this one. We look back to this battle once again. The 29 of Craig, this is, was battling with Harry Storer. Harry Storer's there behind him now, so I think actually has gotten past the 3 of Wootton, has he not? I believe so. So up into the top 10 then goes Craig on the number 29. And then now they're chasing down Parry, who's in that number 14 car, just ahead of that little squabble. Down into the final corner of Barn they go once again. So Harry Storer looking to chase back up. And I thought it was the other Storer car behind, but maybe not. Maybe it's a few more positions back. Right then, on to another lap we go. These drivers still doing 1:44. So this will be on to the penultimate lap of the race then for Foden out ahead. 2.2 seconds still the gap out of the sharp end. But again, has closed once more. It was another 4/10 on the last lap for Paul Simard to close in. But even on that sort of pace, by the race flag, he'd only be within about a second. So still not enough to get a move done.
No, it's definitely not enough to get a move done. But Steve Foden still keeping a watching brief. The gap hasn't gone below 2 seconds here, and with 1 minute and 22 to go, by my calculations, we've got 2 laps left. Well, 1.5 laps of this race left by the time the field make their way through the mountain. And I don't know what's happened to Neil Chisnell, but he has dropped right back into Matt McCluckey's clutches. Try and saying that after you've had a few beers, that's for sure. And Ollie Walden, he's a very impressive 6th place, keeping Mike Taylor and reigning champion Ali Bray at bay. So definitely a great drive from Ollie Walden as well. But Steve Foden, so far, 10 laps through in this race, has been a class act so far. He's about to complete his 11th lap as he makes his way down into Barn. We've got a car off in the background. That's down at Mansfield, so someone's a little bit of an outbraking manoeuvre and just gets involved with the two chasing packs as they make their way down into the mountain section. So that's a battle. That's Bo Parry. So that's a battle between Parry, Craig and Wootton, with Harry Storer in the Pucker Pies Mazda MX-5 in the background. So they make their way. That bollard is still standing, John. Don't worry. It's still standing, and I'm really pleased that's the case. If one of the Mazda MX-5s knocks it off on the last lap, I'm going to be astonished. But Steve Foden with still an impressive gap. The gap last time out, 1.9 seconds. So the gap is coming down. Simard is taking chunks out of it. But unless there is a mistake on the last lap from Steve Foden, which would be rare, I feel that it's Foden's race to lose so far. And Simard's actually pulled a bit of a gap on Adam Sparrow there, so all being well for Paul Simard, he's going to grab second in this race. And Adam Sparrow, well, there's a bit more of a gap opening up around Chris Kerb and towards the gooseneck, so Simard makes his way over the gooseneck. Touch wood, I haven't seen any issue with track limits either so far. So Foden comes out of Mansfield, the gap closes up a bit, but I think he's just keeping a watching brief. Now, the battle to watch in these final stages is the battle for fifth, you can see on screen, and that's Neil Chisnell in the darker blue car, and he's got Matt McCluckey all over the back of him. And McCluckey will want those extra points for fourth place, that's for sure. There's a little bit of understeer there and a kick up of the grass, so they make their way over the mountain. So as the leaders make their way through Hall Bends, we could just see the battle for fifth go down to the wire as the battle for fifth heads down to the hairpin. But this race has been all about that man on screen there, Steve Foden. He makes his way into Bard Corner for the final time, and with an impressive lights to flag win, Steve Foden takes the second race of the weekend for the AD Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship. Paul Simard takes a fine second place and the fastest lap, with Adam Sparrow taking third, and Neil Chisnell just about beats McCluckey to fourth over the line. So it's Chisnell fourth, McCluckey fifth. Let's see some more squabbling cars here. So this looks like the Bo Parry, Wootton and Harry Storer battle. We saw them going through Hall Bends. It's all right. The bollard's still there, John. That's good. That's good to see. Walden takes sixth, Taylor takes seventh, and Bray takes eighth. But Craig, Wootton and Parry, let's see how they get on as they squabble their way out of Barn and over the start-finish line to finish their race. So it's going to be Craig, Parry just getting ahead of Wootton. And John's on his way out to talk to our intrepid winners in Parc Ferme. Storer taking 11th, Singhal and Thelwell 14th. And Tim Storer takes 15th as well in his Pucker Pies entry. What a great race that was for our AD Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship. And they've got one more race later on. Don't forget, their next race is scheduled at 2:47. We've got some slightly odd numbers on the timings with the Darlington and District Motor Club's extra lap after a 15-minute race. So they will be back out again for their third race of the weekend at 14:47 this afternoon. But we have got more great racing to come. We are just waiting for the results to come up on screen for our winners before we head over to Parc Ferme. So results just about to come up on the screen, hopefully. So there are results, with Steve Foden taking an impressive win from Paul Simard in second. Adam Sparrow took a fine third with a gap back to Neil Chisnell in fourth, and Matt McCluckey fifth. Ollie Walden took sixth with Michael Taylor in seventh after an impressive clubman's outing yesterday, and reigning champion Ali Bray from the back to eighth position in the end with Adam Craig. Bo Parry took the top 10 with Wootton, and then in 12th place was Harry Storer. Dev Singhal takes 13th place with Chris Thelwell in 14th, with Tim Storer, Peter Williams, Josh Pato, Bradley McLagan, Simon Privet and Andrew Gilligan, the rest of the runners. With 20 finishers on this Mazda MX-5 Championship race for our BRSCC Cadwell Park Summer Race Day, being sponsored this weekend by Trackit. Now, hopefully, in the background here, we have got some winners for our intrepid pit lane reporter, Mr. John Ratcliffe.
Hello everyone, welcome back then to Park Ferme. You can see our Ad Modular Mazda X5 Championship drivers heading in. Let's go and have a chat with some of the top three then. Let's go and have a little chat. I'm going to have to dive straight in, sorry guys. Well, that seemed like a pretty decent race for you. Very good for the championship, I must say.
Yeah, points make prizes, as I said yesterday. Yeah, I think Adam, it was very unlike him to have a poor start, and he had a poor start, and same as yesterday, we just built a gap. I knew that he would work with Paul to try and catch up, and I was just working hard to maintain the gap. And then they started squabbling, a bit more of a gap, and then it was just a case of trying not to make mistakes and keep it on the tarmac and not get a track limits penalty and bring it home. So yeah, very pleased.
You did exactly that. Yeah, like you say, you got away at the start, and then I'm sure you were looking in your mirrors at points, but you didn't really need to. You were off and away.
Yeah, like I said to Rob yesterday, I think people underestimate how hard those drives are, because you are constantly looking in your mirror, looking at the pit board, looking at what the gap is, and trying not to make mistakes. You know, when you're out front, there's only, you know, you can go backwards or you can stay where you are. So it's it's tricky.
Smashed it yet again, mate. Maximum points, well done.
Thank you very much. Can I just say a big thanks as well to Porsche Shed Racing? Obviously, we had a big scrutineering job yesterday. They managed to put it back together. Car's a dream. It's Thermal Road. Mark Jones over there, he's done a fantastic job. And yeah, I appreciate all the hard work that obviously my dad and Mike as well does the engines, puts in, and you know, helps us to get to where we are.
Yeah, amazing. Big shout out to everyone involved. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thank you so much. Right, we will head on through, see if we can find Paul. Have we got Paul? Paul? Hello, Paul.
Hello, mate.
Mate, great race. I mean, your pace was fantastic. You sort of seemed like you were trying to work together with the driver on our left, and then you sort of thought, actually, I'm a bit faster. Let me get past.
Yeah, I think I was trying to work with Adam for a bit, and then sort of saw an opening, went for it, and then I opted to be the driver in front, try to catch back up to Steve, but start of the race was a bit hectic, so he got away, unfortunately, and I think the pace was probably similar between all of us, so it was difficult to catch up. But overall, a good race. I'm happy with the result.
Yeah, once you were ahead, you were catching a little bit by a little bit. I think sort of 2 or 3 more laps, and maybe you might have been on him.
I appreciate the optimism. I think 2 or 3 laps would have been great, but, you know, we've got another race today, so we'll go back, look at the data, try and make some changes, and try and get to Steve in the last one. He's really quick this weekend.
Yeah, yes, he's been amazing. But well done yourself, mate. Second place, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Paul. Thank you. Right, and we will head over. There's not much space around here, is there? Adam, thank you for heading round to me. It's very kind of you. You were in a great battle with Paul throughout that one, weren't you? But race winner just scampered off a bit too early.
Yeah, scampered off a bit early. Tried to stay with him. Again, got the advantage through the gooseneck and the Hall bends, and then when it gets to out the mountain, he just whips away from me, and also out down the back straight into park, he drives away from me there. But good little battle. Pulled a little bit more pace towards the end. I think I cooked my tyres trying to keep up. But yeah, and I didn't have a bonnet fly off, so that's also another positive. Shout out to Steve Davis, not the snooker player for that one.
Yeah, like you say, P3, but also getting to the end of a race with a bonnet intact. Lots of positives to take from this one.
Yeah, the car is still absolutely mega, just handling like a dream, so yeah.
Amazing. Perfect, and still very much within that championship hunt. You're still on it with Steve.
Yeah, exactly. I'm hoping for some moisture later on in the season. That'll level it up.
Okay, cool. We look forward to that. Cheers, Adam. Thank you for chatting with me. Well, there you go. Your top 3 then from, well, another one of our Mazda X5s. We've got so many Mazdas here racing this weekend. We'll see these guys back out a little bit later on. But for now, it is back to Rob in the commentary box.
Thanks, John. And as he makes the 10 or so steps back to the commentary box, we look forward to our next race for the Caterham Graduates Championship, the JMRG Caterham Graduates Championship. It's the Sigma 150s this time, and yesterday's race was an absolute barnstormer. The race was taken by Callum McDougall, and I can tell you he has got a 5-place grid penalty applied for deliberate crowding of a vehicle. So he did take the overall results yesterday, but it does look like he's had a grid penalty as a result. So he's got a 5-place grid penalty from the grid today. And here is the grid. So we've got Ian Howes and Ben Winrow on the first row with William Van Es, who was really in the race win fight yesterday with Richard Groom. James McCall is alongside William Bryant on the next row, and Cameron Miller and Callum McDougall. So that was yesterday's winner with his penalty. He lines up 8th. Gareth Crawley lines up alongside Rob Warner with Bren Maud and Andy Whitten. Andy Molson lines up alongside Paul Jepson on row 7 with Nigel Gould and Tim Power on row 8. Ian Anderson lines up alongside Kim Raymond on row 9 with Alan Arts and Jonathan Ems row 10. Philip Isherwood Crook on the last row 11 with Ed Benson. And I say row 11 is the last row because we have got Will Price and Robert Appleton on the grid sheet at the back with a 10-second delay. and they were disqualified from qualifying with a 10-second delay. I'm pretty sure they were the two Caterhams that fell foul of the ride height issues. So they started from pit lane yesterday, and they made their way up through the race. But the Caterham Graduates Championships for the Sigma 150s, it was an absolute barnstorming race yesterday, with Callum McDougall just about taking the win. He's got a penalty as a result of what happened on the last lap. I don't know about you, John. I'm looking forward to this one.
I am very much looking forward to this. Yeah, both of the Caterhams out yesterday, the 150s and the 135s, produced awesome racing. I mean, this circuit is just perfect for Caterhams, isn't it? Oh, of course, perfect for bikes, but no bikes out here racing today. And if you were to look at any of the cars on the bill, you would choose the Caterhams as the ones to race around here. Small and nimble, and around a tight and twisty circuit such as this, they make for some great racing, and we saw that yesterday. Well, plenty more on the bill here today. And soon enough, those 150s will be heading off onto their green flag lap. Plenty to watch in this one. As we can see from that camera shot, there's plenty of cars in the field as well.
And a 25-minute race for this one. So we had a 20-minute race yesterday. So they've got an extra 5 minutes of Caterham chaos bolted on for today. So we're looking forward to that. The weather conditions, 23.1 degrees according to that. It feels like 50, I must admit.
It's just this commentary box, mate, honestly.
It is rather toasty. And I've got to give a shout out to our Digitex crew yesterday, because they were fighting tooth and nail to try and keep the equipment from overheating yesterday in very, very tough conditions. And we managed to get it through. And today we've got a bit more of a wind blowing through, so that's helping their efforts. But I cannot wait to get the Caterhams underway. They're still to do their warm-up lap, so we could just hear the buzzer going off in the background. So that's normally the 30-second board that's been held up. So the green flag will go out shortly, and what you will see is they will practice their start. So our front row duo of Ian Howes and Ben Winrow, Ian Howes in the red Caterham, and they make their way now, and it's a good practice start. And then William Van Ees on the second row with Richard Groom. It'll be good to see what William Van Ees could do, because he was really up for it yesterday as well. All of them. We had a Caterham group of 7 Caterhams at one point fighting for the win before it got a bit tasty down into Park, and that's where the flashpoint's going to be for the Caterham Racings. I feel it's going to be around the outside into Park. We saw that move done so many times for the Caterham graduates yesterday, both in the Sigma 150s and in the 135. So the cars get underway on their green flag lap. They make their way down Park Straight. There's a little bit of weaving, just getting some radial temperature into the tyres, and what you'll also see them doing is just a bit of left foot braking as well to get the core temperature into the tyres and get the pressures up through the heat from the brakes as well.
Indeed, not too much heating needed though, to be fair, here today. I mean, as we mentioned yesterday, look at that grass. It's not so green anymore. As we head into the winter months, I'm sure it will burst back into life, but we enjoy the sort of last dregs of the summer, don't we, here in August, as we use that last little bit of heat before I'm sure we're plunged back into rain, darkness and despair as we head into the winter months. And of course, not only for the weather getting worse, but for the fact we lose racing over the winter months as well. Just adds to the sadness. Well, either way, we enjoy it for now. Caterham's racing here at Cadwell Park yet again, and those 150s heading on round. Yeah, as you mentioned, William Van Es. He's been fantastic throughout this season. He is always my one to watch in these Caterham races. I mean, there's plenty on the grid of ones to watch, but William's just been brilliant. I mean, he still has that novice cross on the back of his car, but he certainly doesn't race like a novice. He was right up near the sharp end, as you mentioned yesterday, as he has been all season. He's still involved in the championship battle despite issues back at Silverstone, where he basically scored no points back at that round. He's still involved in the fight, starting down on the second row in this one alongside Richard Groom, another proven front runner here in the 150. So plenty of names on the grid for this one that I could say are ones to watch. So basically, keep your eye on the entirety of the field, at least for the first 2 laps.
Well, that's one way to put it. Yeah, and watch out for these cars going over the mountain as well. In the warm-up, that they look spectacular enough, but yesterday they were getting air. You could see the gap underneath the car, and it was spectacular to see. But the leaders make their way through Barn down towards the start-finish straight, and we'll await and see what the start is going to produce here. Can Ian Howes, he didn't get a good start yesterday from what I can remember. Can he get a better start today and get into the lead? Because he had to work for it yesterday, but nevertheless, on pole position is Ian Howes, with Ben Winrow alongside, and Ben Winrow certainly looked rather happy with the results yesterday. There was a few fenders flying off, and I think we will see a bit more of that today, with 25 minutes race for the Caterham graduates. Sigma 135s and 150s for this one, but we've got the 135s later on. So race 12, 25 minutes, and we're just waiting for the marshal to put the 5-second board up. There we see your 10-second delay runners, and that's Appleton and Will Price. They're lining up at the end of the pit lane, so they'll wait 10 seconds after the start. The 5-second board goes up for our marshal up onto the gantry. We wait for the red lights. They do come on, and we wait for the start here, and it's a brilliant getaway from Ben Winrow. Ian Howes gets sucked back into the gap, and it looks like Van East is going to jump on the inside. They're nearly 3 wide. We've got the top 5 fighting for the lead, but that's gone perfectly well for Ben Winrow. They make their way through into the first couple of corners, through Coppice into Charlie's. We've got a bit of dust being kicked up by a few of the runners towards the back end of the field. Meanwhile, out at the front, it is Ben Winrow, and he's being chased by William Van Ees.
Van Ness is all over the back of him, isn't he, already? Using that slipstream to the outside line he goes. We've seen in these cars that can work up at Park, but you've got to give the room. Over the crest they go. Van Ness on the right-hand side of your screen. Well, he's got the move done before they even got to the braking zone. Look how close it is in that squabble behind, though. 2x2 through Park. You can just about do that here in these Caterhams. A little bit of dust kicked up on the exit, but room given as they head down into Chris Curve and through into Gooseneck for the first time. Van Ness then takes the race lead early on. Winrow there to second place, but yet again Ian Howes with a less than ideal start, drops to P5 by the time they get up into Coppice, and he's got work to do yet again. But as we saw in race number 1 yesterday, he can do it. Wide moment there over the exit there for, was that Richard Groom maybe on the 23? Either way, one of our drivers in the leading group hopping and skipping over the dust on the outside, as now Van Ness and Winrow try to make a bit of a breakaway. Oh, that was close, right to the corner apex, wasn't it? The 72 there, William Bryan, just avoiding contact there, but seemingly losing the place.
It looked like Cameron McDougall, yesterday's winner, managed to sneak in front of that pack, and he's going to be looking to head towards our leaders. Van Ness leads Winrow through Barn then to complete the first lap. We've got another group of 3 Caterhams that are going to be in the battle for second, but they make their way over the timing line for the first time, and it's Van Ness that leads from Winrow, and then Groom, McCall and Howes in the next bunch. So Howe once again has got work to do after having it on pole position. He's got to work his way through to the win again possibly. So Howes in 5th place with Maud, and Callum McDougall, yesterday's winner, he's only in 7th with Brian Miller and Cordy rounding out our top 10. So the leaders make their way down Park Straight once again. This is where the prime overtaking spot for the Caterhams are. They use the drag, they use the tow that come off of these cars, and once again side by side for the lead, and it's going to be Winrow that takes the lead this time around. So Ben Winrow takes the lead down the inside into Park. Van Ness all over the back of the Caterham through Chris Curve, and they head down towards the Gooseneck, but Van East has got nothing to give. So Winrow takes the lead once again, and that's going to be a squabble for the lead for most of the race, I can imagine. If these two can just work together and trade places in the first couple of laps and perhaps break the toe of Groom, McCall and Howes in 3rd place. But typical Caterham racing, that sort of 3rd place battle pack has turned into about 7 different cars, and that car on screen there, Callum McDougall, do not count him out either. At this point, anyone from 1st to about 20th can win this race.
I think the tagline for Caterham racing should be the more the merrier. They all get involved, don't they? We saw there your race leader, though, Ben Winrow, clobbering the curb on the inside there as they headed through the mountain, and the Caterham Parts Department are in full force once again. Yet another wing goes rogue, and off the circuit it is collected. Around the final corner of Barmio yet again. A little bit wide that time, not quite finding the apex, so opposite to what we saw through the mountain section there for Ben Winrow. Misses that apex point, loses a bit of speed on the exit, and Van Ness is right with him. Well, despite that, Winrow does get the fastest out. That's then taken by Maud, and that's then taken by McDougall. Side by side into the first couple of corners go those drivers around that part of the circuit, and they're still side by side up and over the crest they go. The PT Motorsport driver just losing the place there as they head up and through the right-hander of Charlie's yet again. Van Ness is using that slipstream, trying to make the most of it as he uses that push through the air from Winrow ahead. Those two going side by side yet again as Bryant's trying to make up a place on McDougall. Van Ness back to the front. We're side by side for 2nd place there, and 23 might end up losing in a couple of places. Groom drops back to P5 in all of that. So McCall's through, and Howes follows him through as well.
It's almost as if Winrow and Van Es have kind of got a game plan in their minds. Like, psychologically, they're both experienced enough to know, do you know what? We've got a 25-minute race to go here. We'll just work with each other. We'll pass every couple of laps or every lap or whatever down into park. But as long as we use each other to get the toe, we can hopefully break the rest of them. But this next gap, Groom, McCall, Howes, Maud and McDougall, they're really up for this. And with Callum McDougall in 7th place, getting the fastest lap of the race so far, don't discount any of those to get the job done. McDougall in the white nose cone car there, it's almost got the martini-like stripes. So that was yesterday's winner, and a very happy winner indeed, although he did get that grid penalty for today's race. But with a 25-minute race, it's almost been wiped out just through the sheer racing performance of these Caterhams and how bad the toe is, or rather how good the toe is. I say how bad. Here come our leaders over the line.
It's only bad for the person who's pushing the hole in the air.
Exactly. So Van Es crosses the line, and Ben Winrow in 2nd place. So it's Van Es that's doing the aerodynamic work for Winrow to then follow. And it's another 2 seconds now to McCall and then Ian Howes. So our pole sitter in 4th place now. And that looked like Callum McDougall was making the move into 5th there. So he's gone past Robert Groom. So we'll have a look next time around.
Indeed, I think you're right.
Richard Groom, sorry.
Yeah, McDougall through on Richard Groom. Then indeed, there's William Bryant still trying to close up to those two. But yet again, Van Es and Winrow swap around. As you say, I think that's the strat for basically the next, 18 minutes or so, I would have thought. Literally stay together, work together well, and then down through park, use that slipstream, get the overtake done without any fighting, and we'll just swap around every lap. Every lap we'll swap, wait until 2 or 3 minutes to go, and then we'll go, okay, I'm going to defend that position now, and we'll see how we go. I think that's the strat through the next, as I say, 17 or 18 minutes of this race.
It does look that way, and if you look at the representative lap times as well, they're all in the 1:39s in the top 4, 5, 6. So it's not as if Van Es and Winrow are any quicker than the boys and girls in 3rd place downwards. So they need to work together, break the aerodynamic toe to 3rd place. Otherwise, they're just going to be sucked back, or they're going to bring that next group up to them. They don't want that. They'd rather have 2 cars battling for the lead than 7, because as we saw yesterday, that can get a little bit crowdy around the park corner area of the circuit. But they make their way through Barn to complete yet another lap, and there's still 18 laps to go of this race, so it's good Caterham racing so far. And Ben Winrow now sets the fastest lap of the race. That's then immediately handed to Ian Howes, who keeps the fastest lap as the rest of the runners go through. So McDougall, who had the fastest lap earlier on, he still sets his personal best in 5th place with a 1:38.4. So let's see what McDougall could do for the rest of this race. And McCall in 4th place as well. He only dropped back 1 place from Ian Howes. So it's 2 seconds from Ian Howes, our pole sitter, to Ben Winrow in the lead. Let's see what the leaders do into park this time around, because I bet you they're probably going to swap places again, courtesy of the toe.
I think that would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? Van Es getting back through and working together well as they head on to another lap of the race. As we see them head through the shot, we'll double check and see if that has switched around. We'll move up the inside there into park. That's the number 70 through on the 47. So Tom Power continuing to make moves. I'm the one that has to put my teeth in today, mate.
Commentator's curse, what can I say? They make their way over the gooseneck, which in these cars is no mean feat. They sit so low to the ground, too much curb in these, and it can make them come a cropper. As we expected, though, Van Es has taken the lead again from Ben Winrow, so 17 minutes to go, and they're just trading places. There's 4 floppies back in the ground there this time, so the Marshall's doing great work, and a big shout out to our Orange Army. Not only are they taking care of the Caterham Pass department, they're sorting out the floppy markers for us as well. Van Es makes his way through Barn down towards the start-finish line with Ben Winrow in the tow, and I don't know about you, but I think Ian Howes and Cameron McDougall are right up for this. They cross the line, and it's McDougall sets the fastest lap of the race. That is blistering pace, a 1:37.832. And I tell you what, he's the only Caterham driver so far to get into the 1:32. So I think Cameron McDougall has got the bit between his teeth. 16 minutes to go. We're on for a race here. And look at our leader. He's got a floppy.
Yep.
Well, he's got a floppy wheel arch, so I'm wondering if the Clarks are going to have a look at that if it continues.
There's been some contact, hasn't there, whether that's with a barrier, a bollard, or another car. Either way, Van Es is, got a bit of a wobbly front right wing there, hasn't he? Well, back through goes Winrow, the usual strategy that we've been seeing throughout this race so far. But Van Ness has not held on to the back of Winrow there. He's
No.
almost dropped into the clutches of Howes and McDougall there through that part of the corner. McDougall, new fastest lap of the race, and both those two quicker than Winrow ahead on the last lap. Of course, now into the lead goes Winrow, and Van Ness is the one slipping into the clutches.
Oh, look at the track limits there on the exit. They're really trying to hold on to these Caterhams. They're a low grip car anyway, so you're really trying to slide them through the corners, but you could really see on the exit of Mansfield they're struggling to get the grip and get the power down. Away goes the wheel arch, so Van Ees has managed to get rid of the, managed to deposit the wheel arch somewhere close to the paddock for him to pick up on the way through. That's smart thinking there from Ees, whether he managed to do it deliberately or not. But we are going to see Winrow head into the lead this next time around. But you're right, Van Ees, his pace has dropped off a little bit. Is he struggling for tyres or...?
There's another oh, there it is. There it is. The Rogue wing is there, left in the mountain section. I saw another. Oh, as it gets smashed out of the way. Oh dear! Now it's on the racing line. I have a feeling it might not be able to get put back on the car after the damage that has been done to it there. There was another a car slightly further back in the group who had a very similar issue with one of the front wings flapping around, but yeah, indeed, looks as though maybe it was a bit of contact with a bollard or something that has taken that one off. But thankfully, it has now been ripped from the car for Van Ness, so he doesn't need to worry about it anymore. And of course, they don't make a huge difference in terms of pace, so he should be absolutely fine with that one. As always, getting much closer here at the sharp end then. Winrow holds the lead for the first time, so this is the first time in this race that Winrow and Van Ness haven't switched around, and that is because, well, Winrow has a rear view mirror. He can see Howes getting stuck in. Howes tried to go side by side there as they headed through Chris's curb and into the gooseneck, and he's made it work. Into second place then goes Ian Howes. What a move. Bold stuff from Howes. He's into P2. He knows he had to do that early on, and he's got it done. Van Ness down to third then, and suddenly Winrow doesn't feel quite so secure there out at the sharp end.
And I don't think Van Ness is going to be on Winrow's Christmas card list. They had it all good for the first part of this race. It's all right, we'll go out front, we'll develop a 2-second gap, and we'll just use the slipstream to get away from anyone else. But no, he loses the wheel arch on the front of his Caterham. He allows themselves to be sucked back into the pack, and now we've got 4 for the lead here. So it's with Winrow, Van Ness, Howes and Callum McDougall involved. I'll tell you what, Callum McDougall's going to be up for this because he got the win yesterday. I think he wants to get the win again today. He's a racing driver. Of course he wants to get the win. So at the moment, he is just sat back, sat in the toe of the other 3, and he's thinking, go on, boys, you bang your castanets together, and I will clean up once it's done. And we've got to move for the lead now. Ian Howes, he had pole position down the inside. That's a brave move into Coppice. Gets the job done. Fantastic move there. Winrow hasn't got a response as they go through Charlie's. So Ian Howes moves to the lead, but we're now going on to Park Straight, and we know what happens after Park Straight. It's into Park, so no doubt the lead will probably be attempted to, attempted to change. There's going to be some form of move attempted to be made at Park, whether it sticks up or not. We've got more wheel trims being lost, and Ben Winrow back to the lead. So I told you it would happen. It happened into Park, and Ben Winrow manages to sneak in front again. We've still got 12 minutes to go of this. I don't think my heart can take this. I'm going to end up having a coronary at this rate with the amount of move swapping that's going on, but nevertheless we carry on, and Ben Winrow managed to get a bit of a better line there through Gooseneck and into Mansfield. He got a bit of a gap, and now Ian Howes has found himself with his mirrors full of Van Ees here. So Callum McDougall further behind again. He's just keeping a watching brief. He's thinking, go on guys, you bang your castanets together and I will profit from this. A bit more defensive driving from Howes through as they enter the mountain section, and Van Ees down the inside. That's a brave move through there. There's normally motorbikes that could only just fit, and what's McDougall doing down the inside of Howes? What a move into Hall Bend, and not one floppy marker was hit in the making of that move. He gets himself up into third place. Meanwhile, Ben Winrow's laughing himself silly, thinking, brilliant, I'll just open up a tasty little gap here. You guys fight amongst yourselves.
I think I could almost hear the bollards whimpering as they came through side by side there, but somehow they both have wanted the wall contact! Contact between second and third. That's taken the rear wing off of Van Ness and the front wing off of McDougall. I think somehow they've avoided more serious contact there. Tried to pull out of the slipstream, but maybe McDougall didn't quite realise how good his slipstream was there. Contact front to rear. They've been very lucky that didn't involve wheels making contact there, and that would have been a monstrous accident. McDougall is into second place then. Van Ness to third. Howes still with them, but as you say, Winrow still scampering clear, doing a lovely job and in the lead now, but that slipstream dragging them close down through into Park once again. We still got 11 minutes to go here. Look at this battle behind for 5th as well. This is McCall Bryan and Richard Groom as well. So the 23 of Groom at the back of that pack. Bryant in the middle. McCall still just about at the front of it for the moment. Those three have been swapping places like it's going out of fashion. And I was trying to spot which one it is out of the three. It is McCall who is the one nursing a slightly broken front wing as well.
Is that DRS going on there? Is that a little bit of the movable aerodynamics we could see there on the Caterham?
Does he have a bit of string attached that he just pulls down?
It certainly looks that way, but it's working out for them. But we've got the lead battle, and we've got lots of these battle packs back in the pack. It's great to watch, proper Caterham racing. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, these have been going on for 15 minutes. We've still got 10 to go. So it's some great racing at Caterham's. They make their way over the mountain, certainly getting the jumps in there. It'll be great to see what's happening with the lead pack as it continues. And Callum McDougall's managed to get himself into second now, with Ben Winrow still holding a watching brief. And after that contact that we saw the previous lap with Callum McDougall, I tell you what, I apologise to our viewers for the slightly heavier breathing, but I really thought that would have been a more serious incident there at high speed, and we've lost a fender there. So the front wheel arch eventually dispatches itself from the Caterham. And I have a feeling, actually that might have been a bit of debris from the previous lead battle. There we go. So the movable wheel arch is still attached to the Caterham. The DRS is holding firm. Let's see what our leaders are up to with McDougall. Oh, there we go. They're in a 4-pack and they're side by side going into Park. I knew that would happen. And Ben Winrow's now got the DRS going on the front wheel arch on his Caterham. So there's been a bit more bollard bashing, or certainly a bit of contact with Callum McDougall. There's dust being kicked up by Ian Howes, who's keeping a watching brief in 3rd place. And now it's the turn of William Van Ees just to sit in the background and see what the front three do. So Ben Winrow with a flapping bit of bodywork on his Caterham. None of them decide to do track limits this time around. And McDougall just hugging the inside line there as they head into the mountain section. So the 4 of them weave their way through the bottom of the mountain, over the top, and get some spectacular air. So the 4 of them will make their way down to Hall Bends. We've got some more action going on behind with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've lost count. So many Caterhams together in a massive gaggle, and there's still more DRS front arch work going on as well. So they make their way going through Hall Bends. But with 8 minutes to go, we've still got the leaders scrapping away. So they make their way over the start-finish line for the first time. And the gap to Callum McDougall was 0.069. So there's the bump draft certainly going on between our intrepid leaders at the moment. There's more Caterham carnage going on behind with the battle packs and such. 8 minutes left. I don't know how much more I could take of this, John.
There's a lot going on, isn't there? Yeah, that next pack back is 7 cars long. This train we're seeing on your screens at the moment is about 7 cars long as well. This one from 13th place backwards. This is as we're side by side into Coppice. Whoa, bit of leaning on each other there as there's a bit of bodywork that goes flying, gets strewn to the side of the circuit. And these, 7 or 8 or so drivers are going at it. So this is Anderson, Jepson, Art, Price, Ems, Gold, Raymond. Yeah, those drivers from 13th to 19th. This is as they continue side by side through Park straight and up into Park once again with 7.5 minutes left to go, using that slipstream very nicely there. Moves to the outside line though and has a little look up the inside there. Does the 47 of Anderson as he tries to steal that place back. But he can't. Jepson is through. Jepson moves through into 13th place. Then unlucky for some, but pretty good for him at the moment. But as you were saying, McDougall very close across the line with Winrow. Surely they switched around as they headed into Coppice, because they must have been side by side with a gap between them like that. Little grab of the brakes there, little lock up for the 24 of Arts as he's getting stuck into this battle as well. Has to cover off on the exit as over a slight bit of dust is kicked up by himself. As he's found a way through on Anderson. So I think Anderson's lost out to Jetson and to Arts. Oh dear, late into the corner there for the 88. That's going to cause a total bit of chaos on corner exit as he holds up all the drivers behind. And once again, this group is all reshuffled side by side into this tight and twisty section. Those bollards worried again, but well, there's 3 of them intact. One's gone off to the side of the circuit. There's a bit of Caterham there sat at the final corner through Barn. My goodness, well, I mean, with close racing like this, what do we expect? Caterham parts department are licking their lips watching this one. 6.5 minutes left to go then, and this battle continues to rage on. This is great. No matter where we look, there's battles galore.
Battles galore up and down the field, but as part of our lead back, Callum McDougall has managed to get a second of Ben Winrow away from our camera shots. But these gaggle of Caterhams as they make their way through Coppice and then into Charlie's, and you could just see how much the back end on these Caterhams, what you've got to do to get them settled. Here comes our lead pack now. They make their way through Chris Kerb over the gooseneck, and McDougall with a clear lead now over Ben Winrow, and Van Ees there in third, and Ian Howes still keeping a watching brief after starting on the front row. So McDougall's car certainly looking a little bit tatty. There's some wheel arches missing off of our lead group. They make their way down into the mountain. I spotted one of the cars, so the Winrow car, Ben Winrow. Oh, we got a car off into the barrier. Is that up at Park?
That's M's, isn't it, in the 83, I think that is. I think you're right, that is Park, isn't it? Gone straight on there, and all the way to the barrier.
Yeah, locked up under braking. Not too much. I have a feeling what they've done is they've locked up, just managed to kiss the barrier, and they get themselves back on. No harm done, no foul. There's a little bit of a track limits issue there, and as soon as because they're so tetchy, these cars, as soon as you get any bit of grass, it just kicks the back end out. They get a bit squirrely, and if you're alongside another Caterham, it can end in disaster. So this next pack head over the mountain into the S's, and I can count 1, 2, 3 bollards left. You're all right, John.
Well, they're not 4 when we started this race.
I think so.
Yeah.
So we've lost at least one, and I'll tell you one thing we have lost is many wheel arches.
Goodness.
We've got Ben Winrow's car flapping away as well. There's more DRS in play, but Callum McDougall has just managed to gap Van Ees a little bit, and as expected, down into Park, down the inside, and lovely clean little move there from Ben Winrow on Van Ees. And what's happened to Ian Howes? He sort of dropped back a little bit. Is he just monitoring his temperatures, keeping the car back a little bit? Is he hampered by the contact earlier on? I don't know. Let's see. They make their way over the gooseneck now before braking downhill into Mansfield, and a big lock up there from Callum McDougall. His tyres are not going to be happy with that, and Callum McDougall, I think he's lost a rear arch. We've got a rear arch flapping on the Winrow car. We've got a rear arch missing on the Van Ees car. So I think you're right. The Caterham Parts Department are going to be licking their lips this weekend and preparing those invoices. Either that or the marshals are going to be coming away with, well, they'll probably be able to build a Caterham by the end of this weekend.
Well, it is one of those cars that people do often like to build. So, spend a couple of years at Cadwell Park, and maybe you'll get enough equipment to do just that for yourself. 3.5 minutes left to go then. I can't believe how quickly this race has gone. Our longest race of the weekend so far here with 25 minutes. And it has flown by. Thank you, Caterham, for making it quite so exciting. Well, 3/10 quicker on the last lap as well. Was that contact? That is contact. Off into the wall. How did they miss the wall there? The 137 gets chucked off and wide.
Will Price.
Oh, Will Price there, just being caught up in someone else's. And Will rejoins, and straight into the back of them goes that driver. Oh, Will, I'm afraid that one's on you, my friend, to rejoin straight in the path of another driver, and I think realised, tried to move out the way, but moved straight back into the path of that driver, and that has caused, I think, a bit more damage. Will continues on there. No, he doesn't. He will park it up, but didn't quite spot who the driver it was that went into the back of him. What a shame for both of them, though.
That was something you never want to see on a race circuit. Obviously, all intents and purposes, Will Price made a bit of a mistake at the bottom of the mountain. He comes back on, but you could see where the rear wheel guard is missing there. It's potentially bent the back wheel in, so he could just about get the car restarted and back going, although it did look like he was potentially looking to move the car into a more safer spot. Here's our lead pack then, with Callum McDougall now being hunted down by Ben Winrow, and there's now a little bit of a gap back to Ian Howes and Van Ees, so it's obvious the battle packs have gone 2 by 2, so don't discount Howes and Van Ees. There's still 2 minutes of this race left to go, which in Caterham racing world is like a calendar.
Yeah, usually for the interviews, I'll be watching, and when I think, okay, I think that driver's probably going to finish there, I'll write it down. You'll notice on this Caterham one, it is blank. I'm not writing anything down too soon for this one, because my goodness, is it close. It could still be any of these 4 that take the race win. You saw how much Van S was pushing there into Barn, but Winrow using the slipstream now, trying to hunt down McDougall. I will say, McDougall in the race lead is the only time we've seen someone be able to break away and get a bit of a gap in this race so far. Minute and a half to go. What can he do out front?
He looks more comfortable, doesn't he? But I think with a few of these cars shedding their skin, I don't know how much the losing the wheel arches and everything affects them aerodynamically, but you could see the movable aero on the back of the Ben Winrow car, courtesy of a bit of close Caterham racing earlier. And then you've got the Van Ees car in third place. He's got no rear wheel arch on the right-hand side as well. Here's where the battles normally change. So we've got underbrake into park. McDougall covers it off well, just takes the racing line. Ben Winrow was too far back to really make a move stick there. And there we go, that's confirmed on our screen. So unfortunately, poor Will Price is out of this race after contact down at the bottom of the mountain. I think he'll be kicking himself after that. But this race for the lead is now hotting up even more because Dougal's had to go defensive through the gooseneck and down into the left-hander. We've got Power that's out as well in car number 70, which is a shame. I'm wondering if that's the car that made contact at the bottom of the mountain. They do have fragile radiators on the nose cone of these Caterhams, so we'll have to double check and come back on that. The battle for the lead reaches the mountain then. They go through the bottom section, over the top, get a bit of air, and now towards Hall Bends. What can Winrow do to maybe set up a move into the hairpin?
Indeed, closer than ever, aren't they? 30 seconds left to go.
Yeah, no bollards touched as they go through Hall Bends. You'll be pleased to know, John. Down into the hairpin, they make the exit. A better exit there from McDougall. He seems to have the better line through Barn as well. Let's see if it works as we go on to... This is going to be the penultimate lap, just... So 9 seconds to go in this race. So this is starting the final lap. And I tell you what, Ian Howes has just set the fastest lap of the race when it counts. So it is going to be for the lead. So Van Es and Ian Howes in third and second and fourth place. They're now fighting for the lead. So Callum McDougall's got it all to do on this final lap.
Yeah, Howes has found that pace late on, but I think it's just too late for Howes. He's dropped just over a second off the back of Van Es. Van Es, of course, using the slipstream of Winrow ahead. So I think it's too little too late, sadly, for Howes. He's going to have to rely on a scuffle ahead to hand him a podium position, I feel, in this one. Well, we've seen throughout this race quite how much of a useful overtaking opportunity it is up into park. This time, Winrow not close enough. McDougall, since getting to the sharp end, has led since then. Every other driver we've seen get to the front, even if it's taken a lap or two, has slipped back again and they've sort of traded places out front. It ain't happening with McDougall though. He is pressing on and looking to make it 2 from 2 here at Cadwell Park. But as we said throughout this race, up and down the order, there's still huge battle packs.
Huge battle packs, and I think that is the battle from 5th place all the way down to about 12th. So it's proper Caterham racing as this pack makes their way down through the twisty stuff. But here's your lead pack now, and it looks like it's going to be Callum McDougall that's made it count on this last lap as they make their way through Hall Bends. And I tell you what, the move might be on from Van Es for second place. So Callum McDougall exits the hairpin. He goes a lot better outside of the hairpin through Barn. Ben Winrow just trying to hold off Van Es, and Ian Howes in 4th place. But to take a magnificent second win of the weekend, Callum McDougall wins from Ben Winrow and William Van Es. And Ian Howes, after starting on the front row, he takes the fastest lap, but unfortunately only finishes 4th. And we wait for the next group of Caterhams to come through. You can count them back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've lost count again. So we see this next battle pack make their way through. And that's McCall in 5th. Bryant manages to make the jump into 6th from Cordy, Warner, Miller and Witten. That is your top 10. And then we've got Andy Molson, Richard Groom and Paul Jepson. You should hopefully see come through in 13th. That's the next group of Caterhams we're going to see coming through here. So Jepson, Anderson, Raymond and Arts make their way through, and that is the 16 over the line. So we've got Gould through in 17th as well, so we're just waiting for what hopefully should be 4 more Caterhams to finish before we head to the results. But as John Ratcliffe makes his way out to Parc Fermé to have a chat with our intrepid Caterham drivers, I think I need a stiff drink after that. That was a really entertaining race from our JMRG Caterham graduate Sigma 150s. A great race from them and a worthy winner in Cameron McDougall, but don't discount Ben Winrow, William Van Es and Ian Howes as well. They've made it so entertaining up at the front. In fact, the whole grid of Caterham graduates, they have really brought it to Cadwell Park, and there's something about this circuit that really entertains the Caterham sort of racing style so far, as we just see Benton make his way through to be our final finisher. So that concludes the Caterham graduates Sigma 150. So hopefully we should get some results up on the screen shortly, and I can take you through our full winning drivers as they make their way through to Parc Fermé. So the leaders just making their way up through to pit lane. Shortly they will be joined by John Ratcliffe to have a chat with them. So our final results of the Caterham Graduate Sigma 150s, and it's Callum McDougall taking the win from Ben Winrow and William Van East. Ian Howells finished 4th, with James McCall, William Bryant in 6th, and Gareth Cordy, Rob Warner, Cameron Miller. That's 7, 8 and 9. Andy Whittam finishes top 10 with Andy Mawson 11th and Richard Groom. And that battle pack from 6th right back to 13th was so entertaining. Paul Jepson takes 13th with Ian Anderson and Kim Raymond, with Alan Arts finishing 16th, Nigel Gould 17th, and in the next pack with Philip Isherwood Crook, Jonathan Ems and Robert Appleton. Ed Benton completes our finishers, and sadly in that race we lost Will Price, Tom Power and Bren Maud with issues early on. So I think it is time to hand down to John Ratcliffe, who is in Parc Fermé, who realistically is just behind the commentary box you can see in the background. Down to you, John.
Hello everyone, welcome back then to Parc Fermé. What a race in the Caterhams. Just like we said in the comms box, didn't feel like 25 minutes, did it? Let's go and have a chat with our top 3 then. And of course, Mr. Callum McDougall. Callum, before you run off, I'm going to have a quick chat with you. Mate, second win of the weekend, and that one coming from P8 on the grid. What a race.
Yeah, that was pretty insane.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to get anywhere near that, so I'm dead chuffed with that. So again, some really tight racing. A couple times I pulled out a little bit late. I owe a couple guys a couple wheel arches, my bad. But I mean, it was good hard racing, and these things, this series, just a great place to be.
Yeah, no, it was an amazing race to watch, mate. You were the only driver who, when they got into the race lead, could sort of build a bit of a gap. Everyone else was getting reeled back in by that slipstream.
Yeah, so I've got a slightly different line through the last corner and on the exit of turn 3.
We noticed.
Which has just seemed to just give me a length or two on these guys. We also put fresh tyres on for this weekend, no secret, so the old ones were binned, but yeah, it was just enough just to sort of hold off.
Yeah, cool. What happened as well, I've got to ask, that front to rear contact on the front straight, we thought that was going to be a massive shunt.
Yeah, that was my bad. I pulled out of the toe a little bit. Like, you know, the toe is so powerful with these things, so it was just trying to get out as late as possible, and I totally misjudged that. Hopefully just no more than a little bit of cosmetic damage, and I've had a chat with him and everything's all right, so I'll buy him another wing.
There you go, mate. Well done. 2 into 2.
Guys.
Congratulations. Thank you. Let's straight over to Ben. Hello, Ben. Another great racer. You having some great battles with William. It seemed as though the strat early on was for you two to work together and try and build a gap. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly that. We had I don't know what happened at the start, but we managed to get a bit of a breakaway, probably about 2-3 seconds, and we were just swapping positions up the hill every lap, trying to reduce how much time we lost. But in the end, I think Ian got to the front of the pack behind us. We made a couple of mistakes, and then those two guys managed to get back onto us.
He did. Once Callum got into the lead, his pace was just amazing. It seems like he was just saying to us, a couple of lines he's got, just able to get a good exit, and even with the slipstream, he was struggling to get back onto him.
Yeah, that last 5 minutes, I really burnt my tyres out. I think a 25-minute race, that 5 minutes longer than yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, I just went a bit too hard, so going onto the last lap, onto the last straight, I didn't have the front end grip to get the nose in to stay with him, but great fun race nonetheless.
Exactly, in the second place. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. We will head over to William Van Es as well. Hello, William. Good to chat with you again, sir.
Yep.
And, well, firstly, another good podium. You're having some good battles through that one. But I've firstly got to ask about this little bit of damage here. What happened onto the front straight? We spoke with our race winner, and he was saying I think he just pulled out of the slipstream a bit too late.
Yes, I think he pulled out a little bit too late, caught my rear wing. I didn't expect him to go to the outside. I thought we'd go to the inside, so I was kind of leaving him space.
Yeah.
And I think because I was moving across, he moved across in the same direction and just clipped my rear wing. But no, it was a good race. It was a good race. We first time here, and it's hectic compared to all the other tracks we've been to.
Yeah.
So we've been changing setup, like changing the way that I'm driving to try and make it quicker. And I think the setup overall was pretty good, that race. I just missed a gear with like 5 minutes to go. I was setting myself up for the end of the race and dropped back a second or second and a half, whatever it was, and had to catch that up and just didn't have enough.
Yeah, we wondered how that gap had opened between the top two and then third and fourth.
It was just me.
Missed a gear.
Gutted,
mate.
That's all it is.
But another podium, just to be very happy with that.
Absolutely. Good for the championship. Good weekend overall. Not the best of the season, but it was good fun to race in.
And you said first time at Cadwell Park. Is it? You a fan of it now?
It's probably cost me a lot in wins. So I'll tell you that after I get the bill for the weekend.
Yeah, fair enough. Not so good on the wallet, but from a driver's perspective, is it a good one to drive?
It is good fun. It's good fun. It's super, super close. The racing was really close and fair as it always is in this championship. So
amazing. Well, it was great to watch, mate. I hope it was just as fun from behind the wheel.
Good. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, there you go. Caterham, sadly, the 150s are done and dusted for the weekend, but we will see the 135s out again slightly later on. More racing to come before the lunch break. I'll hand it back over to Rob in the commentary box.
That's all right, John. You don't need to sprint back. He's only about 10 paces away in Parc Fermé, which is good. But our next race is ready and out on circuit with the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup and Student Motorsport Championship. Now, I have, very kindly, Izzy from Student Motorsport has managed to hand me some notes for the commentary team, just to tell me a bit about what the Student Motorsport side of it's all about. So, as we said yesterday, we've got lots of universities and colleges sort of a part of the City Car Cup, but at the moment we've got the grid up on the screen, and that's Richard Jepp and Jack Burgess alongside with Alex Foden and Alex Jackson. Elliot Lettis and Toby Owen complete row 3 with Sam Johnson and Joe Moss, and Ben Johnson and George Antonio are on row 5. Luke Bates 11th and Jensen Jackson are in 12th in their cars, with Joseph Plowright 13th, Luke Power 14th. Ellis Cox 15th, Chris Brewster 16th, with Alistair Mering and John Nicholson on the next row. Jude McGreevy and Max White complete the top 20. Alex Turner with the QE Motorsport College 2 car, and Evan Parker, that's 21 and 22. Abby Bennett and Ryan Middlemist. Now, Ryan Middlemist, that car was re-shelled in 48 hours, I have been told, and I've actually got some notes here from the intrepid Andrew Payne. So Ryan Middlemist, that you could see, he's at the back end of the grid, but the effort that they've had to go through to rebuild that car. So car number 69, that was re-shelled in 48 hours. Wow. If you rebuild any race car, it's a feat in itself, but to do a full re-shell in 48 hours is absolutely sublime. And he just wants to shout out to Peter, Graham, Jack, Josh and Charles that helped him, and they are watching the live stream today. So if you are watching, I've built race cars too, guys. My utmost respect to you to get that car back out for the racing this weekend. That is a monumental effort. So have a nice cold beer, enjoy the sun, well done. And thank you very much to Andrew Payne for providing that information, because it's that to me is club racing in a nutshell. Absolutely fantastic. In fact, he's actually joined us in the back of the box, so thank you very much for that information, Andrew Payne. Club racing in a nutshell, the effort to go into rebuild cars like that. But it was great racing yesterday up at the front with Richard Jepp taking the first win yesterday, and the grids are that big for City Car Cup. We've got split grids, so we've got A, B and C grid. So the one this morning that you're seeing out there, that is a B and a C grid. So you've got Richard Jepp up at the front as he was yesterday, and I'm looking forward to seeing how these go.
Really looking forward to it, of course. But yeah, now with Richard Jepp up in pole, it's going to have to be another driver who sort of tries to take it to him in this one here for race number 2. Let's see if Burgess, Foden, Jackson can stay on the back of Richard Jepp, because yeah, looking at those qualifying times, Burgess joins him on the front row, but there is almost 0.4 of a second between the pole time and the second place time on the grid for this one. That is a chasm for these cars around this kind of track.
Yeah, but don't discount Jack Burgess in this. His teammate Alistair May got third place in the Race Tapes car yesterday, so this is the sister Race Tapes machine. And just looking back to our Student Motorsports as well, we've had some notes dropped down to us. Not forgetting that not only is he leading the race outright and getting overall race wins as Richard Jepp, he is also leading the Student Motorsport Championship. So he's driving for Team Northbrook Racing, which is Northbrook College. He's currently on 123 points after the drop scores, and in second place is Andrew Dyer. We'll see him out racing later on. He took second place yesterday. He's second place with 110. So we've got 2 championships in effect going on here, 2 championship battles, and it'd be interesting to see how that plays out for Student Motorsport also.
It will indeed, yeah. So there's 2 sorts of battles going on at the same time, aren't there, which we'll try and keep you updated on as best we can through this race. Yeah, I was looking down that Student Motorsport, 2 drivers on identical points, Alex Foden and Jack Wheeler. Foden's in this one, starting on 3rd position. No Wheeler on the grid, though, for this one. And, of course, for all the drivers in Group C, they haven't been out on circuit since the qualifying session yesterday, have they? So a bit of a wait around to get back out, and they're going to be itching to get the lights out and get this one underway.
Yeah, and those people that would say that City Car Cup is not proper competitive racing, just look at those cars in 3 and 4th, almost doing practice starts as they line up on the grid. The start is so key here because there's not a lot between these cars. 60 to 70 horsepower at the most. They are a genuine City Cup car with a spec kit, 15-inch wheels. The start is going to be key here, and it did well for Richard Jepp yesterday.
Well, my question to you is, who's been saying that this isn't proper racing?
Well, I have seen a couple of comments.
That's rude. That's very rude. This is serious racing, guys. Come on. Okay, some people might look at the cars and think, well, I see 17-year-olds driving these around. What are we doing? These are proper race cars, guys. You've only got to, as you say, look at the liveries. Look how much time and effort goes into this. And as you say, with rebuilds like that done quite so speedily, the effort put in is astounding. We're ready to go then for their second race of the day. You can see Richard Jepp has that door open at the moment. They're down on pole position. So maybe just trying to get a final bit of cooling there as he gets ready for the 5-second board. And there it is.
5-second board is held up. We get ready to go for the second race of the weekend for the City Car Cup Student Motorsport Challenge. The red lights go out and it's even Stevens with Jack Burgess on the outside. He's going to try and utilise the toe to get on the outside. It's Gen 1 versus Gen 2 at Cadwell Park as they head towards Coppice for the first time so far. Touch wood, it's a clean start from the City Car Cup faithful. A little bit of dust kicked up towards the back, but it's Burgess around the outside, which is going to give him the inside into Charlie's as well. And Richard Jepp, could he be hung out to dry on the outside? We'll wait and see as we wait for the next camera angle onto the Park Straight. And there's still side by side onto Park Straight, but I tell you what, Burgess might just have it. Richard Jepp comes back at him and utilises the side draft, and meanwhile we've got the Boston College car behind thinking, right, you two start to squabble, we'll see if we can get the chance going down into Park.
Yeah, lovely respect there given by the two race leaders there. Jepp getting the lead back because Burgess gave him the room on corner exit, was using that steering lock to its fullest to give the room to Jepp on the outside, and Jepp able to power on and retake the race lead then. Well, you told me not to count out Burgess despite that difference in pace in qualifying, and you were right, weren't you? Side by side through the first few corners, and Burgess bringing the battle to Jepp down through. It's a very tight and twisty section of the circuit for the first time. Through the gooseneck we go then, and will there be any drivers off and wide? Yes, there are. Thanks for proving me right immediately there. The 47 of Alex Jackson, that is, from the second row of the grid. Well, he can't seem to find his way back to the circuit. He's gotten lost up at the top part.
I'm trying to work out where he's gone off.
He's on the inside of Park, isn't he, up there?
It's either on the inside of Park or has it spat the car off on the gooseneck. He's gone through the right-hand side, not quite got the left, and it's fired him off on the inside. Nevertheless, tries to find somewhere on the circuit to rejoin. Our intrepid motorists head over the top of the mountain, and that's quite a tight little move. I'll tell you what, Andrew Payne tells me they're like mini touring cars. There's a bit of touring car action going on there. They're folding the mirrors in, going over the mountain section. They're not worried that you can't get cars through there 2x2. They're going to have a good crack at it anyway. They make their way through down Hall Bends, as we saw the last car in the picture there. So he did find his way back onto the circuit. Here are our leaders. So it's a top three at the moment, and it's Jepp leading the way. They come over the timing line for the first time, and it's Jepp, Burgess, and then Foden. And it's 108 Igo, and then C1 with Owen, Moss, Lettis, and Jackson. And it's good to see Elliot Lettis up there in 6th place. He's a former champion, don't forget. He won the City Car Cup Championship overall before, and he's racing in one of the student motorsport cars this time around. So the field make their way through the tricky, fast couple of corners through Coppice, Charlie's, and they're on to Park Straight. So the battle packs are starting to even themselves out. We've got some drafting going on a bit further back, and that looks like, is that an Emax Motorsport, the red car? I thought I could see the Emax Motorsport logo on there. We'll double check in a minute. Jepp's managed just to keep a holding brief on Burgess. We have a look at them under braking. So the red C1 just kicking up a bit of dust there. That's not quite what you want to do in these cars, because they're all about momentum, and we've literally got a battle pack of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars through that next gaggle there, all fighting for 4th place.
Indeed, yeah, it was the Nescourt College car that made a nice run there down the back straight and down into Park for number 95. Having a little sniff there, trying to make a move. That was Luke Bate down at the bottom of the hill, not quite able to do it this time. But yeah, as you say, mini touring cars like these, I mean, very much not like the Caterhams we've just seen out there. You can't do any door banging in that, can you? You can in these. You can lean on each other, but of course, lots of respect between these drivers as well. We saw it on the first lap between our top two, and we see that up and down the order. A bit of door banging never hurt anyone, but lots of respect being given. The race continues on, and we've only at the moment seen Alex Jackson go off piste, but he's got his Google Maps back in order. He's found his way back to the circuit, and he's rejoined the order. Right, onto a new lap we go then. 11 minutes still on the clock, and it looks as though Jepp and Burgess ever so slightly starting to drop Foden. Now they're in 3rd place, but he is in a decent spot still. A few tenths off of the top two on that previous lap, but he's got a nice margin then back to that next gap, which is pretty much the whole rest of the field then from 4th place backwards.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, doesn't it? And Elliot Lettis has managed to get himself up to 5th, and Toby Owen has dropped down to 6th. I think he was 4th the last time out. So yes, he's dropped down 2 spaces there. So our intrepid City car cuppers make their way through the fast first section, and Richard Jepp is just holding off Jack Burgess to a watching brief, and Foden seemingly out on his own in third place. I don't think he'll mind that with an overall podium. Certainly for the Student Motorsport Challenge, Richard Jepp is leading that as well as the race overall, and there he is. And I mentioned Gen 1 and Gen 2 earlier. Of course, that Peugeot is the Gen 2 car that you're starting to see whittled in to the City Car Cup aspects. I'm pretty sure I've seen a C1 there somewhere as well. There's more cars kicking up the dust. It's not rallycross, chaps, it's circuit racing. Get themselves back onto the tarmac. But at the moment, everyone's just keeping a watching brief, engaging with the toe, and it's the trickier, twisty bits like the gooseneck, like going up into the mountain and through Hall Bends, that are really going to sort the quicker drivers from the drivers that are struggling a bit with the setup of these cars. They get hard on the brakes down into the left-hander at Mansfield. There's lots of cars closing up under brakes. And you also see the variety of the field there. It's really spread out between the 107s, the C1s and the Toyota Aygos. Of course, all of these cars the exact same, just with different panels on the front.
Yeah, exactly. Just a different badge. That's the only real difference between those machines. But I'd be interested to know between the drivers, of course, with this group system here this weekend. Of course, half the drivers in this race, this is their second and final race of the day. For some of them, it's their first race of two. So is there maybe a slightly different thought process going into this race, depending on whether it is your last race of the weekend or your first race of the weekend, and whether that changes results as well? It'd be interesting to know from a driver's perspective how that changes things. And of course, these two at the sharp end on the varying ends of the scale there. Jepp's still leading Burgess, but Burgess now steals away the fastest lap. But as you can see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, it was by about 300, so not very much.
It's still the fastest lap. I wouldn't discount that, certainly, and Jack Burgess might just get himself into the game. It's all about being in the fight for the lead on the last lap of the race. All of this doesn't count if you're not at the sharp end when it counts towards the last lap of the race. So Jepp and Burgess have managed to build that gap and get away from Alex Foden, but similarly, Foden's managed to get away from Moss, Lettice, Jackson, Johnson, Bate, Owen, Johnson. The battle pack is that big, is what I'm trying to say, and you can see it on camera. So all of those cars, the way they're just closing up under brakes and utilising the toe and the aerodynamic draft on Park Straight. Any car from, I would say, fourth place up to 10th could get into the top four at this case, but top three out front and on their own at the moment.
Indeed, yeah, they pressed on well, and Jeff and Burgess continuing to drop Foden for the moment. He's in a no man's land there in third place as he tries to sort of settle in there, and well, he'll hope that Jeff and Burgess end up coming together here and he can have a very simple drive through to the front of the order. We will see if that does happen. Jeff and Burgess remain inseparable in this one on pretty much identical pace as we were saying on the previous lap, and an absolutely nose to tail still. Yeah, I've only just realised when you're going through the names there that we have a Jackson, a Johnston, a Johnson and another Jackson. That makes it easy for us, doesn't it?
Yeah. I wonder if they have a separate class for them, a Johnson and a Jackson class.
Well, we had Jamie class in the Cajun, didn't we?
We did. And we had a Mike class in the Northern Saloons earlier. So, yeah, we've certainly got some class structures based on the names. And that, speaking of Jackson, making his way through after a bit of a whoopsie earlier on.
All 2x2. We've said these cars can lean on each other a little bit more, but all four bollards remaining intact.
I'm surprised at that with the City Car Cuppers. I think they must have been listening to Andrew Payne, because from what I understand, he has rang the bells of a few drivers about driving standards, just reminding them where they stand. They may look like mini touring cars, but they don't need to drive like mini touring cars, if you know what I mean. So far, so good. They've all been driving perfectly well. As we see here, this is classic side drafting. So look at the car on the right. That's utilising the air that's coming off of the car in front. You can draw up alongside and just get that side draft and use the outside to then set up the car for the dive down the inside into Charlie's. That is a textbook move here at Cadwell. Very, very impressive.
Indeed, yeah, super close racing, no matter where we seem to look throughout the order, and seemingly in these cars splitting off into more sort of 2x2 battles than bigger 6, 7, 8, 9 car battles as we settle later on into this race then. Still 6 minutes left to go. And yeah, looking further down the order, then as we say, we've got that top two still very close together. Moss and Lettice nose to tail, then we have Jackson, Johnston, Bate, Owen, all within about half a second of each other. Then further down, just outside of the top 10, there is then Johnson, Antonu, Power, Plowright, McGreevy, Cox. So that's a big battle back then. 5 of them just outside of the top 10, seeing if they can break their way through in these last few moments of the race. This battle we're watching, though, is the Jackson and Johnston battle. I think also potentially the Lettice and Moss battle slightly further ahead as well. So our top 3 still well clear of all these drivers. They're nowhere even near the same camera shot. There they go through the final corner, our top 2, and I think we might just have 3rd and 4th in the same camera shot. No, still not quite. That just shows how far Jet, Burgess and Foda are ahead of the rest of the field. There come the rest of them down through into the last couple of corners. So it is Lettice, as you say, that previous champion, now driving for Nescott, still hunting down Moss, using that slipstream, but at the moment can't get close enough to set himself up for a move.
Certainly looks that way, and let's give you a reminder of where we stand in the Student Motorsport Challenge as well. Obviously Richard Jepp out front and in the lead. He's going to be leading the Student Motorsport Challenge as well, and it's Alex Foden that's in 2nd place and 3rd overall, and Elliot Lettice, he's 5th overall and he is 3rd in the Student Motorsport Challenge, so he's a podium winner either way as it is. And then you've got the Jackson 107, 6th overall, he's 4th, and then you've got Bate in 8th place, so he's 5th in Student Motorsport Challenge currently. So Richard Jepp just kicking up a bit of grass there. We've got one off in the background. That's a bit risky on the outside of Charlie's. That's probably not the place you want to go off when you are absolutely flat chat on the exit there. So a little bit lucky. And as we found out yesterday with these cars, they've got such a short wheelbase on them. If you do get it wrong and maybe kick a bit of dirt on the outside, they can get quite twitchy and they will just fire the other way, and that's when you go spinning off, as we saw on lap 1.
Yes, indeed. I think we saw that yesterday as well, didn't we? I think down through the gooseneck, if
yes.
I'm not mistaken. The leaning on the car, and it went one way, then the other, then back the other, and just spat them straight out off into the scenery. So thankfully they did avoid the barriers yesterday, and they were able to carry on. But yeah, as you say, with this short wheelbase, it can become a bit of a bucking bronco when it wants to, can't it, these City Car Cup cars? But as long as you keep it on the straight and narrow, all should be good. And that's what's happening at the moment for these 2 drivers still squabbling over 4th place. Moss and Lettice nose to tail. Looks as though Jackson, Johnston and Bates seem to be closing up to these 2, but there's only about 3.5 minutes left to go here. So as long as Moss and Lettice don't start locking horns and really squabbling over 4th place, they should stay about where they are then. Well, Jepp and Burgess still as they have been as well. 3.5 tenths between those 2 as they'll now head onto lap number 7 of this race. Yeah, 1/4 second between them as they went under the gantry, but it's not been what we saw in, say, the Caterhams or the Mazdas earlier on, where we'd often see the leading 2 swapping every lap, going back and forward. That hasn't happened at all in this race, has it? Jepp has stayed ahead throughout, and Burgess has kept himself right in the toe, right there to be able to make a move. But we're now into that final 3 minutes. You've got to think it's got to be in the next lap or so. He's got to bite the bullet and go for it.
The one thing we haven't spoken about so far today is fatigue, and these drivers, they are in hot race cars. You can see the heat waves coming off of the track. They are going to be baking in those cars. You don't really feel it when you're in the car yourself in terms of, oh, it's rather hot in here, I'll let a window down or whatever, but it does affect you both physically and mentally as well. You will start to make those mistakes. But I must say, so far, Richard Jepp has controlled this race from the front, just keeping a watching brief from Burgess, who's only stayed within 3 tenths of him for most of the race. So Burgess is always almost happy to sit there and take the points. We see more moves going on down into park with cars having a look down the inside. But it's also difficult in these cars to sort of make a move and make it stick, because it's all about momentum. So you can get hard on the brakes and dive down the inside and try and shut the car in, but you've got to think about corner exit, because if you scrub the speed off, that's it, you're done.
Was an issue for Burgess. He's a bit slow and up and over the mountain.
That's an issue for Burgess.
Issue for Burgess. Well, 2nd place with 1.5 minutes to go is going slowly. I saw that Jepp had opened up a gap on this previous lap. I thought maybe it was just a mistake for Burgess, but no. Definitely going slowly through the final part of the lap. What a shame for him. He's been sat there in 2nd place comfortably all race, and it's all gone wrong. Foden's already through into P2. I'm not even sure he's coming round, is he? No, he's parked it up, so Burgess is out.
And you could see on the exit of the hairpin, the green light was flashing, so they've obviously got yellows into Hall Bend, so he's obviously parked up somewhere on the exit there. The car is seemingly cut out, and it's such a shame for the one who, well, we thought he was going to be spoken to by yourself on the podium, and in the latter stages of this race, unfortunately, we've lost Jack Burgess. So that has blown the championship wide open as well, as I believe he was 4th in the points. So 4th in the points, Jack Burgess, unfortunately, well, I think the race tapes team are going to be absolutely gutted with that. So Foden moves into a distant 2nd place, and Richard Jepp could almost, I wouldn't say completely, let off the gas, because that's not his style, but at least he hasn't got the pressure there, and this is Richard Jepp's to lose. So he's got a 6-second lead as of the last lap. And what about Moss? He's managed to get himself into 3rd place, and the battle for 3rd place has just got a little bit juicier, because Joe Moss is trying to hold off Elliot Lettuce, the previous champion. Well, I think that's trying to hold off the Terminator with a big stick. Because trying to hold off Elliot Lettuce, you've got Jackson there as well, and Johnston. So you've got 3, 4, 5 and 6 fighting for 3rd place. There's 1 podium place to get, and there's 4 drivers going for it. It might just get a bit tasty in what is going to be the last lap. So Richard Jepp somewhere just going over the mountain, so this is going to be the final lap. It's been a consummate drive from Richard Jepp. Alex Foden has managed, well, he's going to get 2nd overall and 2nd in the Student Motorsport Challenge, but can Joe Moss hold on? He's got a bit of understeer as they make their way through the mountain and over the top. It's going to be who gets 3rd place in this race. So it's Moss, Elliot Lettuce, Jackson and Johnston. They make their way through Hall Bends. Meantime, our leader out at the front, Richard Jepp, he makes his way out of Barn Corner. He is going to win his 2nd race of the weekend. He's going to enter 2 races. He's going to win both races. Richard Jepp wins from a distance. Alex Foden hopefully in 2nd place. We see him come through. Foden takes 2nd. Let's see who gets 3rd. And it does look like it's going to be Joe Moss that sneaks it in the end from Elliot Lettuce. Jackson and Johnson take 5th and 6th. And we should see... Oh, Chris Brewster sneaks in to take 7th place. That's good from him, from Bate. Toby Owen in 9th. And we'll see more fighting city cars as they make their way through Hall Bends towards the hairpin. So these are a few of our late stragglers. We also see Johnson, Power, Antonio, McGreevy, Plowright, Cox and Jackson. So that's your top 17 have gone through so far. And then we've got a bit of entertainment towards the back. That looked like it was one of the Igos that went a bit wide just coming out of Barn there. So 20 cars have crossed the line there. So while my colleague John Ratcliffe heads out to talk to our winners down in Parc Ferme, hopefully we should have some results shortly up on screen for you. But that was a very entertaining race there, and what a win from our winner Richard Jepp. He was unfazed in the end. It was a clear win. He's just got the door open to let some air in. He's going to be rather hot out in that car, but he's entered 2 races. He's going to win those 2 races, and he can sit out race 3 knowing he's got maximum points from his effort, both in the overall championship and in Student Motorsport Challenge. Richard Jepp wins from Alex Foden and Joe Moss. That's your top 3 for our Nankang Tyre City Car Cup. Elliot Lettuce takes 4th and Jensen Jackson 5th, with Sam Johnson finishing 6th. Chris Brewster finished 7th, Luke Bate 8th, Toby Owen 9th, and Ben Johnson rounds out the top 10. Luke Power took 11th, and George Antonio taking 12th in this. He was the SMRC rookie winner as well. Jude McGreevy takes 13th, with Joseph Plowright 14th, with Ellis Cox taking 15th and a rookie win for him. Alex Jackson, Max White 16th and 17th, with Ryan Middlemiss an impressive 18th after a 48-hour rebuild for him. Abby Bennett, Evan Parker 19th and 20th, with Alistair Mering, and the grid being round out by Nicholson and Alex Turner in the City Car Cup Student Motorsport Challenge. And unfortunately, as we saw 2 laps from the end, we had a retirement for Jack Burgess in the Igo. It looked to have cut out going up over the mountain, so gremlins for Jack Burgess, and unfortunately lost points in the title battle. Gutting to see, but hopefully we've got some winners to talk to down in Parc Ferme, so it's time to throw down to John Ratcliffe.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Parc Ferme once again. Then your Nankang Tyre City Car Cup drivers come back in. I'll do my best not to get run over, that would be positive, wouldn't it? Right then, your top 3 have parked up. We'll wait for them to leap out of the cars and get themselves a little bit more settled. I can see the sun is starting to come over now as, let's not get run over, cameraman, eh? Starting to come over now, so my pasty white skin's getting a bit worried. I'm going to have to hand over interviewing duties to Rob soon enough. Would you like to get the helmet off and whatnot? I'm getting a bit more comfortable before I talk to you, Richard. But yet again, Richard, another win so far this weekend. And, well, your car's looking fantastic. You weren't too close to anyone, so you've not had too many wounds from that one. But I think that's as simple as a City Car Cup race can really be for you there. I know I've said the word simple, but you led from lights to flag.
Yeah, you know, at first lap, Jack, I don't know what happened to him later in the race. He was pushing me hard. We both had a great start. We were side by side. I managed to just hold it around the outside in T3 and got a bit of a better run. And from there, it was just keeping an eye on my mirrors. He was getting closer, further away. And then I just didn't see him there anymore. So I don't know what happened, but anything but simple. These things aren't easy to drive on the limit. They're loose and they're snappy and anything can happen. So yeah, just happy for the team. Team have done an amazing job. Northbrook Racing, Team Northbrook Racing, Northbrook College, they've done an amazing job all weekend and can't have been better.
Yeah, they've absolutely smashed it. You've absolutely smashed it. You've increased the lead in the Student Motorsport Championship as well. All super positive.
Absolutely, and overall championship as well. So hopefully I've closed a little gap there as well. So
amazing. Well done, mate. Cheers. Thank you so much. Right then, we will see if we can find round for second place. Hello, sir. Alex. Try and find a bit of space here. Alex, very well done. Decent race there. And you were a little bit lonely for a bit of that, weren't you?
Yeah, I got a bit lucky with Jack having a DNF, which is quite fortunate, but yeah, I don't know, I was just understeering. I was on my own for a little bit. As soon as I lost them, I couldn't really catch them through the forest. I just couldn't keep it together, so I didn't know if I was going to go off or get track limits, so I just sort of sat back a bit and just took the position. And then, fortunate for me, Jack had a DNF, so yeah, Jep couldn't catch Jep today. He's on another planet, so
he was flying, wasn't he? But yeah, still second place, some really good points.
Yeah, happy with that.
Thank you, well done, mate. Cheers. Thanks for chatting with me. Right, we'll squeeze through here as well and see if we can chat to P3 if he's around with us. If Joe, hello, Joe. Thanks for coming and chatting with me. Joe, I love the T-shirt.
I was just saying, I don't think I could do an interview in this, but they told me to, so.
Brilliant. Well, MotoGP's at Silverstone this weekend. You're at Cadwell, and you're flying as if you're on a bike, mate. What a performance.
Yeah, to be fair, I was chilling in fourth, and then I saw Jack pull off in the woods. I was like, oh, I'm in third, and then I got a bit tense on the last lap, so I was like, oh, I think that was probably my slowest lap of the race, but yeah.
You were mate, P8 from the start, you were flying, and you had, a previous champion hot on your heels.
Yeah, exactly.
You remained chilled and a podium finish.
Yeah, it's nice to get one. I've had one every year I've done it, and I was thinking this year, is it going to happen? And I saw Jack, I was like, oh, I'll keep the streak alive. So yeah,
hey, well done.
Thank you very much.
Well done, and great T-shirt. I need to get one of those.
Yeah,
well done. Thanks, mate. Well, there we go then. City Car Cup's done and dusted. Of course, half the drivers done for the day. Half we'll see a little bit later on for their third and final race. But we've still got 3 more to go before the lunch break. I'll hand it back over to the commentary box.
Yeah, nice steady walk back there, John. He's got quite far to walk to get back from Parc Ferme, I must admit. But it's time for some more Mazda action here this weekend. And it is time for our Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship. What a race to have before the lunch break here at Cadwell Park. And we had some great racing yesterday and a very happy and speechless Alistair Dendy. And he lines up alongside Sam Middleton on the front row there with Thomas Langford in third alongside was the championship leader William Antrobus, who retired from yesterday's race. Daniel Parent-Smith with Ollie Hall alongside him with Christopher Glynn and Jim Barrett 7th and 8th. Scott Wright in 9th and Martin Tolley in 10th with Richard Moore and Steve Kite in 12th, and Steve Kite in the club class. And then you've got Alex Jones, Bruce Robinson 14th, and rounding out the grid with Graham Rumsey. Not as many Mazda MX-5 Super Cup cars as we would like, but I'll tell you what, the quality here is absolutely top-notch for our Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship. And what a day we've had so far for the Trackit BRSCC Cadwell Park meeting. The last one before lunch, John. I'm looking forward to this.
Well, this was certainly an interesting one yesterday, wasn't it? I'm not sure quite how much you touched on it. I only just burst back in from the interviews. But that race today was, we say a tale of two halves. It was quite literally a tale of two halves with that red flag in the middle of it. And yeah, Alistair Dendy coming through for a very impressive win. And Sam Middleton from that pole position, he did a great job as well. I was very impressed by him throughout yesterday's race and having to take to that restart and then finishing in third place. Ollie Hall coming through very well as well. He was looking fast in that one. So this is going to be quite the race, I feel, with a slightly shuffled up order and plenty of drivers to watch from yesterday, all with their own little reasons for positives and negatives. So yeah, let's see how this one plays out. I'm very much looking forward to it. Onto the green flag lap we go then, and our 14 or 15 or so drivers head on round.
Yeah. Alistair Dendy, he got his first win yesterday. Do you know what? After seeing in the BMW Super Cups Darren Rickaby doing the same, got his first win yesterday, I fancy him for this for some reason. He might just get it done. But then I'm also going to muck up my own words and say that Sam Middleton is absolutely going for that number 1 spot. He's hungry for it. He got the podium yesterday. I think that was his best result, right?
It was, yeah.
And then we've got a championship battle going on between Thomas Langford and Will Antrobus. And that's brewing up to be an absolute humdinger, because Will Antrobus retired yesterday after a car failure, which actually caused the back end to step out. We had a red flag briefly while they cleared up the oil from the failure on that car. And then suddenly, Thomas Langford, we thought he would capitalise on it after leading before the red flag. Then it came to the restart, and he dropped back. So we can't really predict what's going to happen. I've just tried to, but we can't really predict what's going to happen in this race. We saw on camera there Steve Kite as well in the Misty Racing Mazda MX-5, but we've got the likes of Jim Barrett as well in the Parks Motorsport car. There's so many great driver talents on this grid so far this weekend. It's great to see, and I can't wait to see these guys get going.
Yeah, these supercars were producing some fantastic racing yesterday, and I do like how these supercar cars look. Of course, the Mark III MX-5s. I don't know, because I feel like there's a case of, it always is a case of with cars, isn't it? It's kind of like the one you grew up with as well, and this is the one for me. For me, it's I really love how these cars look. Of course, you always miss out on up and down headlights. Yeah. They are fantastic. But these Mark IIIs, I think they look fantastic. Like I say, they produce great racing. And that Langford-Antrobus battle, sure to be an interesting one. Well, of course, Langford getting more points yesterday, but coming into the weekend, there was only 1 point separating them. That just shows how ridiculously close it's been. And we say that. There's 1 point separating them on drop scores, and they've had, how many races for that? 3, 6, 9, 11 races, and there's 1 point difference. My goodness. Well, total 9 to go. Of course, we had 1 yesterday, so plenty of time and opportunities for things to change. But yes, Dendy on that front row, victorious yesterday. He's hunting that second one. Middleton, maybe thinking a bit of what could have been. As we say, he had 2 or 3 fourth places in the bank, 2 or 3 fifth places in the bank. That was his first podium of the year. But from a P1 start, he would have think, okay, P1 to P3, we'll take that. Podium's done. Right, I'm starting P1 again. I'm not leaving anything on the table in this one. Watch out for that number 9 off of the front row. But as we've said in so many races already today, that race start going to be absolutely crucial to how the rest of it plays out.
Definitely so. So the cars make their way up to the marshal that's just got the yellow flag held up above them. So he will stand in front of our pole position sitter. So row 3 just looking to line up. And just outside of the shot on the left, there will be a marshal with a green flag. So he'll wave that green flag. And then the marshal up on the gantry will give the 5-second board, and we will get ready to go racing here. I cannot wait to see how this plays out. So you can just hear them just tweaking with the revs now. The marshal puts the boards up, so the 5-second board goes up. We're ready to go racing here for the Clapham North MX-5 Super Cup. The red light goes on, and out it goes, and it's a brilliant start from Sam Middleton. What's gone on with Alistair Dendy? He's almost gone backwards. And Will Antrobus and Tom Langford, they're side by side for second place. That's your championship battle right there as they head towards Coppice for the first time. There's a little bit of bumping and nudging as they go into Coppice. Keep it together, boys. We don't want anything bad happening through the first few corners. It's a bit tight as they make their way onto Park Straight for the first time through Charlie's, but it's Sam Middleton that's just managed to get the advantage. Cars off left, right and centre, just taking advantage of the track limits. Thomas Langford just about keeps it on. And Thomas Langford, I thought he was going to come a cropper there as he rejoined the circuit. They now head down to Park, and all of a sudden he's down the inside of Sam Middleton for the win. Will Antrobus is going down there for company as well. What is going on with these? It's like someone's lit the blue touch paper.
Honestly, yeah, what a shame for Middleton. Then that bit of a mistake out of Charlie's. Saw the rear end get all sorts of slidey. Loses 2 places because of it down into Park. Your 2 championship protagonists are up into the top 2 already in this one. And that bit of contact that we saw up through Coppice on the first lap, of course, we saw, as it all gets a bit close, we saw Langford and Antrobus go either side of Dendy. Hall and Parent Smith then did the same, but they then closed in Dendy. There was a bit of contact. Dendy went left and right, managed to keep it in a straight line as he was sandwiched between the 2 of them, and thankfully it doesn't seem to be too much contact on either of those cars. So then, from the second row of the grid, Langford's to the lead, Antrobus to second, Middleton still there in third place. It's then Hall and Parent Smith chasing, with Alistair Dendy now bringing up the rear, at least of that leading squabble.
Alistair Dendy will be absolutely kicking himself after that start. He must have either got too much revs or not enough revs. The car seemed to bog down on the start. It was either wheel spin or not enough grunt. But here we go. The cars make their way through Barn to finish the first lap, and that is your championship fight at the front. It's Thomas Langford leading William Antrobus, and Sam Middleton still in there as well. He's going to be kicking himself. He hasn't capitalised on the pole position to maybe get a gap in the first couple of laps. And don't forget about Ollie Hall in fourth. I perhaps do Ollie Hall a bit of a disservice, but he is there or thereabouts in fourth position. And Darren Parent-Smith as well. We had a car off in the background there, kicking up the dust. There's more action onto the grass. That was so tight there. And did Steve Kite give him a little nudge on the way as he rejoined? That was that looked quite scary there. It's probably the worst place you want to have any runoff whatsoever in these cars. But Thomas Langford still leads from Will Antrobus, and Middleton's lost another place now to Ollie Hall. So Ollie Hall's got himself up into a podium position. Dan Parent-Smith hanging out there for a bit of company as well with Alistair Dendy and Jim Barrett, who is the club master. He's the leading club master in this case. And then we've got Ginn, Wright and Tolley, our top 10. Sam Middleton running wide again. He's really struggling with the grip on that car. It's almost as if he's got the pressures wrong this time around. But Tom Langford soaking up all the pressure from William Antrobus this time around. And Sam Middleton, well, unfortunately, he's dropped 20 quid and picked up sixpence since starting on the front row. He's now back in fourth position. And speaking of that, Alistair Dendy back in sixth.
Indeed, yeah, it's all reshuffled around, hasn't it? Yeah, Middleton, same as on lap number 1. A little bit too slidey out of Charlie's over the gravelly and dusty exit. Loses that momentum. Ollie Hall slips on by. Yeah, Sam Middleton is in understeer city at the moment. Look at this, though. For the lead, up the inside goes Antrobus. That is oh so cheeky. Oh. They're down into Barn. Forces his way through up the inside, and Ollie Hall thinks, all right, mate, I'll get stuck in as well. To the outside line he goes then. It'll be a drag race between Hall and Langford. Langford uses the slipstream, but he's boxed in behind your race leader of Antrobus. Doesn't matter, though. Uses it well enough as O'Dear parked up at the side. Is
That's
the number
Rumsey.
45, Graham Rumsey. Looks to be race over. He has got it back onto the black stuff there, but not going particularly speedy. But right then, Antrobus takes the race lead after a DNF from yesterday, closely followed by Langford and Hall. Middleton, Parent-Smith still there as well, and then our sixth place driver, they're closing in also. Is it not Alistair Dendy? Have we got an issue with the timing? I think Dendy is involved in that group. We've changed at the front. Hall looking to the outside line. What was a move ends up losing in 1, ends up losing in 2. Middleton slides on by as well. Parent-Smith, that little overcorrection he had to do there, lost him the opportunity also. So Hall slots back into 4th, but what was a move for 2nd turns into a loss of a position down to P4.
Yeah, settle down there, chaps. They're getting a little bit too racy at the moment. There's a lot of bumping and boring as we've seen in the first few laps. We don't want to end up in the clerk's office, do we, chaps? But Tom Langford, after seemingly losing the lead for an incredible move, we've got another car off out wide. That's the 88 car of Wright, who's 6th in Pro Class at the moment. He's 8th overall, just getting it a little bit wrong coming out of Mansfield. And struggling for grip there on the exit was Tom Langford. He looked like he had a little bit of understeer there, which allowed Antrobus through. But Langford's going to be wary. He knows that Antrobus managed to sneak down the inside on the exit of the hairpin into Barn last time out. Is he going to go defensive? We have a look as they go through Hall Bends. No, he doesn't stay defensive. He keeps the speed through Barn and down to the start-finish line to complete what will be lap number 3.
Indeed, nose to tail then. Under the gantry we go once more. Langford leads us on to lap number 3. Antrobus, Middleton, Hall, Parent-Smith, they're all in a train. Yeah, seems as though Dendy just with that transponder issue. Himself and the 23 of Tolley both with no working transponder. It says on our live timings. They both need to sort that, ready for race number 3 later on this afternoon. These 5 still nose to tail though. And okay, Middleton has had those slightly slidey moments in this race. He's pushing, he wants this, and he's still absolutely there in this leading group of 3. He's using that slipstream as best he can. To the outside line goes Antrobus. He looks for the lead, but if he gets shuffled wide here, Middleton could have 2nd place off him. That's exactly what has happened. Off and wide he goes. Middleton to 2nd. Hall trying to get to 3rd as well. He sneaks his way up the inside, and Antrobus is still wide there. He's still cutting up dust there, as now up the inside goes Parent-Smith. So a look for the lead turns into 5th by the time they get through to the gooseneck.
The problem is, if you go for the outside there, you know that Thomas Langford is quite racy, so he is going to close the door on him on the outside. He didn't have enough of the car up towards what I would call the B pillar on the outside. So Tom Langford is always going to close the door and not give him racing room, force him out wide, and unfortunately the dust and everything that goes up on the tyres, you momentarily lose grip for the next couple of corners, and that's what you've seen happen. So he's back on the trail of these top 5 cars. Langford keeps the lead, but Antrobus just needs to be a little bit smarter with this. We've seen him make a great move down into Barn, but on the outside into Park it works for Caterhams, but with the MX-5s they're a little bit wider and you can have the door slammed in your face.
Exactly. If you go around the outside in a Caterham, you know if you tangle on corner exit, you're both out. Whereas in these, the driver on the inside can be a bit more aggressive and shoving you off to the grass, and doesn't really affect them too much. Lovely run though up into Coppins once again, this time from Ollie Hall. You saw that brief flash of the brake lights there as he was just closing in a bit too quickly, couldn't make the move, has to slot straight back in. Sorry, I say that, it's Sam Middleton in second. What am I talking about? It was Middleton there who had closed up. Hall's now back into third then in all that reshuffling we saw, courtesy of our now 5th place driver of William Antrobus. There he is, trying to stay in the tow here of Daniel Parent-Smith as we continue on through this race then. Still 12.5 minutes left to go. And it is actually Dendy in P7 who has, sorry, I say P7, of course, no, is it part of our leading battle, but Dendy has that fastest lap now, 1:43 dead. For the number 18. He's second in the Masters class at the moment, but finding some really good pace. So what is our leading group? 43.9, 43.6, 43.3, 43.7, and then 43 dead for Dendy. So just showing Dendy finding some good pace despite that difficult start from earlier on.
Showing some good pace and perhaps some clean air as well. He's not utilising the toe or anything, but Dendy's there or thereabouts, and actually Jim Barrett's managed to get about. A big shout out for Jim Barrett. So that's brilliant for the Parks Motorsport Run Mazda MX-5 to get that done.
I was getting myself confused. Sorry to cut across you, mate, because I could have sworn that Dendy was in that leading back. What happened? How's he so far back from our leading 5 now?
I think he's had a bit of an issue earlier
Something's happened, hasn't it? He's dropped back, but as you say, he's finding pace now, isn't he? So I think it might be a what could have been from this race, Andy.
It's funny what happens when you start driving a bit angry. Here comes our lead top 5 as they make their way through Barn once again and onto the start-finish straight. And what can Sam Middleton do about Thomas Langford? Thomas Langford has got to think, I've got Will Antrobus. He could probably see him distantly back in 5th place. Now, whether the move goes up to the clerk's office or not, that's not for us to decide. But Will Antrobus has actually dropped back a bit on pace. He's probably just collecting his thoughts, having a drink, a sort of a mental drink, and just having a breather and thinking, right, I'll attack later into the race. Because I tell you what, Ollie Hall really fancies this as well, and it is the top 3 for the lead. If they had headlights on these cars, they would be flashing them at the moment. So they make their way down Park Straight and full park once again. Middleton looks to the outside slightly of Thomas Langford, but he has the inside covered. And meanwhile, Alistair Dendy with a great move down the inside to Jim Barrett, so he gets the job done. So Alistair Dendy up to 6th place with the way things go. So the Parks Motorsport currently leading the Masters, and Ollie Hall sideways there out of the gooseneck. That could have been a little bit choppy. So some great car control being showed there. And what about Dan Parent-Smith as well? He's looking quite racy in the Hills Motorsport car. So it's Hills Motorsport 4th and 5th at the moment. So I know Aidan and his dad will be watching on, quite nervous in the championship battle. Aidan Hills, obviously, team owner and championship winner of the Clapham North MX-5 Super Cup and a few other championships as well. But Thomas Langford, as he goes through the final corners to look to complete his 6th lap, he looks under control here. Just keeping Sam Middleton at bay. The track's wide enough that Thomas Langford knows if he keeps his car in the right bits of tarmac. And I'll tell you what, Sam Middleton, I think he's missed a gear there, as my colleague says. He was just giving the universal signal for it won't go into gear, Gov. And Sam Middleton, I'm afraid, has lost 2nd place to Ollie Hall coming out of Barn down the start-finish straight. He managed to get it back into gear to keep 3rd, but Sam Middleton, another mistake, unfortunately, has cost him 2nd place.
Yeah, indeed. You saw there off of the corner there, the slight wiggle from the car as he was trying to force it into the gear. As soon as he did get it in, you then saw he checked in the mirror and moved straight over to try and cover off from Ollie Hall, but I think he realised that might have been a bit too cheeky. He left him a car's width on the inside and Hall went straight on by. So back into 2nd again. Middleton wants this race win, but just those couple of issues through this race, a couple of wide moments that now I think what must have been missing a gear there at a Barn, now drops back into 3rd and really back into the clutches here of Daniel Parent-Smith. So Parent-Smith and Antrobus back on the scene, but if these two get a bit too caught up here, looking at the rear bumper of Sam Middleton, Hall and Langford could try and scamper off. You might see here with a bit of a gap opening up between Hall and Middleton. If it does open up and they squabble over third, you might just see Ollie Hall start to push Langford and think, okay, we'll go just the two of us. There's still 8 minutes left to go. But for the moment, like you say, Langford leading this race fantastically well, dealing with the pressure beautifully. He's had, I think, at some point, almost all of these 4 behind him at one point in this race. But for now, it's Ollie Hall, the one applying the pressure. And I've got to say, he is all over the bumper of Thomas Langford, isn't he? He is right on the pace of your race leader. So at the moment, top 5 in a bit of a sandwich, I should say, with our 2 championship protagonists. Langford at the front and Antrobus at the back.
Championship sandwich is obviously a sandwich, I'll give you that one.
Thank you, mate.
A little bit of dust kicked up there from Ollie Hall, so that's not a way to try and get after Thomas Langford. And do you know what? He gives him a little bit of a gap, so Thomas Langford could breathe a sigh of relief through the first couple of corners, and maybe he could do what Steve Foden did in the earlier Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 championship race and just get his head down, just build that gap. A little 10th here, a little 100th there, just build up that little bit of a gap. But no, Ollie Hall's looking quite racy through the first couple of corners. That gap is going to come together again. Dan Parron-Smith just keeping a watch of Sam Middleton. He's in 4th place at the moment, but Will Antrobus, he seems to be dropping back. 0.7 of a second last time out. I'm wondering if that little off he had has maybe just got in his head a little bit. Meanwhile, Alistair Dendy in 6th. He's still got the fastest lap of the race. He's 5 seconds away from our leader and seemingly out on his own.
Indeed he is. Yeah, chilling is Dendy now out all on his lonesomes. 1:43 dead, as we say, that fastest time of the race. It is, to be fair, Will Antrobus with the second fastest time, a 1:43.1. But yeah, in those last couple of laps, a little bit off of the 4 drivers ahead. Now, you might say, if you didn't know Will Antrobus, that maybe he's sitting behind and he got a DNF yesterday, so we want to make sure he finishes this race and gets the points. But no, Will Antrobus, that ain't what's going through his brain.
He's a racing driver.
He wants to join that pack of 4 once again. And hey, there's still a bit of time on the clock, to be fair. 6.5 minutes left to go. Will, it's been amazing to see his ascension through from karting. Of course, a proven driver over in the British Kart Championships for many years prior to this. He's made the step up into car racing and into Mazda MX-5s, as we do see from a lot of kart drivers moving into machinery like this. It's the perfect stepping stone for those young drivers wanting to move over into circuit and club racing. But Antrobus still on the back of the train then, and now it's Ollie Hall who takes the fastest lap of the race. First driver in this race down in the 42s, 1:42.970. And fair play to Alistair Denny there. He can see the back of the train. He's not that far away.
No. So I'm wondering if it's time. Time is a factor in this. Can Alistair Dendy? Because if you look at his last lap times comparing to everyone else, it's not as if he's taking absolute seconds out, and he's still 5 seconds away. So really, what he wants to do is for it to be absolute chaos up at the front. In the meantime, Ollie Hall in second place with Sam Middleton all over his back bumper now, and seemingly they've dropped the 2 Hills Motorsport cars, so I don't know what's gone on there, but Dan Parron-Smith now coming under pressure from Will Antrobus, so Darren Smith has lost a bit of pace as well. They make their way over the gooseneck. Tom Langford still just soaking up that pressure. He's taking it all in, and he's come from the school of hard knocks in the Mark 1 Mazda Championship. So Thomas Langford knows what it's like to be at the front, absorb the pressure from some highly skilled drivers. Ollie Hall up there with Middleton. And Sam Middleton, what's going through his head? He wants that win. He hasn't got that win yet, and he is desperate for it. Alistair Dendy got his first win yesterday. I thought he would capitalise on it today, but unfortunately that start kind of didn't quite pay dividends to that. Don't worry, the bollards are still standing. I can still count 3 as they make their way through Hall Bends there.
Good. Yeah, Alistair Dendy, it's a shame for him, isn't it? Yeah, that start pretty much unravelled everything, didn't it, sadly? The first few metres of the race sort of sorted it out for him. Right then, onto a new lap we go. This is a nice bit of slipstream here for Ollie Hall. Will he look for the inside line? No, he pushes Langford. There we go then. Still 4 minutes to go. Ollie Hall still thinking, nope, it's too early to pull the pin out on this one. And watch the grenade go off around him. They continue on nose to tail then. You've got to say, yeah, fair play to Sam Middleton. We thought, with that little bit of a miss of a gear, lost the place to Hall, slipped back into the clutches of Parron-Smith and Antrobus. At least I thought, certainly, well, they'll be all over each other for the next couple of laps. They'll lose the top 2. They'll be off and scamper off, and they'll be left to battle over third. But no, Middleton settled back in, closed back up to these top 2, and dropped Parron-Smith and Antrobus. So fair play to Sam Middleton. Great pace from today, and you've got to say, Hall and Middleton are the ones looking feisty, aren't they? The ones really hounding that rear bumper of Thomas Langford. But once again, Langford just proving that he can deal with this. He's got experience behind the wheel. He's fighting for the championship here. Every point matters, and he's remaining firm at the sharp end of the order, despite Hall and Middleton being all over him for, well, pretty much the entirety of this race so far.
Certainly looks that way, but Thomas Langford still soaking up the pressure. And the good thing is, while into park, it looked like Ollie Hall was perhaps trying to line up a move. Sam Middleton was there in the background, so that's the one thing that's working to Langford's advantage. He knows that Ollie Hall can't get too busy trying to get the lead of the race because Sam Middleton is there to pounce on any mistake that's made. And now the Hills Motorsport cars have got themselves up, so we're into a pack of 5 again through the twisty Hall bends. Alistair Dendy still in the background, just keeping a watching brief. Maybe he can get into this battle later to the race, but we've got just over 2.5 minutes left. So by my calculations, we've got about 3 laps left of this race.
Indeed. When is Ollie Hall going to pull the pin on this, though? That's the question.
Yeah, and managed to drop Sam Middleton there coming out of the barn, so they took a big chunk of time out, and it's forced Sam Middleton back. So with the Hills Motorsport cars, although saying that, Middleton managed to get a better line through the first couple of corners through Coppice into Charlie's, but Thomas Langford just eating up the pressure. He's almost got Morse code on his rear bumper from Ollie Hall, but Ollie Hall just cannot find the line to get through. They make their way down Park Straight. They head down towards Park. The track does thin up in this section here. Hall looks to the outside. Langford's gone defensive, just puts the car in the right place once again. Middleton just having a watch in the background. There's dust kicked up. Who's that's gone wide? Is that Middleton or Ollie Hall? But possibly Middleton there. Almost lost a bit more of a gap. You could see it physically on screen, and you could almost see that Ollie Hall was getting the car a little bit more twitchy as they went into the gooseneck. You could see the attitude of the car change, and that's allowed Middleton to close right up into Mansfield. So certainly not over yet for this leading pack of 3, although Dan Parent-Smith's now managed to close up onto the back of Middleton. So different areas of the circuit are different strengths for these drivers. Ollie Hall's looking a bit more racing. There's 1 minute and 20 left.
The attitude of the car very much changed for Hall. I think he's realised now it's now or never, isn't it? Because Langford there choosing to defend up into Park, and I think Hall might be a bit frustrated with that because he's shown over the last couple of laps, look, I've been right on your rear bumper and I've not gone for a move. Why are you defending already? As oh dear, that's slow for the, was that number 20 of Ginn potentially, was in 3rd in the Masters, but sadly looks as though race might be over for them a little bit earlier than they would have hoped.
That's
right
a shame
as we come towards the flag as well.
Yeah, it's a shame for Chris Ginn. Pulls off into the paddock, so they will actually appear behind our commentary box there. But Chris Ginn, looks and sounds terminal as it comes through. It's not a happy sounding Mazda MX-5. Meanwhile, battle for the lead as we head on to the final lap, and it's Tom Langford versus Ollie Hall, and he's giving him a nudge there as they go through. That's a bit rude, Ollie. But Tom Langford, he won't mind that, and Sam Middleton's thinking, right, come on, you two, bang your castanets together. I want to get onto this. Down the Park Straight now. They're going to head towards Park. Let's see what happens under braking. Langford goes defensive. Ollie Hall's there. Middleton wants to play as well. And Parent-Smith and Will Antrobus, the gap back to him. Where's he gone? He's nearly 2 seconds behind the leader now. So Will Antrobus seemingly behind this fight. He's suffered with that car in its race. It's not been happy hunting since he went off the circuit. I am wondering if his excursion has knocked the Geo somewhat over the gooseneck. Langford still keeping nice and defensive. Ollie Hall had a little look there, but he's running out of chances to make it count. And Sam Middleton has a look down the inside. They rub in and bore in as they make their way. What a move by Sam Middleton. My applause to you, sir. Out of Mansfield and down the inside of Ollie Hall. And Sam Middleton takes second on the last lap. Can he hold it through the mountain section? They make their way over the mountain. It's Middleton versus Ollie Hall. And do you know what? Tom Langford will think, if I don't make a mistake in these last few corners, it's down for me. And all of a sudden, Parent-Smith's in there as well. Will Antrobus, he's too far back now in 5th place. They make their way into the hairpin. It's Thomas Langford, Sam Middleton, who looks defensive from Ollie Hall. Tom Langford goes into barn, heads to the exit. It looks to be a win for our second Clapham North MX-5 Super Cup race, and it looks like Sam Middleton may have just nicked it from Ollie Hall as they cross the line. Langford wins from Middleton with Ollie Hall in 3rd and Parent-Smith. There's more action towards the back. That's a 16 car of Moore, who was leading the club class. That's Richard Moore, who's gone off there as they went over the mountain section. Parent-Smith in 4th and Will Antrobus a distant 5th, and his last lap time was a 1:45.5, so he finished nearly 2 seconds back, did Will Antrobus. Alistair Dendy finishes 6th after Well, I'm sure he'll be disappointed after that front row start with Wright 7th, Barrett 8th, as we wait for the rest of our runners to come through. That looks like that's Alex Jones in the Bromley Motorsport MX-5 that's battling away with Bruce Robinson. So Alex Jones, he's had his trials and tribulations in Mazda MX-5 racing over the years, but he gives it everything, and he's even got himself a little podcast as well. So if you do get a chance, have a watch of that when you can on YouTube and various podcast outlets. So Alex Jones makes his way through, and it looks like Robinson's going to take that particular battle, and of course we lost Christian and Graham Rumsey. So the last few cars over the line for our Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. That was a good race. Now we're just waiting for John as he makes his way out to Parc Fermé to have a word with our winning drivers. Thomas Langford with a brilliant win in the AB Motorsport Langford racing car. He takes the overall and the pro win there with a best lap of a 1:43.263. It was a good win from Thomas Langford, as we just get the results up on screen. And what about Sam Middleton as well? Great run from him. That last lap move, perfectly timed, just coming out of Mansfield. So he receives the plaudits as he makes his way through from the grandstand. As Thomas Langford wins the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup from Sam Middleton, and Ollie Hall taking our top 3 positions. Dan Parron-Smith and William Antrobus in the Hills Motorsport duo, they're 4th and 5th from Alistair Dendy, and Scott Wright in the Paddock Motorsport entry. Jim Barrett wins the Club Masters cars in the Parks Motorsport Run MX-5, Martin Tolley, Steve Kite, and then we've got Moore and Robinson taking Club Honours and Club Masters Honours as a guest, and then Jones was our final finisher in the club class. With Ginn and Rumsey, we lost early on. Rumsey after an early excursion as well. Full send indeed. But to chat to our top 3 and get some of the stories before the lunch break, it's time to hand down to Mr. Radcliffe.
Lovely, thank you very much, Rob. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé once again then. Lovely to see the drivers heading over to each other, just having a little snuggle after that race. Let's go and dive in and chat to a few of them. I think our race leaders headed off. I'll try and give them a bit of time to get the helmets off and whatnot. I can imagine it's probably pretty steamy under those lids as the drivers get themselves sorted after the race. So, of course, wanting to talk to friends and family and mechanics and whatnot. We'll wait for your race winner, Thomas Langford, just to get a bit more comfortable. I'll dive in with our second place man as he grabs some water. Mr. Middleton, well, your first third place yesterday, your first second place today.
Yeah, very eventful race. Chopping and changing the whole way. Teammate Ollie was in second on the last lap, and I think he got a little bit bunched up, but just made the move into the mountain and then hold him up for the...
That was a cheeky move on the last lap.
Yeah, just a little bit.
How did that one happen? Was it a mistake from Ollie?
I think Ollie and Tom both went a little bit slow, and then just let me get a little bit more momentum and just managed to get up the inside.
It was super cheeky. It was great to see you stole it away. And yeah, like we say, third yesterday, second today. You've got one more left to go. My brain tells me P1.
It's a partial reverse grid, so that might be a little bit harder than that one. But
well,
we'll
with that move we saw on the last lap, it's going to be simple.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Thank
Cheers,
you.
Mate. Thanks for chatting with me. Right, then we'll try and squeeze on by. I can see Mr. Thomas Langford has left his overalls. He's over here. Hello, Thomas. Hello. Mate, well done. A race victory. I mean, you had to work hard for it, but a very impressive one.
That's one of the hardest races I've ever done. But first, I need to thank people who make it possible. Next Wave Safety, my affiliate from Germany, Arc Racewear, as you can see here, and Caesar Auto Electrical. Yeah, they made me work for that one. I think we got a bit lucky with some breaks throughout that, but that's defending round here. Yeah. Although it's width-wise quite a short track, it's very difficult.
Yeah. We sort of saw you and Hall were working together for a little bit, and then with about 2 minutes to go, you decided, right, now's the time to defend up into Park.
Well, you never really know when you need to defend. I know Ollie's searching for that first win, and I know it will come at some point. So I didn't know how hard he would push it. But yeah, I'm absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, both those two behind were hunting their first race victories, but you didn't let them have it, Thomas. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Right, we'll head over and, well, see if I can find our third place man of Ollie Hall as well. I think Ollie's dived over here, just chatting with his fellow competitors. Ollie, hello. Ollie, you were hunting that race win. Thomas just didn't quite let you get it. And then on the last lap, you let him through as well.
I know. It's another good battle. Still got that monkey on my back for the race win.
Yeah.
But, yeah, what a battle. Tom did a great move, just backed me up down the gooseneck. And I missed third gear coming out. And
it was a missed gear. I thought it must have been. I thought it must have been. Mate, you were battling so well, and like I say, you were hunting it. But another race coming this afternoon. Is the win maybe on the cards for then?
I'll do everything I can do. I'll do my best.
Sadly, I think Mr. Middleton said exactly the same thing.
Yeah, that's all we can do.
Best of luck, mate. Thanks for chatting with me. Cheers, Ollie. Right, then I'll squeeze past you, Ollie, as I head back here. And our Mazda's done for their second race of the weekend. And as I say, their third race will be later on this afternoon, but you will rejoin us around 1:30. We're going to go to a short lunch break now, so there'll be a little holding screen with a nice timer on there to tell you when we're coming back. And until then, plenty of races to come. Make sure you join us later on this afternoon.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the BRSCC Trackit Cadwell Park Summer Race Weekend. We're getting to the latter stages of our race weekend now. We've got a packed 8 races this afternoon for some great championships. First out, we have got our Caterham graduates with the Sigma 135s. They had a mega race earlier with the 150s, and I think we're going to see more of the same with these guys. We've also got Fiesta 150s to come, the second race for the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship, and more Mazda MX-5 racing to come too. So don't go anywhere, sit down on your sofa and watch some great racing this afternoon. So I'm going to walk the 20 steps or so back up to the commentary box and join John Ratcliffe, who will take you through the grid for our first race of the afternoon.
Thank you so much, Rob. Yes, indeed. I look forward to welcoming you back in probably about 15 or so seconds. But yes, hello, everyone. Welcome back to Cadwell Park. You join us here as we continue on for the Trackit BRSCC Cadwell Park Summer Race Weekend. 14 races here today on the bill for Sunday. Of course, we had 8 yesterday as well. So 22 total across this race weekend. We're 6 down out of today's bill, and we've got 8 to go this afternoon. We kick it off with our JMRG Caterham Graduates Championship. Of course, we had the Sigma 150s out a few races ago before that little lunch break. And now the Sigma 135s take to the circuit once again. We have thoroughly enjoyed their first race yesterday. Very exciting race with Jamie Elwood taking the spoils once we got to the checkered flag, but less than 7/10 were between himself and Nick Bryant by the time they got to said checkered flag. Now looking at the grid ahead of this one. Once again, it is an all Jamie front row. Winrow on pole with Elwood alongside him on the front row. James Hapgood and Nick Bryant are there on row number 2 with James Newman and Thomas Gunter on row 3. Row 4 has Steve Merritt and Andrew Sagar, and then rounding out the top 10 are William Hapgood and Giles Hanson. Row 6 has Paul Armitage and Lee James. Then Neil Warnock and Mark Soden are on row 7. They're followed by Neville Sykes and Thomas Glyde. They're on row 8. Row 9 is Russell Gunter and David Poulter. And then rounding out the grid, we have Simon Martin, Simon White, and Merton Wood as well. 21 drivers taking to the grid for this one. Yet again, just like we saw yesterday, an all Jamie front of the grid. And James Hapgood joining them for company as well. Very exciting race in their first one yesterday. But they've had a little sleep since then. They've had a bit of time to rest and recuperation. And they're back again for more of the same crazy Caterhams here at Cadwell.
Yes, and as you can see by the weather conditions, it's got up to a lovely balmy 27 degrees here at Cadwell Park this afternoon. It's roasting hot, which is why I'll be taking the interviews to spare your fair skin.
Thanks, mate.
That's for sure. But we've got some great action lined up this afternoon. I can't wait to see the conclusion of this afternoon's racing. So the green flag waves and the Jamies get themselves away from the front row to start warming those tyres up and just collect their thoughts before the race action really gets underway. And such is the nature of the heat on this track. The clear racing line you can see sort of burned into the asphalt. And it just shows how much track action we have had here this afternoon. So Cadwell Park bristling and glistening in the sunshine. And we've even got the cars parked up on the banking to watch the action this afternoon. So who is going to win in the Jamie class today? We made a joke about it yesterday that the front row was all Jamies in a mini Jamie race between Winrow and Elwood, but it was entertaining racing with the Sigma 135s. The Caterham graduates have been an absolute class act all weekend. It's been great to see them go. And they have certainly brought the racing action to Cadwell Park. And it's almost like Cadwell Park, as well as bike racing, it suits racing like this in Caterham's, making, even through the tighter parts of the circuit, through your Hall Bends, up through the mountain section, these cars suit this circuit. And the overtaking manoeuvres we've seen into Park as well, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, of course, you said previously, didn't we, in the Mazda races, very challenging for drivers to go 2x2 through Park in the Mazdas. In the Caterhams, a little bit more room to play with, but still, of course, you've got to remember those exposed front wheels. If you get a bit too close for comfort, you're going to be tangling together and straight off to the scenery. So lots of respect has to be given between these Caterham drivers. I say that. In that 150 race we had earlier on, I think there was probably about 8 to 10 wings at different parts of the circuit by the end of things. So it was certainly aggressive racing. I think we might see more of the same here from the 135s.
Yeah, a lot of movable aero, that's what we'll call it. A lot of movable aerodynamic parts from the front and rear fenders. And I'll tell you what, I'm pretty sure I saw someone from the Caterham parts department just counting out the notes earlier of all the money he's made from the fenders over the weekend. I joke. But certainly there'll be some invoices getting paid this weekend can for spare fenders, that's for sure. That's how close the racing is in these Caterhams. It's not a case of driving standards, it's just how close these cars follow each other. And you do see that when you see the odd fender flying off.
Indeed, indeed. The question is, how many fenders do drivers bring with them to a race weekend is the question. Well, I know, because obviously, if people don't know back home, I used to race in the Fun Cup, which of course we cover here on BRSEC. Now, if you broke something on that, you'd basically go to the people who run the championship and said, hey, can I have one of those, please? And they'd sell it to you there and then. But I don't know how it works with other championships.
I'm sure there'll be a few teams here running arrive and drive packages, so they'll have a load in the spares lorry that they can then ask the drivers for a few quid for. However, the two Jamies line up on the front row, and we will see the race action getting underway. So we've got Elwood on the left-hand side, Jamie Winrow on the right. The marshal at the front just makes his way off the grid. We've got a green flag to be waved at the back. As soon as that happens, then his gentleman up on the gantry will show everyone the 5-second board. He gets it ready in his hand. The tension is palpable.
The quietness.
So we're just waiting for the signal at the back. Elwood versus Winrow. So as the last few Caterhams slot themselves into position. So the 5-second board is about to be raised, and it does so. So the 5-second board goes up. We await for the red flags on the gantry to come on. They indeed do. And when they go out, we are going to go racing. The lights go out, and it's a brilliant start by the Jamies. Jamie Elwood just getting ahead of Jamie Winrow this time around. Everyone else watching and keeping a following brief, with Nick Bryant and James Hatgood following as well. They just about get through turn one nice and cleanly, albeit following very closely. There's a little bit of dust kicked up by the cars further back just as they squabble for the remaining bits of tarmac. But so far, it does look like it's the white car of Jamie Elwood that's made a better start from Jamie Winrow.
Yeah, like you say, great start for both of them, but a whisker better then for the driver on the outside of the grid. Steals the lead away then early on, but we know how aggressive this slipstream is, and immediately they switch back around. It's Winrow back to the front then. We're side by side for third place there. Brian round the outside looking to hold on from Hapgood, and does, as they then head through into Chris Curve and down the hill. Looking up the inside there was the, I think the 111 of Steve Merritt that was, who was having a sniff as they headed out of Chris Curve and down into the gooseneck we go now. Wasn't able to make up the move, but is looking feisty already on this first lap. Big braking zone, and that's a move up the inside there, further back in the pack. Caterham's continuing to switch around here on lap number one. We head towards the mountain section.
The mountain section is where we're going to see some risky moves getting made. We could just see some cars further back going side by side, but they think no better of it. Go in single file through the mountain section, because this is where you can have your incidents early on, especially if you try and go side by side, and then it closes in on each other. But so far, everyone is just playing a bit sensibly here. It's single file through Hall Bends. We've got a few stragglers towards the back. But all of a sudden, Jamie Winrow, what's happened there? It's like he's picked up a Mario Kart speed boost and he's gone. Either that or Jamie Elwood has made a bit of a mistake that's cost him a lot of time, and now he's going to lose second and maybe even third as he goes down the start-finish straight. And at this rate, he's going to go back to fifth. They go left into Coppice, a little bit of smoke kicked up. That's a little bit tight going through there. I think everyone winced at the side of that. But suddenly, Jamie Winrow has a 1.7 second gap from first to second. What on earth happened there?
I have no idea, but either way, it's worked very well for Jamie Winrow, hasn't it? He's off and clear already, which you don't say very often in a Caterham race. Yeah, Steve Merritt there was looking feisty, trying to find his way around the outside and tried to follow Hapgood through. Side by side there between Hapgood and Elwood, as Elwood tries to find a way back around the outside there as they head through into park for the second time. It didn't work out. But Elwood's still there in fourth place then. Bryant's into second, Hapgood to third. Merritt's still there in P5. Like I say, he tried to thread the needle, didn't he, up through the first couple of corners, out of Coppice and into Charlie's. Just kissed that grass on the outside, kicked up a bit of dust, but lives to fight another day. Slots back in there in P5, and well, that bit of squabbling between these drivers has brought, well, pretty much the rest of the order back in with them. Hansen, Newman, Hapgood, Gunter, Sagar, Armitage, and even further back as well. Massive train this is now, which again is going to benefit Winrow out ahead. So what was the gap heading onto this lap? It was around 1.7 seconds, wasn't it? Yes. What's it going to be at the end of this lap? Has it extended, or has it closed back up?
Well, it'd be interesting to see if the toe can be used here. I mean, the gap looks like it's gone even further from the likes of Nick Bryant, Hapgood, and Merritt. We'll see what the pack does to sort itself out, but already you can see the leaders weaving, trying to break that toe. So Jamie Winrow is playing a clever game here as we see second place fighting it out. They're side by side as they go to the left-hander, and the top 10 all in the 140s in terms of lap time, save Hansen in 8th. That's how much the pace is on these cars. There's so little room to give. So for Jamie Winrow to have that gap, very, very impressive. Oh, there's a little bit of action towards the back. Take it easy, guys. Come on.
Blimey, that was Newman
so
over the grass on the exit there, and that rear snapped hard on Newman there. How he caught that, I do not know. We look for a switch around for second. Hapgood tries the inside line, but Bryant holds it around the outside here. But again, like you say, these drivers all getting focused on each other. Winrow continuing to extend that gap.
He certainly is. It's a very impressive performance so far, but we've also got to remember there's 20 minutes left.
Of course.
So we try not to get too excited about it, but Bryant holding his nerve in second place, but he has got a gap of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars behind him, then a further second down the road, and there's another 5 cars. So he is holding the Caterham train at the moment. He's the engine in the front of that, and at the moment it appears Jamie Winrow has just got to keep his nerve and perhaps get his head down. He's got to drive that perfect race now. If he's got enough of a gap to have broken the toe, that means he can't get sucked back into the pack. Let's see if he can do it. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far, and that's a 1:39.9. He is the only Caterham driver so far to get into the 39s. He's about to complete the third lap, so let's see how he gets on. He's already down the start-finish straight by the time this second group goes through. So there's your Bryant, Hapgood, Elwood, Merritt, so they're all in the 140s. It's another fastest lap from Winrow, so he's making further inroads. That's a 1:39.528, so Winrow is setting fastest lap after fastest lap. It's almost as if he's broken the toe and he's off on his own now, so if he can keep this going, the race is going to come to him. But Bryant has got all the work to do, and effectively he's got to drive more defensive, which is going to slow him down and play into Winrow's hands also.
Yeah, exactly as we said, Bryant and Hapgood are getting a bit too focused on each other, both of those two drivers not getting a personal best on the last lap, whereas, as you say, Winrow, new fastest lap of the race. A second quicker than Bryant and Hapgood on the last lap. He is motoring on away with this race lead, and yeah, like we say, he's settling in now. I think this is the point of the race where, right, we don't check the mirror anymore, we focus and we keep putting in these purple lap times. That's what Jamie Winrow's hoping anyway. Nick Bryant doing his best to keep these drivers behind. You saw there was a little switch around at the end. That was no, they didn't switch around in the end. Apologies. I thought Elwood and Merritt had a bit of a switch, but no, Hapgood was there as well, trying to find a way through Bryant again. But they're so focused on each other. They're in that group for second place now, and there's a good 5 or 6 of them all still nose to tail in that battle for P2. I don't want to say it too early because it is a Caterham race, but Winrow is off. 39.5 once again, a second quicker on the last lap. Like, he's flying. 18.5 minutes to go. There's plenty of time for things to change, but if he keeps hitting his markers, keeps doing what he's doing, even if he's on similar pace to the drivers behind, he's got this one in the bag. Who's that slowing? Who's that slowing? That is Elwood. No, is it not? Potentially across the line we go. We'll see. It was a white drops down the order.
Yeah, it was a white body on the Caterham.
It was Elwood.
It was. Yeah, so it looks like we've lost Jamie Elwood, which is such a shame. So the Gremlins have in fact come back to him, but another 1:39.7 from Jamie Winrow. He's still the only Caterham driver so far. He's lapping consistently in the 39s, and the gap has increased from the lead to a 3.7 second gap. And there's a car off, and that's on the exit to Coppice. So we might get our first appearance of the safety car, and it's that Warnock. He was running 11th going over the line. The driver's waved his hand. He looks okay, probably a bit winded, but I can only guess as to what happened there. He's possibly caught the exit of the circuit at Coppice. So you take Coppice more or less flat in these cars, and I'm wondering if he's just got a bit of grass on the outside that spat the car round and sent it towards the barrier on the inside. And indeed, Jamie Winrow is going to be cursing because the safety car is out on circuit. So that well-fought 3.7 second lead is unfortunately going to disappear for Jamie Winrow. And unfortunately, as well as having a car off into the barriers. Now, we did see the driver put his hand up. That's a good thing. So the driver's okay. Probably a little bit winded, as you normally have as soon as the belts are quite tight in any race car. So if you have any sort of impact, it just wins you momentarily. And Jamie Elwood, well, pit out according to this. So he's gone into the pit lane to perhaps see his team and cure an issue, and he's gone back out. So they've obviously seen that with the safety car being out on circuit, he can keep on the same lap.
Yeah.
Maybe his team have done the good old master reset, turn it off, turn it back on again, for whatever reason it will be. Go out under safety car, check it, see it's all okay, and then maybe work his way through under the restarts. And I'm pretty sure Jamie Elwood is the Caterham driver that has raced and won championships in every single Caterham discipline available except this one.
Right.
So if he wins this championship, he would have won a race in every single Caterham championship.
Wow.
So that is your runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car out on circuit. That has picked up our intrepid Caterhams out on circuit. Luke Souch watching at home will be pleased that I noted the intrepid Caterhams, that's for sure. But it's so good to see the driver out of the car and the Orange Army doing a mega job once again to make sure the drivers are safe, the spectators are safe, that everyone's safe at these meetings. So the medical car just making its way down because the car's had an impact with the barrier. Standard procedure, the driver will pop down to the medical centre, they'll do a couple of cursory checks and make sure they're okay. So for those watching at home, don't worry too much that there's a medical car, standard practice. So it's all about driver safety.
Yeah, very much the better to be safe than sorry.
Oh yes, and there is the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car on screen in its new livery, I may add.
It looks brilliant.
It does look good, doesn't it? And I believe that was wrapped by the Mission Motorsport team.
Oh right.
I believe so. I will have to double check. I'll have to message Luke Souch and double check, but I'm pretty sure that livery was done around the Mission Motorsport setup. So
cool. No, but like you say, the main thing, Neil Warnock, we've seen him there, stood behind the barriers, looking A-OK and looking as all right as you can be when your car's stuffed in the barrier down at T1. A real shame for him, and like we say, this is their last race of the weekend, so that is weekend done, day done, sadly for Neil. And yeah, like we say, medical straight over to offer assistance and check that he is indeed all okay. To spot as well, I think it was Jamie Hapgood, when we cut to the shot back to the leaders, and then we went to safety car as they're coming up to. Oh no, that's one of our back markers. I think he'd lost a rear wing, so I think there'd been some contact between our leaders as we cut away, obviously, to look at this incident. When we cut back, there was a missing rear wing, so potential for a bit of contact as we looked away, as Hapgood and Bryant switched around. As we look down here, I think that rear right is gone on Hapgood, so a little bit of contact somewhere, but all continuing on, which is the main thing. But of course, unlike the red flag that we saw yesterday, in other races, this safety car timer continues to tick down. So one negative for Jamie Winrow is he's lost that nice gap that he had, but one positive is that time is running out as well for the drivers to fight with him. But I think if you gave him the option, he would have chosen to keep his race lead than have to do a safety car restart. But there you go, this is racing, Jamie, and things changed at the drop of a hat, and now he's got to show us his prowess at these race restarts, because his initial start was brilliant, wasn't it? Absolutely fantastic from Jamie Winrow. Fought his way back to the front and then scampered off from there. But he's going to have to do it all again.
He is, and it was a little bit of luck involved as well. So Jamie Elwood obviously made a few mistakes on the first couple of laps. Jamie Elwood made a few mistakes. Bryant caught up, Merritt caught up, Hapgood caught up. There was the big battle pack there that emerged, and they were sort of squabbling amongst each other that allowed Winrow to get that lead. And a 3.7 second lead in a Caterham is a bit like, well, it's almost between New York and London in terms of the gap. It's huge in a Caterham, let's be honest. He'd broken the toe, he was away clear, he was driving perfect laps each time. On the racing line, he was able to utilise every part of that car. And as the time ticks down, like you say, the only thing that's going to be in Jamie Winrow's favour now is he'll be hoping, okay, if we're going to have a safety car, I'd rather be it a slightly longer one, so we've got less time for the others to build up a plan and catch me. And he's got to nail this restart. So he's probably planning in his head already, right, what have I got to do under the restart? What cars have I got to chase? Who have I got in my mirrors? Does he know who's behind him? Can he recognise who's behind him and sort of use his race prowess to sort of cover off into park? There's going to be lots of opportunities into park, both on the outside and on the inside. So it wouldn't surprise me if you're going to see him 3 wide going into there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens on the restart, that's for sure.
Don't say that. Say 3. You're tempting fate there, Robert.
I do want to point out as well that Neil Warnock, our unfortunate driver, that has ended up coming a cropper into the barriers, not the football manager, Neil Warnock. It's not the manager that has got the likes of QPR, Sheffield Wednesday and such into the Premier League, that's for sure.
Well, he was managing this race well until it all went wrong.
Very good.
Yeah, shame.
Very good.
But I noticed as well on Neil's car that the front left was totally broken. Totally skew-whiff to the rest of the car. We saw the back of the car go into the barrier, but I don't ever recall the front going in. So maybe there was a bit of contact with someone else there as well.
Maybe. It could have been a ricochet, so it could have gone nose into the barrier, which then spun it round. So, if unfortunately we don't have the technology to give you an instant replay there, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. But hopefully he can get that car sorted and back out for the next round. Doesn't look too bad.
Indeed, well, you have the ability on the live stream to scroll back, so you can go and have a watch yourself, but we can't hear in live time anyway. But either way, yeah, main thing, Neil seeming all okay, but sadly out of this race. Well, we're going to clock into to less than 10 minutes now left to go. Lights are still very much still on the safety car, so it looks as though for the moment that we will be going round once again. So this is going to be a relatively short dash, especially considering we were expecting a full 25 minutes in this one, which we felt how long that went on for the 150s earlier on. So taking a lot of time and a lot of opportunities away from drivers who have slipped back in the early stages.
Well, I mean, the team here at Cadwell Park have done a brilliant job of lifting the car. And there we go. That's the car getting a bit of assistance back courtesy of the flatbed lorry. So well done to the recovery team here at Cadwell Park. And they have already got that car off the circuit. So that gives it one more lap, I would say, and then we are on for a restart. So get that flatbed across to the other side of the circuit. That just gives us one more moment to appreciate the BRSCC Jaguar safety car, that's for sure, who leads them round. And Winrow's just got another lap and a bit more time. Under a safety car lap, they're about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So he's got another 3 minutes just to have a little think and go, right, how am I going to do the restart? Because once the safety car peels off, it's up to him.
Yeah.
He can hold them all back. He can go instantly. He can wait right until the start-finish line and then nail it. It's up to him. So he's tactically going through his mind now. He's looking at what drivers he's got behind him. He knows they're going to be... And similarly, they're going to be watching everything that he's doing. They're going to anticipate he's going to try and play some games as well. Can't wait for the restart.
Of course he's going to. Maybe even the exit out of the hairpin as we see Nick's car getting dragged back into the paddock behind us. Maybe out of the hairpin might be the time to go, because obviously through Barn, if you wait that late, the slip seems so strong all the way down and through and up through Coppice, then of course down the Park Straight as well. So maybe out of the hairpin might be the time to go for it, carry that speed as best you can through Barn, and then cross both fingers and hope you head up into Coppice.
Hope for the best. So as you can see, the Jaguar safety car with a bit of a gap to Winrow. I think Winrow kind of knows what's coming. He would have seen that the car's been sort of removed from the area. Not a lot of work, so there's no barrier repairs going on because it was the Armco that they hit. So it'll be a bit of a dent, and that'll be for the circuit to do during the week. Just get the hammer out and knock some dents out. But Winrow's, he's a smart cookie. He'll look at the safety car and he's like, I know you're coming in soon. As we actually see, funnily enough, Neil Warnock's car's being recovered behind us. It's now in Parc Fermé, looking a bit worse for wear. So the car's definitely out of shot. So the marshals have had their chance to do the clean-up, and I think we are going to go racing this time around. And an impeccably behaved Caterham graduates grid makes their way through the gooseneck. And at some point, I would say, in the next couple of corners, we will see the lights out on the safety car before it will then peel off and head back towards pit lane. Now, Jamie Winrow's backed the pack up and they've started warming up their tyres. So has he seen the lights go out on the safety car? Indeed he has. So the safety car peels off and heads for the pit lane. And meanwhile, Jamie Winrow is just taking his time here. He's going to back the pack up. He's going to make sure they all swallow each other up, because it's up to him when he goes. So still weaving the tyres. And we've still got to go through Hall Bends, then into the hairpin, and then into Barn. So it's up to him. Now, could he decide that I've built up enough of a gap to the safety car that he goes... He's gone already. He's almost gone into the hairpin and just through Hall Bends and into the hairpin and thought, no, a better time as any. I'm going to go now. So here goes the restart then. screeching of tyres, and he has built up a little bit of a gap, but he needs to break the toe this time. He's got Hapgood for company and Bryant. They can't overtake until they get over the start-finish line, so here we go. Third and fourth close enough to start some slipstreaming. They make their way, and a great look up the inside. I thought there was a move on there, but decided to pull out of it at the last minute. But Jamie Winrow now with all the work to do.
Yeah, Steve Merritt was hunting that one, wasn't he? But he's lost all the exit speed. Opposite can be said of Nick Bryant. He's used that exit speed to perfection, but gets sent the long way round by James Hapgood. Up towards Park we go yet again then, and to the outside line will go Nick Bryant. Does he get it done in the braking zone? Yes, he does. To second place then goes Nick Bryant. But talk about that race start from Jamie Winrow. That was perfection. He went so early, he nearly caught the safety car back up as the safety car peeled into pit lane, but it was to perfection. Timed brilliantly, and clearly went at the right possible point because he gapped away from the 2 or 3 chasing behind him, and he's now got, okay, it's not quite the 3 seconds he had before we went to safety car, but it is a bit of a buffer with 6 minutes left to go then. So a change for second. Bryant's the second, Hapgood's still there third, Merritt in fourth, and then a little bit of a gap back to Newman, who rounds out the top 5.
Indeed, so Winrow just controlling things at the moment, but unfortunately it does look like he's going to get some extra company this time around. He hasn't managed to build up the gap that he's got. And with Jamie Elwood, well, Elwood is on the back of the pack, so whatever problems he's had, he's managed to get them fixed, get them reset, get them sorted. So it'd be good to see Jamie Elwood making his way back through the pack. But Winrow, he's led another lap, so he's going to complete his 9th lap now as they make their way over the line. The way they're weaving to try and get rid of the toe as well. Oh, what a lap from Jamie Winrow. And then Bryant goes and one-ups him, and they're all in the 39s now. So Bryant gets himself into the 39s. They're very nearly in the 38, so 1:39.0. That is blistering pace. But the gap at the front is still 0.8 seconds. Let's see what happens on Park Straight. They make their way up towards the top now. Yeah, they're heading towards Park, and the toe is in play here, certainly. Winrow's looking buoyant, but I'll tell you who's looking even more buoyant. It's Bryant.
Yeah, this is a totally different race to what we had on the initial start, isn't it? We're side by side now for third place. It's Steve Merritt looking around the outside.
Oh,
lock up
that's
for
a
second
lock up.
of Nick Bryant. Jamie Hapgood might just swallow him up there on the exit as he tries to thread the needle and find his way through back into second place. Well, that might be God's gift to Jamie Winrow there. You've seen how aggressively he's been trying to break the toe, but a little mistake for Bryant. Has he lost the position? No, he hasn't. He's kept ahead. Fair play to Nick. He stayed there in second place. As we look for a slightly wider shot, yeah, that gap's opened up. Okay, it's not a chasm. Certainly not.
It's
but
not
4 or 5 car lengths.
It's not enough to break the aerodynamic toe on the long straights, that's for sure. But Bryant will have in his mind that he's made a mistake. The psychological damage that will potentially do to him. It'll either do 2 things. It'll either wake him up and go, no, actually, this is still on here. I've got to get on with it. Or it'll suck him back into the pack, and it certainly looked like it heading up towards Hall Bends. Hapgood was looking a bit juicy there with Merritt and Newman in tow, so there's more to come from this race. Out of the hairpin goes Winrow. The gap's building by the look of it. There's sort of visual cues that I'm getting. It looks like Winrow's just about done enough on that lap, and let's see what the gap is this time out. 1.4 seconds, so he's gained further time, 0.6 of a second quicker on that lap. And now a great move round the outside for second. It is that Hapgood on Bryant, and he does so, gets the job in, slots in nicely as they head into Charlie's and up to the Park Straight. Here's where the toe gets into play. Hapgood covers. Bryant's going to look to the outside, and I tell you what, with the slingshot down the straights, it looks like he's going to get the job done before they even hit the braking zone for Park. There's Jamie Winrow. That's your leader, doing a grand job. And now it's 4 for second place because Merritt and Newman are in this as well. He's gone off onto the grasses. Bryant, he's trying to recover in this contact. Oh, I think that was Steve Merritt that just got very crossed up. I'm pretty sure there was a bit of contact on the nose cone, but such good car control from Steve Merritt just prevented disaster. They make their way over the gooseneck now, and Jamie Winrow's probably having a little cursory glance in his mirrors going, go on boys, you start clashing, I'll build the gap up once again. And that gap's starting to look a bit ominous. It's exactly as it is before the safety car, except this time he's only got 2.5 minutes to go.
Indeed, not long now, is it? Yeah, that was an interesting one, wasn't it, there between Steve Merritt and Nick Bryant. Bryant sort of coming back in from the grass, so maybe Merritt thinking, well, you've come back in from the grass, you've got to give me room on the inside, and Bryant thought, well, you're not alongside, I'm not giving you the room. Thankfully, that bit of contact didn't involve Merritt off into the barriers on stage left. He somehow gathered it back up, but does lose one position. One driver just diving back ahead. I think that's Newman, isn't he? He's snuck ahead there in all of that. 2 minutes to go then as they come across the line. So only 2 more laps in this race. Winrow, yes, what a beautiful restart it was. Like we say, having to break that toe, but once again, he's benefited from the drivers squabbling behind. James Hapgood then into second place here as we head on to the penultimate lap of the race. Looking down to Jamie Elwood as well. He's just gone from 16th to 13th on the last lap, so his team have done a great job. But like you say, even if it was the IT crowd method of switching it off and on again, it's worked. He's back in the race, he's on decent pace, and he's getting points back for the championship.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what happened to the car there. It's almost as if it just lost all power. Something wasn't happy on the car, but that safety car was almost his saving grace because he managed to squeeze off into the pits, get whatever he could get done to the car done, and join the back of the Crocodile. So he's happy enough with that, and like as you say, making progress up through to 13th last time around, and already covering off some of the slower cars in the field. Now, Jamie Winrow, let's see what the gap is like. Looks bigger to me.
I think it does. I think it does. You're right then. Timer continuing to tick down here, and Winrow's got sort of one hand on the trophy in this race, hasn't he? Which I think at the point where he saw the safety car board, he might not have been thinking that, might he? Oh no, I've got to do this all again. Well, he's done it fantastically well into sector number 3. They head once again. James Hapgood still trying to hunt him down, dragging along Bryant, Newman and Merritt for the fun as well. We head through down to the last couple of corners. Here they are then. Winrow will lead us on to the final lap of this race.
Here we go then, final lap, and look at the gap. That's astounding. It's increased even more. It's 1.5 seconds, but I tell you who's got the fastest lap of the race. It's actually Steve Merritt, a 1:38.9. So we're now seeing cars go into the 1:38s, and that is faster than Jamie Winrow by 0.2. But the gap is 1.5 seconds. That's a lot to make up on one lap, but this is Caterham racing. That's probably going to happen just on the Park Straight. Hapgood leading Bryant still. Bryant's looking a bit tasty, and Steve Merritt is all over the back of the Newman Caterham with Merritt, the fluorescent orange, chasing the fluorescent yellow. There's Winrow, so he makes it safely through Park. That's one overtaking spot, and Steve Merritt just feeling on the inside. There's a Caterham there somewhere. I think he could almost reach out and touch the wheel and shave the tyre with his bare hands. We've got more action further back. That's the 1-2-3 battle. And that's Hansen, Armitage and Sagar, and that's a battle for 8th, 9th and 10th, so they're going well in their respective battles. So we're on the last lap here, and we have a look towards the front of the field. And there is our race leader. He's managed that gap as best as he can, and it looks like it's going to be Winrow to take it from Hapgood and Bryant. So let's see what happens in these final few corners. They make their way through the twists and turns of the mountain and then Hall Bends, and Jamie Winrow, after a scare under the safety car where he lost a 3.5 second gap, it looks like he's going to make good in race 2 of the weekend. The second and final race of the weekend, the 25-minute feature, is won by Jamie Winrow in a brilliant performance, and he's going to take it from Hapgood and Nick Bryant, with Steve Merritt on the last lap nicking 4th spot and getting the fastest lap of the race from Newman, and Gunter Hapgood in 6th and 7th. 8th, 9th and 10th is going to be Armitage, Hansen and Sagar. So I'm going to head out and speak to the drivers from my shift this afternoon. I will leave you to take us through the results.
Thanks, mate. Enjoy the sunshine as he goes to chat with the drivers. Winrow then. Wow, P7 yesterday, but he really showed his form here today on Sunday. Incredible. Yeah, like we say, before that safety car, he was, 3 to 4 seconds in the race lead. He had a nice, comfortable margin, as we say, 3 to 4 seconds in a Caterham race. It's sort of 10 or 15 seconds in other racing classifications. Winrow scything through to the front early on, never looking back. But sadly for him, that safety car coming out had the pressure put onto him there for that restart, but he dealt with it beautifully. Went early, went back to full throttle very early, sort of down through the sweeping section of Hall Bends and down into Hairpin, and then flew off. Never looked back from there. So Winrow wins from Hapgood and Bryant. Steve Merritt in fourth, with James Newman rounding out the top 5. They were then followed by Thomas Günther, William Hapgood, Paul Armitage, Giles Hansen, and Andrew Sagar, your top 10. Then it was Jamie Elwood and Mark Soden. So Jamie Elwood getting back through to P11 there. Well done to the team for getting back out on circuit, and well done to him for gaining those extra positions and a few more championship points. Behind them was Thomas Glide in P13. Then it was Neville Sykes, Lee James, David Poulter, Simon Martin, Russell Günther, Simon White, Merton Wood, and Neil Warnock are only DNF from that one. Hopefully he is all okay. He looked fine from our camera positions. And hopefully we'll see Neil back out next time the Caterham 135s go racing. Of course, sadly, that is Caterham action done for this weekend at Cadwell Park. We had the second race of the day for the 150s this morning. That was the second race, the weekend, for the 135s there, our first race of the afternoon. No more Caterhams here at Cadwell this weekend. They've been fantastic, but we've got loads more racing still to come. Down in Parc Fermé, though, looks as though our top 3 are down there. I think Rob's about ready to go. Let's hand down to him.
As our leader pulls into position after what was, well, it was a great performance there from Jamie Winrow. That safety car period did not faze him in the slightest, at least I don't think. I suppose you better find out what the driver thinks as he just gets himself sorted and out of the car. They are a bit slow to get out of these Caterhams. It's almost as if 25 minutes of racing a car as fast as possible was quite tiring on the drivers. Just try not to prevent him injuring himself before he got out of the car. Jamie Winrow. I don't want to ask what you said when the safety car came out, but it can't have been anything nice.
No, it really that really did put a spanner in the works. From lap 1, I felt I had really good pace, managed to break the toe, and then I knew kind of if I could do kind of quality laps for a few laps, I'd break the toe, and from there I'd be fine. So it was all going swimmingly for the first 10 minutes. It was. And then when I saw the safety car, I was like, oh dear, now I've got a scrap on my hands, I think. But the whole safety car period, I was trying to work out the best place to kind of bolt to try and just get that little bit of a lead. The problem is when you come out of the last corner, it's the two straights. So I thought they were going to reel me in, but over the moon. Car felt superb, really did all weekend. And bit of an incident in race 1, so really happy with race 2.
Fantastic. Well, that was a consummate performance, really well handled on the restart. I told you he was thinking about that all through the safety car period as well. And it's also, do you know what? I want to speak to you both together, actually. Our battling duo, the Hapgood and Bryant trio. I mean, the safety car period, once you saw that safety car come out, did you think, we're on for the win here?
Well, when Jamie Winrow's in first, you're never really on for the win. He's absolutely rapid around here, but I thought I might be able to just race with him a little bit, and if we didn't fall over each other, we might have a go at Jamie, but he's just a metronome. He's just lap after lap after lap, so it was more in the mirrors at the restart rather than looking forwards.
More of the same?
More of the same, really. I mean, we've had good battles all weekends. I think that finished it off, really. Yeah. It's my boy's 8th birthday today, so he's happy with the podium as well, I reckon. So, yeah, job done.
Oh, fantastic. Tell you what, let's see if we can point him out.
He's in the Arsenal out.
In the Arsenal top there. So that's his 8th birthday today there, so happy birthday. I mean, the racing out there, it looked like at one point it was 4 of you for second.
Yeah, and then I think Steve kind of touched me a little bit and then backed out. And then I think it was just us two battling towards the last.
Steve end up? I don't even know. I don't know. Yeah, it all just goes on so quickly. No idea what happens. Just that you look in your mirrors and there's one less person, so you have no idea what really went on.
I think Steve finished 4th place and he got fastest lap.
Oh, good.
Just quickly though, what is it about racing? I mean, it's 135 horsepower there or thereabout. What is it about racing these Caterhams that makes them so good?
It's just close racing. When you go to these weekends, the Caterham racing is just insane. It's good to watch, to do it. And then the toe, because they're a little bit less powerful, the toe's so powerful. So it's not, especially if it's windy like this as well today.
Exactly. And they're so light, they're so easy to chuck about, so you can go side by side knowing that the other person has enough control. It's they're like racing a little go-kart really, so you can really go wheel to wheel with people. It's brilliant.
Championship wise into the next couple of rounds, what are you thinking?
Just try and be with this guy.
Beat him.
Just try and beat each other.
Basically, yeah.
There we go.
We don't know how it's going now.
That's our second and third place drivers. I think Steve's just waiting for a chat in the background. But that is our podium for the Caterham Sigma 135s. The Caterham graduates, you've been an absolute joy to comment on this weekend. I'm going to get myself back in the commentary box and out of this wind. It's bad for my hair. Over to John to take you through the next grid.
You still look beautiful, Rob. Don't you worry, mate. Don't you worry. Lovely to hear from the drivers there, from the Caterhams, and as Rob says, for the last time this weekend, sadly, and a very happy birthday to that young chap. I'm sure we'll see him behind the wheel of a Caterham in the not-too-distant future. Right then, Caterham's is undusted, but for the first time this weekend, we are treated to the Durley Garage Fiesta ST150 Challenge. Of course, they had their qualifying earlier on. Yes, I was going to say this morning, but no, of course they didn't. It was the DDMCs who kicked off the day earlier on. But qualifying done and dusted. The grid is on your screen there. Let's run through it. Daniel Robinson on pole position, just ahead of Spencer Lane on that front row. Actually, looking at the times, it wasn't just ahead. It was 0.8 of a second faster was Daniel Robinson to take pole. What a lap. Robbie Harrison and Stephanie Saw are on row number 2, with Michael Blackburn and Tommy Brewley on row 3. Row 4 has Jake Humphrey and Daniel McQuire. There's Aidan Vickers and Mark Webb, who round out the top 10 on row 5. Row 6 has Joseph Ming and Oliver Reed. Then it's Jesvich Hall and Graham Mallam on row 7. Row 8 is Christopher Rowlands and Ryan Mathias. And then Ron Lofstad starts 17th on the grid, 17 total for the ST150s. And well, pretty much the first thing that Rob said to me when we arrived this morning was, I'm looking forward to the 150s. They're going to be good.
Oh, they are going to be quite tasty. Proper Ford one-make race. Well, you know me, I'm a blue blood. I bleed the blue oval, and it's good to see the ST150s. Just quickly, I just caught up with Jamie Elwood. It was a puncture. Oh. It was a puncture. Right. So he just caught a puncture. Team changed the wheels. So that safety car period, it did save him. So
it could not have been better timed. Good at that.
Yeah, unfortunately, he did have contact on the straight with another competitor, he told me, which resulted in a puncture. But we'll leave it for the Clarks to have a chat about that. But Fiesta ST150s.
Was that our missing rear wing that I spotted, maybe?
Could be.
But yes, indeed. Caterham's done for the weekend. I know we're both very sad about that, but we've got plenty of great racing still to come. These ST150s, like I say, qualifying done and dusted for them. And I was right. I just haven't screenshotted the full schedule on my notes for some reason. They did indeed do their qualifying this morning. So
they did.
All Saturday for the Kumo Time Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. All Sunday for the Durley Garage Fiesta ST150. 17 on the grid. A number of names that I recognise from karting a few years ago as well. So drivers moving up into cars and looking very feisty as well. Funnily enough, it was obviously Adam Sparrow in the MX-5s previously who I chatted about, who I recall from karting, and he raced in the TKMs. There's two drivers on this field who also used to race in TKMs, Jesvich Hall and Spencer Lane. So I look forward to seeing how both of those two do. Spencer's been doing a great job throughout the championship season. He is looking very feisty, but as I just touched on before you arrived back, Robinson's lap in qualifying was like 0.8 clear of everyone else. What a lap.
Robinson's a class act in these cars, and look out for Michael Blackburn as well. He can pedal.
Look at that hat as well.
I know, that's a very impressive hat from our marshals.
And my dad would love that hat.
Massive respect to the Orange Army for getting out there. If you look at the thickness of the overalls that they're wearing in this heat, it's currently 27 degrees outside, so if we didn't love the marshals as much, we certainly love them a bit more for wearing those overalls and going out essentially to watch us all go out and race cars. So yeah, massive shout out to the Orange Army. If we don't have the Orange Army, we don't go racing. It's as simple as that. So our Fiesta 150 is just making their way round onto the grid, and I'm looking forward to some blue oval tin top action.
Very much so. Very much so. I mean, we already said in the City Car Cup earlier, mini touring cars, lots of door-to-door action. I think we could say pretty similar things about these lads and lasses heading to the grid now. And let's get ready to go then. Their first race of the weekend as well. Now, they've not had too much waiting around. Like I say, they've only been here today, so only they're waiting around from their qualifying session earlier on this morning. But I'm sure they're all still itching to go for this one. Only a 15-minute race for these ones. So off the back of a 25-minute catering race, it's going to feel a lot shorter, a lot sharper. And these lads and ladies in the field have 2 races this afternoon. This one now, and then they will be our final race of the day later on as well.
Looking forward to this. So we're just waiting for the green flag to be waved at the back. Look at the marshal up on the gantry. He's going to get the board ready. So we'll have a 5-second board, which he holds up now. So we've got the 5-second board. The red lights will come on the gantry, which do so now. And the red lights go out, and it's a great start from the white Fiesta, and it's Spencer Lane, your karting friend on the right-hand side, from Daniel Robinson, the pole position man. He's not going to give up position just yet as they head towards the first corner. 3 wide at the back, just get through that, and there's contact, 3 cars off. That is a huge moment for the Fiesta ST150s, and I'm pretty sure one of them is going to need Google Maps to get back onto the circuit, because he's heading straight towards the track, onto the straight. The rejoin is going to be tight. What is going on there? That was so close. Oh, I really thought we were going to have disaster there, but that was the number 19 that was just rejoining there in the orange ST. Was that Aidan Vickers?
It was Robbie Harrison. Harrison, it was from third on the grid as well. Oh, big moment there for the number 14 as well. Gets all sorts of sideways, and now the 12 goes off into the grass on the inside. I think there might have been a bit of contact there as they did rejoin, and sadly that's Joseph Ming out of the race up at Park. Honestly, the fact that Robbie Harrison didn't roll there was incredible. I don't know how that didn't happen. You saw the car like a bucking bronco. As there's more cars off onto the grass there out of the gooseneck. Who is that we've got around now?
That's car number 14, which is Mark Webb, that's unfortunately come a cropper through the gooseneck. A lot of these cars are set up quite stiff at the back, and they're looking to rotate from the back as well. But back at the front, where there's a bit of normality sort of opening it up, it does look like Spencer Lane has been put back into second place by our pole sitter Daniel Robinson, and we've got a red flag with cars strewn all over the circuit. So I think it's about time for our drivers to just take a Valium and calm down after that one. We've had some great racing all weekend, but unfortunately the ST150s, that got very, very tasty into Coppice on the first lap, and when 3 cars try and go through there together, as soon as they touched, it just fired them off onto the fast grass. And the problem is, with the grass this dry, the rubber of the tyres kind of lubricates the grass, and you speed up. So you're right. And I did say Aidan Vickers at first. I saw the 19. I thought it was the 119. It was Robbie Harrison who was fighting with I think it was Michael Blackburn and Tommy Bruley or Stephanie Saw. So it was around that sort of gaggle of cars just behind our front row pairing.
Yeah, I did say that the ST150s would be itching to go, but I think that actually was a bit of an understatement.
Yeah, so that was Joseph Ming. I think he was waiting for a taxi at this rate.
Yeah. Didn't quite see what happened there with Joseph, because it came in side by side with another driver. They got sideways, then there's a caught. I think there was a bit of contact, and then he just parked up at the side. So maybe he just instantly broke something, and Joseph sadly having to park it. But yeah, that classic 3 wide into 1 corner there. It was as the doors touched, they all just went woof off to the right, stage right, off they went. But like I say, over that grass, it's not the flattest piece of grass ever. The fact that none of those ruts caused either of them to flip there, I don't know, because I think at one point Robbie Harrison was all 4 wheels off the ground there. The steering wasn't going to do anything. It was simply luck of the racing gods. He landed back on all 4 wheels, and that his rejoin, he didn't clatter into anyone else.
I wonder how his heart rate is.
Yeah,
is he
still screaming statistics off that guy?
Is he still screaming? I would be. And as you can see, it's quite warm in the car, and that's Michael Blackburn. So he's one of the cars that was involved. Is that a broken wheel?
Yeah, the wheel's not there.
So the reason the cars pull off, so I reckon, I'm wondering if you had a clash of wheels. So what can happen, especially in saloon car racing, when they clash wheels or they're racing that close, the wheel guards or the wheel arches fold in and the wheels clash, and what it does is it snatches the steering wheel out of your hand, and that's when you all go off together. So I think what's happened there's been contact with the Michael Blackburn car. It's broken the wheel. They've gone off onto the grass at Coppice, and that's when we saw Robbie Harrison decided he wanted to race at Alton Park instead of Cadwell. He was certainly looking for the exit.
Honestly. But that makes sense as well, going through that fast left-hander. Of course, it would have been full tilt on the steering. The wheel would have been cocked left out of the arch, wouldn't it?
All it needs is a little tap, and it just straightens the wheel up, and you've got 3 cars suddenly just fired off through just wheel-to-wheel contact. So it can happen in motorsport. I don't think there was anything deliberate there. It wasn't a case of, one car took another off. You have the wheels clash, the cars go off, that's what happens. But look at the state of that hill as well. They've we don't underestimate your thoughts in there's some ruts and divots in there, so if a car goes sideways into there, it can go a bit pear-shaped. But the Marshal's just collected himself some souvenirs. He's going to hang them up in his garage later. So, again, a massive shout-out to our Orange Army for the work that they are doing. But you can even see the ruts on the grass. I mean, I don't think Greg Graham gets that many ruts when he goes golfing, so... not that he does, it's just an opportunity to give Luke Souch a bit of a chuckle there. So we've got the Joseph Ming car being recovered. So on the restart, we're going to go from 17 cars down to 15 through rough workings out. And I haven't seen Robbie Harrison. So he rejoined the circuit. And the one thing I will say, that where he rejoined the circuit, it's so tight through there. And I don't think the other cars would have seen him coming. Certainly, you don't expect a car to appear from there, so it would have freaked them out slightly as well.
Yeah, a couple of them dove to the grass, didn't they, on the left-hand side of the circuit, just to think, oh my goodness, where's he going? Thank goodness they all avoided him. And to be fair to Roy, he did a good job of wrestling it back to the right-hand side of the circuit to try and get out of everyone's way. But even so, I'm not sure if the steward will look too kindly on the decision to go all the way up over the hill, cut out the total corner and rejoin down there. I can see it from the racing driver's perspective, but yeah, less than ideal. That could have caused a major incident. Thank goodness it didn't, and we continue on round here. Like you say, Rob, we've definitely lost 2, haven't we? There's potential for 1 or 2 more as well.
So Stephanie Saw. So we've got Robinson, Lane. I can see Stephanie. I think they're going to grid them on their original qualifying times, I would assume.
Yeah.
And I can't see Robbie Harrison yet. He was on the second row alongside Stephanie Saw, so we haven't seen Robbie Harrison yet. We've just got... So it did look like wheels locked, and you had 3 cars goes off. So I think it was Michael Blackburn on the inside.
Yeah, so Blackburn catches the curb on the inside. I think Blackburn catches the curb. That unsettles him a bit. He goes into the side of the car in the middle, and as soon as all 3 made contact, off stage right they went, I think, from looking at that. And yeah, like I say, the car that was on the, not Michael Blackburn, I'm trying to spot who it was, the other car involved that wasn't Robbie Harrison, as Harrison goes up and over a bump, he sort of pitches to the right and gets a wallop in the right corner from the other car. Of course, no fault of their own. Neither of them are in any sort of control of the car. But that was the moment where I thought Harrison was going over. He was so lucky that he came back down on all 4 wheels. And like you just pointed out, Rob, there is a car having some serious work down in the pit lane.
Was that the middle car?
I think it was, you know.
In the schmozzle. So it's the Velocity Racing. You can just make out the Velocity Racing team working away on it. So that is the middle car, and I think they've changed a tyre on that or a wheel of some sort.
Is that Tommy Bruley? I think it might be.
Could well be.
I can't read that number.
Yeah, we have the benefit here. We're just looking at the live stream. We don't have replays on the live circuit feed, but we're able to look back on the live stream, as can you at home, so you can look back and have a look at the incident that unfolded. Michael Blackburn's wheelless, well, it's a Reliant Robin at the moment as it stands.
It's not very reliable.
No, not very reliable when it's meant to have 4, but the Fiesta just being loaded up onto the flatbed, and we've also got the recovery in place for Joseph Ming. It'd be interesting to see what happens to Joseph Ming, because it's almost as if he had maybe got a bit of a tang slapper off of Park and just decided to park it on the inside. Now, there we go, front right-hand corner. You can see the suspension's broken, so there's been a bit of contact there somewhere.
I think there was a bit of contact on the entry to the corner. So I saw the other driver get very loose, but I think it was contact just as they entered the corner there. Other driver got it very sideways, and then Ming just pulls over and parks it up. So I think that little bit of contact has broken something instantly.
I would say broke the steering then. So it's unfortunate for both of them. It's quite a blustery day today, but look at those beautiful classic cars up on the hill from some of our spectators today at Cadwell Park. Tell you what, if you have got a drop top, today is the day to do it. It does look like an old Lancia, an Alfa Romeo. On the left-hand side, it certainly looks like an Alfa Romeo.
They're both Alfa Romeos, aren't they?
Yeah.
Not quite sure on the one on the right, if I'm honest, but left, definitely that Alfa Romeo. But yeah, what a beautiful scenery to be sat in here today. Like you say, a bit blustery, but still very nice and warm. Very much still have your factor 50 on here today. Well, certainly I do here today. But yeah, from obviously yesterday, I've not been here in a little while. And I got to the circuit, and I was like, right, I need to go to the commentary booth. Where do I go? And they pointed me in a direction. I think I went totally the wrong way, because I ended up doing a full lap around the circuit. But actually, it gave me a real appreciation. This track, from a spectator's perspective, is something else.
It's spectacular, and it's beautiful views. It's a wonderful part of the world as well. It's such a rural setting out here. Just stunning scenery, lovely people, and a great place to go racing. I think Cadwell Park is one of the circuits that's up there for me as a driver's circuit, and certainly spectacular as well. So that's Michael Blackburn's three-wheeled Fiesta. Hopefully we'll see him back out. Be interested to see what actually broke, whether the wheel broke or the impact was such that it snapped the stud. So hopefully we could see Michael Blackburn back out later on. It's a lot of stress to go through the drivetrain on the front end of that car. In fact, we might be able to dispatch a cameraman out. So that's the Harrison car has come back on a flatbed as well. So we've got one car back in, and that's the Harrison car. So we aren't going to see Robbie Harrison back out either. That's the 96 car that's in the pit lane. So that's probably going to restart from the pit lane. So top of your screen, that's Michael Blackburn, who's been taken back in the course car. So he's going to make his way up to wherever he needs to go to get the car fixed. Although saying that, I'm wondering if he's asked to go and see the clerk of the course. He certainly does look like he's heading to race control. I must say, he didn't look too happy. Now, my co-commentator, John Ratcliffe, has managed to dive out of the commentary box because he's gone to have a look at the cars that were involved in the incident earlier. So there's Michael Blackburn's car being wheeled in now. And John Ratcliffe's gone to look at Robbie Harrison's car just to see what stopped that. Apart from the obvious, it had an incident with another car into turn one. So hopefully he can come back with some technical information.
Don't expect technical information from me, mate. All I can tell you is that he's got a totally flat front left, so he's never going on any further. Otherwise, okay, there's some bangs and whatnot in various panels, but otherwise, he might have been able to carry on. But yeah, totally flat front left. Had to part that one up.
Okay, so we're missing 3 cars at least from the restart, which is a shame. So that takes us from 17 cars down to 14 as they set off on their warm-up lap this time around. So Spencer Lane and Daniel Robinson have got it all to do again. And what about Stephanie Saw as well? She was rapid in qualifying. She was on pole for a lot of the session. She did have a few times taken off for track limits. So we'll see what she can do later on this afternoon.
Well, she did well in that start, didn't she, to stay away from that 3x3 battle up the hill that, of course, caused our red flag in the end. So Stephanie did very well to keep out of that, and she's there for the restart again.
And Jake Humphrey as well, not the TV presenter, I might add, but Jake Humphrey in the Interceptor Racing Fiesta ST 150. He's got clear track ahead of him now because Tommy Brewley's in the pit lane, going to do a pit lane start. Michael Blackburn is not there, and Robbie Harrison is not there. So that's 2-3 cars taken out of contention in front of him, and he's gone from row 4. Effectively, he's 4th on the road. So as long as he can get himself a good start and make a bit of progress on that as well.
Yeah, it's benefited him well, hasn't it? And, yeah, all the drivers sort of behind that three-way squad we saw into T1 have all benefited quite well from this one, not only in this race, but again for championship points, so they can keep things together by the checkered flag. But we've still got plenty of time to go then as the drivers head on round for our second green flag lap here for the Fiesta ST150s, and we'll see. Hopefully we can get through to the end of lap number 1 this time. We shall see. We shall see. Fingers crossed indeed. Well, drivers continuing on then down the hill throughout the gooseneck once more and getting those, getting some heat back in those tyres and getting themselves limbered back up again, because of course they didn't go for too long on that initial start, but you do have that as a driver. You build yourself up to the start, you go for it, you have that big adrenaline dump, and then suddenly it all ends. You've got to sit around for a bit, and then you've got to build yourself back up for it again. It's not the easiest thing to do. I'm sure both of us have had to deal with the red flag or safety car situations in the past, and getting yourself mentally prepared again for the race start is a challenging one. So of course we saw that brilliant getaway from both Robinson and Spencer Lane. To be fair, they've got to replicate that once more.
Indeed, and you see the last car going through the shot there, Ron Lofstadt, who's got it all to do from the back certainly, but it's interesting to see the cars being unloaded in Parc Fermé that were involved in that incident. Just the amount that can be done to a car through a high speed off on the grass is quite amazing. But hopefully the green flag running this time around will allow for some close racing, incident free, he says.
Do we lose some race time as well because courtesy of that red flag? Go over to the live timing. It still says 15 minutes, so no.
Okay.
From behind the scenes, being very kind to IST150s.
We did start early, didn't we? So
we did.
We have lost a bit of time due to cleaning up the incident, but the curfew at Cadwell Park, I'm not sure if it's any different on a Sunday, so we'll wait and find out. But Jake Humphrey, I'll tell you what, if I was him, I would love that beautiful stretch of track in front of him. He's got 3 cars missing, so on the start he can get with Stephanie Saw as quickly as possible and maybe make another spot, aim for the podium. Why not?
Yeah, why not indeed. Lovely bit of fresh air ahead of him, but yeah, needs to get this start nailed so that he doesn't get himself sucked back into the pack. Right then, 5-second board is up again here for our Fiesta ST150s. We didn't really make it past the first corner on the first time of asking. Second time of asking, let's go. Green lights are on the gantry. And we're back to racing once again. It was a good start for the 51 there of Jake Humphrey in the background. And he will go straight into 4th place then. We're still side by side between Lane and Robinson as we head towards the hill for the first time. It is Robinson that gets ahead.
I'll tell you what, Jake Humphrey's looking down the inside of Stephanie Saw, and there's a little bit of tyre rubbing there. That was nearly locking wheels as well. But Jake Humphrey just about got the move done. He might be third as we cut to the next camera. And he's third and chasing our lead too. So a sensational start there for Jake Humphrey. He's benefited for the empty stretch of track in front of him on the restart, but luckily, first few corners, they've kept it clean so far, but in the lead at the moment, and it looks like Daniel Robinson has managed to control it as such. Now, what can Jake Humphrey do? There's cars off wide. Hopefully they get through there cleanly again, just losing a little bit of grip. We haven't got as many Fiestas as we did on the restart, but still, it's a little bit slippy there on the exit of Park. They make their way down through the gooseneck for the first time. And we see 666 there, the Reed car, just making its way through. So far, so good.
Can you hear that?
Go on.
It's the bollards trembling in fear as the ST150s drive towards them.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but you can see the hazard lights flashing on the car as the ABS unit triggers the ECU there. So I see the question come up a lot, and under hard braking in modern cars it puts on the hazard lights as these are converted road cars, so that's what you can see there. So far so good for our Fiesta ST150s as they make their way through Hall Bends, and a few cars at the back stretching themselves out already as you have relative novices towards the back or ones that are just learning. But the first lap hero for me has got to be Jake Humphrey, making up 3rd place with a daring move at the start. So they make their way over the line, and it's Robinson, Spencer Lane, and then Jake Humphrey, Stephanie Saw in 4th, and then Vickers, Maguire, and then Mark Webb as well, looking good. He's in the Masters category for this one, and then you've got Fitch Hall that's leading the rookie category for this as well. But on the screen there, Stephanie Saw is making Jake Humphrey known of her presence. He's not going to get away with it, but the last time out, the rolling lap time, the fastest lap is a 1:53.437, and look at the gap that Robinson's got already. This is a sublime drive from him. The hazard lights going from Lane again, and Jake Humphrey is having to cover from Stephanie Saw. So Humphrey has got a bit of work to do.
Indeed he has, yep, lots of work to do here. Of course, we saw that great move on the restart there from Humphrey to get into 3rd place. Used the exit well as well, closed up to Spencer Lane, but now the 2 ahead have settled into pace. Robinson and Lane just finding that a little bit more than the chasing pack behind. So this is going to be it, isn't it? Humphrey versus Saw here for the last place on the podium. And then we've also got Vickers and Maguire going with them as well. I've seen the number 96 of Bruley did make it back out. So, of course, it was Bruley, Harrison and Blackburn that had that kerfuffle on the initial start. Bruley, the only one getting back into the race, and he's now been able to, he restarted from the pits, didn't he? He's got past Lofstat on that first lap around, and he's trying to gain some points back. But definitely going to be a what could have been, sadly, in this race for him. And, well, the same can be said for Harrison, Blackburn and Ming, of course, who haven't made it to this restart. 11.5 minutes still left to go. And look at the gap already for Robinson out of the sharp end. It was 1.5 seconds as we went on to the second lap of the race. Well, as he crosses the line now to start lap number 3, it's increased, but by how much? Over a second that was on the last lap for Robinson. A 46.6 for him versus a 47.7 for Lane, and then that group further behind, 48.3, 48.1, 48.3, 48.4. So again, whoa, looking up the inside there was Stephanie Saw. Got it all sorts of sideways there as she looked for the inside line, but I think Humphrey just about covered it off.
Humphrey doing his best here in the Interceptor racing car to hold off the Titan that is Stephanie Saw. But I tell you what, she's up for this. She qualified really, really well and was taken surprise by Humphrey on the first few laps. He had the advantage of the gap in front of him from the restart. Meanwhile, Robinson and Lane are just off into the distance, but this battle between Humphrey and Stephanie Saw, he's holding Stephanie up in this part, and that's bringing Vickers and Maguire into the equation. They make their way through Chris Curve and they head down towards the gooseneck. What can happen here? Because Stephanie Saw can't afford to be too attacking, because that pulls her back into the clutches of Vickers, who in turn is also under attack from Maguire. So it's a bit touchy-feely. So we've got a nice little battle pack here early on. You see the 10 Sport livery cars there as well. Great supporters of the championship are 10 Sport Performance. So they make their way down towards the bottom of the mountain. Humphrey just keeping on. A little bit of understeer on the exit. They then head over the top of the mountain. They don't get as much air as they should do in these cars. I think normally what they do is they go, oh, Stephanie Saw sideways as she almost climbed over the bollards going through Hall Bend. She's really got a twitchy rear axle on that car. And you could see the rotation on the Fiestas as they throw it in. It's almost as if the rear's doing the steering for them. It's great to watch, but ultimately bad for the momentum if you slide it too much.
Indeed, yeah, very much like a kart, and I think that's why a lot of drivers making that jump from karts to cars. Of course, you're using that the rear axle to slide away into a corner in a kart, and very similar seeing in this. But like you say, yeah, particularly for Stephanie Saw, that rear looking all sorts of slidey, but clearly it's working for pace. She showed in qualifying how much pace she did have, a little bit more than Jake Humphrey ahead, but she's still chomping at the bit here to find a way through. Hasn't been able to do it yet. I've just realised as well, as she uses the slipstream up the hill and will be sent to the outside line here by Jake Humphrey. So Saw sent the long way round here. Heavy on the brakes just ahead here for Spencer Lane as he heads through Park Corner. These two side by side as they head into shot, though. Round the outside, a little bit of side pod to side pod contact as the Bayliss and Harding sponsored driver gets shoved off, and there's more contact in through the right that allows for the slip up and under potentially for Vickers. Is that now getting stuck in?
Looks
Vickers
like
and
it.
Maguire both going with them. Does indeed slip through, or maybe a little bit of front to rear there between Saw and the 119 there of Vickers. But Vickers gets the move done, so that just shows after 2 or 3 corners of Saw really hounding the back of Humphrey, trying to find a way through, she's the one that ends up losing the place.
I thought Humphrey was a little bit too robust there on the exit. Certainly didn't give a lot of racing room for Stephanie Saw, and I appreciate it is one-make racing, but that was quite a robust move. So it wouldn't surprise me to see a visit to the clerk's office later on just to sort it out. But similarly, if they've interlocked wheels, he may not have had a choice. But Stephanie Saw will certainly be feeling a bit aggrieved from that. Vickers gets it a little bit twitchy into Hall Bends, and Stephanie Saw has now got one more car to fight with to get to Jake Humphrey. It's a final podium place. She's down the inside into the hairpin, and Vickers almost throws it off the road. She's down the inside into Barn, and we'll see where they end up as they go down the start-finish straight. She's back into 4th place, but Vickers isn't going to give up, and I tell you what, Maguire's thinking, yes, get in there, son. I'm going to slip it down the inside and take the spot.
That was great, wasn't it, from Stephanie? Found her way back through, but look how much time they've lost to Humphrey ahead. Whoa, that was close going side by side there into Coppis, wasn't it? But around the outside goes Maguire then, back through on Vickers. So they do switch back around then. So they're back to basically how it was prior to all of that battling, but all very much changed. And there's now over 2 seconds between Humphrey and Saw. 1 lap ago, they were nose to tail coming up the straight, or actually side by side coming up this straight. And now 1 lap later, 2 seconds between them. Shows how quickly things change in short, sharp races such as these. Now, what I noticed and was trying to say on the last lap before it all started to kick off is the fact of how much this race has affected the championship on drop scores, of course. Robinson, Harrison close together in the championship, whereas from that first race of the day, Harrison DNF. Robinson still in the lead, so he's going to continue to extend that gap out at the sharp end of the championship. Robinson has been amazing so far this season, but it's kind of into these last sort of 3 or 4 rounds of the championship where Harrison needs to find those points and try and close that gap back up to give him a chance into the final few races. But this first race of the day here at Cadwell Park won't be helping things.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Sam Watkins as well. He's 3rd in the category points, but he wasn't at Alton Park, and he's not here this weekend. So, unfortunately, we're probably going to see Michael Watkins slip down the order. Michael Blackburn, his championship chances in 4th place at the moment. He's leading the Masters category, but he won't worry about that. He likes an overall win. So, it's interesting to see how it looks, certainly, on the championship side of things. And for Daniel Robinson, it's more points on the board, it's more points in the kitty for him to build towards that elusive championship crown. And for Robbie Harrison, it's a bit of thinking time to do for him. And the Clarks will obviously look at what happened at turn 1 and make their decision. It looked a racing incident from here, but obviously we don't have the luxury of being inside the cars or having the footage of what happened at the time. But the Clarks will obviously make their own sort of judgment on things. But can Stephanie Saw catch and pass Humphrey? Albeit last time out she did a 1:48.0 and Humphrey's a 1:47.9, so it's almost as if now he's no longer under pressure, he's not driving as defensively, he's just able to do lap after lap after lap and maybe keep himself in that podium position. Robinson is clear ahead of everyone else now in first place, and Spencer Lane as well in second as well. That's those battles 4 seconds each, so you've got 4 seconds to Spencer Lane, 4 seconds to Humphrey, and then a further 2 back to Stephanie Saw. And we've got lots of other little battles going on up and down the grid as well. And we have got some notable absentees here this weekend, including Sam Watkins, who he's been quite the staple of this championship in the past few years, so it's a shame not to see him here.
Yeah, real shame that he hasn't been able to join us for whatever reason it is. Hopefully he does join us later on in the season. Yeah, looking up and down the championship as well, surprising to see that the Spencer Lane is down in 5th place. Now that's because of a disqualification back at race 3 at Donington Park, so that's really hampered his total points because he's on 211, so he's less than 40 points off of 2nd place. And that just shows if he had got a result on that day, he could be sort of 2nd or 3rd in the championship. So it just shows how close it is across a full season here in the Dirty Garage Fiesta ST150 Challenge. Well, Lane should be getting a few more of those points back here today. They're in 2nd place now, almost 5 seconds off of the back of Daniel Robinson, and then almost has a further 5 seconds ahead of Jake Humphrey.
I'm getting Jurassic Park vibes. So the car you see on screen, our car number 77, the Roland's Fiesta ST. Currently lapping in 13th at the moment and battling away with Matthias in 12th. I'm getting Jurassic Park vibes from that livery. I don't know about you.
It's that bright green, isn't it?
It's the bright green with the red stripe. Oh, and as a matter of fact, he's chucked it straight off at the hairpin. What's gone on there? We got a car off at the hairpin, has just disappeared into the background. So we see the green car coming through our shot there, but on the previous camera shot where we could sort of look up the road into the hairpin, it disappeared. So unfortunately I've put the commentator's curse. It almost went down where the trees are at the back. So we've got a car off down there somewhere. I can't see any flag waving from the marshals. So as Roland's managed to get it back on circuit, our timing screen suggests that's not the case. So we've got a car off somewhere just after Hall Bends before the hairpin. We just caught the back end of it. And Humphrey's off. That's 3rd place gone. I don't believe it. Jake Humphrey has lost 3rd place. He's parked the car, and that's on the entrance to Mansfields, and that is an overall podium for Jake Humphrey gone. He must be absolutely gutted, and of course that promotes Stephanie Saw up to 3rd, McGuire up to 4th, and Vickers up to 5th.
Your commentator's curse Canada barely cooled down there, and then we saw Humphrey pulled over to the side. I can't believe it.
I'm going to have to retire at this rate.
I don't think you'll be Jake Humphrey's best friend, but either way, yeah, it looked as though there was some smoke billowing out of the bonnet, didn't there? So, yeah, that ST150, not the happiest of machines here, and yeah, what a shame. Potential podium there for Humphrey goes missing, and with 2 minutes to go, he pulls over to the side of the circuit. When we look back here to this battle, this is the 666, I think it is, the 666 of Oliver Reed, doing his best to keep his car ahead there of, it's Bruley, of course, so Bruley coming through from that incident before the red flag, and he's come from that pit lane start. Team doing a great job to get him back out on circuit after those that little scuffle, and he's making up places up into 8th, like I say, and he's hounding the back of Reed in 7th, and Webb in 6th is only just a few metres further ahead, so a potential for a top 6 finish here for Brody. Okay, might not have been what he was hoping, but if you take the whole race into account, he should be pretty happy with that.
Definitely should do. That's your leader on screen, Mr. Robinson, as he I mean, look how smooth he takes that car. He's not putting any undue stress on that car. He could see the gap that he's got to Spencer Lane, and that just confirms we've got that's Rollins that's retired, has not reappeared on the screen. So I'm wondering if it was a car failure perhaps through Hall Bends. Something happened. Unfortunately, we haven't got a camera right down on that hairpin that could tell us otherwise. But back to our battle. That's the Webb, Reed and Bruley battle. So let's watch these three on the penultimate lap this will be, because I'm pretty sure they're about to cross the line once again, is Robinson. So we're going to get one more lap out of this race, but this battle just starting to open up.
Indeed, yeah, a little bit wobbly off of the exit curb there for Reed. He's clearly had some front-to-rear contact as well, because that little number plate on the front is a bit skew-whiff now, isn't it? So clearly there's been some contact throughout this race. But indeed, as you call it, Robinson has come across the line on to the final lap. He goes 6.5 seconds clear now of Spencer Lane there, a third and fourth under the gantry. You then saw still ahead of Maguire, and a 1.6 second gap. Something serious would have to happen here for Stephanie Saw to lose that third place. She was battling well with Jake Humphrey, wasn't she? But sadly, that battle ended a little bit prematurely with Humphrey parking up to the side. So, of course, I think Stephanie would have been happy. Okay, I've been gifted third place, but equally, I was quite enjoying that battle.
Yeah, definitely so. She'll certainly take the points from it. And where is she in the championship, actually? She's down in 8th place, actually. So she missed the last round at Alton Park.
And a DSQ at race 2 at Brands won't have helped.
Yeah, so she's currently 8th in the championship. So she's, I would say, at this grade, she's looking to sort of build up a bit more experience before having another title tilt next year, or moving on, progressing up the Fiesta ranks, of course. This is the Fiesta 150s. And we've got the 240s that are racing on other packages. And we've got some inspiration there from Ricky Collard there for Dan Robinson as he makes his way. That's Ron Lofstad, who's about to be lapped. So Robinson just making his way through. That's our race leader, and he's driven an absolutely impeccable race. They make their way through Hall Bends. And unfortunately, he is balked a bit, but luckily Spencer Lane is that far back, he doesn't have to worry too much about the back marker, although I don't think he would have appreciated that on the final lap. Robinson makes his way out of barn corner for the last time in his Fiesta, and he is going to win the first race today for the Durley Garage Fiesta ST150s. He takes the win with Spencer Lane due to come down across the line in second place. And then in third place, we're going to have Stephanie Saw, hopefully, with Maguire, and then Vickers trailing a bit of bodywork. So I'm going to get the thoughts of Robinson while you take us through the rest of the results, and I'll see you in Parc Ferme.
Sounds delightful. Enjoy. Indeed, Robinson, what a dominant performance there in the first Fiesta ST150 Challenge race of the weekend, of the day, or however you want to say it. Either way, Robinson winning by 6.5 seconds there. I think that just shows as well how much he was held up by the back marker there on that final lap, because it was 6.5 seconds the gap when they went on to the final lap. And yeah, Robinson was quite aggressively held up there by the back marker. As Rob said, I don't think he'll be too happy about that, but he had a nice enough gap where it didn't really amount to too much. So Daniel, what a performance from that first race, and again extends his championship lead, not only for the fact that he was your race winner, but also for the fact that closest to him in the championship, Robbie Harrison, DNF for him in that first race. So then Daniel Robinson takes the spoils here in the first race of the day here in the Dirty Garage Fiesta ST150 Challenge. Spencer Lane joins him on the podium there in second place. And then Stephanie Saw rounds out said podium in P3. As the final couple of our Fiesta ST150 Challenge drivers comes across the line. I think that's all of them now across the line. Well, all of them that were still running around the circuit. I think I'm safe to say that is the most DNS we've had at in any race this weekend. 5 total in that one out of 17 total drivers. That is a massive amount lost. So outside of the top 3 then we have Maguire and Vickers there, your top 5. Bruley back to P6. Lovely job from him there from what looked to be a DNF. Saved by the red flag. Team got it sorted. Back out to P6. And he also is your rookie victor there. In that one is Tommy Bruley. Just behind Daniel Maguire and Aidan Vickers, like we said. Oliver Reed behind them. Then followed by Mark Webb, Jessica Fitch-Hall, and Graham Mallam. He was the final of your top 10. Then was followed by Ryan Matthias and Ron Lofstad. That's all your finishers there, that top 12. The next screen is only going to show you everyone that DNF from the race. Jake Humphrey, Christopher Rowlands, Robbie Harrison, Michael Blackburn and Joseph Ming, all DNFing from that race. So I think 2 key points. Robinson, what a win. Great for the championship. Amazing that Robbie Harrison didn't roll on that first start. What an incident. What a race. Let's hand down to Rob Lewis then to chat with our top 3.
Okay, so our podium getters get themselves into Parc Ferme. and a very well-earned number 1 there for Mr. Robinson. He steps out of the car, quite warm, I would imagine. he's just made the universal sigh to me of, yeah, don't tell me about it. So he just gets his kit off, ready to chat to me. He's under a bit of pressure. It's always bad when you've got a camera chucked in front of you, but a consummate race win there.
Yeah, we knew we had the pace from Friday. We weren't sure about how we do with the heat, but yeah, we got the first couple of laps out the way. The bit before the red flag, I think Robbie had a bit of a puncture on the front right and came across, so we had to take it to the grass down the back straight. But yeah, it was a really good race.
A very good race. And did you see kind of what happened in your mirrors going through that point?
No, at that point I had my mirrors full of Spencer, and I was just trying to concentrate on how close he was, and then I saw Robbie come across in front of us. So I swerved to the left, and then I think Spencer had to lift to avoid Robbie, so it just bought me a bit of breathing space. But yeah, it was a clean restart, and we got away with it.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a fine win. That is your race 1 winner. Our second place man. Let's have a chat with Spencer. Spencer, you couldn't quite catch Mr. Robinson up front. He's impossible to catch in race 1 there. But how was that race for you? A bit lonely?
Yeah, very lonely. I think my best chance was off the first start. I had a little look into turn 1 and 2, but fair play, kept it. And after the restart, no chance of catching him. And obviously I had a big gap behind, so sort of halfway through the race just took it easy a little bit, making sure just to be at home. But yeah, decent race.
What can you do to catch that man?
Not a lot to say, I don't think. He's pretty rapid today, so going to take something pretty special in the second race, I think, to beat him. But we'll give it our best shot.
Certainly give you the best shot. Congratulations. That's a fine second place. Let's not take that away, sir. And only a couple of marks on there. Now, I want to speak to Stephanie Saw, because that was quite an entertaining race. Yes. Unfortunately, Jake came a bit of a cropper with some mechanical issues, but that got a bit tasty at times.
It did, definitely. I mean, at one point, I think we were 3 abreast coming out of Charlie's, but it was definitely entertaining and really good racing. So, on to the next one, I say.
I've got to ask about the move into park. It did look quite robust on Jake's side. What was the view from your car?
I did feel like, obviously I gave him room on the inside and he's just opened the steering up on exit, which put me onto the grass, but is what it is, isn't it? So we race on and keep going forwards.
And what can you do in race 2 to catch Spencer? I don't think anyone could catch Mr. Robinson.
Yeah, we'll give it our best shot, won't we? I mean, the first start was good. We were there with him, and then it was just that one. It spread out a little bit further, which was a shame, but I think I've got the pace to be with them both and hopefully fight for the lead.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a fine podium there for Stephanie Saw. And we've got more cars out on track. I'm pretty sure that is our modular Mazda MX-5 Championship. So it's time to head back to the commentary box, and I'm going to walk the 10 or so steps to join him alongside.
I can literally see him. He's right there. He's walking back to me now. Well, he's going to join me in, about 5. Oh, he's talking to someone. No, he's going to be a while. Right there, he was correct, though, in the fact that it is indeed the Ad Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship. Up next, then, here is your grid for this next race. 20 minutes on the clock for this one. Steve Foden lines up on pole position with Paul Simard alongside him on the front row. And Adam Sparrow and Neil Chisnell are on row number 2. Matthew McCluskey and Ollie Walden are on row 3. And then they are joined. Row 4 is Michael Taylor and Ali Bray. Row 5 is Adam Craig and Bo Parry. Row 6, Richard Wooten and Harry Storer. Row 7, Dev Singhal and Chris Thelwell. Row 8, Tim Storer and Peter Williams. Row 9, Joshua Pato and Bradley McLagan. And then row 10, finalising the order, Simon Privet and Andrew Gilligan. 20 drivers on the grid then once again for this one. And yeah, we've had some great racing in this class, not only today, but throughout the weekend. Foden, Simard, Sparrow, Chisnell, McCluskey, all drivers that look like they can mix it up with the sharp end. Of course, Ali Bray had a more difficult second race of the weekend, of course, having to start from the back after the DNF from race 1, but this time he's back to nearer the front end of the order. 8th place on the grid for this one, so watch out for that number 1. I mean, partially for the fact of he's the number 1, so always watch out for him. Secondly, for the fact of we've seen how well he's been racing so far this weekend. He's definitely one to watch there from the 4th row.
That goes without saying, doesn't it? But it's been some great racing so far from our Mazda MX-5 Championship runners, that's for sure. Can Steve Foden make it 6 wins on the bounce? And what could Paul Simard do? I reckon he might be up for this. if he gets a good start, he can challenge Steve Foden and maybe get the move done into park on lap 1. I'm trying to do a bit of Mystic Meg there. But Adam Sparrow, it was good to see him come back in race 2, actually, with all the panels still intact on his car. He grabbed me, actually, just before the lunch break, and he did say that his bonnet flew a good 40 foot up in the air, if you look at the footage. And the first thing I've said to him is, get that on socials.
Yeah.
Because we do love a bit of entertainment. So, briefly, we had an MX-5 kite during
That's
race.
a very heavy kite.
A very heavy bonnet-shaped kite. So, Adam Sparrow was quite lucky that it didn't go any further than that. So we can all have a laugh about it now.
I mean, all the other drivers are pretty lucky it didn't land on their car.
Yeah, well, Ali Bray, there was a part that I think it was a bollard also clipped Ali Bray's car, I'm told, that affected his windscreen wipers. Not that you would need it in this particular weekend, but yeah, there was a few bits of debris that got flicked up towards the incumbent Ali Bray. And I was a bit taken aback. Obviously, he was coming from the back of the grid after his retirement in race 1, but I thought he would make more progress in race 2. So he's obviously feeling, well, I would say it's a little bit scratchy. If you kind of catch my drift, he's not quite in that perfect, absolute perfect sort of, the car's in the right place, the driver's in the right place. He's running race cars here this weekend as well, so we'll see where he can go on the grid.
He's having to split himself up between quite a few things this weekend, and it sounds.
Well, he's running Mark III cars as well. He's running Tom Langford. So there's Mark III cars to run. There's going racing yourself and running a team. It's a lot to do for Ali Bray, but he seemed a bit out of sorts in race 2. Still made his way through enough of the pack, but to finish where he did, I thought he'd be a bit higher.
Shots being fired from the commentary box.
Not at all. Not at all. I'm surprised.
Commentary box.
I'm surprised.
It's only because we expect so much from him, don't we?
Yeah,
rocking that number 1 and given his perfect season last year as well.
Yeah, I don't want to come across all wrong in that, because Ali Bray is a class act. He's one of the drivers. I have a theoretical list. If you put certain drivers from certain championships in what I would call something like a British touring car or a British GT car, my theoretical list, you put them in that car with the right backing and everything like that, they would do just as good, if not a better job than some of the professional drivers at the top. But there we go. We're going way off tangent there. That's the calibre that Ali Bray is, and certainly Adam Sparrow and Steve Foden as well. The green flag lap has started, so they'll be getting some temperature into the tyres. The track temperature quite high on this, but as you could tell from my hair blowing about in the interviews, the wind has really picked up out on circuit, and that does affect these cars. When they're looking for things like the toe, when you've got the wind either carrying you down the straights or blowing against you, you've got to try and punch a hole in that air, so that's going to come into it as well.
Yeah, and of course, we said throughout this weekend, this is a commitment circuit. You've got to be committed to the corners, not only to get a good lap time out of things, but also to get moves done. And if you commit to a corner thinking one thing, and then suddenly the wind blows another direction, that's going to cause you to get all sorts of out of shape and could cause mishaps to happen through the rest of the afternoon. Yeah, blowing a bit of a gale now here up at Cadwell Park, but still lovely and sunny as well. About 27, 28 degrees now it is here at Cadwell Park. So not only have the drivers got to deal with the gusts of wind out there on circuit, but also very warm in the cockpit. Of course, luckily for these drivers, just like the caterers we've seen out as well, they've got a nice bit of cooling with that open top, haven't they? But still, won't be doing a whole lot. They'll be pretty sweaty out there in the overalls. So they press on then. 20 minutes of racing for their last race of the weekend. So I can't imagine anyone will be leaving anything on the table in this one.
No, I don't think anyone will. And Ollie Walden as well. I want to give a big shout out to Ollie Walden. He's starting alongside Matt McCluckey on the third row. He was battling well in race 1 and indeed race 2, and he managed to nick the space from Michael Taylor. And with Ali Bray there in 8th again, look for fireworks towards the back. Row 4, if Ali Bray's got the eyes on, we could do a lot better this time around. But the cars line up on the grid, and Steve Foden with work to do to make it a hat-trick of wins this weekend and make it 6 wins in a row. I'm looking forward to seeing how this pans out. We await for the marshal on the gantry to bring us the 5-minute board. He's got it in his hands.
5 seconds.
5 seconds, not 5 minutes.
We've all done it.
We've all done it. All been there. So the marshal waiting patiently for the green flag at the back. He's just waiting for the signal. He does so the 5-minute board is going to be held aloft. 5-second board rather. The lights will come on the gantry, and they go out now, and it's an even Steven start, but Paul Simard just struggles a bit when he snatches second gear, and Steve Foden gets the advantage, and Adam Sparrow draws up alongside, and it looks like Adam Sparrow that's going to get the line down the inside through turn 1 into Coppice, and Paul Simard's dropping back like a stone. What's going on? Because Neil Chisnell's managed to get into third. There's a car off. He's heading to the barrier. Ooh, just about escapes the barrier that time around. There was a clash of cars, and who was that? Was that McCluckey?
It was the number 2 on the side of the car, I'm pretty sure. Off-piste there to the left, but like you say, amazing he avoided that barrier.
Like I said before, the problem with the grass, it's so dry, it just lubricates as the tyre goes over it, so you go quicker. So Steve Foden immediately under pressure from Adam Sparrow this time around. And Neil Chisnell, what a great start from him to get into third. Paul Simard at almost a distant fourth. And then they've gapped the following cars coming up. Is that Ali Bray up into fifth?
I think you might be right, you know. Yeah, it was a white car, wasn't it, and getting stuck in, or the Pucker Pies livery cars there getting properly stuck in as well. Both the Storers there trying to make moves. We're almost side by side, though, out at the sharp end. Foden there almost having Sparrow, wasn't it, trying to go side by side there, but Sparrow now losing second place as back through goes Neil Chisnell. So Chisnell to P2. Foden looking a bit under pressure there momentarily, but back into the lead he goes.
Yeah, back into the lead he goes, but is this an ominous start of how things are going to carry on in this race? Is Steve Foden going to be under a bit more pressure than he was in race 1 and race 2? Rest in peace, Bollard, as that gets chucked out of the way early doors. It's only the Mazdas that can do it. Steve Foden from Neil Chisnell. What a drive from Neil Chisnell on this first lap. There's cars off in the background. In fact, that's Adam Sparrow. That's the championship fight. Adam Sparrow has got his arm up, and have we lost Adam Sparrow out of this race? We have. Unbelievable. He's lost power. Something's happened, and Adam Sparrow has pitted from the lead group, fighting with Steve Foden for the championship, and that has just blown this title race straight to that man there who is leading this race. If he stays in this position, it'll be 6 wins in a row, but as Adam Sparrow just lost the championship in race 3 at Cadwell Park.
Wow, 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 wow. How the pendulum swings back the way of Foden out in the lead of the race. Yeah, Sparrow, of course, losing that bonnet in the first race earlier this weekend, settling back in race number 2 and sort of building up to this race 3. Well, it's all gone wrong on the first lap for Adam Sparrow. He peels back into the pit lane, and we're checking the timing, but he isn't coming back out anytime soonish. What a shame for Adam Sparrow. Right then, it's Foden, Chisnell, Simard, Bray, Walden, your top 5. So Bray, he's had a good start in this one. 8th to 4th for the moment. And he's looking to bridge that gap up to your top 3. There goes another Bollard off stage left there, off to the grass. Oh dear. Well, Foden leads, but Chisnell, Simard, like I say, still very much in the wheel tracks of him. Can Foden settle in here? He had that first lap off the race start, of course. But as you settle into proper pace, here is
now,
slippery surface flag is out. Have you just spotted? Yeah.
No, but the bollards are all intact, so it can't be for the bollards. I'm wondering if there's been a failure on Adam Sparrow's car that's dropped fluid down. There's a few cars there. There's a few cars going wide there, so into the hairpin is a bit treacherous. So I'm wondering if Adam Sparrow has left some fluid there for his competitors. Over the line once more, and a big shout out to Ollie Walden as well. He's had a fantastic race, and he's with that lead group. Don't discount Ollie Walden from this. He's up for it as well, and so is Mike Taylor in 6th. So after having a good race yesterday in the Clubman Series, he's certainly looking a bit racy today, is Taylor. But Steve Foden is still just managing the lead gap from Neil Chisnell and Paul Simard, and with no Adam Sparrow, I'm wondering if Steve Foden has perhaps seen in his mirrors the lack of Sparrow, and he knows that he just has to control the race, maybe don't do anything too silly, because with Neil Chisnell in his mirrors, he could see Paul Simard as well. Paul Simard's 3rd in the championship, so maybe Paul Simard, he can leap up to 2nd after this, especially with a retirement, although we don't know how that's going to work out with drop scores, so it's all to play for here.
Indeed,
it's all rather exciting. We've got a car off the road. That's 178. That's Andrew Gilligan that's had a moment.
Weird place to be sideways, isn't
on
it?
The exit of Charlie's, but it's almost as if he's to you, to me, to you, and he's carried it all the way to the inside on the straight. So that's quite impressive to have a spin there. See AB Motorsports, Ali Bray car just trying to hold off Ollie Walden. So the lead group's turned into 3, then 2, and then Mike Taylor seemingly on his own. But Steve Foden still in control from Neil Chisnell, who's coming under increasing pressure from Paul Simard. They wait their way through Hall Bends. There goes another bollard. And then into the hairpin through the exit. And Foden looking in control so far. Chisnell going back further. So if Chisnell and Simard start having a battling duo, that's exactly what Steve Foden needs to get himself up the road. There's 14.5 minutes left. Steve Foden seemingly in control.
Indeed he is, yeah, lapping very nicely, isn't he, at the moment, as these two go in nose to tail once again. Chisnell slipping into the clutches now. Simard on the previous lap. It was still Simard the fastest. On the lap before, Simard was faster than Chisnell and then Foden. Foden was your slowest out of the 3, but this time Chisnell the one ever so slightly slower, and that's what's given this opportunity then to Paul Simard. Uses this slipstream up Park Straight, but will get sent to the outside line here. No, to be fair, actually not quite good enough to look for the move, or maybe sitting in behind and hoping they can still work together here. There's still just less than 14 minutes left to go in this race, so all still to happen. Still plenty of dust and dirt getting kicked up by loads of drivers, though.
I did see a bit of drama there in the background, so I think one of the drivers towards the back of the field was having more problems coming out of Charlie's. I'm wondering if there is fluid around certain sections of the circuit. Was Adam Sparrow's Mazda dropping fluid for the lap before he retired from the race? A few of the cars, they're having moments on the exit of the corner that's indicative of this. So let's see what happens for the rest of the race. I mean, small amounts of oil and coolant can catch the drivers out, and then eventually it'll sort of disperse after a couple of laps. We see the Pucker Pies car there. That's the number 17 Pucker Pies livery. That's Harry Storer. We did have someone visit the commentary box earlier, caught wind of our joke about bringing some pies to us for lunchtime. So we do appreciate you showing some concern and coming down. We were joking. But if the offer was there, thank you very much, because that's quite sweet, actually. But Harry and Tim Storer, great stalwarts of the championship.
Yeah, lovely to have both of them involved as well. Family outfit as well, which is brilliant to see. Yeah, like you say, maybe a parting gift there from Adam Sparrow, a little bit of fluid of different parts of the circuit. And he very much has not come back out on circuit. That is race done for Adam Sparrow. This battle continues on, then up the hill we go. And there is, 6 cars, I think, in that train now, led by the 65 of Williams. So this is 11th place backwards now. Williams, McCluckey, Tim Storer, Singal, McLagan, Pato and Thelwell, all in this group. Amazingly long group here. And of course, McCluckey, the one chasing Williams, and we saw him off very far stage left through the first couple of corners on the first lap, so he's trying to make up for that lost time on lap number 1.
I'm wondering if his heart rate's gone down yet as he makes a move down the inside, so he's still making his way through the field from the back. Lots of tyre squealing going on as these Mazdas are pushed to the absolute limit. We're not even halfway through the race yet, with nearly 5 laps completed. Steve Foden, last lap around, he was shown as a clear second away from Neil Chisnell, and Paul Simard was still 0.3 of a second away from Chisnell. So Simard trying to get it done, but unable to at this point. McCluckey using a bit more of the track limits there to get a lick on and catch up to the next bunch of cars on circuit, which will be Wootton and then Beau Parry. So oh, there's a bit of a twitch there from the 65. More of a twitch as he got onto the power. Peter Williams really trying to get that car sorted as he fights with Tim Storer and the other group of cars as they make their way into Hall Bends. This is going to end in tears if they're not careful. Oh, and Ollie Walden in the meantime, as the leaders come over the start-finish line, that is the fastest lap of the race with a 1:45.289 from Ollie Walden. He is in 5th place. He has driven outstandingly, almost understated this weekend. He's not been right up the lead pack, sort of 1, 2, 3, but he has been there or thereabouts, and currently his pace has been very impressive and showing well. He's 5th overall at the moment. Great pace.
Indeed, yeah, he's been very, very impressive, has Ollie. started off his season well back at Alton Park with some good results and some DNFs at Donny. Croft didn't quite go so well, but then was back to the pace at the end of Croft. So dragging that form into today's proceedings, or this weekend's proceedings, I should say. And he's finding great pace. Off goes McCluckey. McCluckey's off and wide there, out of Charlie's, isn't that? And he's lost all that momentum. And every single person in the train drives on by. And there's, thank you, Matthew. I'll have those positions back. And he's got it all to do again in this race. Now with 10 minutes to go, that is a shame. Yeah, Walden, very, very impressive. He's helping, pushing Bray along, isn't he, to close up to what was our top three. Foden's now got a bit clear. There he is. Look, he's now 1.5 seconds clear of Chisnell and Simard. That gap starting to be
where's Neil Chisnell?
Where is Neil Chisnell? It's totally changed here, hasn't it? In this group near the leaders.
Wow, Neil Chisnell, is that him behind Michael Taylor? What has happened to Neil Chisnell on that lap? So unfortunately, while we've been concentrating on some of the other battles out on circuit, we've lost Neil Chisnell from the lead battle, and that's allowed Paul Simard to get up to second, and he's being hunted down by reigning champion Ali Bray. But seemingly, Neil Chisnell, I can only assume he's had a big off somewhere, and he's now found himself behind Mike Taylor.
Either he's gone off on his own or Simard went for a move, and there's been a bit of a scuffle between the two of them. Well, looking for another move then. This time it is Bray, and he gets it done. Bray is into second place then, with 9 minutes still left to go in this race. From 8th to 2nd, very impressive performance from your 2025 champion. But, of course, he now is the one going to get slipstreamed here by Simard.
But you look at the gesticulation from Ali Bray. He's saying to Paul Simard, right, go, 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 go. He's gesticulated to him. He wants to give him the toe. I think they're pretty sure that Paul Simard's car's run by Ali Bray. I could be. They're very similar liveries, but they're looking to work together. Ali Bray's playing the smart game here. He knows he needs Paul Simard, and Paul Simard knows he needs Ali Bray to get to Steve Foden. Steve Foden has broke the toe, but there's 8 minutes left of this race. They'll have little timers, little countdown clocks in the front of their Mazda. They'll know how long they've got left, so they need to work together to improve their lap time performance, including utilising the toe to get towards the front. And that's why you saw Ali Bray gesticulating to Paul Simard. He's like, come on, let's go. I want the toe, I want the toe. And I tell you what, Ollie Walden's going through for company as well.
Indeed, yeah. Very similar liveries, but they are not teammates, these two.
Right.
It is NHA Motorsport for Paul Simard. Of course, AB Motorsport for Ali Bray. Very fitting. But indeed, so working together, whether I had a choice or not for the moment, I don't know. Walden's going with them, though, of course, and he still has that fastest lap of the race as well. So three of them together, it's going to be tough to work together, I think. We're between three of them. We might see the gloves come off here. And in my personal opinion, I think they've let Foden get too far clear, haven't they, with 7.5 minutes to go. I think even with the best of intentions of working together, I don't think it is going to work.
No, it doesn't look that way. And there's more. This is McCluckey making his way through the grid once again after falling off at Charlie's. He's had 2 offs at Charlie's so far. That's one way to increase your heart rate, that's for sure. As they make their way through Hall Bends, it's the right, then the left, then the right again, and then left down towards the hairpin. They make their way out of the hairpin, hard on the accelerator, and then get the car rotated through Barn and down the start-finish straight. As you could also hear cars behind us getting a bit, getting revved up and out of Parc Ferme. That would have probably come through on the live stream. But back to our MX-5s. Steve Foden, the last lap time for him was a 1:45.502, 2 seconds quicker than Ali Bray and Paul Simard. So Ali Bray and Paul Simard are obviously fighting each other too much, and that's just allowed the gap to grow between Bray and Simard, and that's certainly not working out. So McCluckey getting the draft once again. He's working his way back through. He's only 14th at the moment, so he's had a bit of an unlucky race, Matt McCluckey. Certainly not indicative of his prowess, that's for sure.
No, it's not gone to plan, this race, I think, to say the least, for Mr. McCluckey. A shame for him, but he's had a lot of fun, if nothing else, finding his way through the order, then falling off and having to do it all again. So hopefully at least comes off the track with a smile on his face, even if it hasn't quite gone the way he would have hoped in terms of points and in terms of the championship as well. We look back to the squabble further ahead then, Bray, Simard and Walden. Yeah, I thought even with the best of intentions it isn't going to work. It's working together, and yes, has been immediately proven there. They're still as they were. There's not been any overtakes, but still continuing to lose time over your race leader of Foden. It was 3.8 seconds. Across the line they go. What will it be now as they head on to lap number 9? It's almost 4 seconds now. I think we can, of course, the drivers behind the wheel won't quite know how much that lead is increasing, but they would be able to see that that Foden is continuing to drive away ever so slightly lap on lap. I think at this point the likes of Simard and Walden might go, right, I don't want to work together anymore. Out you move for Bray, let me through.
Yeah, considering as well that Ali Bray is not in the championship fight. He's not going to retake the championship this year. He's sat out so many rounds at the start of the year and has only just come back into things in the MX5 championship. So it's not as if he's in the championship battle, but he just wants race wins. That's all he wants. And as you could see,
was that to focus on the running of his team, I assume?
I think so. I think budget was part of an issue there as well. So it's just he sold his old car off, his championship winning car. That got sold off to another competitor. I think it's actually further down the grid. I might have to double check. But the other AB Motorsport car you could see further down the grid. I'm not sure if that was the one or not. I think you're about to do some sleuthing, aren't you? So the battle you could see on screen with Ali Bray, Paul Simard and Ollie Walden as well. And I tell you what, it would be much deserving if Ollie Walden can get onto the podium this weekend, because he has had a very good, consistent weekend so far. Just plugged away, kept taking those positions. Certainly getting a bit of air there over the mountain. That was very impressive. Got some airtime there. Neil Chisnall down the inside of Taylor. They're going to go side by side through Hall Bends. God, you don't want to go through there side by side. Taylor concedes a position and Chisnall gets himself back in front. Back to our Pucker Pies battle with McCluckey. So McCluckey looking to make up all the places he lost when he fell off at Charlie's the second time. He makes his way down to the bottom of the mountain. Let's see what he can do. And, I think the Pucker Pies, that definitely wasn't a pucker line to take through the bottom of the mountain. And McCluckey looks to the outside. He gets himself onto the grass. That's not really the ideal place you want to make through there. Through Hall Bend to go back to single file. But a few of the drivers towards the rear of the field are getting a little bit tight through there. That was interesting to say the least. My colleague is still just trying to do a bit more research, and this could be a change for second place. Has that Paul Simard managed to get him the toe past Ali Bray, or has Ali led him through? But either way, Paul Simard manages to get past and down the inside, and Ali Bray tucks in behind, but he's got Ollie Walden there for a bit of company as well. Paul Simard just kicks up a bit of dirt on the outside. They make their way through Chris Curve, head towards the gooseneck. Let's see how the cars turn in. Ali Bray looks, it's even Stevens in terms of the gap as they go down through the gooseneck, but Ali Bray gets a bit closer on the exit. Braking for Mansfield. They're braking downhill at this section, so the cars get a little bit light at the back. And back on the power again. It's quite impossible, certainly in a front-wheel drive car, to get the cars turned in when you're on the brakes and steering at the same time. These are rear-wheel drive cars and a bit more balanced, but you could still get the understeer, especially through the mountain section. You can hear the squealing of the tyres. Paul Simard using every inch of track to get himself as close to Steve Foden as possible, although Steve Foden has just checked out. He is 5 seconds up the road. That is your race leader, and with 2.5 minutes to go, dare I say, it's points on the board for Steve Foden and a penny for the thoughts of Adam Sparrow after this weekend. He must be absolutely kicking himself. Well, you can't really do anything about mechanical problems, to be fair, but he must be absolutely gutted.
Exactly. Yeah, he will be. That's the only word to use, isn't it? Gutted. What could have been from this weekend here at Cadwell Park. And yeah, to use the quote from Formula One, will Steve Foden domination bore fans? Well, it's certainly not boring us here in the commentary box. What a race. What a weekend it's been for Steve Foden. He's now pretty much 5 seconds clear here as we head on to the penultimate lap of the race. This will be Simard, Bray and Walden still absolutely nose to tail here, using the slipstream as they head up towards Park once again. Looking to the inside line as Ali Bray late on the brakes, super late. They're going to lean on each other here to corner exit. Shove Simard over the dust on the exit. They'll continue side by side here round that long sweeping right-hander. Looks as though Simard will just about have enough here to sneak ahead as they go back into the gooseneck. Does Ali Bray give him the opportunity to do so? He does. They slot back in as they were.
Definitely so. Ollie Walden has decided to try a bit of rallycross and then locks up. He's got the wrong line for Mansfield, so I'm thinking Ollie maybe got himself a bit overexcited there. And we've got Ali Bray. Well, it's getting a bit robust between Ali Bray and Paul Simard there. Nevertheless, Simard carries on through the bottom of the mountain, over the top. The car gets a little bit light. And Ali Bray, just a little dab of the brakes before he sends it through Hall Bends. That'll be a little courtesy tap with the left foot just to make sure you don't get the pad knock off, that's for sure. So Steve Foden seemingly in control of this race as he goes to start the final lap. Ali Bray nearly off the circuit there as well on the exit of the hairpin. I can't say they're not pushing these cars. They are getting every single inch from these race cars. Ollie Walden just sitting back now as they start the final lap. And Paul Simard, can he hang on to second place? He's going uber defensive down the inside, so Ali Bray's going to try around the outside into Coppice. That's brave Ali, but he's done it before. And you know what? He's going to get it down the inside. They clash. Paul Simard is off the road. Oh my word, and Paul Simard was maybe could have given each other a bit more room there, but I think Paul Simard won't be too happy with that. And Ollie Walden is going to inherit third place. So Ollie Walden is going to get third place, that's for sure. Steve Foden under braking for Park Corner. And Ali Bray down the inside of Ollie Walden. I think actually Ollie Walden tried it on the outside. He's trying it on with Ali Bray. Some robust racing going on here on our last race of the day for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. So the AD Modular Accommodation Championship. So
there's a bang in there as they try to go down to the gooseneck. Walden's going for this, isn't he?
He is.
He is going for this. He's not worried about the fact that he's battling with last year's champion, is he? Not at all. And look, Simard straight back on the scene as well. This could be an interesting last couple of corners here. Oh, a little bit wide there for Walden. That's given the opportunity here to Simard. He can smell blood in the water as they head up to the mountain section for the final time. He looks up the inside. He's going to go late on the brakes. It's Simard. Up the inside he goes. Just about gets it stopped. No, he doesn't. Over the grass he goes. He's surely going to have to give that place back.
Yeah, I would say so. You look at the rules, and he's really trying to crowd out Ollie Walden there. That's a little bit naughty from Simard. He had to give the place back there. He gained an advantage by cutting out through the grass like that into the hairpin. It's going to be Steve Foden that takes a dominant win. A fantastic win from Steve Foden. It's 3 out of 3 for the weekend and 6 wins in a row for Steve Foden. It's advantage Steve in the championship, but let's see how second place goes as they go to cross the line, and it's going to be Ali Bray. So we've seen some action in the last corner there that we've just missed out on while we saw Steve Foden cross the line, and Ali Bray takes second. But Paul Simard, oh, we got a car on its roof, and that looks like that's a blue Mazda. I'm hoping, is that Neil Chisnell that's gone off?
Blimey, that's a big off there on the final lap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a blue Mazda. I thought of Neil Chisnell at first, no, but he's crossed the line. So unfortunately, we have had quite a spectacular end to this race. So we've got a car on its roof. It looks like it's just lost it on the exit to Charlie's and caught the barrier on the inside, and the momentum will just get it to lift onto its roof. But for the meantime, I'm going to go and talk to Messrs Foden, Bray and Simard on the podium, and I will get some more reaction.
Cheers, Rob. Thanks very much. Yeah, of course, we'd already seen one car spinning off down through that section of the circuit earlier on in that race, and then another one making a proper meal out of it there, spinning off and around and then into the barriers. Of course, we didn't see how it happened, whether they did it all on their own, on the dusty stuff on the outside of the track, or whether there was some assistance from another driver. Either way, someone is up on their roof there in the barrier, and I do hope that the driver involved is all okay. I'm just waiting to see who doesn't come through. You've had 2 cars not come through, but of course one was stopped next to the car that had gone for a roll. So we will double check that for you. The 2 cars that haven't come through are the 99 of Pato and the 178 of Gilligan. I think the 99 of Pato was the black one that parked up alongside, and potentially Gilligan the one up on their roof. Either way, it is one of those 2. So hopefully drivers all okay for that incident. And of course, we lost Privet earlier on in that race with about 7 laps to go. And of course, we lost Sparrow on the first lap. Not a weekend to remember, sadly, for Adam Sparrow. And he finishes the weekend trackside, not involved in the race. Wow. Foden from Bray, from Simard, and what a battle that was for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place there. Walden just losing out, and then losing out to Taylor in the end as well. So there was clearly a clash there between Simard and Walden. Of course, Simard tried to get the place down through this section you're seeing on your screens. Lovely move up the inside, but couldn't get it stopped, and then couldn't drag it back onto the circuit either. Lets Walden back through, but wasn't very happy. Well then, looks as though Rob's about ready to go. He's down with our top 3. Let's hand down to him.
So, as we just get the raw reactions of the drivers as they come into pit lane. It's 3 from 3 from this man here who, to give it the technical term, he looks absolutely knackered. I'm not going to lie. I might go and interview him into his car actually to save him getting. Oh no, he's going to come out and speak to me. So. Steve Foden, I wouldn't have been surprised if you'd have just sat in your car and had a little nap there after that one, but that was all control from the start.
I'm ready for bed. First of all, I hope Jason, is it the number 99 car? I hope he's okay. He's rolled, so I hope that he's all right. I didn't see him get out, so I hope everything's okay with him. Yeah, but from my side, yeah, came here to win 3 races. We won 3 races. It looked like a lot of fun behind. I'm not sure what happened to Adam, and also Neil dropped off that front pack for a bit. He was closing on me. To be fair, the first few laps he was closing. And then, yeah, they started squabbling, gap opened up, and then it was very much a case of the same as the last 2 races, just building the gap and maintaining. Car did go up a little bit on the temp, started worrying me a little bit, so I was just trying to keep it cool, calm and collected and under control.
Well, from the Adam Sparrow side, he had a technical issue, put his hand up and pulled off.
Right, okay, that's okay. Well, I hope that everything's all right with the car and I'll be able to get it back out for Anglesey.
But championship-wise, that puts the ball in your court.
It does, yeah. I don't know what the points are, but I think last few races, I think we've won 7 on the bounce now. So, yeah, we've got good momentum with us. So we've just got to carry that into Anglesey, which is a very strong track for me from history. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to going to it. It's near my house. Well, I say near, it's about closer than most. You know, some people say it's like 7 hours to get down to Anglesey. For us, it's like 2. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
Congratulations, 3 superb wins this weekend.
Well, big thanks to Thermal Road, AD Modular, Mazda Youth Developments, all you guys over there, and as well as to Lucky Dips and at Porsche Racing, and to my dad, and also to my fiancée Sophie, who gives up her holiday days to come and watch me race. You know, I couldn't do it without you all, so thank you very much. And to my mum as well, watching at home.
Fantastic. Steve, you're a class act as always. Fantastic. Now, where's Ali Bray? I've lost Ali Bray. He's gone walkabout. Come on, Ali, come on. That got a bit tasty towards the end.
Oh mate, that's a proper MX-5 driving there. Like, absolute credit to Paul. He's not been doing this nowhere near as long as I have, and he's absolute fantastic racer. We got locked up a little bit going into Charlie's one, and he went off. So you know, if we have to go down there, I'm happy for him to have the position back. But I just want to say a massive thanks to the team. You know, we've come back just to run the number 1 for a little bit, and we've been struggling a lot with this new car. And after the first race this morning, I just told them to put it in the truck because we only had 60 psi on cylinder 1. And instead of it going in the truck, the next thing I saw was the lads changing the engine, and they did it in 40 minutes and just got us out. And so absolute credit to the whole AB Motorsport team and Paul Austin, like everyone that jumped in. That one's for them.
You did look, I did say on the commentary, and in no way any offence, you looked a bit off the ball in race 1. I thought you'd have got higher than 7th because of the quality that you are as a driver. But is it an older engine that you've had to put in there?
Cheers, Rob. No, it's it was a new engine that we put in this car when we went to Croft, and yeah, still having some teething issues, but we'll go again, and at some point we'll stop this man from winning.
Well, you were doing all the winning last year, but Ali Bray, you are a class act. Congratulations. That's a superb 2nd place. Let's talk to Paul Simard, or is he just a bit... All the drivers keep running away from me. So let's have a chat with Paul Simard. Paul, Ali said that was proper, robust, classic Mazda MX-5 racing and gave you a lot of kudos. You haven't been in the championship for long, but you're turning heads.
Yeah, it was a fun race. I think it was a bit of an unfortunate start for me. Didn't quite get the launch from the right-hand side of the grid. Seems like it's been a common thing today. But after that, just tried to get back to the front, worked with Ali. Once again, Foden was just a bit too far ahead, and then it was just sort of fighting for the podium. It got a bit robust towards the end, but I mean, we all made it to the finish line fairly unscathed.
And with Adam Sparrow dropping points, obviously with a mechanical issue, it gives you extra points in the championship.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, overall this weekend has been really good points-wise. I think we got the fastest lap in the last race. That's always an extra point. And then obviously it's unfortunate to see Adam pulling out of the race because we were working well together, and we've been having some nice battles this weekend. But yeah, hopefully he can fix it up for Anglesey.
Definitely so. Well, congratulations. Another 3rd place. You've been a class act this weekend, Paul Simard. We've got some more great racing to come. There's a bit of clean out, understandably, out on circuit. There's a bit of clean up to come, and then we've still got BMWs to come. We've still got the Darlington and District Sports and Saloons to come. Lots of great racing to come. So I'm going to join John in the commentary box, and we're going to wax lyrical while the clean up happens, and we'll await for the BMW Super Cups to get started.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Rob. Once again, great to hear from the drivers from that race. Some of our top 3 finishers from that one. It seems as though, as you can see sort of in the background of your shot there, still quite a bit of work going on down through the exit of Charlie's. And, of course, first thoughts are with the driver, of course. I hope that the driver is all okay. The medical car is indeed over there, has been to the scene. She seems to be now leaving the scene as the marshals and officials jump into action to, well, firstly get that car back down on all 4 wheels. Secondly, get the car onto the low loader and back here to us here at the commentary box. Not because we want it here in the comments box, but because Park Ferme is right behind us. And yeah, once we get that car back to safety, it's then the work of the marshals to get that barrier repaired as well. Hopefully it's not too much of a difficult repair for them down there. It might be a little bit more waiting around for the next race to head out, as Rob kindly alluded to. It is the Nankang Tyre. The Nankang Tyre BMWs it is next, the BMW Super Cup Championship that will be heading out on circuit relatively soon. Now, I believe Rob has, well, he's grabbed the microphone, so I think he's going to head off and give us a little piece to camera, a bit of an update down there from nearer the podium. I think he's chosen to change his little spot on camera because they discovered a nice little wasp nest at the first spot, so he's moved to a bit more of a safer location to do those pieces to camera. Well then, as everyone behind the scenes here at Cadwell Park cracks on to hopefully get us back underway and racing very shortly. Thank you all so much for joining us here throughout the weekend here at Cadwell Park. Of course, we've been treated to 2 days of fantastic racing here from the Trackit Cadwell Park Summer Race Weekend. Thank you all so much for joining us on the live stream. Lovely to see so many of you chatting about the racing at hand and about lots of other things as well. Jack Warry saying, I may have messaged about the pies. Thank you, Jack. I haven't checked my DMs. I assume that's not to me. I assume that's to Rob. But I'm up for it as well, mate. Let me know. Let me know. And loads of love for lots of different drivers in the chat as well, which is lovely to see all your support from wherever you're watching around the world. And a big thank you to all of the Digitex team for bringing you these fantastic pictures here today from Cadwell Park. Now, speaking of the beautiful scenery, I think Rob Lewis has gone down to explore some of it. Down to him.
Now, we've taken the opportunity to come down to the holding area, which the commentary box is just at the top of the hill here. So I've walked down to the holding area where our BMW Super Cup drivers are waiting to go out onto circuit. The one thing I will say, so there's some barrier repairs going on to the moment. The driver's got out. He appears to be okay. He needs to be checked over by the medical crews. It's a big impact in the barrier, but it just looks like the energy from the styrofoam barriers has just caused the car to go in and then pop up onto its roof. But the driver's out of the car, that's the main thing. Let's go and talk to some of these drivers. I want to show a bit of love to the Compact Cup drivers, actually, because we're there towards the rear of the BMW Super Cup grid. They don't get as much chance to sort of, well, get the publicity that they deserve. I might grab a word with Matty Parks as well, who's been running these cars for years. But there's 5 compacts out for this round, so let's see if we can grab a chat with some drivers, if they're here. He's not here. I might grab a chat with you then, Mr. Parks. So this is Matt Parks of Parks Motorsport. You've been running these BMW compacts for absolute years now. What is it about these cars that makes them tick?
Ah, just quirky little cars. Great little race cars, aren't they? Yeah. I think they create some great drivers as well.
And Paul Mousel's been absolutely on it this weekend. But how long has the series? I mean, you used to race in this series back in the day when they were on a standalone grid.
Yeah, I think I finished in 2019 officially. What, 3 years? Yeah, 3 years in it. But I can't stay away from the damn things.
But it's based on just an E36 compact. Tell us a bit more about the car and what's involved.
Well, everything is essentially the same. So we've got a 1.916 valve M44 engine, which is a factory engine. It is a production engine, so the only things we can do are the obvious things that allow us in the regulations. Your ECU, exhaust, catback, really. We've got gas suspension, they're all the same. Control tyre, and your safety device cage, the cage that's in it. And apart from building them nicely, that's about as far as you can go with them, really.
Proper entry-level way into motorsport, right?
Yeah, really, they're so cost-effective, and I still swear by it that they are the best things to drive if you want to hone your craft in front of drive.
Fantastic. Great to see you, Matty Parks. I'll tell you what, if you are interested in getting one of these compact cup cars, get him run by this man. He knows a thing or two. He used to get a few race wins as well. Let's see if we can talk to Ethan. He knew I was coming. We haven't had a chance to give you as much coverage this weekend, but it's good to see you down here. You've had a lot of second places so far. What have you got to do to catch that man there?
So I might need some turbos on the car to catch Paul, but I'll try and do and see where we can go from there. To be honest, it's a tricky circuit. I've never been here before, but it's a good circuit.
Right, and the E36 compact cup car, what do they like to drive?
Yeah. Definitely a handful. I mean, there's no assist on them whatsoever, so it's, you know, there's a lot of it in the driver, and yeah, you got to work hard in them, especially with no power steering.
No power steering. It's got a roof on it, so it's not quite a Mazda MX-5.
No, it gets pretty warm in there, I guess. I mean, if you're in an MX-5, you might get a bit more cooling, but it can be pretty toasty inside there.
Fantastic. Well, great to see you, Ethan. We'll look forward to seeing how you go in the Compact Cup later on. Let's see if Aaron Tippler fancies a chat as well. We actually saw, unfortunately, you saw in the second race, you had a few issues with this car.
I did, unfortunately.
What happened?
Self-inflicted, oil cap come off.
No.
Yeah.
Not the best thing.
No, not when it's a freshly built engine. In the first race, I was taking it easy because I was running it in, and the second race, oil cap. So all on me. I shouldn't say that on camera, but all on me.
Aaron, it happens to the best of us. What's your thoughts for this race? You haven't got as many compacts as you normally have on the shared Super Cup grid, but you've got to go for it, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to carry on pushing. We're going to hope that more cars come to us in Silverstone and Brands Hatch and just keep pushing forward.
Fantastic. You're a good sport. Great to see you, Aaron Tippler. Leaving the oil cap off in a race car. Well, it's not even good in a road car. Can get a bit messy, but in a race car, certainly gets even worse. We've got the Mountford. Where's Mr. Mountford? We've got the yellow Mountford Compact Cup. How's your weekend gone so far?
Terrible. We finished no races. We've done 6 laps all weekend, so yeah, pretty good really, but we'll try for this one.
I know that was coming. What have the various issues been?
Clutch. Mainly clutch issues. We tried a few things for this one, but we're not very hopeful, but we'll see. We're going to get out there and give it a go.
It's race 3, you've got to go and give it a crack.
Absolutely, yeah. Knock a few people out the way if you need to. Not on camera, but yeah. We'll see how it goes.
How long have you been racing the compacts for?
3 years now. 3 years. Alton Park went well, so we had another clutch issue last time out, but yeah, chasing issues with this car at the minute, so.
Absolutely. Well, it's great. Look, it's great to see you here in the Compact Cups. We'll keep an eye out for you, and hopefully you get it across the line. That's the main thing. You get it across the line.
So we might cruise around in third gears, but at least we'll finish. So.
There you go. Pleasure to meet you. That's our man. Al, I want to speak to this man here actually, Simon Waterfall. You had a chat in the interviews earlier, and there was some words about maybe the Clarks getting involved. Has there anything happened as a result of that?
We all went down.
Yeah.
Everybody had their footage.
Yeah.
They actually used the live stream, but because the break of the image that you all saw, where it went from Chris Curve to the gooseneck, and the image swapping, it was Thorburn chose to take the grass. So there was no contact with us guys going round there. So they just wanted to check all that.
Yeah.
It was literally everybody checking up, and it's deemed a racing incident. So we can all get on with our championships.
Fair play. What was the issue with Chris Stretton's car?
He's had myriad of issues over the weekend, unfortunately. We've had
talk about him, he's right.
Yeah. So they threw a new engine in on Friday night. Got it sorted for quali yesterday, but just when you rush getting an engine out and getting something back in, unions not done up and things like that. So I think it's where the oil cooler line were coming through from the takeoff plate. So they've done all that up, thrown a load more 540.
Come on, Chris, have a chat to the live stream.
Yeah. I'm hoping that's what it is. I'm hoping it's just that loose union. Obviously, I watched the live stream back. It was as bad in the cab as it was outside the cab. It was very, very smoky. And then I think it started again on your coverage. I think you picked up the fact that I was starting to slide around a lot as well. So I was starting to get a bit on the rear wheels, and I was getting a lot of movement. When I eventually like lost it, I just sort of pulled up and like obviously they were worried it was about to set on fire. Yeah, I think we've got to go get in.
I've just heard on the tannoy actually there's a 20-minute delay for the barrier damage, so we've got a bit of time to play with. So tell us a bit about Racecraft.
Yeah, so it was a bit of fun. Like, so we, dare I say, like I knew I was never going to be like running at the front. So like sponsors, if you're out there watching this, obviously we set up a sort of social media channel, so on YouTube and Instagram, like posted quite a lot of content, and it's. I suppose some of the realities, so it wasn't trying to be like a drive to survive, sort of very clinical, sitting down.
Actually, this is how racing is.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So we wanted to show a bit of the grit, so warts and all, yeah, and like I have a lot of warts, so like, to be honest with you. It's, but yeah, the realities of like how much it costs, like how do you get into it, like some of the, the team that like makes all this happen as well, and we've got a great team, like with Bromley. Obviously, me and Simon are good friends. We've got Molly joined us this season as well. So yeah, just trying to capture like all of that warts and all, a bit of everything really. So like and subscribe
at Racecraft.
Like and subscribe. And do you know what? Let's give a shout out to Molly Pugh. She's here somewhere.
Yes, she is. She's just over here actually.
Come on, Molly. Come on.
Desperate to get on camera, I'm sure.
She is desperate to get on camera. So I've actually had someone contact us by the name of Claire. So you had a bit of an interest in Alton Park, and you've come back through the university. You're on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, we came back from Alton Park, bit of a big crash there, but managed to come back and do a P2 in quali. Didn't have the best start in race 1, but managed to finish P4, so see what we have for the last race.
Your racing journey so far, so you're in the BMW 1 Series Super Cup. Is this part of a step up in racing you want to do? What's your ultimate goal?
The ultimate goal is F1 Academy, so we're seeing if we can make it there. It's very hard to get there, especially budget-wise, so good champions to start off with in cars, especially as the first year. But we'll see where I can go from there, pretty much.
And your experience going up to this purely karting, or?
Yeah, so I did about 3.5 years in karting, did small championships, then did some national championships, then even did some in France, and then met Josh Bromley and started off here.
You can say what you want about Josh, because I think he's at Donington Park, isn't he?
He is, yes, yeah. The last time we were there, we did endurance together, so it was good fun. But he just came P2 there, P2 in his last race there, so he did well, but yeah.
Right, so race 3, what's your expectations, what are your goals?
Podium. We're not a podium this year, not had one yet. We'll see what we can do. Josh copied my results for yesterday, so hopefully copy his and get a P2. But we'll see what we can do. Tight track, so we'll see what happens.
Fantastic, love it. It's a pleasure to meet you, Molly, honestly. And so that's Molly. Keep a lookout for her. She's going to be rapid in this race. I want to speak to Ruben Hassan, actually, and just see how he's getting on. He's had to have some repair work done on that car. They've got the blower in at the front. Luckily, it's not going at the moment. Otherwise, I won't be able to hear myself think. I've been joined by my co-commentator, Mr. Ratcliffe, as well. Mr. Hassan, you had an interesting race too there. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it was slightly interesting. What have I got to say about it, really? The move was on, just obviously the door closed, and it just ended up like Skittles. And so,
you've had an interesting weekend overall. What happened in qualifying and leading up to race 1?
We're having car problems, so in case you couldn't tell, we couldn't rev over 4K, so we were bogging around the whole time, and just had no turbo boost. So we just had.
What was that? Was it a fail-safe in the car?
We're still not sure yet. We've fiddled with it and now it works, so we're just hoping for the best at the moment.
Turned it off and on again.
Yeah, exactly. Put in the cheat code.
Definitely. Your goals for this race, you like coming up from the back in these races, don't you?
Yeah, it just, especially in such a small grid as well, it just gives you a bit more energy and it gives you that need to push forward. So I always work best when I'm from the back, whether that was from karting ages ago or cars now. So.
Certainly looked feisty in race 2 before the final lap.
Yeah, I was going for it. Sadly, it ended that way on last lap though.
You're being ran by BPC Motorsport though. What a great team to be behind you.
Yeah, honestly, brilliant team. It's like being at home basically. Everyone knows when they need to get things done, and when they don't, we're just having a laugh. So it's a good place to be in if you want to get into anything like Fiesta Juniors or anything. They're a great team. So.
Fantastic. Well, great to meet you and have a chat with you. We'll see how he gets on for the rest of the weekend. I'm going to head over to this next group here. Let's see what Darren Rickaby's feeling. Is he feeling like he could do a three-peat? He got his first win this weekend. And hang on a minute. I don't think this is race car dietary, but Thorben Aston. Hang on, what we got going on here?
It's an ice cream.
It is. What we got? Come on, tell us what you got. Magnum?
Which one it is? It's a Magnum chocolate something.
Yeah, is that actual pre-race nutrition?
I was hungry. 20-minute break, I thought might as well. Days of Thunder. It's good.
Proper Days of Thunder. Describe your view of race 2 towards the end.
It was alright. Yeah, had a little incident, but yeah, it was fine. It's racing incident, things happen, tight track. Hopefully it just doesn't happen again.
Fingers crossed. Have you always thought about giving Rallycross a try?
No, but maybe I should. I spent more time off the track than on it.
I was going to say, especially around Chris Kerb, you found yourself on the wide line there a few times. Is it an issue with these cars? Are they slightly under grip just to help with the driving?
I don't know if we've got the setup 100%. Got a little bit of understeer. So when I'm turning in, it's just washing on and just catches on that dry grass and just takes you all the way. But no, they're a little bit understeery on the front, all of them, but mine specifically seems to be a little bit worse than some of the others. And I did lose my brake pedal as well. We bled
that doesn't help.
Yeah, bled the brakes after, and it was a bit of a murky, strange colour after, but no, it should be okay now.
Fantastic. Thorben Aston, you're a good sport. Good to talk to you. Right. More importantly, Darren Rickaby, you got your first win this weekend.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
You then got your second win this weekend.
I did.
We going for the three-peat? Come on.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to send it on the start. My first race, the start wasn't great. Probably just overdid it a little bit. In the second one, I got a decent launch. So as long as I get in front of Simon, I'll just let them squabble it out like race 2, and hopefully I'll get that gap again.
Fantastic. Well, you've got probably about a 15-minute break by now just to get the barrier damage repaired, maybe reduce race times, but maybe that'll help you in the long run. A reduced race time, you could just get on with it.
Yeah, I think the temperature's getting up again now. I think we're at 27 degrees now, so it's uncomfortable, the cars, the tyres, so the quicker I can get this race over and done with, I'll take that all day long. So yeah, I'll be well happy if it's a short race, but if it's not, we'll just see what we can do, yeah.
Fantastic. Darren Rickaby.
Thanks very much.
Good to see you, and we'll wish them luck for the rest of the racing. Now, we're going to take a short break and probably cut to some of the track shots just while the clean-up's going on. So we're looking at about 15-20 minutes for some racing to resume. So I will hand back to the commentary shot box or to some nice tracking shots while we get ready for the BMWs to get underway. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a short break for some barrier repairs from our previous Mazda MX-5 race, we are back. Now, the one thing we can say is the driver got out the car, has gone to the medical centre and is being checked over. Unfortunately, it was one of those. He just lost it on the exit to Charlie's and ended up kissing the barrier on the inside. And it's an accident that looks a lot worse than it actually is, because the Recticel barriers take a lot of the energy and it just plonks the car up onto its roof. But nevertheless, there's the repaired barrier there, good to go.
And there's the skid marks as well.
Yeah, so the driver's being checked over in the medical centre, and it's time to resume racing here at Cadwell Park for our BMW Super Cup, their third race of the weekend. And as you saw me talking to the drivers earlier, we've got Darren Rickaby on pole position with Simon Waterfall alongside, with Thorben Aston, the rallycross maestro himself, with Molly Pugh in fourth place, David Meadows in fifth and Chris Stretton in sixth, with Aidan Hassan in seventh place, and he'll be coming back through as well. I haven't seen Martin Tolley down there, so Paul Mousel is going to lead our Compact Cup contingent with Ethan Woods alongside. And as they go off on their green flag lap, there's lots to come from this race, but the important thing is we heard in the driver interviews earlier, deemed a racing incident on the incident on the last lap of race 2 was deemed a racing incident, so there's not a lot coming from that in terms of penalties and such. Understandable?
Yeah, I think so. I think overall, I was having a little chat with Aidan. I know you did as well on camera, and yeah, Aidan very much feeling that that the move was on there and that Waterfall moved over and sort of covered off a little bit too late, was Aidan's thought anyway. But as we say, stewards have deemed it a racing incident. I think all in all, it was a bit of a racing incident there. Aidan going for it, and fair play to him. He's that type of racer. He saw a door open and he popped himself in it. Just sadly, ended up being 3 wide into the corner, and that contact seemingly relatively inevitable. But good to see all of them back out into the race, ready for us to kick this one off yet again. But yeah, it was lovely to have that bit of extended time for you to go down and have a chat with all of the drivers there across the 1 Series, across the Compact Cup as well.
It was good to see the Compact Cup drivers as well, and their grids, we've obviously got Paul Mousel and Ethan Woods that have been dominant this weekend, but it's also the likes of Aaron Tipler, Xavier Ross and Daniel Mountford. It's good to see them as well. And do you know, genuinely, I hope Daniel Mountford, he's had a torrid time in the yellow Compact Cup car there. I hope he completes this race and gets some good seat time in. He's had his clutch issues. He's unable to get the car into gear properly. I just hope he gets out and enjoys his racing, because I've been there, and I'm sure you have as well. When you have a weekend like that, it can be a bit... Well, it just sucks. I'm going to put it bluntly, it just sucks. So it's not the best way to have a race weekend. But there has been your dominant Compact Cup runner in Paul Mousel, being run by the Parks Motorsport, and Matt Parks I managed to grab a chat with earlier. It was good to chat to Matt. He's been a good servant to the Compact Cup over the years. I'm looking forward to seeing this race and seeing what the BMWs can produce, and temperatures are going to be a factor.
Oh, yeah, it is warm, isn't it? 28 degrees, a little bit more cloudy, but that shot disagrees. There is still some bright sunshine here around Cadwell Park, but very warm in the cockpits of these cars. These drivers are going to be very sweaty by the end of this race. Yeah, exactly. You're talking about Daniel Mountford, yeah, one of those weekends where you just sort of slam the door of the car and go, why am I even doing this? And you go out next time and you go, oh yeah, I remember, this is great fun, I love this. And then you suddenly put all your rest of your life savings into it again. That's what we've all done as racing drivers. It was good to see as well Thorben Aston enjoying his little ice cream. We've done exactly the same, so we're all ready to go for this afternoon of racing.
You went for a Twister, I went for a plain Magnum. I noticed Thorben Aston, he went for the posh Magnum.
He was fancy Magnum.
He had the extra bits in it as well, so that's clearly the racing driver's choice for this Cadwell Park meeting.
It's got to be worth a couple of tens.
Definitely. If Aston doesn't get second place, it's certainly that Magnum's going to play a part in that. The extra weight won't help.
Or if Thorben gets through into the lead and drives away, maybe a Magnum sponsorship is on the horizon.
Technically, I think so. I think Aston's certainly got to be pushing for that. But the Marshal gets himself off the grid. We are shortly going to see the 5-second board, which we do so now. And we can hear the sounds being played from the pit lane as well. The red lights are going to come on, and they go out now, and it is neck and neck. But Darren Rickaby is just going to get the advantage from Simon Waterfall, and that Magnum has really helped Thorben Aston, although Waterfall really trying to squeeze him out on the left-hand side. inside, and Thorben Aston, powered by ice cream, gets himself into second place.
He does indeed. Lovely start then, straight up into second place. Aiden Hassan trying to make moves as well. He's still there on the outside line there as they cut through up the top through Charlie's. It was through and past Chris Stretton, that was. So 1 position gain for Hassan. He's up into the top 5 then. But already these 4 looking to scamper away. I'll have to use that slipstream to close back up once again. But like you say, Thorben Aston, lovely start. But once again, Rickaby leading us through this first lap of proceedings. Can he do the triple here at Cadwell Park?
I think he can. He's certainly up for it, but Aiden Hassan as well. And there's more smoke coming from the Stretton car. So whether it's burning off some of the issues he had, it looks like we've lost the Martin Tolley car as well in the background, slowing down as they let the compacts through. And Mousel starting as he meant to go on there in the Compact Cup racks, and the yellow, it's good to see the yellow Compact Cup car lapping as well on the pace with the other Compact Cup runners. Back to our 1 Series cars at the front, and it's Rickaby from Aston and Simon Waterfall still looking racy, and Molly Pugh is there as well. It was good to chat to Molly. She's been looking racy after a difficult Alton Park weekend. We'll see how she gets on through the mountain section. Aiden Hassan as well, holding up 5th place. And then Chris Stretton has dropped right back. I'm wondering if he's got some more problems with that car. There's still some smoke, and you can kind of see the dirty part of the bodywork round near the rear wheels. It's leaking fluid from somewhere, so unfortunately I think we are about to lose Chris Stretton from this race. Meanwhile, the Compact Cup runners make their way through Hall Bends as well, and as expected, it's Paul Mousel near the front. So, end of the first lap.
Indeed, yeah, top 5 across the line, all nose to tail. Then I think it was David Meadows we saw earlier in the lap going a bit slowly as well. So already, I think down from 8 potentially to only 5 drivers left in the 1 Series Cup. Sadly, the first lap taking quite a few casualties from this one for various different reasons. Yeah, Stretton straight into the pits. I think that's race done for him then. What a shame. Yeah, Mousel leads in the Compact Cup with Woods behind Ross, Mountford and Tippler there back to 10th place. We watch these 4 continue line astern then. Thorben Aston with that good start, getting past Simon Waterfall and now seeing if he can close up to the back of Darren Rickaby. But Rickaby has been fantastic throughout this weekend so far. And well, after that first lap of racing, gap is 1.3 seconds. And even looking at it now, it looks like it's gotten bigger through the first sector.
Certainly looks that way, but Thorben Aston has got his mirrors full of Simon Waterfall, and we'll see what can go on here. Of course, they're going to be wary of temperatures inside those cars. They're going to be hot race cars, and that doesn't do well, especially when it's turbocharged machines. They generate extra heat, but they don't like the extra heat. It's the ultimate oxymoron with a turbo challenge car. So the 1 Series make their way to the bottom of the mountain. Aiden Hassan is in there as well, holding 5th place and all over the back of Molly Pugh.
Good exit there for Hassan. Is it enough? Not quite, but Pugh's under pressure, isn't she?
Certainly. Now to our Compact Cup runners, and it's great to see Dan Mountford. He's managed to get himself ahead of Tippler there, so holding well so far. He did say, as I spoke to him before the race, he's managed about 6 laps all weekend, takes out the bollard, so he certainly means business, and he's got it a little bit squirrely, so you can't say he's not given it everything this weekend.
Exactly, he certainly is. He's on the ragged edge there through the mountain section. As we look back to our 1 Series, Hassan has got through on Pugh, so change for 4th position then, and we're now at the point where Rickaby isn't even in the same camera shot. Look at that cheeky move, looks for it to Simon Waterfall, but Thorben Aston covers it off there at the apex. They head up and over into Charlie's once again. That gap to Rickaby now over 3 seconds. He's off into the sunset. This is the battle for second, and I think Aston is going to be turning his attention to Waterfall behind. Hassan closing in now as well. He wants his first podium of the weekend, which I did not think I'd be saying about Aiden Hassan, considering his performances from the season prior. He's now looking for that first podium of the weekend, and he's going to grab it up the inside there of Simon Waterfall, as Waterfall went side by side with Thorben Aston. I thought maybe he had an issue at the corner there, though, but no, looks okay. Hassan gets through. I think that was just that bit of side-by-side. Lost in that momentum, and Hassan does sneak through into P3.
Molly Pugh was looking a bit racy there as well. I thought she may have taken the advantage and got past Simon Waterfall, but I'm not so sure he isn't carrying an issue there, as around the outside. That's a brave move to try and do around Thorben Aston. He's got his mirrors filled with BMW 1 Series as they head under the bridge down towards the bottom of the mountain. They're going to turn their way left and right going up the hill. That's another new view there. I could sort, was that an oil flag that was down there? So we have got a slippery surface flag, probably from what Chris Stretton left on the road. So Aiden Hassan all over the back of Thorben Aston at the moment, and Simon Waterfall keeping a watching brief. Back to our compacts. And that's a 26 you can see on the screen, and that's Xavier Ross. Now, I'm just having a look, actually. Was that Xavier Ross?
It was, I believe. I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, just behind the 777 of Woods.
There we go. I've just got my timing screen mixed up. So Paul Mousel still leading the Compact Cup end of it, with being chased by Ethan Woods. Hassan has managed to get himself past Waterfall on the previous lap, and he's after Thorben Aston, whose rear bumper is flapping. I could just see it on the right-hand side, so there has been some contact somewhere. So Molly Pure can just sit there nice and calmly in the background and go, you know what, you lot bang your castanets together. I'm going to take advantage of this, and she is well up for it.
She is indeed. Yeah, I think that might have happened, that bit of contact down at the bottom of the hill at Mansfield on the last lap. Of course, we saw Hassan go to the outside line. Maybe there was a bit of touch. Front corner to rear corner. To the outside line goes Hassan, then up into the top section of the circuit. Through Park we go. But again, not working. I think we can definitely say that Waterfall hasn't sustained any issues from that bit of battling, but he does get it all sorts of sideways there. My goodness, that was a wobble there through Chris Curve there for Simon Waterfall. And that's dropped him back into the path once again. And Molly Pugh through the gooseneck we go, and Hassan gets a lovely exit yet again. He'll move to the inside line, but Torben Aston will cover it off. And well, Hassan has got his work cut out for him here to find a way through into second place. Yeah, when I was chatting with him before we went into this race, he was telling me about how the fact of course, he's been watching all the other races. Every single other class seems to be very well suited to this circuit. Apart from them, he says it's very difficult to drag this car around a lap. And not only that, getting moves done, they're certainly at a premium as well. So the fact that he's made up so many places in this race, fair play to Hassan, but he's going to overcook that one. Almost onto the grass. He gets it back on just ahead of Simon Waterfall.
Simon Waterfall's going to be licking his lips at this, and Molly Pugh, she's there for the taking as well. And what about our leader, Darren Rickaby, has absolutely launched himself into the distance. The gap on the last lap was, what, about 6 seconds? It's going to be even more this time around, and it's all thanks to the fighting between Thorben Aston and Hassan and Simon Waterfall, with Molly Pugh for company as well. And I think Molly Pugh could get something done here. She's a little bit further back from this battle pack, but I think she's just waiting for these three to get things done and perhaps spit a couple of them off the road.
That's insane. Rickaby was 3 seconds faster on the last lap. 3 seconds.
He's on it.
That's unbelievable, isn't it? He's now 10 seconds out in the lead. I mean, it was sort of 3 or 4 laps ago that I think Aston sort of realised, right, this is the battle for second place now, isn't it? And, well, they wouldn't even be able to see the race leader anymore. They're all locked into this battle for P2. Still that bit of rear bumper flapping around in the wind there for Aston. Hassan's still all over the rear bumper. Trying not to rip it off, but he's getting pretty close to to tapping it as they come through that top section once again. Hassan, always one fired up, but as we say, difficult to make moves in these cars. They're very wide for this circuit, and really his best place is through here out of the gooseneck down the hill, but Torben Aston knows that, and he covers it off yet again.
He does so, but there's a gap opening up here down the inside, and he's going to try and take the advantage and perhaps get the overlap. Aston covers. They make their way down to the mountain section once more, and I see what you mean about these cars. I think weight is certainly an issue with these cars. They're heavy BMWs, but I tell you what, Hassan is using every bit of the track to try and get past Thorben Aston, and he's certainly been doing a bit of Morse code on the back bumper bar, and Simon Waterfall is just thinking, actually, this could end in tears for these two in front, and I can take the advantage. But I tell you what, Chris Stretton must be splitting blood in the pit lane after pulling off on lap 1. It's a case of what might have been for Chris Stretton, because he's been on the pace at times this year with the Bromley Motorsport Run 1 series, and he's just waiting for his chance to get the results he deserves. I'm wondering how long it's going to take for perhaps the Clarks to have a little look at that rear bumper flapping on Thorben Aston's 1 series. It looks pretty secure so far. There's not too much hanging off, but you just wonder if they're perhaps going to feel the need to pop out the meatball flag for him to get that sorted.
We'll keep an eye. For the moment, yeah, seemingly all okay. It's just that the total rightward side of the car, isn't it, where it's all flapping off. For the moment, seems stuck. Oh no, the 112 of Mountford is out, and that car, well, for the moment, is parked in the middle. Is that in the middle? Yeah, it is. It is.
So that's the runoff at Mansfield. Mansfield.
It is Mansfield, isn't it? I'm just trying to work out whether it is on the actual part of the circuit or whether it's on the slightly off part. He is. Okay, he is parked off the track. Okay, good. I did think I was right in the middle of the road. But no, he is safely off the circuit, but sadly out of the car and out of the race.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. I feel so bad for Daniel Mountford. He wanted to get that finish in race 3, let alone a result. And meanwhile, these three squabbling for the position as they head down to, well, near where that car is parked. So now it's turned into a four-way battle once again, and Thorben Aston is holding up the other three cars. I feel he hasn't quite got the pace that the others have, whether it's struggling for grip, struggling for straight line speed, and that's just allowed Darren Rickaby to get away in his car. Either way, Hassan has been unable to get past Aston so far. It's a very, very wide car as the 1 Series, and Aston's making it count. See what Simon Waterfall could do. Meanwhile, in the Compact Cup class, your runaway leader, Mousel, makes his way to the bottom of the mountain as well. 32 seconds away from the lead. He's leading the Compact Cup class, and what a brilliant drive from him. If it carries on going, he's going to make it 3 from 3 from Ethan Woods. And then Xavier Ross in third place in the Compact Club as well. And a big shout out for Tipley. He's left the cap on this time on a freshly rebuilt engine, so he's able to get out and lap. But I'm just so sorry for Daniel Mountford. He's had a disastrous weekend, bless him.
Yeah, that's such a shame as you were wishing him on for a positive race.
Yeah.
At the start of this one. It hasn't quite worked out.
Sometimes you need that. When you have a bad first couple of races, you just hope and pray that the third or second race, whatever you're racing in, comes through. And for that to happen must be absolutely soul-destroying at times. Aston under brakes. You could just see the back end of the car getting a bit squirrely, so the brakes are getting nice and hot. So Hassan just being pulled back into the clutches of Simon Waterfall this time around. So Aston's able just to get a little bit more of a gap this time. So the Magnum's definitely working with the defensive driving. Except Hassan and Waterfall have managed to come off there. So is there a bit of fluid down? Hassan's really got off. Oh my word, they appear to hit some fluid or something through the corner, and I tell you what, that's allowed Molly Pugh through. So Pugh goes on up to 4th. Hassan drops from 3rd right down to 5th.
Indeed, wow, that really changes up the order, doesn't it? I'm not sure if it was fluid. I don't know. I think Hassan was maybe getting a bit frustrated. He dropped off the back of Torben Aston, really tried to send a lot of speed through the gooseneck. We've seen how strong he's been through that section of corners, but lost it and went wide. And I think what happened there with Waterfall was just a case of you're following a drive and you end up doing what they do ahead. Followed him off circuit, but then as he tried to drag it back on, he tried to keep up speed, didn't he, Hassan? Came straight back on the black stuff, straight on the brake, but he didn't leave himself enough space, and then off into the scenery on the exit as well. A less than ideal set of corners, I think, safe to say, for Aidan Hassan. So he rejoins, as you say, behind Molly Pugh. So it's Rickaby, then Aston, Waterfall, Pugh, and Hassan now our top 5. It looked as though we had Stretton back out on the circuit, though. So whatever the issues, it seems like they might have fixed them.
Potentially, they've had a good look and maybe tightened up some more units and kept the oil in there, so at least if he is back out on circuit, he can circulate and get some of the issues. He probably won't be classified in this race, so I'm not sure if that would count towards the points. Meanwhile, our Compact Cup runners still lapping as well as they can do, with Mousel leading from Ethan Woods. Back to our 1 Series runners, and Thorben Aston now from Simon Waterfall. So have they just settled down now a bit with the temperatures getting to these cars? Because I tell you what, Molly Pugh is putting up a hell of a defence against Aidan Hassan. And Waterfall, did I see... that's the Chris Stretton car, so he is out and lapping again, but there's still smoke coming from that car. There's still puffs of smoke. He lets through his teammate and Thorben Aston, and he's going to pull over and let Molly Pugh and Hassan through. Hassan didn't see the car there. He tried to have a look. So unfortunately, he was caught unsighted there. Now, is Stretton going to pull off into the paddock? Because the entrance to the paddock is up here. Let's have a look. No, he's carrying on circulating, so he's getting a test session in effectively. But Hassan's going to try and move down the inside of Molly Pugh through Hall Bends. Not the conventional place to do it, but he gets the move done. So Molly Pugh drops down to 5th once again, and it looks like we have Meadows has come out of the pits as well, so we've got David Meadows circulating in the 1 Series as well. Again, 7 laps down, so probably won't be able to get classified, but at least can take the line and test the car before anything else untoward happens. Bit of a glitch on the cameras there, so we just see Thorben Aston making his way through, and as they're on the last lap now, Darren Rickaby seemingly with not a lot to do. He's just got to keep it on the black stuff, manage the temperatures, and just bring this car home for the Grand Slam this weekend. 3 wins out of 3 races, and he's only got the rest of the final lap to do it.
Wow, he's been sensational, hasn't he, this weekend? Of course, I mentioned earlier on the fact of when the second, third and fourth cars were battling, that across 1 lap, Rickaby was 3 seconds faster. But still, to put him into perspective, in terms of overall best laps in this race, Rickaby is still a whole second faster than anyone else out there. He has been brilliant. Take a bow. Darren Rickaby, fantastic work.
Fantastic work indeed, and they're just making way. So that is the Meadows car that's been out and circulating again. So it's a little bit of testing time just to go out, check the car, make sure everything's hunky-dory. And Hassan's managed to get himself through to 4th place, but I don't think he's got enough to catch Simon Waterfall on this lap. And there, in fact, is David Meadows. It doesn't sound like it's going overly fast, so whether it's got some boost issues or, similar to what Hassan was saying earlier when I spoke to him, it's not revving above 4,000. So while Darren Rickaby goes through the final corners to finish this race and take a trio of victories this weekend, we'll wait and see if Aston could get second place done. But it's 3 from 3 from Darren Rickaby for this weekend. A wonderful win in the BMW Super Cup. He takes the checkered flag and wins by a country mile from Thorben Aston and Simon Waterfall second and third. The ice cream helped at the start, and Hassan managed to get himself 4th place with Molly Pugh after a testing Alton Park. She gets herself in 5th, and the Combat Cup victory is going to come to this man. He has been sublime all weekend. Paul Mousel weaves his way through Hall Bends, and Ethan Woods has been sublime as well. It's been a great race from those drivers, and Paul Mousel is going to complete 3 from 3 from Ethan Woods for this weekend. So to take you through the rest of the results while I go and chat to the cars in Parc Fermé, it's over to you.
Lovely, mate. Look forward to hearing more discussion about Magnum sponsorships in those interviews. Right, Darren Rickaby, what a performance. All race weekend, 7.5 seconds victory was by in the final race of the weekend for them in the Nankang Thai BMW Super Cup Championship. And yeah, wow, the 1 series. All 3 races in that class going to Darren Rickaby. And yeah, fair play to Aiden Hassan on that final lap. 1 lap of fresh air after getting past Molly Pugh, and pops in a 44.6, 3/10 off that lap from Darren Rickaby earlier on in the race, showing that maybe with a bit of fresh air, better starting place on the grid and whatnot, that Hassan could have done better. But we would have expected that from his previous performances earlier in the year. So a shame from him at Cadwell. I think this one is one to forget, sadly, for Aiden Hassan. It is not one to forget, though, for Darren Rickaby that you see on your screens. What a weekend for Darren, and he is ecstatic, slamming the side of his car with his hand, and I'm sure he's going to have a beaming smile when he comes in to talk to Rob Lewis. Partially because he's won the race, but partially because he gets to talk to Rob Lewis. Amazing. Well then, Darren Rickaby, then your race winner there in the Nankang Thai BMW Super Cup Championship. Thorben Aston in second, or Torben Aston, sorry, as he did correct me in the interview earlier on. Simon Waterfall finalised his top 3 there, followed by Aiden Hassan and Molly Pugh. Then Paul Mousel, your winner in the Compact Cups. Ethan Woods second, and then Xavier Ross in 3rd place. Aaron Tippler was then followed by Chris Stretton, and then, of course, we kind of shuffled off our order, didn't it? Because Mountford and Meadows were out, but Meadows came back in and Stretton came back in. A bit confusing at the bottom there, but it's not confusing as to who won the race. Let's hand down to Rob then, down in Parc Fermé.
Okay, so Darren Rickaby gets his car into place. He's keeping the engine running, understandably, just to get the coolant running round and making sure that he can let everything cool down. But after taking his first win in the series this weekend, he's only gone and done it. 3 from 3, Darren Rickaby.
Absolutely can't believe it, yeah. Yeah, we didn't know what to expect coming into this weekend, but sticking out on pole and then 3 wins, I couldn't ask. You can't get a better weekend in racing than that, I don't think. I was just managing towards the end. There was a massive gap. Temperatures were really starting to come up in the car, the water temperature, so I was just doing a bit of short shifts and just managing it on the way home, really, yeah.
I'm over the moon for you, Darren. It's been an absolute brilliant effort from you. Thank you very much. That's our 3 from 3 winner. Mr. Aston,
hello.
It was the Magnum.
That was the world's widest 1 series.
The Magnum got you the start, though. That's what we said on the commentary.
Yeah, it was a good start. I managed to be all right. Couldn't quite keep up with Darren with the auto box. I think they're just a little bit better off the jump than the manuals, but no, it was a decent start. Managed to stay out in front, which is the main thing.
only got hit a couple of times in the side and the back, but we managed to pull through.
Certainly managed to pull through, and it's a good second place from yourself. You've got to be thrilled with that, right?
Yeah, it should be good. Just needs to be one more further forward, but that was right. Good result.
Come back fighting fit the next one. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well done. That's your second place man, Thorben Aston. Simon Waterfall as well. Let's see his thoughts after what was quite an entertaining race there.
I need a rest now. I'm glad it's 6 weeks to Silverstone. That was hard work. Great race though. Absolutely great race. There isn't loads of us, but when we've got all the cars working and we're all together, it's absolutely just great racing. So
sensational from yourself. Another brilliant race from yourself. That's our third place man, Simon Waterfall. Let's see if we can grab a chat with Paul Mousel, who's
down to assembly, please. Thank you.
He's disappeared. To be fair, he's right next to the P1 board. Paul Mousel, P1 and Compact Cup. You've been sublime as well. 3 from 3.
Yeah. What can I say? Mega. Yeah, just take it really. You know, we're a bit low on numbers this weekend, but you can only race those that turn up. And car was mega. Didn't miss a beat. And as I said yesterday, we've had a couple of weekends with some stress. So it was quite nice to come here, and car didn't miss a beat and was quick and no incident. So yeah, you know what? We take it. I think we got maximum points from the weekend, which is all we can really hope for, to be honest.
Definitely. And Compact Cup racing is not dead yet.
I hope not. There's still, you know, I just think a few more people need to come back. I think a few people we've had a couple of grueling rounds with heat and so on. I think Alton was tough on cars, and I think that hurt a lot of people. So hopefully, yeah, Silverstone, we might have a few more out. We'll wait and see. So yeah, all good.
Congratulations, Paul. A great win.
My little boy at home, Arlen. Cheers.
Fantastic. And what a class act is for Paul. I'm going to see if I can grab a quick chat with Ethan Woods before we hand over to our next round. We haven't had as much cars as we'd like this weekend, but a pair of second races, almost yourself and Paul, you just pulled off into the distance.
It was a good weekend. I mean, it's second year in it, and I did well at Alton and tried to follow it through here and managed to do well, and couldn't quite keep up with Paul, but it's a tricky circuit and it's good fun.
Definitely good fun. We've got cars out on circuit, so I'm going to have to leave it at that, but congratulations, Ethan Wood. And that concludes our BMW Super Cup cars this weekend for your 1 Series and for your Compact Cup cars. And it's going to be even bigger next year with the 120 Coupe cars joining from the 116 Trophy family. It's going to be a proper BMW mega grid, mixing it together, old and new, with the Compact Cups, the 120s and these 1 Series. But we've got the Northern Saloon and Sports cars out on circuit to take you through the grid. Here's John Radcliffe.
Thank you, sir. Yes, indeed. Lovely to hear from the drivers yet again. Right then, we've already got cars out on circuit for the second race of the day here for the DDMC Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. Once again, just like race number 1, it's an all-Mike front row for this one. Mike Cutt on pole with Mike Williamson alongside him. Row 2 as Damien Mackay and Michael Boak. Then it's Stevie McNabb and Dave Todd who are on row number 3. Row 4 has Steve Towers and Chris Reese. And then rounding out the top 10 on row 5 are Gary Bowers and Phil Jordan. Row 6 has Stephen Reese and Scott Hubel. Row 7, Sycom Liu and John Armstrong. And then it's Stephen Reed who rounds out the grid. 15 drivers, 15 cars on the grid ahead of this one. And looking back to race 1 from this morning, of course it was an all-Mike front row. They both stayed on the podium, but they didn't finish 1-2. Mike Cutt did hold on in his BMW M3, but of course my co-commentator's favourite car here this weekend, the Peugeot 205, Scott Hubel's Peugeot 205, getting past Mike Williamson early on in the race and then managing to gap that Mitsubishi Evo 4. Of course it was Williamson who had the flying start in that four-wheel drive Mitsubishi Evo and got straight into the race lead, and it took a few laps for Mike Cutt and Scott Hubel to reel him back in and find a way past. So many different cars on the grid for this one. I'll run you down the list of cars. BMW M3, Peugeot 205 T16R, Mitsubishi Evo 4, Subaru Impreza, VW Golf, Westfield Mega Blade, Honda Civic Type R, BMW 135M, Renault Clio, Mazda MX-5, another Renault Clio and another Mazda MX-5, a Porsche 924, 2 Honda Civic Type Rs and a Westfield F BMW Fireblade, and then another VW Golf as well. So many different cars on the grid for this one, and it should be another great race. Don't forget, this is our only classification where they do +1 lap. So it'll be 15 minutes. When we see the timer hit 0, that is the penultimate lap for this race. Unlike all the other ones where when you see it hit 0, it's the final lap. Just so you're aware. Right then. Are ready to crack on, eh, Rob?
I think so. Look for the demon start from the Evo, while Mike Cutt will perhaps get a slower start, but as we saw in race 1, he will work his way into this race, and we are missing the 205. So unfortunately, my dream car is gone. Gutted. Scott Hubel has not taken the grid this time around, so we are missing the 205. The red lights go on and out they go now, and as expected, the Evo jumps into the lead with all that power and absolutely gaps Mike Cutt the first time around. Scott Hubel actually starting towards the back, so I don't know what's happened there. There we go, the second. So the way they do the qualifying is it's from their second fastest lap in qualifying. So Scott Hubel with it all to do, and Dave Todd ends up on the grass. He got squeezed out a bit there as they went through Charlie's. Meanwhile, in the lead, Mike Cutt chasing the Evo 4 as they make their way down Park Straight. You can see the raw power of some of the more powerful machines just making their way and stretching their legs along the straight. They then brake, head into Park, and this is where you're going to see Mike Cutt come to the 4. Meanwhile, Scott Hubel into Park, nice and smooth through there. He's already gone past the number 1 Honda Civic of McNabb, and he's making his way now towards the likes of the Boak VW Golf. He's making his way towards the front, and I think his target ultimately is going to be trying to unseat Williamson from second place. So as they make their way from Mansfield, and that's a view, isn't it, round the corner, and it goes to show it's not a full straight, it's actually curved, so you're almost got a bit of steering lock, and then you've got to straighten it up and get on the brakes. So they make their way through the bottom of the mountain, and the Westfield Fireblade as well, and the Mega Blade. We're still yet to find out what the difference is between the two, but both of them absolutely rapid machines, and Dave Todd trying to make a move there on one of the Westfields as they headed towards Hall Bend. So here goes Mike Cutt. He's already on lap 1 showing his prowess. He's gapped him already, so he's taken the lead, and the Williamson Evo will settle for second, but already here comes Hubel in the 205 T16 trying to make a move on Michael Boak, so he's 5th overall already, and Mackay is 3rd in the Westfield.
Already 5th overall off 1 lap there for Hubel. Very impressive. We press on to lap number 2 then, and yeah, great to have Damien Mackay back in the race as well. Of course, he DNF'd on the first lap of the first race. We didn't really we didn't get to see that Westfield Fireblade stretch its legs, but it is now there in 3rd place, and let's see if he can find a way to close up to Williamson there in the Mitsubishi. Well, Hubel all over the back of Boak then as they head up to the top part of the circuit. He's looking up the inside, but not close enough that time, but surely it's a matter of when, not if, that he finds a way through up into the top 4, and then he's got some work to do. A few seconds to find to catch up to the back of Mackay and Williamson. We continue on through then down the hill, and after that little moment on the first lap for our Subaru, they're starting to close back in as we head down the hill to the bottom yet again. There you go, move has been made now, so Hubel is through on Boak, and so that's a change to 4th place then. Boak holding 4th for a little while, but like I said, I think it was a case of when not if that move was done, and it is now done.
Yes, and a good move it was indeed, so we'll see how the rest of this plays out. You can hear the different engine noises as they make their way over the mountain, and I'll tell you what, you could not get 2 more different cars in Dave Todd and the Towers Westfield Mega Blade. Steve Towers in that car at the moment, and Hubel just... The one thing that throws me off about that car, when he's got a light on, he's got a light mounted in the centre of that car, so it's got the traditional. And meanwhile, Dave Todd gets a move down into Barn. That's not quite the traditional corner to make an overtaking move at, but nevertheless, he gets it done and onto the straight. So you hear the roar of the Subaru now almost holding up the Westfield on grunts down the straight. So they then make their way through turn 1 at Coppice, and the back end getting a bit squirrely there before the 1 Series suddenly gets onto the back of the Westfield as well. But I like the blue shade on that. It's very Golf-esque colours on the Dave Todd Subaru. Meanwhile, towards the front, and it's a move for second place is done, and Scott Hubel has managed to get past Mike Williamson. Oh, he's up for 3rd, so has Williamson got a problem? So the Westfield's up towards the front. Mackay's got through with Scott Hubel. Is Williamson nursing an issue of the temperatures Whoa, he's slowed right down there, going through Chris Curve, as pointed out by John there, so I'd missed that. So while Scott Hubel is making his way through the pack and he's trying to get onto the back of Mackay, Williamson had a bit of a nightmare around the back of the circuit and was almost struggling to hold on to it.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't ideal, was it? He lost 2 positions from that as now the Westfield and the Peugeot begin to do battle. We turn our attention from one Westfield battle to another. Yeah, I can't imagine what that would have been like from the POV of the Westfield there, getting absolutely sent by a massive Subaru. Like a skyscraper diving up your inside comparatively to the Westfield. But here we now see another Westfield having to be a bit more defensive. The Peugeot closing up to the back now as Mackay has got a 10-second penalty.
That's got to be
10-second penalty for the number 18.
That's got to be for a full start. It can't be track limits this early, surely. But there's 10 minutes gone in the race. There's nothing showing on our TSL timing. But the man in second place, Scott Hubel, puts a brilliant move down the inside into Coppice. Unfortunately, is going to succumb to a 10-second penalty. Now, because of the sort of the way the classes are structured, they could still gain 10 seconds on the rest of the pack for the rest of the race and still take third. We're 10 minutes into the race and the gap between Mackay Hubel and Mike Williamson is 4 seconds. So that's 10 minutes to find a chunk of time and sort of negate the 10-second penalty. But that's surely got to be for a full start.
You would have thought so. You would have thought so. That's a real shame and a bit more work to do then. It looks as though the 49er Williamson has picked up the pace a little bit, so maybe it was just a sporadic issue there, finding, or maybe missing a gear or simply getting thrown offline by the drivers coming past. Either way, it seems as though he settled back in, but finds himself now about 4 seconds off of the back of these two, Mackay and Hubel. Now Hubel the one ahead. But with, well, it's going to be over 12 seconds, isn't it, now to cut out in the lead. He was your victor in race number 1 in that beautiful red BMW M3. And, well, I think he'd be the bookie's favourites here to take the win in race number 2, wouldn't he? I think he was before we went to the race start. Now with a 12-second lead, it's looking almost done. But we've seen how quickly things can change in races like these. Only takes one mistake, only takes one little issue, and suddenly the cat is thrown amongst the pigeons.
Certainly can, and Mike Cutt is a class, well, he's a supreme class act in that car, has been for years. He's driven that car for years. He knows it inside and out, and now we've had a change. So as they go over the timing line with Hubel in second place and Mackay nursing that penalty. So Mackay, I'm not sure if they can show it up on the screen there down under the start-finish line. So whether Mackay knows about the 10-second penalty that is forthcoming and he can maybe look up at the screen and go, right, I need to get a move on now and get himself away from Williamson. I mean, in Class E honours, he is absolutely miles ahead of his counterpart Towers in the Westfield, because Towers is in second in the Westfield Mega Blade, 35 seconds from our leader, and he's about 20 seconds away from Mackay, so it's not going to affect class positions whatsoever. Meantime, we see Mark 1 Clio battling with Honda Civic Type R, and what a sight that is.
Yeah, this is brilliant, isn't it, to watch these two hammering on round. So this is the battle for 10th, isn't it? Yes, down the hill we go, and up towards the heavy braking zone of Park once more. The 57 chasing down, so it is indeed Bowers trying to hold on to that position in the top 10, and well, Jordan trying to do the very opposite. He looked to the inside line already there as they got into the braking zone from way far back, that was, for the 57, and too far back, not able to get up the inside line and not able to grab the place just yet.
There's a problem with the bonnet on that Clio.
I
if you
thought
have
there
a look,
was as well.
So the Mark 1 Clio's had a forward opening bonnet, and you can see the rear of it is flapping up. Now, whether they've done that deliberately to make sure that they can get some cooling air out of the front of the car, I don't know. But if you have a look, so if you look at the bonnet towards the back, it is flapping. So I'm wondering if some of the pins have come adrift. Now, the Clark's going to be having a good look at that, because it can't fly up and catch the windscreen, of course. But let's have a look at it under braking. Seems to be okay so far, but the bonnet is flapping on that car, so that's going to be a problem and potentially something that the Clark is not going to be happy with, and will issue a meatball flag, and by that a black and orange flag. So it'll be a black flag with an orange disc in it, and that calls them into the pit lane. So it's unfortunate if that is the case. It's a beautiful car with the maxi kit on it, but they're battling away with, I think that's, is that Jordan? Yeah, Phil Jordan he's fighting away with. So that's the Bowers Clio in the top 10, no less. And you can hear the throttle bodies on it. It's a brilliant sound. A 2-litre Renault engine on throttle bodies. Quick dab of the brakes and then get themselves into Coppice, up towards Charlie's. And then on to Park Straight. Once again, the bonnet not doing too much, but it's moving around enough that it could potentially cause some issues. And Jordan probably can see that and knows he can potentially use it to his advantage and make a move. And he does so down the inside into part. That's a lovely little move, that. Hard on the brakes, gets it turned in just. So he gets it turned in, will make the move and gets it done. So into the top 10 goes Jordan. Oh, that's Michael Boak off the road. So unfortunately, a load of smoke behind that car as it pulled off the road. That is the Michael Boak. That's the Mark III Golf with the 1.8 turbo engine in it. And he's retired from 5th place overall. He was 2nd place in Class B, obviously with Williamson leading that class in 4th overall. As Scott Hubel carries on in the 205 T16. I don't think he's going to get anywhere near Mike Cutt today. And there's the man with a 10-second penalty. So Mike Cutt just making his way round. We've got just over 4.5 minutes left, plus 1 lap. So Mike Cutt just getting his head down and getting on with the job, with Hubel seemingly out on his own 18 seconds back. And then Mackay in the Westfield, he's 21 seconds back. But he's still, I tell you what, he might just scrub this 10-second penalty and get an overall 3rd place anyway. So Mackay with the false start there. We also see the other Westfield in action as we see the other Honda Civic, and that's the McNabb Honda Civic with number 1 on the side, and Towers following him in the Westfield. And they've swapped positions actually, so Westfield manages to get back. I'm wondering if Towers had a problem with that Westfield early on, or perhaps had a little off. But there's the Todd Super Impreza as well. So this is the Westfield Mega Blade as opposed to the Fire Blade of McNabb. So I'm wondering if there was an issue early on. Although saying that, the number 1 car has just lost out to the BMW 1 Series. So we might see another victim here. And I don't know if you could hear it on your comms, John, but that sounded sick. The engine sounded like it was missing a cylinder on that. Let's have a listen as it comes. It doesn't sound too healthy, does it?
Certainly doesn't sound ideal, and yeah, by the pace that they're dropping, it does seem as though they might be nursing a little bit of an issue. That's a real shame. Then for McNabb, just lost 2 positions then on this previous lap, and down into 8th place they go. Yeah, a real shame there for Boak as well, parking it up alongside. I think they parked in that little cutting there that we saw, same as the compact cut from the last race. So they managed to get themselves off the circuit and out of harm's way as well. Here is your leader once again. Cutt now leading by 22 seconds ahead of Hubel. McKay then in 3rd. And again, watching for that time penalty, he's got 8 seconds back to Williamson in the Mitsubishi at the moment. Just less than 3 minutes now, plus that 1 lap left to go on the clock. Lots still to watch out for as we bring this race to a close. But it's certainly been some different tales out there on circuit for different drivers. Some drivers having a very positive first race and all going wrong in the second one. Some opposite and some with positives in both. That was a massive wobble, wasn't it, there for Cutt? Well, he is pushing. We know he's pushing. A 33.9 is his fastest time in the race. His closest challenger is Hubel on a 37.4. I think that shows how much Cutt is pressing on, and well, we saw it on your screens there, very wobbly up and over the crest, but he kept hold of it.
He kept hold of it, but it's with a rear-wheel drive car with that much power. As soon as it gets out and over the top and it compresses the power once again, it just saw the back end stepped out, but beautiful car control from him, managed to get it done, and there he is making his way through the first couple of corners, through Coppice into Charlie's. A sublime drive so far from Mike Cutt with 2 minutes left on the clock. And just a look back at Mackay in the Westfield. So we're waiting for the cars to come through so we can kind of check the distances in the timing. So Hubel is now 24 seconds behind in 2nd place after a sublime drive by Mike Cutt, and then 30 to Mackay. And then we've got to see the gap to Williamson, because Mackay's got the 10-second penalty so far. So it's got it, so 39.6. So with a couple of laps to go, Mackay might just get the better of Williamson and still take 3rd overall.
Might just about. Yeah, he's going to have to push, isn't he, for these last few laps, is Mackay. As you say, whether he knows or not that he needs to push quite so hard, we don't know. But either way, he'll be pressing on nonetheless. On we continue then down into the final sector once again for Cutt's BMW M3 up and through the crest. Let's watch. Does he get us wiggly this time? No.
No.
Much more controlled that time for the 144.
Definitely doesn't that time.
Maybe scared himself a little bit on the last
Oh,
lap.
yes.
I'll keep it a bit more controlled this time. There is second place of Scott Hubel. There it is Peugeot 205, now 25 seconds behind Cut. Was it 45 seconds there to go? He's just going to eke out 2 more laps, isn't he, here? Over 2 more laps. We're not quite going to get to a 30-second margin, I don't think. Oh, saying that, it could be quite close. It was 3 seconds on the last... No, it was almost 4 seconds on the last lap that Cut was faster than Hubel. That is ridiculous. And it could be a 30-second gap by the checkered flag here.
And it just shows just what a sublime driver he is. Now, the Renault Clio that is being lapped there, so that's Sikong Lu. Now, you've got a bit of information about the driver in question.
Well, one of his team, I believe it was one of his team members or just a friend, I don't know, came over and chatted to me after. It was just as we were doing our closing chat on the interviews, and they were like, oh, can you... Oh, camera's gone. So he was like, could we have a little chat in the next one? Because he's come all the way from China. I think it was his first race in the UK, and he got a class win in that first race as well.
Outstanding effort. So he's there in the Clio, and he's currently 4th in, well, according to the timing streams, he's currently 4th in Class C as it stands in the more production Renault Clio. And there's a man that is 2nd overall in leading Class A2 at the moment, the Peugeot 205. And in 3rd place, Mackay in the Westfield. Well, he has negated the penalty this time around, so he's got a 10-second penalty, but he is going to end up 3rd overall anyway. Such is the gap to Williamson in 4th, and we've got Dave Todd in 5th in the blue Subaru Impreza, almost in the Golf colours. So the Renault Clio carrying on as such despite the flapping bonnet issues. I'm wondering if he's deliberately put it up like that, knowing that it's not going to come up, and it just allows some of the air to circulate out. Mike Cut comes through to start another lap, and this should be the final lap. The timer has gone to 0, and in doing so, he sets the fastest lap of the race at a leisurely 1:33.940. The man is a machine.
That is crazy, isn't it? We have to wait for a little while here to actually see as to when Hubel crosses the line, what time it was for him on the last time around. But yeah, 33.9. Hubel's best lap is a 37.4. So this crazy pace from Cut. He's not letting up at all, is he? Continuing to hammer that BMW M3 around the circuit. Yeah, interesting with the Renault Clio leaving the bonnet slightly open. I spotted that as he was coming down the start-finish straight, and I just thought maybe that's just a quirk of that amazing body kit that it's got on it. But no, maybe some extra cooling for him during this race, which, fair enough. With the temperatures we've had here today at Cadwell Park, everyone and every car needs a bit of extra cooling.
Definitely so. So Mike Cut on what is going to be his last lap, and I think he's about to put a lap on the... Is that the Jordan car or is that the number 1 car? No, that's the Phil Jordan Honda Civic. McNabb is still lapping in the number 1 car, but he's certainly got a bit of pace off to the BMW. He lost the position earlier to the BMW and to the Westfield Mega Blade. So Cut makes his way through the Hall bends for the last time. He's going to make his way down to the hairpin for the last time. Has he got time to make one more lap on a Mark 1 Mazda that's out in the Mazda class? I'm pretty sure that's the Mazda of Reed that's out there at the moment. I don't think he's going to, but Mike Cut slows up. He's going to take the checker flag, and a well-deserved double from Mike Cut this weekend. Absolutely dominant from Mike Cut. And to take you through the rest of the grid, I'll hand it over to my colleague and head to Park Fermat.
Well, I was going to ask before you take them off, what's the gap going to be back to the Peugeot when it crosses the line? What do we think?
It's got to be 35 seconds.
35,
surely.
we think. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye. You head off and go and have a little natter, Rob, and I will hold things down here in the box. Here comes the Peugeot of Hubel then, down through into the final couple of quarters. Guess from my co-commentator, 35 seconds. I'm going to go with 32.5. Let's see. Across the line they go. Hubel finishes 2nd place, and it's more than even Rob thought. 37.5 seconds is the gap across the line. My goodness, what a gap from that car. Unbelievable this weekend. Absolutely dominant. Well, Hubel comes through in 2nd. Mackay is 3rd. And we wait for Williamson to come through. There was Todd and Towers in the Subaru Impreza and the Westfield Mega Blade. There was one of the back markers coming through. That was Williamson there coming through in P4. So 1 podium today for Williamson. And just misses out in race number 2. Here comes 5th and 6th. Then Todd comes through in the Subaru, and he does stay just ahead of the Westfield. Less than half a second between those two as they came to the checkered flag. I think only 2 more cars that were waiting on then to see the checkered flag. Oh no, 4 more actually. There's still a couple of laps down as well. There was 7th place of Reese in his BMW 135M. And there is McNabb in the number 1 Honda Civic Type R crossing the line. There was 13th place of Armstrong in his Porsche 924. I think we've just got Reed's Mazda MX-5 to come to finalise the order there. So it was cut from Hubel and Mackay, your top 3, Williamson and Todd, your top 5, then Towers, Reese, McNabb, Jordan, Bowers, your top 10, then followed by another Reese, then Lou, Armstrong, Reed and Boak are only DNF from that one. There are the results on your screens then from the second race of the day for the DDMC Northern Salute and Sports Car Championship. Well, I've heard a car come into Park Ferme and I've heard it be revved rather loud. I have a sneaking suspicion that might be Mike Cutt. I think he's pretty happy with making it 2 from 2 here from Cadwell Park. What a circuit, what's racing. Let's hear from them down in Park Ferme, and it's down to Rob Lewis.
Well, our winner here in Park Ferme with a bit of time to wait from Scott Hubel in second place, and he gave it a bit of a rev before he came out, before he gets out of the car. Obviously very happy with that. Mike, you've been a class act for years in this car. You've raced in many series. That was dominant.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I really enjoyed it. Got into the groove. I thought I maybe got a 10-second penalty. I don't know why. So I just thought I got my head down and put in some laps.
Certainly put some laps in. I think your fastest lap was lap 10.
Yeah. It was coming together. I thought I'm going to have a go at the end because I had a bit of space. I thought, right, just see what we can do with the clock. And I was there from this morning. But today, it's red hot this afternoon. It's been great. Been a fantastic weekend. But why? The weather's been mega. Yeah, and you guys have been great as well.
Cadwell Park as well. In this weather, race cars can't be better.
There ain't anywhere better than this sometimes. When it rains, it can be a blistering place, but when it's hot and summery like this, what a beautiful place. And what a beautiful place to win. Thank you very much.
Mike, we'll leave with that. Great words. Congratulations. That's our double winner this weekend. Scott Hubel. I'll have a word with Scott. Have we lost our third place, man? I think so.
I think he's over there. I think.
No, not Mike. It was Mackay's.
I don't know.
Part away somewhere. Scott, the 205, getting the job done.
Yeah, I think a wheel bearing had gone towards about 4 laps towards the end, so it started getting a bit airy. Kept losing brake pedal, but yeah, managed to fetch it to end. Good weekend, especially from what started. We're getting there.
Definitely getting there, and such a great result in the car. You had some great results at Donington too.
Yeah, it's been a pretty damn good year this year, and I've really enjoyed it. Just need it to carry on.
Definitely, you do. Congratulations. Third overall, a class winner as well. I want to step out a bit unconventionally. We've lost our third place. But this man here, Sikong Lu, is it my understanding you've come all the way from China and raced in the UK for the first time this weekend?
Actually, this is my second weekend, but yeah, this is actually the third races. Yeah, the third race.
And you've been having great fun in that Clio. How's it been? Are you enjoying it?
Well, absolutely. Not just with all the racings, and also with my family members. Everyone's here, and my club members. It's brilliant, and all friendly help me out as a new entrant, I would say. Yeah.
Fantastic. It's a pleasure to have you race in the UK as well. It's good to have competitors from all over the world coming and racing in these series. I am going to try and have a chat with Mr. Mackay, but I think we've got some cars out on circuit, unfortunately, so we're going to miss out this time around. So it's time to head back to the commentary box because we've got cars out on circuit for our next round.
Indeed we do, Rob. Thank you very much. Yes, our third and final race then for the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup Championship is soon to get underway. Yeah, fair play. That was definitely not Rob's issue there. I think our third place man was sent a bit further down than he should have been there. A bit of a difficult chance to catch him. But good to hear from Sycon though. Lovely to hear the insights there, and good to have him over and getting stuck in. I think he's thoroughly enjoyed himself here today at Cadwell Park. As we say then, on to the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup and Student Motorsport, of course. Don't forget, they've been split into 3 groups here today. So for this final race of the day, it is Group C and Group A who are out there together. We have 3 more races on the bill for this weekend here at the Trackit BRSCC Cadwell Park Summer Race Weekend. Here is the grid on your screens then for race number 20 of the weekend. Andrew Dyer takes pole position. was only 6/10 quicker than Jack Burgess in qualifying, but again we saw how much Burgess got stuck in his first race earlier on today. Alex Foden and Alistair May are on the second row of the grid for this one, with John Sykes and Toby Owen on row 3. Row 4 has Samuel Johnston and Max Finn, and row 5 Harry Sutton and George Antonou round out the top 10 there, followed by Luke Bate and Tom Crossland on row 6. Row 7 has Benjamin Bastow and Luke Power. Row 8 Ellis Cox and Amelia Vincent. Row 9 Alistair Mearing and John Nicholson. Then it's Sandro Proietti and Jack Wheeler on row 10, and then finalising the grid, Alex Turner, Abby Bennett and James Savage. 23 cars on the grid again for this one. Now, if there are any names that you think are missing there, don't worry, they were probably in Group B, so they would have had their first race yesterday and then their second race this morning, and then they're done and dusted. So yeah, to find those final results, head over to TSL Timing or go and scroll back on the stream. Go and have a watch of yesterday's stream as well, but of course only after we're done with the live coverage from today. Still 3 more races to come, like we say, and we're about to have 23 of our City Car Cups bursting out onto the circuit and bursting into life once more. This championship has been very exciting throughout this weekend so far. These very small, nimble and not very powerful cars make for pretty good racing around this track.
Very good racing, but with Andrew Dyer and Jack Burgess on the front row, with Alistair May and Alex Foden in the second row, it is going to be fireworks, that is for sure. And Toby Owen has he lost a few places in the race earlier today as the cars get underway for their green flag lap. So it's the Boston College cars that are splitting the Race Tapes cars with Burgess and Alistair May. And what can he do? He got a third place yesterday. It was more valuable points on the board for Alistair May, but with Richard Jett taking a double in the earlier races, he's probably halfway home by now. He had enough time, I was told by Isabel Clark, who we briefly saw just outside the commentary box, that those that raced earlier yesterday and earlier today, most of them have already disappeared home, so they don't want to know the results of this race. They just want to get themselves home for the weekend, and who can blame them, to be fair? They're getting ready.
I'm sure they've got the live stream up on the drive back.
Definitely, and they're ready to tell their colleagues on a Monday morning what a mega job they all did. So lots of tyre warming going on at the moment from the Boston College racing cars. There's a bit of dust kicked out in the background from the campsite there as you see the cars driving through, but it just shows how dusty and murky it all is. One car to look out for that's on row 10, Sandro Proietti. Have we got a car off already? I think we've had a car off in the wars already. Who's that car number 11? So there's car had an issue. There's Tom Crossland has had an issue on the warm-up lap. Certainly went a bit slow there. Looked like it perhaps warmed its tyres a bit too vigorously and went off as a result. Andrew Payne joins us in the back of the commentary box just to keep a watching brief over the class of City Car Cup 2026. Make sure he can weed out any naughtiness that's going on and deal with it. But it has, you have to put your hands up. It had had some issues with some incidents earlier in the year, but the club have dealt with it. And Andrew and the team are working hard to keep up the good standards of the British Racing and Sports Car Club with the City Car Cup. So I'm looking forward to seeing how race 3 pans out. And it's good to see the Gen 2 cars slowly working their way into the series as well. We obviously saw Richard Jett get a pair of wins in the 108, the Gen 2 108 earlier, fighting with Burgess through until the latter stages, and then we lost Jack Burgess. I don't actually know what happened earlier, so should I get the chance to later, I'll ask the question.
We'll see, you might be talking to him after this one.
Well, don't put the kibosh on it yet.
Sorry. Yeah.
Don't put the kibosh on it yet, but it'd be interesting to see what happened to Jack Burgess early on. But the field's still making their way round on this formation lap, so there's a bit of a wait to go for our top 4 because they're getting ready to form up on the grid, and there's still cars making their way over the mountain, so that's what can happen on these big grids.
Indeed, yeah. 23 cars about to take to Cadwell Park once again in anger. But yeah, as you say, from both races we've had so far this weekend, Richard Jett being the one to take the spoils. Well, he's not here because he's in Group B. So it's an opportunity for someone else to take the top step in this third and final race of the weekend for our Nankang Tyre City Car Cup Championship. Of course, Andrew Dyer starting there on pole position. He really brought the heat to Richard Jett in that first race yesterday. And now let's see if he gets in more of a ding-dong battle with the likes of Burgess, Foden and May. As you say, May was leading the championship heading into this weekend. Only a couple of points in it with Jep, though, and Jep might just take the championship lead then. Well, we'll see what May can do from 4th place on the grid for this one.
Now we're just waiting for the signal at the back. The 5-second board is raised by the marshal on the gantry, and the red lights will go on, which they do so now. Is it going to be Burgess or Andrew Dyer off the line? They get away, and it looks like that Andrew Dyer is going to get the advantage, and a good start from Alistair May as well. He gets himself up alongside Jack Burgess, and it's going to be a race tapes 2 and 3 as they go side by side up into the first corner. That is Coppice. They head up towards Charlie side by side. In the meantime, Andrew Dyer has got himself a nice little lead there, and he bulks the Boston College car. The rest of them sort themselves out as well. You can see a few of the Gen 2 cars a little bit further back in the hands of the college race teams, but at the front it's Andrew Dyer, and Burgess has managed to get ahead of Alistair May, so he lost a ton of momentum there through Charlie's, and they get themselves onto Park Straight for the first time, and it looks like progress is being made by the Liqui Moly car as well. Sandro Porietti, I told you he would be a factor in this. Burgess is going to have a look down the inside, decides not to this time, but this gaggle of cars here, that's going to be where it comes, as we see a little bit of action on the grass there between Alistair May and the Boston College racing car. I don't think there was any contact. It was just losing a bit of grip, a bit of understeer wide, and got a bit of grass.
Yeah, very close racing between those two. Foden trying to get round the outside to gain a place. How many times have I said that today? Ends up losing a place because of it, and now under pressure for the 115 of Max Finn as they head down the hill. As trouble behind Max Finn nearly got it all sorts of sideways there at the bottom. Manages to avoid contact with the driver ahead. But yeah, it was lovely from Alex Foden there. Round the outside up at Charlie's, got properly alongside Alistair May, but then through the run through the next few corners, as we say, ends up losing a position. Well, scampering off already then, Dyer and Burgess working together, whether out of choice or not, I don't know. Either way, it's working at the front as they make a bit of a gap to this group behind. 95 a bit slow there off of the mountain section. That was Luke Bate there, loses 1, loses 2 there as they head into the wiggly section down through into sector number 3. They go through Hall Bends, into Hairpin, and down through Barn for the first time. Top 2 have really pressed on. That's got to be a few second gap now. Could we see them just settle in for the next 10 minutes or so?
Certainly looks that way, and Andrew Dyer and Jack Burgess have taken their ticket and cleared off into the distance. Alistair May holding 3rd, and let's not forget, when I spoke to him yesterday, he's not raced at Cadwell Park before this weekend, so he's learning this track as he goes, and he's 3rd overall. That's an impressive drive from Alistair May in the race tapes car. They make their way through Coppice, up into Charlie's. Everything's clean and line astern so far, single file. A little bit of smoke being kicked up there, and that could give the advantage to Burgess. He loses a little bit of momentum and almost looked like he picked up the rear wheel a little bit too much, and that allowed Jack Burgess to get the momentum, but that's covered up by Andrew Dyer. We then see May, Owen, and who was the 5th place? Oh, there's a little bit of a look down the inside. The door got closed there by Andrew Dyer. He's trying everything he can to hold on to this lead, but Jack Burgess is looking a little bit tasty here, so are we going to see this come to a head later on round the lap? They make their way round Chris Curve and down towards the gooseneck. It's about seeing who is the much tidier through these technical parts of the circuit. There's more grass being kicked up in the background as cars go wide, but this lead duo in a pair of Igos, it's getting a bit tasty. And the Boston College race team back car, Andrew Dyer now leading the Student Motorsport Challenge element of the race, with Burgess in hot pursuit, and then it's May, Owen, Foden and Max Finn as well in the EMAX car. And Alistair May struggling so much with learning the circuit, but making the consummate defensive drive. He's now got a gaggle of cars behind him. Alistair's still doing a good job to keep up the momentum.
Indeed, yeah, the other Boston College car right on his heels, but still that top 2 continuing to break away at the sharp end, doing a lovely job of it for the moment. Yeah, like we saw, a little mistake from Andrew Dyer, but he covered it off well. Even so, Jack Burgess still had a little sniff at the inside line, didn't he? He wanted it, but no, door was closed right in his face by Dyer, and both those two giving each other enough room. There was loads of dust then kicked up at the top section through Park. We haven't seen anyone dropping down the order or parking up at the side. So for now, it seems as though they've all lived to fight another day. Quarter of a second between these two, but then back to May in 3rd place. That gap now opening up to 3.5 seconds back to May. But Burgess is looking feisty here. He is on it and keeping in the wheel tracks of Dyer for now. But he knows he's got time on his side here. Doesn't need to force an issue, and he'll wait and kind of maybe hope that Dyer makes a similar mistake to what we saw on the last lap. Just needs something more to really open up that opportunity. But as we look further back now, Foden still hounding the rear of Alistair May as well.
Looks that way, and then you've got Finn, Owen, Sykes, Johnston, and that's for our top 8. So our lead duo being hunted down by the next duo, and then Max Finn is leading the charge with a gaggle of 4 cars. And then it's Antonio, Sutton, Basto and Bates as well. There's a little bit of sideways action there. I told you earlier on, these cars can get a bit bitey. They've got such a short wheelbase that as soon as they get just a little bit twitchy and they try and catch the slide, it could almost end in disaster. They make their way over the gooseneck. Max Finn looking spectacular as he made his way over the grass there, kicking up a bit of dust. And all of a sudden, Finn finds himself onto the back of Foden. A bit of rally crossing there from Finn and a little bit more rally crossing there from R24. That's the Johnston car, almost looking like bits of colour on every panel. Back to our lead battle, and that's Andrew Dyer being hounded still by Burgess in the twin Igos. And Dyer is looking quite stiff at the front. It's picking up a rear wheel in a way that I wouldn't have expected from these cars. They're normally quite softly sprung, although these do run with sort of a coilover hybrid setup on these, so they're a little bit stiffer than, say, the endurance car. So you will see them perhaps pick up a little bit of an inside wheel. You can hear the tyres squealing as well as Andrew Dyer fights to keep the lead from Burgess, and it's all about pressure now. With 9 minutes to go, Dyer has got to withstand that pressure from Burgess for the rest of this race.
Indeed, we've seen him make one mistake so far, but it hasn't amounted to too much, and for the moment they're continuing to drag out a nice gap over all the cars behind. These three following each other. Why are you giggling next to me? What did you see?
I saw the flapping mirror and I thought, how typical.
Yes, I'd spotted that at the end of the last lap. Yeah, there's clearly been a bit of too close for comfort battling between these two at the sharp end of this build, but it's just a wing mirror for now, so we can ignore that. And equally, of course, it's a clockwise circuit, so having the right one still working is more beneficial, I think, to watch out for drivers trying to make moves behind. They continue on up towards Park we go. And looks as though, I mean, you said, yeah, Alistair May, first time round, he's doing a stellar job there in 3rd place, and he's very much keeping Foden at arm's length, isn't he? Foden's still got about a car length between them as these two. Slings it back up the inside there, does the number 99. Lovely move up the inside from Bender, and Basto steals the place, and now the other driver with the broken wing mirror is going to get forced out even further wide there, George Antonou. Now down into the gooseneck we go, and there's another driver trying to make it too wide as well. What way are they going to end up through here? They're going to carry on side by side through the gooseneck. 95 and 96, they're number neighbours. Well, they're neighbours on circuit as well, as we head down into the heavy braking zone at the bottom of the hill, trying to hang it around the outside, inevitably squeezed onto the grass, and they finally settle back into single file.
Kicks up a little bit of dust here, but this is classic City Car Cup racing, following each other so closely, and these cars with the low power, it's all about momentum. They're trying everything they can to throw these cars around the circuit, and it's indicative that you're going to see a bit of flapping mirror. So that car on screen there, the Liquid Moly car with Sandro Proietti, we've got, that looks like a is that a Gen 1 car or a Gen 2 car? That's off. That's the Meering car. So the Blue Wolf Racing car, there's a few dents in the side there, but unfortunately it looks like they've come into a few issues, so they're going to retire from the race. It's gutting to see. Andrew Dyer setting a new fastest lap of the race, a 1:54.993, the first car to get into the 54s this time around. And Jack Burgess still hot on his heels. However, he's just set a personal best, so fastest lap of a 1:54.993. Jack Burgess, 1:55.001.
Yeah, pretty close that, isn't it? That's pretty close. I did spot as well, Foden was the only other driver there down into, what have you spotted now?
Foden, 1:54.995.
2,000ths off of your race leader's time. Crazy.
That's how close it is. A City Car Cup change for the lead, and that's Burgess down the inside. A beautiful move. He's lined that up on Park Straight, got the slingshot, and Burgess gets himself into the lead from Andrew Dyer. So now we're going to see if Burgess can do what Dyer couldn't do, and that's build a gap to go. We've got a dust cloud in the background, so I think we've got a bit more action a bit further back from our chasing pack as our leaders make their way through the gooseneck and down the hill once again. There's already a bit of a gap building there from Burgess, so I'm wondering if he's got the better race pace. We can certainly see that through Coppice and into Charlie's, but was it a case that Andrew Dyer was holding up Burgess a little bit, albeit setting the fastest lap that he did?
Exactly, yeah, let's see. Into fresh air goes Burgess, and, well, we shall see whether he's able to back up that pace without the tow. Dyer now the one being the one to chase, but I'm sure he's been used to being in these similar positions before. He might just settle in for a minute or two, and let's just watch Burgess's pace. Let's see how he gets on here and see if he can break away a little bit. 2 by 2 into the twisty stuff. It's going to be very, very slidey as they make it way through there. But
Toby Owen down the inside of Max Finn. Move made, but whoa, that was a bit testy at one point. There was a few dented panels there, but Toby Owen made it count. Max Finn's not going to like that, and he's going to come back at him, you know that for sure. And then you've got Sykes and Johnson just bringing up the rear. There's another Peugeot off just behind. As our timing screens confirm, Burgess is a new race leader, and a new fastest lap from race tapes is Alistair May, a 1:54.819, third place and fastest lap. So he's learning the circuit rather quickly there, is Alistair May, but he's still 3.5 seconds back from the leaders. However, he's no longer really under pressure from Foden because he's 0.6 seconds behind. So Alistair May managed to get himself into some clear air and hopefully settle for that third place, because it's points towards that championship.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, he's been dealing with that well. Of course, Foden's had almost the fastest lap over the last couple of opportunities. It now goes to Alistair May. So both third and fourth have been consistently faster than first and second over the last 3 or 4 laps. Move back to this squabble again. The 42 of Owen heads this one up, of course, now. But Finn trying to find that way back through. He's now looking at around the outside here as they head down through Chris's curve. He's held that outside line, and he might just try and force his way to the inside into the gooseneck. He will. Lovely move there from the 115 of Finn, and back into the top 5 he goes.
Max Finn take a bow. That was a lovely move. No contact made. He used the momentum and the slipstream, got round the outside of Toby Owen there. That was some fantastic driving there from the young man from Plymouth, and I'm sure Glenn down in the pit lane is going to be very happy with that. We see more action going on just behind this squabbling pair, and Toby Owen almost overdriving the car into the bottom of the mountain there, trying to give chase. And we've got Sykes and Johnston trying to keep up with this battle as well in their IGO and the C1 respectively. So as it stands, they are... So Foden 4 seconds, so Toby Owen 7 seconds away from the lead pack. There's Alistair May still being chased by Foden, and that's your lead pair just on the screen as they go over the timing line to complete lap number 6. And Andrew Dyer now has the fastest lap of the race with a 1:54.698. So a good lap from Andrew Dyer. And Burgess still leading this race by 0.4 seconds. So he's not managed to quite get away and gap Andrew Dyer as much as he wanted to. Meanwhile, this squabbling pair that's currently fighting it out for 5th and 6th. And then 7th and 8th respectively. Max Finn still has his mirrors full of Toby Owen as they make their way through Charlie's onto Park Straight. And let's see what Toby Owen can do here. There's a little look for the lead of the race. They decide against it.
As on the last lap, Dyer did get the new fastest lap of the race, didn't he? So he's closing back up. He's turning up the wick a bit more. And I think now he's sat behind Burgess for a while, hasn't he? Studying where he's a bit better, where he's not quite so good, and planning this move into the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, let's see what he can do under pressure. Another car to look out for was the Liqui Moly car. Sandro Proietti not had the best of weekends after having a hopeful test session on Wednesday. He's managed to get himself up to 16th place from the rear of the grid. So Sandro's working away, just trying to more improved performance in that car, but that's not indicative of where the Proiettis normally are. They are normally at the sharp end of the grid. Back to our leaders. Burgess makes his way through the bottom of the mountain, being hotly pursued by Dyer, but in the background you can see they're going to make their way towards traffic shortly. And what's Alistair May going to do about Foden as well? And here's 5, 6, 7 and 8. So Max Finn has got a welded IGO on the back of him. So Max Finn trying to keep all the pressure on it in the Emax Motorsport car. And Toby Owen trying the best that he can in the little Toyota Aygo to try and get the place made. It's been a fantastic battle between those two. Alistair May still doing what he can, but Max Finn seemingly soaking up the pressure so far from Toby Owen. Another fastest lap of the race from Burgess, a 1:54.397, astounding pace considering he's pulled 0.3 up on Andrew Dyer, who set his personal best on the last lap, a 1:54.613.
Indeed, and Burgess has no toe, whereas Dyer very much does, doesn't he? This is amazing from Jack Burgess. We said he might be fired up from what was his first race of the weekend, but it was our second race of the weekend here with the Nankang Thai City Car Cup Championship, and he is fired up. 0.6 of a second clear then as they head down the Park Straight, they headed down the Park Straight. Now they're heading up the Park Straight towards Park once again. Not close enough. He's going to try and pressure here is Andrew Dyer, but he's not close enough. Burgess not worrying about how close the BCR car is in his rear view mirrors. He'll continue to press on through this lap. What a performance so far, but Dyer is putting the pressure on.
and 4 seconds further back, Alistair May and Foden, they're on their own effectively, and then it's 12 seconds from the lead for the battle that we've seen with Finn, Owen, Sykes and Johnston. So, and there's a little move down the inside for the lead. Andrew Dyer, that was such a sneaky little look there. Burgess managed just to cover it off, and I tell you what, Dyer might have just lost a little bit of momentum there. That was so close, that nearly would have ended in tears.
I think that was a case of, this is my opportunity, I'm going to go for it. It hasn't worked. Okay, Jack's got the win.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the case now, because if you look at the gap, I think that's what we're going to end up with. So as long as Burgess can just make it through the last couple of corners, he's on for a good win here. And do you know what? A shout out to Max Finn. He's drove a superb race under pressure. A magnificent scrap with Toby Owen as well in the Yaris. And the Emax Motorsport driver can be very proud of his performance today as they make their way through Hall Bends. But for Jack Burgess and Andrew Dyer, it's been a superb race at the front from those two, and Burgess will take the win in the final City Car Cup race of the day, with Andrew Dyer finishing second, and Alistair May holds off the pressure to take third from Alex Foden. I'm going to head down to Parc Fermé and leave you to take us through the results.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, another great race there in our Nankang Tyre City Car Cup Championship. Yeah, thought that Burgess getting through, Dyer would sit behind, study for a bit, and then relaunch an attack. I think Andrew Dyer was honestly maybe a little bit surprised there from quite how impressive Jack Burgess's pace really was there when he got into that fresh air out front. Fastest lap, 154.3. And closest was Andrew Dyer with about 154.6. That just shows how fast Burgess was through that race with no toe, getting that very impressive fastest lap. So Burgess, Dyer and May, then your top three from that one. So 2 wins from the weekend for Richard Jett. And of course, for the one race that he doesn't compete in, that opened up the floodgates and opportunity to others. And it is Jack Burgess who steals it away. Well, the on-track marketing squad have got a nice bit of camera time there on the front of his car as he led and won that third race of the weekend then. So Burgess, Dyer and May, your top three. Foden and Finn, your top 5. Again, shout out to Max there. Great race from him. Owen just behind, having a great squabble with Finn throughout that one, but finishing in P6 at the end. Johnson and Sykes are right there with them as well, finishing 7th and 8th. And then Bastow and Sutton rounded out the top 10. Behind them was Bate and Power, Antonu and Cox, Prietti and Vincent, Bennett and Turner, Crosland and Savage, your top 20. I think we're waiting for 2 more to come across the line. It should be Wheeler and Nicholson to the line in a couple of moments. And then Meering, we lost from the race a few laps ago, sadly. And here's one car down to the start-finish straight. Wheeler to the line. Potentially, actually, Nicholson might have been our other driver that pulled over there late on in the race. So, potentially all our finishes through there. And indeed, it is now confirmed on my timing. Nicholson and Meering not making it to the checkered flag, sadly, in that one. There are the results on your screens in front of you. Of course, as it says at the bottom, very provisional results always that we show you here on the live stream. Head over to CSL for those finalised results, and of course how that then affects the championship. Championship has certainly been affected here this weekend in our City Car Cups, and some big points for a few drivers, particularly the likes of Richard Jett, battling in the main championship, but also in the Student Motorsport Championship as well. Lots of battles to enjoy, and they will press on through to their final couple of rounds this year in 2026. So I can see lots of drivers heading back into the pit lane, as you can now see on your screens. Drivers up and out of the cars, ready to chat to a certain Rob Lewis. I'll hand down to him.
And an ecstatic driver in Jack Burgess there. He hasn't got his kit off yet. He obviously hasn't learned what you need to do when you get out of the car when the telly's here. He needs to get his race wear off and chat to us, but that was an awesome move for starters to get that race win.
Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't actually meaning to do it. I was just going to try and push him around the whole race and go for points, but I knew I went through turn 2 or turn 3, I can't remember which one it was. And I knew I got a better run, so I thought I'm going to have to go for the move now and see how we do. And yeah, we ended up coming in P1, so couldn't have ended much better.
P1, got some good points on the board.
Yeah, it's definitely better though, because after the race we had, race 1 this morning, we ended up having a mechanical and not finish it.
What was the issue?
Actually, something with the battery, wasn't it? Broken wire on the battery. So yeah, after the weekend we've had, this is tops it and just finished it off and made it way better.
A worthy winner. Congratulations, Jack. That was a mega move. Let's talk to our second place man if he hasn't disappeared too quickly up the road. No, he hasn't. That's good. Let's talk to Andrew Dyer. That was a mega battle towards the front. So clean, good, hard, clean racing. Andrew, your thoughts?
Yeah, good race to be fair. Jack just had the bit of pace on me. I kept messing turn 3 up and I just knew he'd have the run on me eventually and he just managed to tuck on the inside of me, so fair play to him. I tried to pressure him then and wait to the last lap to try and make a move after Gooseneck and try and put him off, but he had it, so fair play to him. Congratulations on his first win. So.
That little look at Gooseneck on the last lap, that was pretty twitchy.
Yeah, to be fair, I thought I'm just going to dive and just see what he does, but he turned in, so I've never pressed the brake so hard in my life, to be fair, not touch him, so...
It's a good effort.
Yeah, just, Cadwell's hard to pass, he done a good job, so congrats to him.
And you got more importantly as well, you've got the Student Motorsport Challenge win done as well for Boston College.
Yeah, it's good for Boston College. Probably been a bit light on the wins this year, but yeah, they always do a mega job and really pleased for them as well.
Great results this week, Andrew. Pleasure to speak to you. Alistair, considering that you haven't raced here properly before, that's a mega
As long
weekend.
as my lap times were increasing over the weekend, I was happy.
You were fastest lap at one point there, mate.
Was I? Well, I'll take that. I mean, obviously, I probably didn't get fastest lap overall, but I was 3-4 tenths up than I was yesterday, so... And a lot of sitting around waiting all day. I was nodding off. I had a bit of a nap at lunchtime. But it was good. It was good. Good racing.
Good. Had a lot of time to sort of think and debrief from yesterday to today.
Yeah, I spent last night going over a lot of data, sort of working out where I can go a bit faster, which obviously paid off a bit. I haven't quite got the pace to be up the front, but, is what it is.
But you made it count with the points. Points.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Bit of contact in lap 1, but that's racing.
Got it done. Congratulations, Alistair, on a fine podium. Now I can hear some Mazdas going out on circuit. It must be our Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. So to take you through the grid, it's time to head back to the comms box with John. We'll take you through the grid. I'll join him again shortly.
Well then, thank you very much, Rob. Yes, great to hear once again from all of the drivers, of course. Well, Rob's only got to do that a couple of times for the rest of the day. 2 more races left to come here from Cadwell Park. And to be fair, we thought there was going to be a bit of a hold-up because we did have one of our City Cup cars stricken out on circuit. But it seems as though, once again, everyone at Cadwell Park jumping straight into action and clearing the circuit as quickly as they can. Here is your grid for the next race. The third and final race for our Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship. Scott Wright will start this one on pole position with Thomas Langford alongside him on the front row. Okay, cool. We'll go through that in a second. I've just seen something on my little sheet in front of me. So, row 2, it's Alistair Dendy and William Antrobus. Row 3, Daniel Parent-Smith and Ollie Hall. Row 4, Sam Middleton and Jim Barrett. Row 5, Martin Tolley and Steve Kite. Row 6, Richard Moore and Bruce Robinson. Row 7, Alexander Jones and Christopher Ginn. And then Graham Rumsey rounds out the grid. 15 of our Super Cup cars back out on to the black stuff then. Just having a look back. Let's go to our result from race number 2. Yes, 10-second penalty for Thomas Langford. So Sam Middleton did get his first ever race victory in the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship. It's not how he would have wanted to have taken it. Put your headphones on, sir, because you need to hear this as well.
Oh, I've heard.
About the 10-second penalty in the previous race.
I have indeed, yes.
Oh, dear. Well, so starting from P2 then in this one will be Thomas Langford. And as we were just saying, lovely for Middleton to get his first ever race win, but he finds out about an hour after the race, which is a shame.
So he didn't get the glory in the initial chat with myself earlier on, or with you, actually. So it's a bit gutting for Sam Middleton, but maybe, mentally, that's the monkey off his back for him to go, yeah, I can do this. So he'll just go out and get it on the road anyway. We normally see that happen, so don't worry about that. But what must Thomas Langford be thinking right now? Because Antrobus has had his fair share of problems this weekend. He had a retirement in the first race. In the second race earlier, he looked a bit 6s and 7s. He wasn't very... He had initially there was a little bit of shown an outside line by Thomas Langford early on in the race. He then managed to get himself off the road. So whether that was linked to any resultant geo issues or anything, so I don't know. There's lots to kind of unpack here.
There is.
So Or are we going to see an absolute fired-up William Antrobus that's going to send it from row 2 into the lead and we won't see him again?
It might just be. Yeah, let's wait and see for that. Yeah, this is a big opportunity that has gone missing, really, here for Thomas Langford, hasn't it, in that battle for the championship? With Antrobus DNFing in the first race, he got himself a P4. And then, yeah, in that second race with Antrobus in 4th place, well, would have been P5 with Langford winning the race. It ends up being P4 for Antrobus and Langford in P6. So despite what has been a dire weekend, really, for William Antrobus, in terms of the championship, it's not going to look like that because Langford has been dropping points as well here this weekend.
It all makes up for a spicy Race 3 touring car style. I hope it's not a kind of spicy Race 3 touring car style, but as the cars make their way onto the warm-up lap, we'll certainly see where we are in this mixture. So the cars all jumbled up and ready to go for this final Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup race. And the grid for Race 3 certainly looking a bit spicy. And Scott Wright on pole position. What must he be thinking?
It's been a P7 and a P12 so far this weekend for Scott. So starting this one on pole, I think he's going to have quite a bit of fun.
Bit of fun, or is he a bit daunted? He's got some fast cars behind him. He's got Tom Langford, Alistair Dendy, Antrobus, Dan Parent-Smith, Ollie Hall, Sam Middleton. He's got some fast cars behind him.
He has. But I know when you think about it, you're like, pole, I'm at the front, it's daunting. But actually, I think it's a more simple race usually from the front of the grid, especially on those first couple of laps. You don't have to get caught up in the melee. When you're in the middle of the pack, you're thinking about your driving, you're thinking about all the cars around you. You're trying to watch for mistakes for cars around you and trying to pick your way through issues. Whereas if you're out the front and there's no cars ahead of you, you can just drive your line.
Yeah. So let's see what happens in these first few laps. We've got the Birds have made an appearance on the inside of the circuit. Hopefully they stay there. We want nothing messy going on.
Do you think that's because they've kicked up so much dust, they brought all the worms to the surface as well?
I would say so. So it's feeding time for the Birds out on the circuit here at Cadwell Park as they do their slim pickings. The cars make their way over the gooseneck. So some heat going into the tyres. There was Alex Jones there on camera just getting some heat into his tyres. I saw him earlier. And Christopher Ginn as well and Graham Rumsey from the back, they had their issues earlier on in race 2, so they'll be looking to get a clean race. And what about the Hills Motorsport team? They'll be looking a bit fiery. They'll want to improve on the race they had earlier. What's going through Will Antrobus's mind at the moment? You've got a championship to win. You've not had the best weekend. Do you try and go all out in race 3 to try and go out on a high and recover the rest of your weekend? Because Tom Langford, albeit he got a 10-second penalty in race 2, he still finished race 1, so he still picked up little bags of points over William Antrobus. So I would say coming away from this weekend, he is going to increase his championship lead slightly should things stay the way as they are. So we'll wait and see. They do their practice starts towards start-finish line, make their way out of barn. Too close to call this one.
Indeed. No, super too close to call with Langford there on that front row of the grid. I think especially with a driver who's finished 7th and 12th throughout this weekend, not to take anything away from your pole sitter Scott Wright, but I think Langford will be feeling he might be relatively easy pickings here. And if he can find a way through in the opening couple of corners, while they all squabble behind, he can build a bit of a gap. But as you say, on that second row, William Antrobus, and it's not gone his way so far this weekend, I don't think he's leaving anything on the table in this race. It is win it or bin it in this one for Antrobus. I know I'm saying that. There's plenty of rounds to go and races to go where he can get points. But I think from a mental standpoint from this weekend, he'll be wanting to drag some positivity from the grips of frustration here at Cadwell Park. Well, it looks as though we've just got cars moving into position nearer the back of the grid. And soon enough, we should be ready to go. 15 of our Super Cup cars looking to the lights then, and they're about to come on the gantry. 5 red lights here for the penultimate ultimate time at Cadwell Park. And they go green. Lovely breakaway from both drivers, to be fair, on the front of the grid. Langford will have that outside line into T1, but that will turn to the inside, up into Charlie's. It's just a case, if he can hang it there, round these first couple of corners, he will try and stay there. Inside line taken by Langford, lead surely taken by Langford. They all continue side by side, up and over Charlie's for this first time, and there you go. Aggressive there to take the race lead. Langford straight to the front, but look at the exit from the cars behind, and they're all going to get a push as well.
Yeah, the draft is coming into play here. The side draft that you'll get off of the back of our pole sitter, Scott Wright. So, we got Alistair Dendy off towards the barrier, so obviously the squeeze has happened, and that's Alistair Dendy off, just kisses the barrier. That could have been a lot bigger of an accident than we thought it would be, so everyone else just needs to keep a watching brief on the rest of this. And Scott Wright is going backwards by the sound of it. He's on the outside. He's been hung out to dry through Park and through Chris Curve, so unfortunately it's backwards for him, and it's the two title protagonists towards the front, with Thomas Langford leading from William Antrobus, and in third place it's Ollie Hall, Dan Parent-Smith, Sam Middleton. Scott Wright has managed to get himself back into that little gap there, and then we've got the likes of Barrett, Steve Kite as well following through. But Alistair Dendy, that looks scary on the main Park straight.
My goodness, yeah, you never want to see a car appearing into shot facing the other way. That usually means something's gone quite wrong. And yeah, it had, off into the barriers. Thank goodness it was only a kiss by the time he got there. But indeed, I've spotted as well that there is damage to the front of Scott Wright, and there's damage to the rear of Thomas Langford. I think there might have been a little bit of leading on each other as they headed up through Charlie's. And of course, some rearward damage for that driver as well. The number
Alistair
18.
Dendy carries on going, so you could see the impact there on the rear quarter. So after taking his first win yesterday, it goes a bit downhill for Alistair Dendy. Thomas Langford, new fastest lap, but William Antrobus is down the inside onto the left-hander. He's going to be out of sorts when it goes into Charlie's, but he gets the move done. That is a move, and there's contact between Sam Middleton and Dan Parent-Smith. There's a bit of wheel and tyre smoke going there, but unfortunately Thomas Langford looks to have damage on the rear of his car. The bumper's hanging off. The Clarks are going to have a good look at that. He's now being drafted by Ollie Hall as they head down Park Straight. All of a sudden, William Antrobus is doing exactly as I thought he would do. He's going from his grid spot to the front, but he's got his championship rival alongside in Tom Langford.
Indeed he does, yeah, and Hall's right with them there as well. He's been feisty all weekend. Dan Parent-Smith has always been in that leading group. And don't forget Sam Middleton as well. I mean, when I spoke to him at the end of the previous race, I was saying, right, you got third, you got second, surely the last one's going to be a first. Well, he got promoted from that P2 to P1 in the previous race. Now he wants it on the track, though. He's looking up the inside, down the hill, so late on the brakes. He's locked up almost into the side of Ollie Hall, but he still gets the move done. Middleton's through into P4, and Parent-Smith back down into P5.
Oh, Mazda MX-5 Racing, good lord, they really have saved the antics for race 3, haven't they? And William Antrobus really climbing over those curbs. I think if you've got someone like Aidan Hills in your corner sort of teaching you the driving ways of a Mazda MX-5, you've probably got the right coach for the job, because he's probably just had a little word in Antrobus's ear for race 3 and just said, look, this is your moment now, Will. Go out and do what you can. And he's certainly looking fired up, and he's already pulling a gap on Thomas Langford, with Ollie Hall in third and Dan Parent-Smith in fourth. Sam Middleton, well, he's fifth. Actually, he looks like Sam Middleton's got ahead of Dan Parent-Smith. He has. And then Wright in sixth. And then we've got the Masters being led by Jim Barrett, and that's the other Parks Motorsport prepared car. So single file through Coppice into Charlie's and onto the back straight. I tell you what, Ollie Hall is looking racy. He was looking racy in race 2. He's looking even better in race 3. And I tell you what, Ollie Hall's going to be up for this as well. And our eventual race 2 winner, Sam Middleton's going to be in there somewhere. But Ollie Hall to the outside, he might get the move done. And he does. Superb move by Ollie Hall. That was a fantastic move on what was the championship leader in Thomas Langford. Thomas Langford still trailing with that rear bumper. The stewards are surely going to be having a little look at that if it detaches itself anymore, but at the moment it's Thomas Langford dropping down to third, and Ollie Hall's on it, and William Antrobus making a bit of a mistake over the gooseneck as well. That brings Ollie Hall into the fight.
Wow, well, we've seen some great moves around the outside up there at Park, but I think that's my favourite one of the weekend so far. Got it done before they even got to the apex. Hall's to second, and like you say, he is very, very fired up, straight onto the rear bumper of the 57 of William Antrobus. Well, as we say, Antrobus is trying to drag some points out of this round here. A win is all he wants from this race. Sadly for him, the same can be said for Ollie Hall, and for differing reasons, but Hall wants this. He's flying, he's past Langford, then into P2, and now Antrobus's rear view mirrors are all full of that very bright and colourful machine. Through Barn we go then, heading on to a new lap of this race. That big group at the front, they're all still very close together. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, and almost sixth as well. They're right trying to stay involved and in touch with this leading battle. But this could be fireworks here in our penultimate race of the day.
Ollie Hall sets the fastest lap of the race on a 1:42.861, and I tell you what, that is over half a second quicker than our leader in William Antrobus. So Antrobus is starting to drive a bit defensive. He pulled a bit of a gap off of Thomas Langford in the first couple of laps, but Ollie Hall's looking a bit racy here. Is he going to try the same move that he tried on Thomas Langford into park? He has a little lurk along the back straight. He's going to look down the inside, lunges it down the inside on the brakes, locks up the inside of the wheel and takes the lead. What a move by Ollie Hall. He just gets himself onto the grass, but in race 3, Ollie Hall leads. He's past William Antrobus.
Wow, the commitment there from Ollie Hall. That was a lick the stamp and send it moment from the young driver. The 27's into the lead. Lovely manoeuvre. 2 positions in 2 laps at the same corner on the 2 championship protagonists. What a showing from Hall, and he's still pushing out in the lead. Kicks up some dust there off of the corner. Down on the exit of Manfield. They head down through to the mountain section once again. Our top 5 still absolutely line astern, and it has been the same top 5 throughout the weekend. These guys have been inseparable. So it is once again then Hall out at the sharp end. Antrobus second, Langford third, Middleton fourth, and Parron Smith fifth as well. Amazing showing between all these drivers. And I've got to say as well, fair play to Scott Wright. Okay, we saw on the first lap he tumbled back a little bit, but he's keeping right in with this leading group of 5.
He's keeping with the leading group of 5, and he's learning. He's learning how to learning from the guys that have been the championship pace setters towards the front. So Wright is doing himself no disservice whatsoever, and his lap times figure that as well. He's into the 43s also. So Wright's 6th in pro class, 6th overall. And having not been towards the front of the grid for races 1 and 2 earlier today, I thought he may come unstuck in this later race 3 grid. Well, it looked a bit difficult on lap 1, and as you can see, Ollie Hall not finding it difficult at all. He's pulled a bit of a gap on William Antrobus, and he's trying to break the toe as well, heading towards the middle of the track and just starting to try to break the toe, or certainly attempt to. And William Antrobus has it all to do once again.
Just having a little look through from the previous race results. Yeah, Wright's best time in the last 2 races was a 44.2. He's already done a 43.5 in this race. He's found 3/4 of a second here, hanging it with the big boys and using that slipstream as well. It's going very well. I've been very impressed.
Using the slipstream, and he'll be looking at the cars in front as well to see exactly what they are doing. It's a learning technique, and do you know what? He'll use it as to good experience.
He is indeed, although he's got a bit slidey there at the bottom of the hill. He's trying to hang on with this leading pack, isn't he? Checks over the shoulder, but he'll know now he's got a nice bit of breathing room. So any cars further behind, keep looking forward and try and stay with this top 5. Great showing so far. The top 5 hop up and over the crest of the hill once again then. Since Ollie Hall got into the lead, and okay, it's only about a car length, but he is drawing a bit away from William Antrobus. He's in fresh air. He's got the fastest lap of the race. This is mightily impressive here from Ollie Hall. Just sadly for him, he's got about 11.5 minutes to try and hold on. Sadly,
he is,
Ollie
and he's
Middleton's
so
up the inside.
impressive.
Middleton straight up the inside there at the final corner at Barn. Leans on Langford, and they're going to run side by side. Who is going to get the push here from Parron Smith? It's Middleton. To the outside line they go. Langford could fall to 5th.
Langford is seeing his championship almost slip out of his hands here with Antrobus in 2nd, and that bumper's getting worse. So will the Clarks have another look at that with 11 minutes to go? They're not going to like that bumper flapping around as much as it does, and the Clarks are going to be taking quite a look at that. They'll have the scrutineers out onto the pit lane, onto the pit wall, having a look at the car as it goes past, and if it keeps getting worse, that might come a cropper for Thomas Langford. But Ollie Hall is doing exactly what he can. I don't think he's won a Mazda MX-5 race before in the Super Cup class, so this could be another debut win for Ollie Hall. I would just check that, but certainly Ollie Hall looking really, really good here in race 3 at Cadwell Park, and William Antrobus 0.6 seconds behind the last time they came across the timing line. And Middleton has found himself in 3rd as well, so he got his debut win earlier, although through the gooseneck Antrobus managed to catch himself up to the back of Hall, and it's Antrobus with the fastest lap as well. He's got a 1:42.765 to Ollie Hall's 1:42.786, so it's a couple of thousandths of a second, but I'm guessing every 10th and 12th and thousandths of a second is going to count on your screen there as well. Steve Kite, who's currently chasing Jim Barrett, and that's the fight for the Club Masters category as well. So that's a good battle there to get involved with. Barrett in the Parks Motorsport car, and then you've got Steve Kite in the Misty Racing car as well. And then you've got Ginn, who's managed to climb his way up the grid, and he's 9th overall and 3rd in the Club Masters category. Alex Jones in club class, he's 10th overall, and he's leading that class at the moment.
Yeah, just check for you before this weekend, it was a best finish of 1 second place and 1 third place for Ollie Hall. Of course, he's already got the podium so far this weekend, but yeah, still lacking a victory.
So, Ollie Hall in the lead then. Can he get that debut win finally in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup? He's got 9 minutes to do so. The field make their way up through the far sections of Coppice and Charlie's. They're going to make their way down Park Straight and then towards Park as we have a look at this Masters and Club category going on. Steve Kite just holding off Ginn. So we have a look at this battle as it heads towards Park as well, and Barrett just carefully having a watching brief on Steve Kite in 2nd place in that class. We'll wait and see what's happening again towards the front, because it was quite close towards the front initially. So Ollie Hall hopefully will see. Yeah, so that's the lead pack at the moment. William Antrobus still holding on to Ollie Hall, and Thomas Langford's managed to keep himself in 4th place after the move by Sam Middleton, which was a very, very impressive move down the inside into Barn. Meanwhile, William Antrobus, head down. He's on the back of Ollie Hall, so he's perhaps just trying to get into Ollie's head, trying to get him to make that mistake.
It was a nice move earlier from Middleton to get the place, but of course himself and Langford lost a bit of time. But on the lap where he then got ahead, Middleton, new fastest lap of the race, 42.4, closing up to the back of your top 2. And here is the driver that we saw having issues on the first lap, isn't it? The number 18 of Dendy, looking to come back through the order himself. Is he making up a couple of positions here on lap number 8? Well, amazing. He came through the shot facing the wrong direction, then glancing low with the barriers, and he's already getting stuck in with drivers again, showing his pace around this Cadwell Park circuit. At least he's finding a few drivers to have a battle with into the last 7.5 minutes. But indeed, our top 5 still split by about 2.5 seconds then. It seems as though we split off into 2 pairs now, really. Hall and Antrobus, and Middleton and Langford. Parent Smith to do it all on his own, and Wright has now dropped about 3 seconds off of that battle. He's got a nice bit of fresh air then ahead of Barrett all the way round the outside. That was commitment from the 18, wasn't it? Gets the place.
That very nearly got a bit tearful there for Alistair Dendy. He's already had one spectacular off during this race, and there nearly was another. As we saw in the Fiesta race earlier today, the last thing you want to do is go off on that bumpy section on the inside on the inside of Coppice, honestly. Well, the inside of Charlie's, the outside of Coppice. So Alistair Dendy just manages to claim a couple more positions in his fight from the back of the field. So we try and get our attentions more towards the front of the grid at the moment, and there we are at the bottom of the mounting, and Ollie Hall has got it all to do. He's slipping and sliding that Mazda MX-5 everywhere, and Sam Middleton has become part of this battle as well. Thomas Langford's not too far away, and we see more bollards go, unfortunately, for yourself. And Dan Parent-Smith, 5th place. He set his personal best last time out, so he's part of this lead battle as well. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the lead.
Indeed it is. Yet we continue to follow then on to a new lap of the race we go. And yeah, Middleton, wow, after getting into 3rd place past Langford, like I say, found that fastest lap. He's closed up to your top 2 now. He's got a lovely slipstream here down into Coppice once again. Thinks better of it this time. Slots in. Knows there's still time on hand here to work with. 6 minutes left to go in their final race of the weekend. They're all looking for points, and as we say, Hall's looking for his first ever victory. Middleton's, well, now looking for his second, but but it's first that he can actually celebrate when he's chatting with you after the race. So he'll be wanting this, using the slipstream up towards Park we go yet again. Has he got the inside? I think he might hear an Antrobus. No, he has been forced to the outside line, but he's already through. Before they even slam on the brakes, Middleton to second then, Antrobus to third, and now it's going to be Hall versus Middleton. This could be very interesting.
Very much so, and Thomas Langford's looking a bit meaty as well. He's now on the back of William Antrobus. That's a battle for the championship, and Ollie Hall perhaps doing a bit of mirror watching there to see what would happen with Sam Middleton, and either way it's going to be a first win on the road, certainly for Ollie Hall, certainly for Sam Middleton. It could be a day of first today, a first win for Sam Middleton, a first win for Ollie Hall. So let's see what emerges from this race. Antrobus being hotly pursued by Thomas Langford. Dan Parent-Smith just keeping a watching brief in fifth. And our original pole sitter, Wright, is back in sixth position now. He's given it everything he could in the first half of this race, but sadly just dropped the pace back. This is our Masters and Club category battle with Barrett, Kite and Ginn as well. They're having a good old time, but they're just... I'm trying to work out. So the blue MX-5 in front. So Jim Barrett, I thought, would be in the turquoise-coloured car. So I'm just working out if we've got some TSL timing gremlins.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Either we're missing a driver or they've really switched around, haven't they? We'll see as they come
so
across the line.
Our timing screens are telling us that car 23 still has no working transponder and it's not being timed. So that is the car you see on your screen. So Barrett's in seventh, and so there is a car that's between Wright and Barrett, and it is that elusive car 23, which is Martin Tolley. So after having the issues earlier, and there we go, that's the move for the lead, and it's Sam Middleton down the inside, and he's decided, I'm not going to use the track, I'm going to use the grass. That's not how it works in Mazda MX-5 racing, well, in any racing. And Dan Parent-Smith down the inside of Thomas Langford nearly takes the rear quarter of his car out. So Parent-Smith, what happened in that last few corners? It's decided, well, if you guys are going to concentrate on the rest of the battles going on down the grid, we're going to do this. And Sam Middleton dived down the inside and then seemingly used the grass to try and get past, and unfortunately came a cropper. That plays into the hands of Ollie Hall. And oh, is that the championship leaders? Lost a gear coming out of the corner. So unfortunately, it looks like Thomas Langford as well has managed to benefit from that. William Antrobus loses a load of time with a misshift coming out of Mansfield towards the bottom of the mountain. So more place swapping in his final few laps. And what can I say? The last few laps of a race, the final parts of the race, that's when the mistakes start to come in. You get tired mentally. It's been such a concentration going on for 20 minutes, the first 18 minutes, and you've got nothing left in the tank, so all you can do is make the odd mistake. And Ollie Hall, this is all playing to him at the moment. The gap that he has got now from Thomas Langford, all he's got to do is bring it home for his first win in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. What can he do? They make their way through Coppice and into Charlie's once again, and then they make their way onto Park Straight. Oh, Jim Barrett's lost a load of positions there, so he's had an issue coming out of Barn Corner onto the final straight. So Steve Kite makes his way through there, and they chase after Martin Tolley. Now, with the TSL timing issues, is that going to come up as an issue on the results? There's more smoke in the background as we look back to the leaders, and Dan Parent-Smith down the inside of William Antrobus. So what does that do for our championship fight? Dan Parent-Smith, and that's the Hills Motorsport drivers as well, so they're teammates. Although not so much teammates in this, they all pay for their drives, they all have their own racing careers to think of, and Will Antrobus has dropped down from third to fourth with Dan Parent-Smith getting past. So is there now a problem with the tyres? Is he overdriving the car? Thomas Langford has a little bit of a wiggle coming out of Mansfield. With a minute and a half left, I would count it as being on the penultimate lap. It's all for Ollie Hall to lose here.
It is indeed, it is indeed. A minute and a half left to go, as you say then, and a second and a half for Thomas Langford to find. That's going to be easier said than done, considering the pace from Ollie Hall so far this weekend, and particularly so far in this race. Middleton did rejoin in P6, so just behind Wright. So over these last couple of laps, I'm sure we'll find a way through back into the top five. But a shame then for Middleton. Set up the move beautifully. I think just didn't quite realise he had these right-hand wheels on the grass. And yeah, they don't have the same stopping power that the tarmac does. And inevitably he was going to go off pieced there up at Park, and he did. Tried to keep the throttle booted, didn't he, to try and hold the slide and try and get it back to the black stuff, but no, it pirouettes round. He loses so much time, and this has given the opportunity then to Ollie Hall. On to the final lap we go here, and there's only a few metres left to go for Ollie Hall to try and clinch his first race victory of the season. He's been second, he's been third, but that win remains elusive. Langford keeping watchful eyes in his rearview mirror as Parent Smith tries to close back up. So yeah, yet again, a race where it looked like Antrobus and Langford were going to be relatively similarly scoring. Actually now Langford getting a few points away from Antrobus yet again. So weekend, okay, it should be a fourth place here for Antrobus, but still really going from bad to worse with his championship rival ahead of him on track.
Certainly looks that way, but Ollie Hall makes his way through the gooseneck down to Mansfield for the final time. He just needs to keep it nice and tidy. And as for Daniel Parent-Smith, is there something else he's got in his locker for the Hills Motorsport team? We've got Thomas Langford being run by the Ali Bray squad. He's in second place at the moment, and Parent-Smith is seemingly all over the back of Thomas Langford in this final lap. Could there be another bit of drama to add to this already quite dramatic race that started off with Alistair Dendy heading towards the wall backwards, unbelievably? But Ollie Hall is going to make his way, ironically, through Hall Bends. I double-checked my sheets in front of me, into the hairpin. Exits the hairpin nice and tidily. He's going to go into Barn. He's going to exit Barn and make his way down the hill. And Ollie Hall is going to win his first ever Clapham North MX5 Super Cup race. Ollie Hall takes the win from Thomas Langford, and Dan Parent-Smith finishes third with William Antrobus in fourth. To take us through the rest of the results, it's over to you, John. I will head to Parc Ferme.
Indeed, yeah, look forward to hearing from Ollie Hall. He's going to be ecstatic after his first race win of the season. More battles going on down into the final couple of corners, but Hall had to work for that one. That was not a lights to flag victory, was it, from Ollie Hall? I mean, for the fact that he didn't start on pole, that would help. But what I'm trying to say there is the fact that he had to make some moves, and he made some amazing moves. I've got to say, Hall and Middleton, my outstanding performers from this weekend, from this class. They've been amazing. They've stepped up to the plate when Langford and Antrobus have been a little bit off colour this weekend. Hall and Middleton both taking their first victories of the season. Very well done to both of those. And there we saw almost fireworks to the finish there, Middleton versus Hall. That was going to be an amazing battle. Sadly, that bit of a mistake from Middleton saw him spinning off there up at Park, and race comes to a close. And I think we have got all 13 of the 14, sorry, I should say, finishing, making it to the checkered flag in this one. Hall from Langford, from Parent-Smith, then your top three. Ollie from Thomas, from Daniel, William Antrobus and Sam Middleton, then your top five. Middleton, of course, with that spin, but he did get the fastest lap of the race, so he'll take that positivity on to the next round. Scott Wright behind in P6. Good finish for him, personal best on the weekend from pole position. Steve Kite was behind, followed by Christopher Ginn, Alistair Dendy, Alexander Jones, Graham Rumsey, Bruce Robinson, and then Jim Barrett and Richard Moore, your only DNF from that race. Well, there we go then. Penultimate race of the day done and dusted. There is only one more race left to go on the bill here this weekend from the Trackit BRSEC Cadwell Park Summer Race Weekend. That's the last we'll see of any Mazda MX-5s, which is surprising. We've had 3 different championships racing across the 2 days here at Cadwell Park, but that is it. The Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship finalises our MX-5 action here from Cadwell. I've got to say, they are very well suited to this circuit. Sounds as though there's some pretty happy drivers pulling into Parc Ferme. I think one of those might just be Ollie Hall. He celebrates in the car, and I'm looking forward to hearing from him. Let's hand down to Rob Lewis.
Well, an ecstatic Ollie Hall. I had to hold the microphone there just to get the raw reaction of Ollie Hall, who takes his first win, as far as we're aware. How about that for sportsmanship as well? Thomas Langford congratulates Ollie Hall on his first win. Come on, I want to have a chat with you, sir.
Wow.
You've needed that.
Oh, a long time. Too long. But, yeah, wow. Thank you to everyone. That meant a lot. That's... yeah, proper win.
I'll let you breathe. It got a bit frantic towards the front, but you held your nerve against some top quality opposition.
Yeah, the field, it's the top 6 week in, week out. It's it's quality racing. Mazda's always has been. It's been a long way from where we started, but it's good to finally get on that top step today.
And you've got that monkey off your back, so now you can go on and get more wins, right? Now for the championship.
Yeah, definitely. Let's have it.
I could see the emotion bubbling up. Ollie Hall, that is a very deserving first winner there. That's what it means. That's what it means to a lot of racers. Thomas Langford just assessing a bit of yeah, we don't need to worry about that. You've had a very, very up and down day.
Yeah, I hope I get to keep this one. It's a shame I lost the first place from race 2.
What happened?
I jumped the start.
Silly. It didn't look like that to me, but
it didn't look like it to me either. But you know, we move on. I really wanted to win this one. I'm super happy for Ollie though. He's been wanting this for a very long time, so I'm absolutely thrilled for him. I do want to say a thank you to the massive AB Motorsport team. I didn't have a braking system on Friday evening, so they are absolutely fantastic. I do want to say thank you to my sponsors, Arc Racewear, Next Wave Safety, Mofolia from Germany, and Caesar Auto Electrical.
Fantastic, Tom. You're a class act as per usual.
Super professional.
Great weekend from Thomas Langford. I want to have a chat with Dan Parent-Smith, actually. He gets Hills Motorsport back onto the podium. Dan, that was tough out there.
Yeah, man. It's been a difficult weekend overall. But yeah, really good pace at the end. It's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, I'll take third. Not too bad.
Not too bad at all, and a bit scrappy with William Antrobus there, your Hills Motorsport teammate. How was that?
Yeah, it was good. So I seemed to have no pace at the start and then loads of pace at the end, so I just kept coming. So I needed a few more laps, to be fair, and I would have been up there, but no, it was P3, I'll take that.
And your championship overall this year, what do you look at towards the end?
Well,
points make prizes.
Yeah, so I've caught up 8 points this weekend to the leader, and I think it's only about 5-6 points gap now, so it's really close. I've got Anglesey next, which is one of my favourite circuits, so yeah, all good from there, hopefully.
But you've ended it on a high. You're on the podium. You're having a chat with us. Okay, that's not so good, but you're on the podium. You get yourself a nice trophy to take home in a bag of points.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I got a third as well the race before due to a penalty, so 2 thirds and a fourth isn't too bad, as I think a bad weekend, so can't really grumble.
There we go. We'll take that. Congratulations. And that is our podium for our final Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup race. We've got one more race to go from our Durley Garage Fiesta ST 150s to take you through our final race of the weekend. It's over to my colleague in the commentary box.
Thank you so much, Rob. Yes, indeed, we are almost done and dusted. One more race left to go then from our bumper amount of races we had here this weekend at Cadwell Park. 22 races total here from Cadwell. And well, there's only one left to go. Our Durley Garage Fiesta ST 150 Challenge. Join us here again at Cadwell Park. Well, the first lap was an interesting one in race number 1. Let's hope for a little bit more relaxed first lap in race number 2.
I think they took the literal meaning of Ford RS. I know these are STs, but they took the literal meaning of Ford RS, meaning rally sport.
They did.
And a few of them did go off into the countryside. So it'll be interesting to see what cars do return to the grid. I'm hoping to see Michael Blackburn. He's always near the front. And here is the grid as shown. So Daniel Robinson on pole position alongside Spencer Lane. They took off in race 1. Stephanie Saw in third place with Daniel McQuire alongside, and Aidan Vickers and Tommy Brewerley. Oliver Reed, 7th, and Mark Webb in 8th, and row 5 is filled with Jessica Fitch-Hall and Graham Mallon. Ryan Mathias, 11th, and Jake Humphrey, 12th. Let's see if he appears after his mechanical gremlins in 13th place with Christopher Rowlands, Robbie Harrison, Joseph Ming and Michael Blackburn. So Harrison, Ming and Blackburn, they were the ones that suffered various gremlins, as did Jake Humphrey and Christopher Rowland. So that's 5 cars we're hoping to see on the track as they line up in front of us. So as you can see, you've got the Marshals and the Motorsport UK official just waiting to see the cars come into play. Now, we've actually got a Motorsport UK official checking the cars. So what? I'm not sure what's going on there. They're almost walking up with the Marshals and trying to get the cars over to the right-hand side, almost checking their grid spot. And we've got a member of the team going out onto the grid. So are they checking something on the cars as they go along? And it's not the usual sort of grid-by-grid formation.
Well, they're being very thorough.
They are being very thorough. Now, it's good to see. So Humphrey has returned. What I'm going to call Jurassic Park has returned in the similar livery. It's like the Ford Explorer. If you're watching from home, Google it. The Ford Explorer from Jurassic Park. It's a similar livery to that. It looks like we have got all of our runners that succumbed to issues in race 1, which is good. So we will see some quick drivers come through to the front, and Jake Humphrey must be absolutely reeling from missing out on that overall podium. It was looking good.
Indeed. You mentioned while we were looking through the grid that Daniel Robinson and Spencer Lane took off in race number 1. Just want to clarify, not literally. That was other drivers.
That was other drivers, yeah. They were the ones that kind of went airborne over the grass. They took off and carried on up at the front.
I was going to say, I think it was more Monster Jam than Rally Sport. Wasn't it? We just needed a line of cars for it to leap over.
Oh, it certainly seemed that way. So our final race is going to get underway actually a bit later than we expected. So this race was due to finish around about now. So we did have a delay earlier, a 20-minute delay, while we carried out a barrier repair with the Mazda MX-5s. But the cars carry up on their warm-up lap, and we'll wait and see what happens in terms of curfew. If they've got to finish at 6 o'clock, they could be checking flag in this early. We shall wait and see. It's either 6 or half 6 at Cadwell Park. It's trying to work out which one's which. But the cars head off on their formation lap, and we have taken you through the grid already, but I must say the racing we have had this weekend has been absolutely top-notch.
It certainly kept us on our toes, hasn't it?
Oh, yes. And it's been a pleasure to commentate on so far, and I don't think this race is going to be any disappointment whatsoever. The Durley Garage Fiesta ST 150 Challenge.
Did you see there on the left, there was a Fiesta ST 150 leaving? What are they doing?
I think they're going for another vantage spot, don't worry.
Fair enough, fair enough. Or they're trying to see if they can sneak in.
Or they're worried they're going to be a parts car.
That's true. That's very true, very true. So they come back to it, it's on jacks. What happened?
I've seen that happen before, actually, in a few race meetings. Albeit they did ask the owner first. Nothing, nothing criminal, but this is race number 22 and the final race of the weekend. It's going to be a 15-minute race for the ST 150 Challenge, and the weather, it's still a grueling 27 degrees here, and don't we know it in the commentary box. I think the only thing that's keeping everyone kind of settled is the 11-mile-an-hour winds that's whipping their way across the circuit. It is getting quite overcast here, so we are expecting a bit of wet weather to come in. Well, some much-needed rain to water the grass across the country, if I'm honest.
Yeah, you can feel the storms rolling in, the pressure's changing, isn't it, here at Cadwell Park? So I think luckily for all the racers this weekend, they've just about missed it. We've stayed dry throughout the entirety of Saturday and Sunday so far. Okay, one more race left to go, but I think it's looking okay for now anyway. 15 more minutes until we bring this event to a close. And yeah, well, the ST150s, as you say, in their first race, it was a very interesting and exciting one. I think maybe they planned this one when they put the build together to put them last on the schedule. Let's go then. Fiesta ST150 Challenge heads round to the grid once more. Yeah, some impressive performances in that first race, and equally, yeah, some drivers coming from the back who maybe shouldn't be there in terms of outright pace. So there's going to be a lot to keep our eyes on throughout this next upcoming 15 minutes, and we'll do our best to guide you through. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage throughout this weekend here at Cadwell Park, and have thoroughly enjoyed all the racing. Make sure that you're subscribed to the BRSTC channel to not miss any future racing throughout 2026 and beyond. I know that Fun Cup is returning next weekend down at Brands Hatch. That's going to be a good one, and there's plenty more racing further afield as well.
I'm going to be at the British GT meeting racing with the modified Fords at Snetterton, so
good luck.
We're looking forward to that also under BRSCC control, that meeting. So lots of motorsport going on around the country as our drivers line up for the final race of the weekend, and it's Robinson that slots his car into pole position alongside our other intrepid Fiesta warrior. So the cars line up and get themselves ready. What can Stephanie Saw do? Can she split the cars in front and maybe try and attack for the first couple of corners? Let's hope they get through turn one cleanly. But our marshal up on the gantry for the final time this weekend is going to hold up the 5-second board. He gets ready to. Eventually. And does so. So the 5-second board is now held aloft. He's going to switch on the red lights for the final time this weekend. And the red lights go out now. And it's an even Stevens wheel spin start so far. But Spencer Lane manages just to keep with Robinson. And meanwhile, further back, they're nearly going to go 3 wide again. Have they not learnt the lesson from the first time around? And Stephanie Saw is going to lose out. She's going to drop down to 4th because of Maguire. So Maguire's managed to get himself up into 3rd place. Vickers and Bruley are up there as well, but as expected, Robinson gets himself into the lead, followed by Spencer Lane, and Stephanie Saws managed to get herself back into 3rd place.
Yeah, she held that inside line, didn't she, and was able to muscle away back through into P3. Up and over the crest we go for the first time in this one, then down towards Park. And yes, lovely breakaway, just like we saw in race number 1 then from Daniel Robinson. He had to do it twice in that one. Well, first time of asking, at least in this one, and he's done a beautiful job. Scampers off already. Spencer Lane there in second, as you say. Stephanie Saw staying in 3rd place, and a little bit of reshuffling further back. I think a few of our drivers who had issues in that race number 1 cutting their way through the order already. There is Spencer Lane out of the gooseneck. A little bit of a kick up of the dust, but nothing too serious there on that number 1.
Nothing too serious at the moment, although there's a few cars side by side just testing themselves down into Mansfield. We'll have a look and see what the faster cars are doing behind. That's Vickers just making his way through as we hear some more action going on behind us from Parc Fermé that you may have picked up on the microphones. But the Fiesta's making their way single file through the mountain section. You can make out the distinctive yellow car of Jake Humphrey as he makes his way through, and he's cutting a path for Michael Blackburn. And is that Robbie Harrison in the orange ST? We could just see the Jurassic Park liveried ST made his way through as well.
One of them was crazy loud.
Yeah,
really loud.
Very much so. It sounded like it removed the baffles from the exhaust. So the end of lap 1, and it's Robinson followed by Lane and Stephanie Saw. So 154s for a majority of the field. Robinson already into the 153s on the first lap, but obviously with a standing start, it's going to be a little bit slower in terms of lap time, and the cars make their way through the first couple of corners. Touch wood, they're being a bit sensible this time around. They don't want any long hold-ups if they have to put away a rather crumpled car. So they're playing it a bit sensible.
I imagine there might have been a bit of a talking to after that first race of the day.
I would think so.
Yeah, they're all being a little bit on their best behaviour here for the first part of this second race of the day then. But yeah, we saw Robinson and Lane sort of pressed on into the distance in the race number 1, didn't they? Well, Stephanie Saw had to battle with Daniel Maguire through those first couple of corners. She did get back to 3rd, and now she's the one seemingly hunting down Spencer Lane here at the moment. She's closing up to the rear bumper of Spencer. That might just allow here for Daniel Robinson to scamper off on his own as they get a bit too caught up with each other. Here they are on your screens.
Yeah, very much so. You know what? Stephanie Saw, she's on the back of Spencer Lane now. Can she do something about getting into the top 2? She's going to give it a good go. And what about
your leader's off.
And with the leaders made a mistake on the bottom of the mountain. That's so rare. That's really caught us off guard. Onto the grass going up into the mountain. It's almost as if the car did not want to turn left. I did see a bollard there, perhaps took too much curb. It'd be interesting to see if Robinson made it through the next couple of corners. Can I see a car going slow there? Just going through Hall Bends. No, Robinson's made a mistake, so he's back. He's kept the lead, but all of a sudden Lane and Stephanie Saw are with him. Well, so that may have just knocked the confidence.
It may have done, and I was going to say exactly the opposite for Spencer Lane. If there was ever a hurry-up, that is one. The opportunity has just been gifted to him there by Robinson.
And you can just see already early on in the race, he's just tapping the brake pedal with his left foot as we see another bollard goes to pasture.
Really lovely camera shot though there, just to focus on it and then continue on with the cars. That was brilliant.
Great work from the Digitex crew there to capture that amazing action. And we've got Dan Robinson just extending his lead over Spencer Lane. And there, your car on the stream, that is Steph Saw. She's going to be chasing down second place. And I'll tell you what, she could be good value for it this time out. Spencer Lane, it's going to be no mean feat to get past him, but she looks fired up for it, that's for sure. And then we've got Vickers and Maguire, 4th and 5th this time around. And Jake Humphrey has managed to get himself up into 7th place overall. That's an astounding effort.
Really impressive. We're not even 5 minutes in yet, are we? Already up to P7. Very impressive showing so far. Well, Stephanie's still there holding on there in third place, trying to catch back up to Spencer Lane. It seems as though now that Robinson has settled back in once more, despite the fastest lap of the race on the last lap from Spencer Lane, as there's two. Bollards are nearly off again, your leader. Locks up there, coming up through the mountain section, and Spencer Lane, opportunities there. Door is closed on the inside. I'll have to look back to the outside here as they head into the sweeping Hall bends, where your top three close as you like once again, but same corner, 2 laps in a row, issues for Robinson. Is he nursing an issue, or has he just happened to make the same mistake twice?
Surely he can't be having a problem under brakes, because for the other high brake corners like Park, he hasn't had an issue. I saw him kick up a bit of dust. It's almost as if the bollards lying in the track are throwing him off a bit, or he's hitting the bollards and sort of skating away under it, and it's just throwing his braking zone out. Really, really strange. Meanwhile, new fastest lap of the race by, well, that's our top rookie as well, Tommy Brewley, and he is down in 6th at the moment. Oh no, Humphrey's now got the fastest lap with a 1:47.081. So Jake Humphrey, after what was heartbreak in the first race and losing out on 3rd place overall after terrific battle with Sort. And now we look at our leaders again. So that's been twice now that Lane has been presented the opportunity from Robinson to perhaps capitalise on a mistake. Can he get the hat-trick? It means, the pressure's starting to tell on Robinson, or as you say, is he nursing a car issue? And it's always down into this section, so let's stick with our leaders. Down into Mansfield, they go round to the left. No problems there. They make their way from Mansfield. They're going sort of around the semi-curve next to the bridge, and they're going to go under braking for the mountain. It's happened twice previously. Is there a problem this time around? No. Robinson's learnt the lesson, doesn't outbrake himself this time, and Spencer Lane and Stephanie Saw stay in attack mode. Vickers, Maguire and Tommy Brewley are now getting themselves together. That's going to get a bit tasty, I feel, towards the front, and Jake Humphrey is just lingering in the background in his ST150 also. They exit the hairpin, head down towards Barn Corner. And Robinson really leaning on the back end. He's got a lot of rotation into the setup of that car. You can tell by the way he's just throwing it into the corner and letting the car sort itself out. He sets a new fastest lap of a 1:46.679. That's the first car to get into the 46s during this race, so Robinson's maybe learnt the lesson from the couple of the mistakes that he's made.
Yeah, that's odd. That we've got to assume it's an uncharacteristic double mistake there for your race leader. Not what we were expecting, but yeah, 3rd time through, and he's absolutely nailed that set of corners. So no idea what has happened there. As doors coming open here for the driver leading this train, the 119 of Vickers. Is it slightly open, or is it the paint job being deceiving? I can't quite tell now as they come up and over and through into Park. Look at this though, Stephanie Saw is all over the back of Spencer Lane. You see those flashing lights coming on from the heavy braking from Spencer Lane to try and keep Stephanie behind. Well, she's here at Cadwell Park. She came, she saw, and she conquered. Can she find a way past Spencer Lane, though, as Robinson, now without those mistakes, is once again pressing on and building that bit of fresh air between himself and these two.
And that's the first time during this weekend that Spencer Lane has had to go defensive. So that's going to deal into the hands of Robinson, who could just get his head down and get on with it. In race 1, the two at the front just took off and had their own little race by themselves. It was quite lonely. So Spencer Lane will almost be enjoying the fact that he's battling with another car. And Stephanie Saw, she's going to be up for this as well. She could taste that, and there's another car off. Very, very twisty. That's Tommy Brewley, and the rejoin looked a bit tasty as well. That looked like it could have ended in tears. Jake Humphrey's going to get involved on the back end of this as they go through Hall Bends. So Tommy Brewley was getting a bit left, a bit right, a bit of centre, but just corrected it and got it onto the grass and rejoined just in time. But they really set these cars up to be skittish at the back.
Yeah, super skittish there. We saw that Pudi across the grass, but Maguire had it all sorts of sideways. I think there must have been a bit of contact there heading into the mountain section. Well, they saw each other out onto a new lap we go, and they're back to as they were. Vickers 4th, Maguire 5th, Brewley 6th, and Humphrey now there with them in 7th, as you say, Rob. So closing in from the back of the order for those two. Really impressive race so far as we close in to the last third of the race. Quite a bit of bodywork and whatnot now hanging off the back of the car leading this train of drivers. It's wiggling about, but we've seen already a few times today some wiggly rear bumpers that the stewards seemingly have been okay with.
Yeah, it looks that way. The stewards just want to encourage some good racing, so the Clarks have made the right decision. They'll keep an eye on it. They won't just ignore it, but they want to promote the racing as Burley is just kicking up. There's a bit more rallycross action going up as the dust is kicked off on the outside of the circuit. And the Clarks and everyone will want to promote better racing. Now, Stephanie Saw has managed, she's lost a bit of time there to Spencer Lane, so she's not quite profiting on a defensive Spencer Lane there as we look back to this battle. So Vickers we saw just disappear out of shot, and Tommy Bruley, our leading rookie, down the inside into the mountain. That's not conventional, and he's going to go a bit sideways, but you know what, he gets it done, but he cuts the next corner, and I think he's going to have to hand that back, or at least give away a big chunk of time. He's going to have to redress that, because I would see that as gaining an advantage. Just a personal opinion, and we're not the clerks of the course, remember, so
It was almost a carbon copy from the previous lap, wasn't it, really?
Yeah,
Just he went off at a slightly different point on the grass, but to me, exactly the same. He has to give that pace back.
yeah, certainly. He's obviously braking so late, but the rears are locking up and it's getting a bit twitchy. But in that situation, it's always better just to redress, let the person back past, and then you can crack on and get the job done, because you don't want to end up in the clerk's office after this. He comes across the line in 5th place. He's still the leading rookie, so even if it gets to a point where he has to redress and give the spot back to McGuire, and Humphrey plugging away there, he's still 7th with a 1:48. And who's that off?
Number 11, that's McGuire.
Oh, so McGuire's now off, and that looked to be on the exit of Charlie's. On the exit of Charlie's, sort of up the hill. So he's had an issue going through the first couple. Oh dear, that's the radiator steam coming out. That is not a happy Ford, unfortunately. So it looks like it's potentially overheating there, which can be common on these STs with the header tanks. If the header tanks crack, these are standard cars, these effectively, so that can cause issues with overheating if they do crack after a while. So it could be something as little as that. Meanwhile, our battle for second, with Lane mirrors full of Stephanie Saw still. They make their way from Mansfield, head towards the mountain. Robinson currently just not quite got the lead that he had in race 1. It's only 2 seconds to the good from Spencer Lane and Stephanie Saw, and Stephanie Saw has got herself back into this battle. We have got just over 2.5 minutes of this race weekend to go, and that's the leader making a mistake again. Mistakes come in threes, and Robinson is off once again. Now that's McGuire getting off the circuit to perhaps prevent a safety car, so that's some good thinking there from the driver, or maybe encouraged by the officials, but that was bad luck coming in threes. That's 3 mistakes.
Interesting. Well, not too much time lost this time around then for Robinson. The gap stays at, what's that, 1.5 seconds. So, to be fair, actually did lose 8/10 on that last lap. That can't have just been that little mistake at that corner to lose 8/10 to Lane and Saw behind. Well, again, it's just sort of, it's tantalisingly close, isn't it, for Lane and Saw? Robinson is right there. He's making a few mistakes, but he's just a little bit too far away still at the moment with just less than 2 minutes to go. And again, Lane's got to think about as well that Stephanie Saw's been right on his rear bumper this whole race. If you give her an opportunity, she is going to grab that second place. And I've just spotted the yellow ST parked up at the top. So he was getting a better vantage point. You were right, mate.
There
He's
we
loving
go.
the race.
See?
He wasn't going to miss this one for the world.
I'll be honest, I completely guessed that, don't worry. Michael Blackburn in 9th place, so he's obviously recovering from the issues that he had in race 1, well, the issues he had at turn 1 in race 1, and he's making his way through with Harrison, and they're only 9th and 10th at the moment, so they haven't had as much of a trouble-free race as Jake Humphrey has. Jake Humphrey managed to get through to 6th overall at the moment, and he's only 8 seconds off the leaders, but Michael Blackburn and Robbie Harrison proving that in one-mate racing it's not just a case of if you're fast you can still go from the back to the front. Who's that going off the circuit? That's number 5. So, and that's Malum that's going off the road, and that looks like it's overheating. So Graham Malum, these cars raced earlier in the day when it perhaps was a little bit cooler, so unfortunately that's another one that's succumbed to the temperatures here at Cadwell Park. It's still about 28 degrees and quite muggy out there, if I'm honest. It's quite close. So these cars will not be liking the high temperatures, I must admit. Robinson crosses the line.
Slippery surface flag.
Slippery surface flag. So there's some fluid been put down, and Lane has been getting a bit leery in that car as it is, especially under braking. Double yellow flags there as well, so there'll be no overtaking. So that confirms that Maguire is out. We already knew that. But we've seen 2 cars now go off and drop fluid. So Spencer Lane has got this last lap to hold off Stephanie Saw, because she could just go for the attack on this last lap. And I tell you what, she might just get it done later round the lap. Let's have a look. So we've got Vickers getting it all crossed up, and Tommy Brewerly as well. They're deciding, yeah, it's definitely rally sport in the Ford breed, so we're going to try a bit of that, and that plays into Jake Humphries, who's keeping a watching brief in 6th. Back to the battle between 2nd and 3rd. Stephanie Saw, she did have a look down the inside at Mansfield, but you know what? She gets points for 3rd are better than points for a DNF, so I'm going to decide just to withhold from that and see if I can get another podium spot. There might be a mistake to come here. Let's have a look down into the braking zone for the mountain as we see Robinson just kiss the curb. And I'll tell you what, Spencer Lane, the back of that car is getting a bit leery there. They're really trying to get the rears to rotate on these cars to get the speed out of it, as you can see from Tommy Brewerly and Jake Humphrey. But for the final time this weekend and for the Fiesta ST Challenge, they're going to make their way through Hall Bends down towards the hairpin. Robinson is going to go into Barn through the exit of Barn, followed by Lane and by Stephanie Saw, and the final race of the weekend and the ST 150 Challenge is won by Robinson. A fantastic victory with a couple of mistakes dotted in there as well. That doesn't matter, he's got the win. Lane gets 2nd, Stephanie Saw gets 3rd, and through the rest of the results, John Ratcliffe, I will hand over to you.
Indeed, what a great final race of the weekend there, our Durley Garage Fiesta ST 150 Challenge. More battles going on all the way to the checkered flag. There's Reed through in 7th, Webb in 8th, Blackburn 9th, Harrison rounds out the top 10. Those 4 only separated by around 2.3 seconds. Very close between those 4 as they came to the line. These 2 still squabbling. This is the 77 and the 67. Rowlands and Matthias over 13th place. Fitch Hall and Ming have just come through in 11th and 12th respectively. Only half a second between those 2 at the line. And this is Rowlands and Matthias then nose to tail as they come up and through the final sector of the circuit. It's all a little bit wobbly over the inside apex curve there through the left of the bends, and down through as they come towards us here, down through into Barn for the final time. They'll head to the checkered flag, and that will be race over for these 2, and then we should have Lofstad coming through as well, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, Mallam and Maguire, we saw both of those pull over to the side of the road up through Charlie. So sadly, 2 cars overheating in that race, understandably so, as Rob says, it's still 27 degrees and it's 6 p.m. here in the UK, not something we're particularly used to. I say that we're kind of getting used to it now, aren't we, with that old lovely global warming. Right, there we go then. Across the line comes Lostad, and that is all of our finishers in that race. Across the line then, Robinson takes another victory. Fantastic race from him, from Lane and Saw, your top 3. And there comes Daniel Robinson, round and back into the paddock, and soon enough he'll be lucky enough to talk to the Rob Lewis. There he goes, back into the paddock then. So that's on the top 3. Brewley and Humphrey, your top 5. And they were then followed, you can see there on your screen, Robinson, Lane, Saw, your top 3, Tommy Brewley, Jake Humphrey, then Aidan Vickers, Oliver Reed, Mark Webb, Michael Blackburn, Robbie Harrison, Jessica Fitchell, Joseph Ming, they're your top 12. And then we only had 3 more finishers in that race for the Durley Garage Fiesta ST 150 Challenge. Just behind them, 13th place was Christopher Rowlands, then it was Ryan Matthias, Ron Lofstad, and then Graham Mallam and Daniel Maguire not making it to the checkered flag in that one. What a race weekend it has been here at Cadwell Park. From myself, John, it's goodbye, but I hand over to Rob Lewis, who's chatting with our drivers.
So for the final time this weekend, we are down in Parc Fermé chatting to our drivers, as a very worthy winner, and Daniel Robinson gets out of his Fiesta ST 150 after a great double victory here at Cadwell Park this weekend. Let's have a chat to him as he gets his helmet and harness device off. Stephanie Saw looking very happy in 3rd place. We're here once again, great double victory, but you made a couple of mistakes, I noticed.
Yeah, don't really know what it was, just kept losing the brakes into certain corners. Lost it twice into the bottom of the mountain and once into the hairpin. Yeah, didn't make it easy for myself, but managed to get it.
Managed to get it in the end. I think it probably helped that Spencer was fighting with Stephanie Saw and perhaps relieved a bit of the pressure off you.
Yeah, definitely. I could see Spencer was sort of going with me, and then once Steph got to the back of him, he started to drop away a little bit. So yeah, it was a bit of a lifesaver, to be honest, but no, really good race. Big points for 2 races back to back, so yeah, really good.
Massive points in terms of the championship. Can you almost feel it's within touching distance?
Oh, I'm not going to go that far yet. We've got 4 races at Snet, so that'll be tricky. I think it'll probably be decided there, because if you can have a good run across the 4, then it's only 2 to finish it at Silverstone. But no, really looking forward to it, and we're in a good position for it.
Congratulations. 4 brilliant wins there. Let's have a chat with our second place man who, well, you had it all your own way in race 1. You had a bit of a lonely race, but Stephanie kept you honest in race 2.
Yeah, it was a bit more of a tricky race, that one. I think Dan possibly had an ABS issue or something, which kept back him because he pulled away, and then obviously me and Steph kept catching back up. But yeah, I just seemed to gain a little bit on the last bit of the track, but then down the straight, I think the tyre's quite strong today, and I was always checking my mirrors and having to cover it a couple of laps, which cost me a little bit of time, but yeah, still happy with second. It's a good result.
Great result for yourself, a pair of second places. Where do you go from here?
I don't know, just try and unlock some more pace for next round, to try and challenge Dan a bit more, just keep doing what we're doing and try to bag those points every race.
Points, points, points.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic. Well, great to speak to you. That's your second place man. And Stephanie Saw, I've got here, who's a very worthy third place winner, although I was just saying to Spencer, you kept him honest for that race.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're so close in times. It was so difficult to make any move stick or anything. So it was like, play it safe. And if the opportunity, try and keep him on his toes enough to make a mistake and then try and take advantage of it if it came, but it didn't. So
I've got to ask the question, did you see the mistakes that Dan Robinson was making up towards the front and think, it might be on here?
yeah, definitely. And at that point, then I think Spencer got a little worried, obviously, because we closed up. And I mean, I looked in my mirror, knew that we had a nice gap to 4th. So I was like, right, let's try and get Dan. But he then just got away again. But no, it was game on.
You've had a good run in the Fiesta ST 150s this year. It's a good learning curve. Where are you looking to progress to? What's the aim?
I mean, I've raced GT Cup before, so I do this now as a hobby because I work full-time with Ginetta Juniors, so I'm head mechanic there, so that keeps me very occupied, and this is one of the only championships that doesn't clash with my work, so it's one of them. I do it as a hobby, and I haven't actually got no aim, just see where it all takes me, but I have to say thanks to Bayliss and Harden and Optima Motorsport and all the other sponsors for getting me out on track. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be out here.
And you're certainly loving every minute of it. It's great to see, Stephanie.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. That's 2 third places this weekend for Stephanie Saw. And I'll tell you what, she's on for a win later this season, I feel. Maybe at Snetterton with 4 races across the weekend. But we are done here at Cadwell Park for the Trackit Summer Race Weekend. So it's time to end it there. Head yourself on home. We've got some more live streams coming up later in the year with Fun Cup at Brands Hatch next week, I believe. But for now, from Rob Lewis, from John Ratcliffe and the Digitex crew, it's goodbye.